to an event until I see them in person.
Yeah.
And they are here indeed. We just saw them get set and ready for it. So what's your take?
I mean, I heard a lot of cheers for Elevate when they came out. Is everyone still here? Elevate, yeah?
There's some APAC fans in here.
Elevate have been the most consistent APAC team this stage, bar none. A super impressive performance back at the 6th Invitational. Qualified for Charlotte through the playoffs, obviously couldn't go, but they kept that momentum rolling, and they were the first seeded team out of APAC South to qualify for this. They're the only team from APAC who's managed to qualify for both majors so far, in spite of not being able to go to Charlotte, and they even kept that rolling for an undefeated streak at the beginning of the group stage that made them the first team out of everybody in Berlin to qualify for playoffs.
And on Onigiri, I mentioned them for a moment. We got graphics to talk about his performance overall because the man is a machine, Jesse.
Yeah, Onigiri, I think, has often been kind of the linchpin for Elevate, the one that really has driven them forwards. And something that a lot of people have noted throughout these group stages is that he's not been that same player for Elevate. Now, he's not been awful, he's not been bad, he's not been a disastrous player for the squad, but he has slipped back a little bit. And there's something that Elevate, their CEO, talked a little bit on Twitter about how they've really moved themselves to be more of a team-focused roster, right? One that doesn't need to rely on Onigiri to pop off. Still, though, I think there are a few issues that you have to look at coming into things. Elevate as a team right now have one of the worst opening pick problems that we see so far from the teams that made it to top 8. 47% entry. Only them in G2 are under 50% in that category, and it's largely because Onigiri is doing so poorly. 29% from his personal entry stat. One of the worst that we've got here in the top 8 as well. If he wasn't on the squad putting up those entry numbers, they'd be positive, but unfortunately that's not the situation, and so he's got to sharpen that up.
Well, Mr. Punch has really taken a lot of that slack that Onigiri was
100%.
originally having. It's nice that this team is a little bit more balanced. Obviously, we would love it if Onigiri could get another 27-kill game and go crazy, but that's not what this team is based on anymore. It's far more spread out amongst everybody else, and they're firing on all cylinders. They would like you to forget what they did in day 3 of groups because they won 3 rounds over 2 games. That's not.
It didn't matter. They made it through, and now I'm really excited to see what maps we're going to have for this series, because this is what I love about international games. We get to see teams that normally would never be playing against one another. So a reminder, best of 3 series all the way through to our grand final, which is a best of 5. That'll be a long and very exciting day, and here's how it went down. It's ban, 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 then pick and pick. So first up, Elevate going for Kafe. They start off on the attacking side. W7M picking Bank. They're starting off on the attacking side on there. And finally, our decider will be a Border. Jesse, let's talk globally for just a minute here.
Sure.
How do you feel this going?
Well, I like this map ban phase, I think, for W7M a little bit more. I think you started that very first pick for Elevate, right? They go to Kafe, and Elevate are a great Kafe team. You know, this is a squad that they're 4-1 on the map this year since the 6th Invitational ended. Every single opponent in group stage banned this map against Elevate, so the competition so far clearly sees this as a strong map for them, but you look at W7M, and I'm a little afraid of their Kafe. An 8-game win streak dating back to last year. That's when this team wasn't even that good. They were struggling last year. They've got wins over teams like Santos, INTZ, Black Dragons, FURIA, Isurus, NIP, Gaming Gladiators, and you might be thinking those aren't the best teams. Those are some kind of mid to bottom tier Brazil squads, some South American teams, but still, I think it says something that teams like FaZe, teams like NIP, teams like Liquid always ban this map against W7M, and Elevate have chosen to pick it.
The fact that we're even heading back to Border, the very last one, is another one, W7M. Like, you are trucking through so many different maps that W7M have played. The discrepancy in how much APAC plays versus Brazil is huge, especially if you make it to Copa Elite. There's a massive difference between what APAC's been able to do, which is usually about 7 games a stage, and there wasn't even playoffs in stage 2. W7M have got far more actual experience in a server, so will that translate to this?
We talked about Kafe and how kind of those streaks go, but what if we talked strategy?
Right.
What would be there for Elevate to fear? The W7M's X factor, and what can Elevate do to bring it back and maybe get that first map that would put them in an advantage?
Listen, W7M are an extremely scary team on defense. This is where they've really shined. You look at the stats and you take a look at a 74% defensive win rate throughout groups. That blows every other team out of the water. It is not close when you look at the stats for defensive win rate against other teams. I believe the next highest was Wolves, down at like the 68, 66 range, somewhere around there. It's not been strong for other squads on defense. So you take a look at W7M having such a strong place there, and I think you really do want to favor Elevate Elevate to come out strong. I think if they can maybe disrupt the mental game a little bit, if they can get some rounds on that attacking half, that's probably going to throw a wrench into the plans of W7M a little bit, who haven't been bad at attack, but it's certainly been a weaker side for them. So I think that's probably where the game plan needs to lie for Elevate.
I mean, the problem is if you look at it statistically, Elevate and W7M on both attack and defense, it skews towards W7M on both counts. So they're relatively even on defense, but then it really gives W7M the full-on advantage when you swap sides again. So even if Elevate were to start on defense, it's not a guarantee that they're going to have the favored side on Kafe, so to speak. So it needs to be swingy. It needs to be APAC-y. If it's janky and it works, don't question it. Just keep doing it. That's what we need to see more of today.
You talk about jank. I start thinking about what's operator picks going to look like, what's compositions that could be pulled out, because we've seen a whole host of different strategies set up, maybe around a Tachanka or whatever you want to work. Because Kafe does allow for that flexibility.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you take a look at some of the operators that Elevate have been bringing. We're seeing a lot of Twitch coming in from DCH. That's an operator that doesn't see a whole lot of play typically, but this major...
APAC loves it. APAC loves their Twitch.
Elevate do, and I think other teams this major really have been playing a lot of that as well, so we've seen a bit of that coming through on the attack. On defensive sides, really nothing crazy standing out to me looking at the stats. So
Brazil is huge, especially if you make it to Copa Elite. There's a massive difference between what APAC's been able to do, which is usually about 7 games a stage, and there wasn't even playoffs in Stage 2. W7M have got far more actual experience in a server, so will that translate to this?
We talked about Kafe and how kind of those streaks go, but what if we talked strategy?
Right.
What would be there for Elevate to fear? The W7M's X factor, and what can Elevate do to bring it back and maybe get that first map that would put them in an advantage?
Listen, W7M are an extremely scary team on defense. This is where they've really shined. You look at the stats and you take a look at a 74% defensive win rate throughout groups. That blows every other team out of the water. It is not close when you look at the stats for defensive win rate against other teams. I believe the next highest was Wolves, down at like the 68, 66 range, somewhere around there. It's not been strong for other squads on defense. So you take a look at W7M having such a strong place there, and I think you really do want to favor Elevate to come out strong. I think if they can maybe disrupt the mental game a little bit, if they can get some rounds on that attacking half, that's probably going to throw a wrench into the plans of W7M a little bit, who haven't been bad at attack, but it's certainly been a weaker side for them. So I think that's probably where the game plan needs to lie for Elevate.
I mean, the problem is if you look at it statistically, Elevate and W7M on both attack and defense, it skews towards W7M on both counts. So they're relatively even on defense, but then it really gives W7M the full-on advantage when you swap sides again. So even if Elevate were to start on defense, it's not a guarantee that they're going to have the favored side on Kafe, so to speak. So it needs to be swingy. It needs to be APAC-y. If it's janky and it works, don't question it. Just keep doing it. That's what we need to see more of today.
You talk about jank. I start thinking about what's operator picks going to look like, what's compositions that could be pulled out, because we've seen a whole host of different strategies set up, maybe around a Tachanka or whatever you want to work. Because Kafe does allow for that flexibility.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you take a look at some of the operators that Elevate have been bringing. We're seeing a lot of Twitch coming in from DCH. That's an operator that doesn't see a whole lot of play typically, but this major...
APAC loves it. APAC loves their Twitch.
Elevate do, and I think other teams this major really have been playing a lot of that as well, so we've seen a bit of that coming through on the attack. On defensive sides, really nothing crazy standing out to me looking at the stats so far. It's a bit of a small sample size. A lot of, I mean, I'll go back to DCH, I guess. A lot of Jaeger play. At least in North America, we've really started to lean more towards that Wamai. Jaeger can be a little bit old school. I think Jaeger's quite good on Kafe in particular, so that might be something that strengthens them a little bit. But certainly, we'll have to see where it goes for Elevate on the choices.
We're looking at, I think, Mark Shortboys. When he's on defense, he'll play everything. He's the everything. He's the Swiss Army knife. He will literally do everything for this team. The problem is, all of his other teammates usually hard stick to about 2 or 3 ops on defense. DCH back on the Jaeger, Mr. Punch on mute more often than not, an Onigiri, and that Aruni DMR is something to be feared if it's in the server. So obviously, they're good shots. Are W7M better, though? Just on a base level, that's been Brazil's bread and butter for the past 2 years and why they're in this position in the first place. These guys gun like nobody else. They'll snap to your head. It's too bad Pino's not here because I want to see some more of those flicks. But he's got 3 other teams from Latin America that basically do the same thing.
Yeah, and you're talking about Rainbow Six operators. I feel like in this meta, you have to talk about Finka. Elevator are one of those teams that always banner out. They don't really like to play with Finka on the board. KZ, that's going to be a big hit to him. Obviously, the best player fragging-wise on W7M. He's typically the one that's given the best gun right now on attack. That's going to be stripped away from him more likely than not. He's flexible. He can play Zoe. He can play Yana. I don't think it's going to be a huge hit to him, but anytime you're not able to play on your main operator, you're going to be a little bit uncomfortable, and that might be something to start them off when they start on attack. That might hinder them a little bit in the early rounds.
Site preferences. We've seen a lot of kind of flexibility on Kafe, not just in operators and compositions, as you guys were mentioning, but also it's not unusual to see all 4 sites being played. Yes, you won't be seeing kind of mining dining that often. It's definitely the lowest played here, but it seems like people have found a way to play it well on defense.
I think so. I think that like you take a look at a map like Kafe, right? And the big thing that sticks out to me is vertical pressure, right? Having a strong sledge player, having somebody that can really rip up the floorboards, especially on a map like or on a site like Kitchen, but also reading, also dining, that can be so huge. So I think that's going to be a main thing that teams are going to be looking at. And we highlighted him, right? We highlighted the guy on W7M who plays those roles, Volps. That might be something that Elevate want to take into consideration. Maybe they want to play a little bit more that top floor bomb site can be hit or miss for some teams. I think generally people are happy to play it, but certainly something to think about, I think, when you're choosing these bomb sites, because when you've got somebody like Volps on the side of W7, it can be very scary to have him above you.
I'll make the argument that if you can get away with not playing Cocktail Bar in this game, you're probably better off, because you need some other creative strategies in this matchup, and that site plays nearly the exact same way, the exact same time, over and over and over again. If for some reason you don't know how to attack Bar Cocktail, you're doing it wrong, and these guys should. So you've got 3 other options that you should be able to work with, so we'll see mostly Kitchen, we'll see mostly reading. I honestly think mining is going to be the tertiary site in this game.
Maybe. I do want to say as well, though, like I think if you're going to be going up and you're going to be playing some of those lower bomb sites right on this side of Elevate, what they need to do is they've got to have heavy roams, right? Because you cannot just give up that much top floor ground to a team like W7M. They're going to use it against you every single time. But one thing that we started to see with Elevate when the cracks started showing those last couple of days was their roam game really did slow down. We've talked about how good Mr. Punch was on roam, and he was, but a lot of that came on Playday 1. And when we came into the second Playday, I think the cracks even started to form back then on defense. A little bit of overswing, some offsite players started falling, and then day 3, it was just a disaster. It felt like Sapper could not stay alive on the roam when he was over there. Eventually, by the end of their final game, they just tried to anchor. It was Oregon, and they just refused to roam because it was going that poorly for them. So we cannot let that happen again. The roamers, Mr. Punch, and Sapper need to be showing up from Elevate early in these rounds.
I'll make the argument, though, that because Elevate played Oregon twice, on the day where they only won 3 rounds, it might be more of a case of they already knew they qualified, they know there's a lot of tape on them on Oregon, so we're just going to play this, we won't do exactly what we're meant to do, and we're just going to leave it. We're probably not even going to pick it for the rest of the playoffs, because look at how deep their map pool can get aside from that. They've got plenty of options on the board. So is it, like, specifically for Elevate, they just look at that last day and they want people to just forget that it ever happened? That's a viable strategy when you already know you're qualifying and you don't want to play Oregon in the playoffs.
It's not like rushes don't happen on Kafe. How many times have you seen Ying, Glass, plus?
You've got
Maru,
trying to
quite
push
good
through it.
on this map.
Can you see that happening here? I mean, this is the crazy time. This is Elevate and W7M.
I think so. I think that like W7M are certainly a team that can pull out those types of plays, but Elevate as well. I think when you take a look at W7M, a team that can be so aggressive and so strong on the attacking side of things, I think that's absolutely going to be something in their repertoire. I feel like it's something that you're more likely to bring out when you're not confident in your initial pushes anyways.
Yeah.
Kafe is a very defender-sided map. Maybe that'll be the case for W7M. I don't see it being their go-to right off the rip for round 1, but later in the game, for sure, I think that could be a thing for them.
I don't know. I'm still kind of in my head initially giving this to W7M. Mostly from a map preference perspective, mostly because they've got way more playtime on it than Elevate do combined when you think about how often they play maps. And the fact that they've been so dominant on defense this event. They are, what was the number again? They were like 10 points above whoever was in second place from a pure percentage standpoint. Yeah. What map on defense they suck at.
That's even weirder considering the fact that this is as attacker heavy of a meta as we've ever had in the history of Siege.
And I think that's like a great point to bring up, Milos, because we saw back at the Charlotte Major, right? We saw that the attackers really did come out on top. I think the semifinals of Charlotte were really a test of 2 great attacking teams in Astralis and Dark Zero against 2 great defending teams of Liquid and Oxygen. And in both cases, the attacking side of teams, the teams that really knew how to utilize six-pick, Finka, grenades, yellow pings, all the tools that attackers have right now really came out on top. And then you come into Berlin and you look at the group stage, and a lot of those strong North American attacking teams kind of fell flat. The key one being a strong.
You don't have to say it out, Jesse. If you say it out loud, it means it actually happened. Stop.
Because it did.
Stop. It didn't happen.
Because
it didn't happen.
Deal with it. There's 3 European teams. They made it through. That's what matters.
No, stop. No.
There you go.
No.
All right, all right. Since our NA talent needs a moment to get their copium together, thank you so much, gentlemen. You've been wonderful, and thank you, Jesse, for arriving literally at the I guess, 11th hour.
Hey, look, I'm so tired.
I know, but we have a long day, and we have some exciting matches for everybody. Berlin, are you ready for the first game of the major? W7M versus Elevate. Let's get it started. Onward, casters. Let's go. It's Amanda and Dev. Enjoy.
Cheers, Milosh. The theater is filling up. The players are in the lobby. Mandy, are you ready?
Yes, I am, Dev. And for all of you watching at home, whether it's day or night, we are so glad that you're here to join us in this quarterfinal.
Just listen to that. The energy is starting to heat up. It is a hot day already in Berlin. Can't imagine what it's going to be like by the time we hit the server. W7M have been fighting tooth and nail all year long. They have been on a resurgence, near relegation at the end of last year, and now they're one of the tournament favorites.
Absolutely. W7M, they seem to have come out of nowhere. They were so close to not even being here at the end of 2021, but now they're here, this quarterfinal.
And Elevate, the last shining light for APAC. The Kings of Thailand looking to make their mark on history here in Berlin. Where do we begin? It's the first quarterfinal of the major. What are they saying?
Onigiri.
They want to. Hey, you guys want to see another record broken? Onigiri has been in shy form this tournament. It's the newbies on Elevate that have been stepping up. But as we get into the game, there's no stopping it from here. Let's break the fast that we have had of live Siege in Europe and kick off this major. W7M from Brazil, Elevate from Thailand. Never before have they seen the top 4. And for one of these teams, that's all about to change.
And it's Kafe, it's Elevate's pick, but can they deliver?
Great place to start. Elevate taking us to Kafe, a traditionally defender-sided map, and they start on that defensive side. They also start with the first attacking band. W7M, though, as Jesse alluded to on the desks, they are no strangers to W7M.
LMG being taken out of the lobby, folks. No more Finker on the board for W7M, starting out on the attack. The second one to come through now.
Oh. That's an unusual one. The Twitch sees a lot of play. DCH plays a mean Twitch. But there's a lot of operators left in here. Everyone's favorite band, Thatcher, he's slipped through.
That just slipped through. Flores has slipped through. Maverick, he's through as well. This is a very stacked lineup on the attack, don't you think so?
Warden band. That's an uncommon one. That means the mirror slipped through as well.
Everything here on the hands of the attack and the defense as well. No more mirror. Still here. Not going through the band phase. Azami slipping through as well, picked up by DCH now on the defense.
And it's Elevate that need to start strong here. We go down to reading Fireplace. W7M on the attack. They have been menacing. They always bring the fight to you, attack or defense. And they will set the pace in the opener here.
Elevate, though, they've thrown us to a curveball, taking us to Reading Room as the first bomb site of choice. Typically a tertiary bomb site, but trying to throw off W7M.
Keen to see what this Azami can do for DCH. The newest operator to join the pool and has been so impactful, creating these power positions with the Wamai and Jaeger to boot. It's going to be so difficult here for W7M to get in, but they have all kinds of tools of their own.
Yes, they do. There's GDN with the Amaru pick. Garhook, where is it? No, he's not even going to use the Amaru hook to get onto this roof. Where is it going to come from? W7M.
Is this a rush play? It's hard to say. You've got that Ying there, the infamous Ying. You've got the Amaru in tandem as well for potential rushes.
GDN
to push in through Bakery.
Here's the kit as well. Do you see this? The diffuser on the Amaru. The site. It's Fireplace. Elevate, do they know?
Do they know that there's a hatch? That he could go straight up. Look at this. This is not something you see every day. W7M have brought a very cheeky idea. It is a rush play. How long until it's going to go down? The gridlock, it goes out. Vaults to open it with the Chalet. And W7M are in this side, planting the diffuser. Elevate. Where is their reply? Mark to jump out, finds one, but they are still on the receiving end of this push, and W7M have the advantage. That shotgun sledge finally taken down, and Elevate have evened this up.
The retake, though, it is on for Elevate. Only 30 seconds left to defuse this bomb.
Oh,
DCH!
A quick flick there, and, well, with time on W7M's side, Elevate have all the pressure. GDN below, he's got this shotgun. It's the perfect operator. He can get that down. KZ to secure the kill. DCH and Mark now in the 2v1, but there is no time left for this diffuser. What a rush from W7M. What a play. And what a way to set the pace of this game.
What a gorgeous attack from W7M, kicking us off with a rush. Elevate. They were not ready for that. They were holding on to that top floor. They were waiting for the roam clear patiently, but it never came through.
W7M opting to go for a rush. Rather than clearing out the Elevate players, they've come into this game very well prepared. They know exactly what they need to do to push Elevate's buttons, avoid the push. We said that they like to take the fight to their opponents. Well, they certainly like taking it directly to the side there.
But Elevate, they're not going to repeat this bomb site one anymore, taking us up to Bar and Cocktail instead. Trying something a little bit more traditional. They know that they can't throw off W7M because, well, they have a reply.
And W7M have come through the BR6 as the best team. In stage one, they won 8 matches in a row. Went to playoffs, went to the major. Unfortunately for them, that fairy tale run was cut short. And filled with drama of their own, Elevate, unfortunately, a similar situation, unable to make it to Charlotte and compete. Now they have to redeem themselves here, but W7M have set the pace. They've set the tempo.
Elevate, they're looking to extend into this ground floor. They're going to be ready this time for anything that W7M might have up their sleeve. No ground floor entry, though. GDN back on their banner, his home roll. Making their way up to the top floor now. Repels, that's going to be the first point of contest for W7M, but Elevate, they have a fortress with the Azami inside of Piano.
And they also have a roam. Mr. Punch below, he has excelled in this tournament. Both of these teams, 3 vets and 2 rookies. And the rookies of both sides have been carving their names in the annals of this major. W7M to start clearing through the map. There's a lot of ground to take here, and Kafe, historically so difficult to take ground on.
And just look at the architecture that Elevate have got, but hang on a second, W7M. We've got something else in the up bag. Up their sleeve, the first Yinkans that'll come out, but no entry to follow just yet. Still trying to throw off Elevate. Will any of them falter? Will any of them flinch?
In the intro video, W7M said they were going to play more passively. And they've done quite the opposite so far. DCH in a bit of a pickle, stuck between 2 keeper barriers. He loses one. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, flashed out, and KZ to open up the round. W7M are riding over Elevate.
Elevate, the architecture not working out in their favor. 2 keeper barriers to squish between poor DCH, but in the end, he couldn't connect the shots. KZ with the entry now. Oh, a tussle though, in the ground floor, down below. Who's that? Is that Hertz? That's Hertz, does he know?
Patience. Patience. Mr. Punch mushed up through the hallway, and he's gone back to side. Hertz would have heard that. What is the play from W7M though? 5v3, and the Incandelas start to erupt on the site. Sapper in an impact position. The MVP of APAC South. He's had a quiet tournament so far, and now he's flashed out. W7M step up once again, but missed a punch to reply. Finally, Sapper in the pivotal moment steps up, but is immediately traded back. W7M, they brought the fire.
Total shutout from W7M once again with the first 2 picks on the entry, and Elevate had no response, no trades for DCH. Where were the crossfires? They weren't there. And W7M take the second round.
It's been a dominating performance so far. Many people have wondered, are W7M one of the tournament favorites? And I think a lot of people, seeing their group's performance, seeing that nigh flawless record, up until the final game on the final day, they lost 8-7 to Wolves. By that point, W7M had already qualified for the playoffs, already locked in first seed, and all they dropped was that single point of opportunity. They are not slowing down here into the quarterfinals. This is the best they have ever done. To make a semi would mean the world to this squad.
I think in this matchup, even just these first 2 rounds, we're really seeing the W7M philosophy come through. They're taking it a little bit more slowly to Elevate. They don't want to rush into these guys. They know that Elevate, they could make mistakes. These guys are rookies. This is the first time on the main stage. And now Elevate taking us down to this basement bomb site. They're not going to repeat the mistakes of the first 2 rounds. Try something new. See if W7M, see if they falter.
This is the first time that either of these teams have played in front of a crowd quite like this. And that pressure starts to mount up. Elevate, there was no crowd at 6 Invitational. W7M, well, I'm afraid they weren't at the event in Charlotte, but JV's already kicked off here, reading into the aggression. Whether by a drone or pure game sense, he punishes Mark.
It opens up an invitation to the second floor as well. KZ making his way straight inside of Library, waiting to cut off any of these roamers. Where are the roamers of Elevate? Certainly not in this ground floor. They're all back on the site. All 4 players now, the entire map, at the hands of W7M.
You can just see how the Brazilians have asserted their dominance and forced Elevate back into their shells. Elevate will now rely on their anchorage utility, rely on the information from these yokais, rely on the late Kiba barriers from DCH, on the Azami. These will be the linchpins. As W7M already have so much map control, it's up to them now to decide what's the next step.
And look how many tools they have in their arsenal. JV. Bit of a cheeky shot onto Mr. Punch. He's to fall back a slither of HP. Ripped out a C4 in his hand. Oh no.
This keeper barrier may provide JV the most fortunate angle. Mr. Punch needs to be careful. He's already revealed his toesies. Doesn't want to pop up his head. JV would be happy to play whack-a-mole with that.
Volt, though, he's playing whack-a-mole of his own with a sledgehammer to make the vertical. But JV taken down with the C4. Mr. Punch has an answer.
Yeah. Traded immediately back though. W7M retain that man advantage.
And now, so many tools in their arsenal. The vertical, pressuring out, Elevate. They have to slide around through the bomb site, but Sapper in such a precarious position. You see him! You see him, Hans! The shots do connect.
There's not enough ammo. And the trade, surely it can come through. Elevate, try to contest the vertical game, but W7M are mounting up this pressure. 40 seconds.
40 seconds, is that enough time for W7M? Elevate still holding on.
Oh, DCH, what's he got? Destroys the keeper barrier. It's just him and Onigiri left, and that plan is going down. What can Onigiri do on the site? No C4, has to move forward, has to deny the plan, but feeling the pressure from the red stairs. DCH, a 1v4, surely not possible. W7M, they just don't stop.
W7M, once again, up yet another round. The tempo that these guys are setting in the rounds.
Got a couple of Brazilian fans, it sounds like. At what point will Elevate be able to rile up their own fans, I wonder? W7M have been stealing the show so far. And well-deserved applause. 3 rounds straight. If anything, Mandy, they may have already met half the course on this attacking side.
Elevate they're not matching the tempo of W7M. W7M, they take the beginning slow. Kafe, it's always so difficult to make your way into the building. You need that roof control. You need to get onto the balcony first. But Elevate getting hasty on that aggression is giving away an invitation to W7M to walk straight into that building. And if Elevate can't dial it back and match the pace that W7M are setting for them, they could keep making these mistakes over and over again.
Well, W7M are just so ready for whatever playstyle Elevate decides to bring that round. When Elevate were heavy roaming, W7M rushed the site. When Elevate bunkered down onto site, W7M set up and executed.
Elevate taking us back to the top floor. We the 4th site of choice. Looking for a spawn peak once again. Onigiri on that DMR. Hang on a moment. Faith is being restored for me. Dev Onigiri, he's back on the Arini DMR and he's looking confident. Look at that.
Everyone remembers what happened when Onigiri played against Rogue on Oregon at the 6th Invitational. He broke that kill record by maining this DMR. And everyone is waiting for him to step up and lead Elevate back into this game. W7M, though, they're playing it so well, and that's another opener. Sapper goes down. Beautifully played from W7M. Herds gets his teammate to shoot down that barricade. There's an easy spray for him deep into sight.
W7M constantly capitalizing on the mistakes that Elevate are making. Every time they step out of way, there is a W7M player there to meet. And Nate's follow through as well, and Volps will collect the second kill. Once again, Elevate down in the man advantage.
It's only a minute into the game, Mandy. It's only a minute in the round. And Elevate once again on the back foot, feeling that pressure. What do? You try and get aggressive. Do you have to play passive? It feels like there's no choice. It feels like you're doomed if you do, you're doomed if you don't.
Elevate, it's about the timing. You need that aggression, but not like this. Not when you can run into line of sight of KZ playing the perfect crossfire. GDN now. Mark left in the 1 versus 5, and he cannot close it out. Volps.
Perfection from W7M. It only gets more and more convincing. A perfect round. These Brazilians are so cool.
Yes, they are.
So collected.
Look at them.
Haven't even broken a sweat.
These guys, they look so calm. It's a W7M flow. They get to the building. They put that aggression onto Elevate, but it's slow, it's steady. They don't overpeak. But Elevate, they're falling short. They feel the fear of W7M players surrounding them like vultures. They feel like they have to peek into them, but it's all for nothing. There's never been a trade. And W7M, as soon as they get that first pick, they take it and they run.
4-0 down Elevate, take their tactical timeout. What are they going to talk about right now? How do you get back into it after losing 4 rounds in a row? KZ, he's not even died yet. He's got 5 kills, 0 deaths.
It's very tough for Elevate. W7M, I think for Elevate, they have to match the pace that they're going for. W7M have the read on the flow of Elevate. They know that Elevate like to get aggressive. They know that they like to go for these peaks and hold forward positions. But for Elevate, they're playing themselves. That is their downfall at the moment in this defense. And we can see them now changing the philosophy a little bit. Mr. Punch now going onto the Goyo, trying to delay that time to get into the site. Oni now as well, switching off onto the Mozzie, delaying any intel in tandem with the mute.
It feels like Elevate looking to hold onto this map control for a little bit longer. W7M attacking this kitchen bomb site. Previously, they made such quick effort, clearing the whole map, opening up that vertical game. And that's what Elevate wishes to change.
And it was off the back of that spawn peak as well. Mark, he tried to jump out through that fireplace window and it didn't work out. JV was there to meet his fight. Now Elevate though, look, something so different. They've got all the utility placed inside of the bomb site. The roam is early from Mark, but he's got a place that he can fall out.
Elevate, feeling desperate. It's been a rough start for the Thai team. In fact, it's been a rough end to the group stage. They went flawless, perfect 4 games in a row, and they only won 3 rounds in the next 2. And they haven't run a round since. DCH goes down early. Hertz is already in the building and looking for more. He's gone all the way up into Whiskey and so close to the site, a stone's throw. Elevate better be ready for this. He may well just waltz straight on in.
Oh no, and JV as well, he's just put a Nomad out Jab down, he's setting up for that flank watch, protecting his entry, and Herds, he'll be the first into the bomb site. Can he collect any more?
Where's the trade? There is none. And Herds is looking powerful here. He's got the site. He does eventually get traded back, but Sappa whiffs the shot. A 2v3 now, unless Herds can be picked up. Onigiri's back in the site, trying his best to duel around the precarious angles. The trade comes through from W7M. It's all on Mark now.
1 versus 3 situation for him, making his way down. These whiskey scares. Oh! A cheeky melee angle. Herds has only just been picked up as well. He has the chance to take this 1-on-1, and he does. Can he collect the second? Plant is going down.
And confirmed, it's all on Mark. His first game in front of an audience, and he must deliver the goods. He's got time to play with. A cheeky angle, a nice spray. And W7M, give him the respect he deserves! Mark to clutch up, but GDN says not today, son. A solid effort from Elevate. The closest round we have had yet, but W7M are running away with this game 5 rounds straight.
And the crowd here at Berlin cheering on Mark. That 1 versus 3, so close. All of us in our hearts. Elevate, they've won them. They've taken our hearts at this international stage. Mark and Mr. Punch, the duo, to show up here at the major.
Elevate won our hearts at the 6th Invitational. They broke our hearts at the Charlotte Major when they were unable to attend. Now they may break our hearts again. W7M though, they are the rising stars of Brazil. They have made a name for themselves within their region. But can they carve their names upon this Berlin Major? They look so strong here. This is Elevate's map pick in W7M. They chose to start attack, and I can certainly see why.
10 seconds remaining.
Elevate, though, they're going to take us down to the Reading and Fireplace bomb site once again. Will they give up this first pick this time? I think that's the question here. It's the entries that have come for their downfall. W7M, the 2 newest players, Volps and JV, hailing from FPL, of course, now here at a major stage. They've just been so sharp.
They have. And KZ only died for the first time in that last round. Elevate, desperate to at least find 1 round away from the half. This is their last-ditch effort, their last chance.
The philosophy has changed them once again, though. They're holding a much more close to the site. There's 4 of them on one side, only DCH holding the architecture of Piano to himself, but W7M, they're not even going to try this roam clear. Look at them, making their way into mining, looking for any of those anchors that might be making a mistake in their position, trying to catch someone out.
And Herds is on the forefront.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So close to the site now as the drone goes in. And the E1D sings out. Herds will move forward. Lights up on Onigiri. Can't land the fatal shot. Just barely. And a spray through the wall from Mr. Punch. There's a bit of damage his way, but Herds unafraid. He will hold on to his position.
And look at that, W7M forcing the Elevate players back to the site. We've just seen 2 players now rotate down the white stairs, wary that the entry might come through at any time. W7M, the tempo, the pressure is relentless onto the site, and Elevate, what are they going to do about it?
Pressure's the right word. Elevate feeling it, but finally, they come to life. W7M shot down. Volps is the last one left. It's flawless from Elevate.
And the crowd cheering for Elevate, finally back in this game. Let's go, Elevate!
They're going to need all the help that they can get, Mandy. W7M has been phenomenal. They are up 5-1, and now we switch sides. Elevate on the attack. W7M to defend their lead here on Kafe.
Oh, but W7M, look at this strategy. It's oozing confidence already. Preparing for a cigar hold. 3 ADSs, 1 mute jammer, castle barricades, and the Izami. Building a fortress inside of this top floor. This this oozes confidence. This is aggression. This is something that Elevate didn't bring when they were defending this site. How are they going to deal with it?
There's one thing that W7M are not short on. Well, there are many things. And one of them is confidence. They know that they've got this. They know they are the better team. They tell themselves that every day. They know that they can make it to a final. They know that they can be champions. And it's that kind of confidence that carries them through these rounds. What a strong setup. It's on Elevate to get the biggest mallet they can and crack that egg.
Elevate, they brought something a little bit different. They've decided to bring along the Ossa on the side of DCH. I wonder what play they can go for there, perhaps sneaking in a plant in the default spot. I'm not sure. But Elevate, I can't wait to see what they can bring. The first thing they have to contest, though, this clear inside of Piano, and who boy, is that going to be a tricky one?
Well, the Azami didn't work out well for Elevate. W7M liking their chances. Onigiri opening a long angle above the reinforcement. Also running the DMR, mind you. His trademark at this point. On the buck, no less. But what have Elevate got here? You can't just sit on Repel the whole round. They've got to clear these positions, and W7M are more than happy to wait and receive.
Sapper now jumping on that south Repel. Ready to look in through that double door, but of course it's castled off, and now the keeper barrier to follow as well. W7M already bleeding away the time of Elevate on this attack.
Whoa. Concussions come through. Has Sapper got any more util? Look at this from Herds. Very cheeky all the way below, but KZ goes down. He's been so dangerous so far. And Onigiri opens it up.
And now that's a defense of W7M cut in half. The player inside of Piano. Now, GDN, he falls as well. Missed the punch to collect the second kill, and finally Elevate with the man advantage. We've never seen this before.
DCH low HP after getting picked up. Look at this from Herds, though, an aggressive position. If Elevate know about it, he could cost W7M the round. He's on for this flank. DCH may have heard it, but DCH is so low, and he's now fallen back. Cautiously awaiting for this flank, but Herds has to time it perfectly.
Oh, no.
Oh! Only
DCH.
one bullet Herds needs to down DCH, but Mr. Punch comes right on back.
JV, though, he can collect one in the 1 versus 5. It's going to have to be a miraculous clutch from him. 3 players inside of inside of Cigar, but he's being surrounded. Do they know where he is? The plant is starting to go down.
Got to isolate these 1v1s. Oh, no way! He almost did it, but Elevate, another convincing round. Finally, they have found their footing. Took them a while to get into it, but here they are.
And Elevate, they didn't take any of their chances in that round. Even with the man advantage up, they were patient when they got into the site. The Ossa shield still went down to protect the planter, afraid of the push from JV. They cannot give W7M anything left to get back into this series.
That's it. There are no more allowances from Elevate. They cannot afford to lose a single round. They made all the mistakes that they could on their defense. Now that they switch onto the attack, they'll need to win 5 more rounds straight, which would be 7 in a row to prevent it from going overtime. W7M so close to match point, but it's been a bit of a drought. They've only had 2 kills in the last 2 rounds.
W7M now taking us down to the ground floor bomb site. Playing the keeper barrier inside of VIP, holding on to the backside for as long as they can, as well as an aggressive shield onto the freezer hatch drop as well. It seems like W7M have a pretty good read on the fact that Elevate, they might be looking for this freezer take. A lot of utility dedicated to this side of the map so far.
And a spawn peak, of course, naturally. Both of these teams love to set the pace. And it's Herds casually awaiting. Onigiri going to get caught out. Herds backs off. And Elevate must now march forward, attack this basement bomb site. Kitchen bomb site. Nice setup there, though, from W7M. Bit of an unusual placement of the shield. And, of course, the keeper barriers to support GDN. Moving forward in prep as well. How is Elevate going to clear this?
Volps, he's about to be met by the face of Sapper and one of his teammates to follow behind. Herds even using the keeper barrier to his protection, trying to help out his teammate inside of Bakery. That's Sapper making his way in now.
Well, here's something new. The Monty from Sapper. What can Elevate do with this? Bit of a breach on the prep wall. The Yana Gemini to go forward, reveal that position. Mr. Punch playing such a pivotal role here on this small bakery window, but oh, he does get hurt. Keeper barrier's not gonna save ya. Elevate have turned it up.
GDN now as well left on the site. Smoke canisters in his hand, but is about to be met once again by that unstoppable force of Sapper making his way through the breach. Now going open. Elevate shaping up for this bakery take.
But they're not going to slow down. They're not going to give in to any adversity, to any scoreline, to any advantage that W7M might have. Elevate says, we don't care. GDN now in the 1v5. It is another flawless round for Elevate.
And Elevate, they've repeated exactly what W7M did. I was praising W7M for their tempo. They took it slow, they were cautious on these entries. They were punishing the mistakes of Elevate when they were on their defense, but Elevate, they can do the exact same thing.
Got a feeling I know who the crowd supports. There's a lot of Brazilian fans in here as well, but Elevate have won the hearts of the community, and they have won the last 3 rounds in a row in such a dominant fashion. In every region, Kafe swings towards the defense. Here it has been all attack all day long. And W7M, they're the ones now with the pressure mounting.
This feels like a little bit of deja vu, don't you think so? At this point in the defense, Elevate, they took their tactical timeout as well. Now W7M, they're taking their tack, trying to figure out how to match pace with this Elevate entry. The onslaught of the Montaigne, Oni to follow behind. It was just so good.
Yeah, and Elevate have been so good on their attack. There was some cause for concern for Elevate fans. After they went 4 games straight in the groups, they only won 3 rounds. They played Oregon twice, and they really fell apart. It was a rough day 3 for Elevate. They managed to concede first seed from their group. But if they can match pace here with W7M, it might not matter. Elevate, on their day, are capable of anything.
W7M, they'll take us over to the Reading and Fireplace bomb site. Looking for this top floor hold, very similar to what Elevate brought out on their defense as well.
5 seconds left.
Site construction doubled up in the form of GDN and Volps. I can only imagine pressure on those vertical lines, anticipating that Elevate might be wanting to hit onto the site.
And KZ at one point was 5-1. Now he's 5-4. After a couple of big multi-kills, some of these W7M players have gone quiet. They've only had, what, 1 or 2 kills in the last 3 rounds? Elevate have managed to string together some flawless. And Mr. Punch spots out JV below. JV himself, one of the most dangerous players that Brazil has ever produced.
Elevate, though, starting to mount their attack onto this building. Of course, the hatch, first point of contest, getting that open with the buck, but where are the W7M players? A C4 ripped out for Herds, anticipating this top floor push. And KZ, is he getting aggressive on this red hatch? Ooh. I think he is.
Very advanced position, but also trapped inside of the elevator in Cigar. It can be cut off if Elevate are aware of his position. If they misdrone him, however, it would be devastating. Onigiri sets his flank watch drone. That drone just goes straight past KZ.
KZ, I think he's just gone by undetected. Elevate, what is your answer? Where's the entry coming out? Oni, he's just got off his drone. Red Hat's drop any second now, and KZ, he rounds the corner. He can collect DCH.
This is where Elevate have to reply, and they do. DCH goes down, but still plenty of vertical capability for Elevate in the form of the sledge and the buck. In this 4v4, they have the top floor, but they don't have a lot else.
And the time is ticking away for Elevate as well. All of the W7M players now retreated their way back to the site, recalling their anchors. Herd still holding on to mining, just in case Elevate pivots and decide to do a more horizontal type push instead, but it looks like they're holding on to this vertical control for now. Sapper making his way down the wide stairs.
And this is the promise of W7M. They said they would play passive. They said that they would waste Elevate's time. That's exactly what we're seeing. Because as that timer ticks on down, the pressure mounts and Elevate will be forced to make a decision.
The philosophy of W7M working out so far.
Oh.
GDN even gets rewarded for it, taking down Mr. Punch. Sapper trying to make something out of the vertical, but the time is ticking away. There's only 36 seconds. Elevate, where are you?
Well, Mark, he's the first one to step forward, playing the position on the reinforcement. See you later, JV. Oh my God. Mark and Sapper together will march downstairs. GDN puts a face full of buckshot into Sapper. Onigiri, though, loses his fight through the hatch. Mark has to step up. A 1v2. There's no time. He knows the position at GDN, but that shotgun is good for another. And as quick as that, it's match point for W7M.
And how beautifully played was that from W7M? The philosophy that they shared with all of us in their intro video perfectly works out for them. Playing the patient game against Elevate, they don't need to get aggressive. Elevate, they're taking so much time, they're afraid. They misdroned out KZ. He was able to find the first pick, and then after that, it was all stagnant from them in the mid-round. And W7M, they're able to take another round, match point.
And no tactical timeout available for Elevate, still trailing by 3 rounds. They're gonna need all the cheers you can give them. W7M woke up rearing and ready to go today. And they're not gonna make this easy for Elevate.
Absolutely not. Now, if Trent would say, this has so far been an attacker-sided Kafe. Last time the Elevate were able to attack this basement bomb site, they did phenomenally. They choked out the positions of W7M and a clean sweep. And not much has changed in terms of the strategy for W7M either, committing plenty of utility over to this Freezer house drop side. 2 shields, a bunch of ADSs, a cacophony of utility that Elevate have to clear. How will they deal with it?
Well, they won't be bringing the Montaigne this time. Sapper on the Nomad instead. And so much of this comes down to the opening picks, doesn't it, Mandy? Whoever wins that engagement, whoever gets that fight on their side, it always tends to spiral.
Well, look at what W7M have done. They're afraid of that first pick this time. They're all sitting down in this ground floor aside from one on the white stairs. Elevate, they've been gifted the map control to themselves. KZ, he's the first to contest, but there's really no one there to support him. Elevate, if they can make this roam clear nice and swift, they have so many tools in their arsenal to make this execute work.
Now, they've let KZ off the leash, but for everyone else, it's staying on site. How much damage can he do? Because if he goes down without a fight, I can't help but think Elevate are on track for another dominating round. That said, W7M, they played it so well before. KZ in that aggressive position in shop was a one and done, but it was more than enough.
Double vertical pressure though. Oh no, not again, Elevate!
Could that be the devastating mistake that causes Elevate to lose this map? KZ misdroned. Mark, absolutely no clue. And this Wamai in the top floor will have to bide his time on this flank.
And look, Elevate, they're so busy. They've got this double vertical pressure of the buck and the sledge. They have no idea what is about to hit them.
Patience from KZ. He knows he's got to make an impact, but he knows not yet. It's not the time. It's not the place. Where can he get the most bang for the buck? Because if he goes down killless, Elevate are surely going to take this.
Vertical pressure though for Elevate. Someone just tucked in away behind that bakery kitchen. But the time is ticking away. Once again, W7M, what a read they have onto Elevate. They told us that Elevate plays slow, and KZ, now is his time.
It drops into Pill as JV's come up as well. He goes down. Now the jig is up. Elevate know full well of this position of the Wamai. How much more damage can he do? Because meanwhile, Elevate's still pushing the side. It doesn't matter. Trade. 30 seconds now in the 3v3.
Kit on the ground as well will have to be retrieved by Sapper. Where are his teammates? DCH, he's pushing pressure through Bakery. It's going to be an onslaught from Elevate. 3 one-on-ones. Can they win it out?
A nade for DCH. Onigiri takes down Volps. Numbers advantage Elevate, but there's no time. Hertz goes above. A risk. such a big risk he makes. And GDN is the sole player on this site. He's taken down, but the diffuser is called on the ground. There is nothing Elevate can do. The rising stars of Brazil charge their way into map 2.
And what a match from W7M. Cool, calm, collected, not breaking a sweat against Elevate. They had their number, they had the read on the pace, the tempo. It was W7M all the way.
Dominating way to start that map. And an expert way to finish it. These guys are playmakers. You give them that opportunity. You miss drone, you let them slip between the cracks, and they will punish you for it. We'll be back for map 2 after this quick break.
Welcome back, friends, to the Major. We're live again in Berlin. We continue the action after map number 1. Fortunately, Elevate could not make it through. What a flank to close it out on map 1 in the series for W7M. And I want to pull it back to round number 1 here. Jesse and Jacob, of course, are wonderful analysts on the desk here to talk details. We talked about an Amaro rush maybe in the beginning, and here it is, round 1.
You suggested it, didn't you, Milo? She said maybe it might happen. We might see some rushes in this matchup, and we did start off with a great one from W7M. We see the POV from GDN. He's got the defuse kit. Amaro, not typically a planting operator, but GDN's going to use it in such a way. And look at the other operators they have on their field. They've got a gridlock to provide both smokes and track stingers to make it so difficult for other players to get back in and win this retake. They've got a Ying on the board as well to disorient the opponents and make it so difficult for them to stop this from happening in the midst of things. The Warden ban as well, helping them out here so that they can go for this rush. It was a ban for Elevate, but still W7M take full advantage of it. You see KZ's point of view of it now, throwing so many track stingers, and then how does he still be able to put up so much pressure? His teammates coming in with the kills. This was such a huge rush from W7M. You could tell they practiced this and they executed it flawlessly.
It's not just a case where they decided, you know what, we're going to have one guy rush in and try to plant back in Fireplace. They had to have had enough top floor drones to realize that it was a retake scenario from Elevate, and then enough utility themselves for when they finally made that push in order to block off all the different doorways. They had the gridlock there to ensure that nobody was about to come right back in as soon as the plant was being attempted, and they also knew there was nobody downstairs directly below in order for someone to then swing back onto the Amaro before GDN makes that push directly into Fireplace. That kind of stuff is phenomenal when it works, but Elevate really did not seem prepared for that one.
Yeah, a bit shaky on it. Boys are in the back, of course, refreshing before we get ready for map number 2. Let's put up our composition for all of this, our scoreboard, the players, who played how, and what is their performance in this matchup. In our match summary, Gaze at the top, 8-6, not too shabby, but you're seeing W7M, great performance all across the board, Elevate in the same way. So just seeing it at 7-3, when you just even look at the scoreboard, it doesn't really tell the whole story, does it, Jacob?
I mean, ultimately, there were several flawless rounds from Elevate as they made their comeback, which means the stats do skew a little bit more when W7M don't have the same opportunities to get those frags back or to kind of pad their stats again to get back to even. Ultimately, they did, and Keys was the one that has the late flank at the very last second to clinch the map in W7M's favor. But this is what I was concerned about. Not just the fact that we saw a 5-round skid first for W7M. It's more like, what do you even do? If you have 5 rounds at that point, it's just Elevate waking up far too late. That seemed like land pressure. That seemed like stage pressure and not playing like themselves. And W7M, to their credit, were coming into this under the same caveat of not having that experience. Didn't seem like it bugged them.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreboard, right? Like, one thing that really stands out, I think, in this game were the opening picks. So important, because every single time that we were seeing an opening pick come through, it was kill after kill after kill. You mentioned the flawless rounds, and that really comes off of that, right? When you've got so many players being able to capitalize off of those. I think in the early round, that was a big struggle for Elevate. We saw with the Roamers, we mentioned it ahead of time that, hey, this might be an area of struggle for them if they're on defense, if the Roamers can't get in the game. We really did see Herd starting to rip them apart there. DCH 0-3 on his entry.
Yike.
That's going to be punishing. And Onigiri started to heat it up. All right, buck DMR. It works, I guess. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to bring them through for that second half.
Well, that was map number 1 in this series. Reminder, it is still best of 3, so you're going to have to look to the next one. And we talked about Kafe, how W7M have this advantage on it. We'll have the maps. Let's pull them up and bring them up on the screen again, just to refresh everybody's mind. 7-3 on the first map. That was Elevate's pick. We went to Kafe. They started attack. Didn't really work. Or defense, sorry. It didn't really work out too well. Now we are going to Bank. W7M, that is their pick. Historically, Brazil on Bank, an incredible region. W7M, they love to roam around and pick their opponents one by one. Are we going to see this?
I think we might. I mean, I think these teams went for very different map pick strategies, right? Elevate went for a map that both teams were very comfortable on for Kafe. W7M went for a map that both teams don't play all that much or don't have a great record. For Elevate, they have played it once all year long. It was a win over Cyclops back in the Stage 1 APAC Grand Finals. Yep. Been a very common ban for them recently. But for W7M, it's actually the only map they have a losing record on for this stage. Now, I think you made up a great point, Gassan, that, listen, they play in Brazil. Brazil's so good good at Bank. So the fact that they have a losing record on Bank may say more about their opponents and less about their own skill here. I think we could be in a lot of trouble for Elevate taking a quick exit out of this tournament.
It's more that it was 100% ban rate in Stage 2 of Apex South. That, to me, is the curious thing. If you're going to keep on banning it after you tried it once in playoffs in Stage 1, and then you don't really have anything substantial to give to your opponents, it's not really a big deal for a lot of teams. But for us, you look at this and you look at the tape, if there is any of it that exists, and that's a much bigger factor than a lot of people give it credit for. The only problem is that they've only played it the one time, and you have to hope, you got to hope, that they were scrimming it in the back line, which technically I do have Elevate's assurances from just walking through the back that they've been scrimming on this, and they really have a lockdown plan. The only problem is that good enough to beat Brazil?
Aha. So do you see, very quickly, because we've got to go to a short break here, but are we expecting a map 3 or not?
At the moment, no. At the moment, I don't see it.
I don't think so. I mean, W7M looks so good. They're the favorites. Maybe if some people in the crowd can give them some energy, maybe.
You got some Elevate fans in here also wearing the jerseys. That's exactly what we want to see. So that is it from us preparing you for our next map bank between W7M and Elevate. Will we see a map 3 or not? That's the question we ask. We'll take a couple minutes off, and then it'll be directly onto our casters, Mandy and James. So we'll see you in just a moment.
We are back, and W7M are 1-0 up in the series over Elevate. What a dominating first map. Elevate had a couple of good rounds, a couple of flawless ones, but W7M, they've shown why the hype is real. They are shown why they are one of the top contenders for the title of this major.
And now we're going into map 2. This is W7M's map pick. This is Bank. We have never seen Elevate play Bank. Even here, we're Apex Southcasters, and this is brand new to us. So I cannot wait to see what they bring out on the server.
We don't know what to expect from Elevate. From W7M, they've played this map quite a lot, and as Jesse mentioned on the desk, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. It's been inconsistent on this map. They lost it in the Copa Elite. They haven't played it yet, though, at the Berlin Major. So they've been working hard to prepare for this oh-so-important quarterfinal. W7M have never made it past quarters. In fact, They've only been to an event like this just one time in Charlotte. And now it is time for them to show why it is W7M season. We're going into Bank. It is W7M's map pick, and Elevate are on their last legs. If you want to see APAC in the semis, you better cheer now because W7M are bringing the heat.
Bank is the map pick of choice. The battlefield, the final straw for Elevate to stay in this series. And they'll be starting out on the attack.
In APAC, we attack. Elevate. Got to bring the fire from the get-go. This has been an attackers series so far, so dominantly. Defense on Kafe, usually pretty strong, was not so earlier today in map 1. That Japan to come through straight away. W7M on the left side of your screens looking so very chill.
Second ban to come through is Finker.
Everyone loves a good Finker ban.
Everyone loves a good Finker ban. The LMG to banned out, taking away the operator of choice, typically for KZ on the side of W7M, forced to pick something else now.
Didn't seem to slow him down on map 1. KZ started phenomenally. The rest of the team ended up winning the game based on playmaking, flanking, getting misdroned. W7M know how to make these calculated plays. That is their specialty.
Now this is a pretty fascinating ban phase if you ask me. Hibana's been left in, all of your range hard breaches in. Maverick is left in, that Thermite's left in for the server wall. Same thing on the defense, Mira's in, Goyo's still in. Azami though being taken out does take away some of that flexibility from the defense, but once again we have another map where all the tools are on the cards.
Blank slate here for Elevate. They choked their own map pick. They struggled on the defense. Now they start on the attack against W7M's map. We have not seen Bank from Elevate in God knows how long. What have they been cooking up for us?
W7M starting out on the defense and leaning into this Kaid pick as well. Thatcher's been banned out, but Kaid has been left in. And what that means is that some of these hatches are going to be very tricky to open if Elevate don't flex onto the Maverick.
And for now, they are indeed not changing. The Twitch also picked off. We've got a Ying, we've got a Monty, we've got the Dockerby. Surely there's something a bit special here, Elevate are bringing.
Now Elevate, where are you? What is the point of attack? And there it is, Sapper now. The Monty Shield up, making his way towards this garage push. The rest of Elevate start their way around these north side rappels, perhaps looking for that roam clear, but W7M, there is none.
No roam. Heavy anchor utility. The Warden, Elevate banned on Kafe. W7 immediately pick here.
W7M once again playing the same philosophy that they taught us about. Elevate, they take it slow, they take it steady, and W7M want to punish that. That's why they've put so much of this utility, so much of the pressure left on the site, just holding on to blue stairs. They don't care about open area. Those hatches are staying closed for now. Now the waiting game. Just being patient.
Claw to go down on the vault hatch. The real question is, where's Mark with his ex-Kairos, and what will he be prioritizing? For now, Elevate have been fairly slow. They haven't even cleared the blue stairs. Herds here is about to feel that Monty.
We know though, Mr. Punch, he's just made his way into the building along with Oni, starting to make his way through the top floor as well, DCH. The roam clear has only just started, Dev. There's only about a minute, 30 seconds left, and this blue control is still being hurled for Herds, the IGL of this team.
Oh, aggressive play from Herds. Pushed onto by the Monty, but he fights back immediately. Look at that aggression. He's unafraid. And they immediately push in, but the backup is there. KZ with the support. Herds finally goes down. The KZ made it worth their while.
Being forced to fall off now, the hatch starting to get open in server, but Elevate have wasted much time going through this top floor. There wasn't even any contest, there wasn't even any roam, but W7M hold on to this site.
And this hatch, still sealed. Still giving an advantage to W7M to play aggressively inside of that bomb site. KZ, though, gets taken down. DCH, his impact felt as the Monty of Sapper waltzes directly into sight.
The tandem. Sapper helping DCH make his way in the smoke to cover as well. Elevate. What does this execute?
Oh my God, Sapper,
Oh, no.
he's right up in their face. Can he take this 1v1 with the Warden? A dangerous game to play. Mark is getting that diffuser down. Sapper goes out. He has been eliminated, but he distracted the Warden for long enough to let that plant go down. 3v3 now, and Elevate have the post plant. Up on the hatches. W7M must retake.
W7M now still sitting in that basement. Side Oni to be the one to cover the flank. Does he have info? Yes, he does. Peek to come through the double door. Onigiri, he can land some of his shots, but he's got to find more. He's got to find more if he wants to find the kill. Now
God.
W7M, 2 players doubling down. Onigiri!
Onigiri with the DMR name, a more dynamic duo. JV, he can't get it done. It's Elevate.
Elevate, finally here, showing up in that first round. What a dominant attack that was. W7M. W7M had given away the entire map to Elevate. They wanted to play the slow game. They wanted to wait and try and punish Elevate, but Elevate, they had none of that. They had none of it. They played the Monty into it. They pressed the attack onto those anchor positions and punishing KZ, punishing JV in those aggressive positions, and Elevate is still here to play.
They certainly are, and they continue this trend of this match being an attacker's paradise. Now onto the top floor, W7M not having that Azami on their side. Usually so potent on this bomb site.
I don't mind this from W7M. They're still making use of this castle barricade along with the Maestro holding onto the site once again. Very anchor-centric from them, bar the Vigil pick from JV. Not looking for anything too special regarding off the site, but just simply setting up, constructing this site to allow for those 1.5 times and those 2x scopes to fight these long angles. We can see Volps, he's on the Rook. He's got the license to frag out.
A good Rook player can make all kinds of difference. They land their shots, tap some heads with that 2x scope. KZ as well with the 1.5 on the MP5K. A dangerous weapon in the hands of a Wamai or a mute player. Elevate though, shaping up around the lobby. This could be something a little bit different.
And Onigiri as well with a very peculiar pick.
Oh, you want to talk about
Kali.
scopes? Mm-hmm. It doesn't get much more zoomed in than that.
Mark, though, with that range hard breach in his hand, he can make use of this Kanto angle if he would like to. Immediately, Sapper, though, on the Ossa, starting out on these North Repels. It seems like Elevate, they're looking to choke out this defense of W7M. They know that they're anchoring, and it's simply about playing these windows, making way for the Ossa shield to get in and push down and execute, push down the plants.
There is Onigiri clearing. Eliminating as much utility as possible. Peekaboo. The impacts, though, KZ destroys the first of the 2 Ossa shields. The second one pinged out. He doesn't have an impact left to clear it.
Elevate once again looking to punish the mistakes of W7M. We saw one almost go punished, but Sapper, he had his Ossa shield out instead. Kanto will now open up, choking out this defense of W7M. Volps, though, he gets aggressive.
Oh! Onigiri just misses his shot, barely. He's got this long line of sight open in the Kanto wall. He can see deep all the way through that hallway. But still, no blood has been drawn.
And this is a little bit something different from Elevate. They're actually amounting for a lobby side attack instead. Do W7M have the read on it? There are no plays that are going to be in this square position. JV not contributing to this defense anymore. And Mr. Punch taking away one bit of intel to telegraph their push.
JV on for the flank. We've seen flanks be deadly, and here it is once again. The young gunner takes out the other young gunner. Can Onigiri trade it? Feels so much pressure. Mark, he steps up. But once again, W7M recompose. A flash to go through. Mark needs this to count.
Hurts, though, he's able to collect one more back onto DCH, now left in the 2 versus 4 situation. It's Elevate, he gets aggressive, he finds a second, Volps to find the third and final player of Elevate, and W7M take another round.
Elevate just could not sink their teeth into that attack. Nice ideas shaping up around the site, long lines of sight, but W7M, they're so in sync, and as soon as they make a play, They're all there, side by side, ready to go together.
But that's the W7M formula, don't you think so? They've dialed it back on this defense. They're playing it slow, but they know exactly when to pounce onto Elevate. They know when the comms are cluttered for Elevate, when things aren't going their way, that is the time to strike. And when they all do it in tandem together, we saw JV go for his flank. The same time Volps goes aggressive on the Canto Repel. The same time Herds gets aggressive onto the North Repels. That is a neural network that W7M have got, this team, the flow between all of them. And it's really throwing off Elevate.
That said, it's early days here in Map 2. For Elevate, though, they can't really afford to have a slow start like they did on Kafe. They came out of the gates the first round here, but they need to deliver a lot more than that. We've seen how strong W7M are on this attacking side, so when they eventually do switch, they will be in the advantage. It's just a matter of racking up as many rounds for the Brazilians as they can before that switch happens.
Still early days, though. It's only been 2 rounds, and Elevate are well and truly still in it. They look in much better form at the moment. Big use out of that Twitch drone as well. Immediately taking down the 2 mute jammers on that quad wall opens up the possibility for a bottom square take for them. Oni also putting pressure directly onto the site, alerting these W7M players.
Do you play site? Do you play roam? Bit of A, bit of B. That's W7M right now. They have to feel out where this Elevate pressure is coming from. And here's a big one from Mark. He's gone downstairs into server, coming up blue.
And this has been beautifully set up by Elevate as well. Looks like they're going to go for that quad wall take, but they know that that flank, stopping that flank, is mission critical to their push. Same thing with this Telus control too. If they try to get the quad wall open and that window's open, they're taken down, bam, their push is over. They're taking their time. They're doing their due diligence and the steps needed as a team.
Sapper spots out JV. JV rips that C4 to scare off the player on the other side. Can he land the shots needed? Onigiri taken low on the long angle by the SMG-11. Elevate starting to put that pressure.
Mark now, knowing that this Telus player has been scared off by Sapper, will start to get that quad wall open, but it's actually still jammed out. Those mute jammers, they've been replaced.
Can DCH sneak his Twitch drone back in there is the question. He's not on at the minute. Missed the punch though. Donate over the top, takes out the mute jammer and takes GDN low. Can he hold on? KZ up for the flank.
Playing a bit of a bait and switch though.
And missed a punch. He's so aware. He spots the player, but the flick! It's a trade. And Elevate send it into sight. 4v3 for the Thai team. Sapper to force that diffuser down. Volps has got to make this flank count, but he can't even secure the kill. It's just him and Herds left, and Elevate. They storm the site, and they play passive in the post plant. Herds, 1v4, but he's got this Monty to deal with. Not likely to happen. Full information from Sapper. What a terrible position he finds himself in. Elevate have done this round justice oh so well. Nice effort there from Herds. It's a 1v2, but surely there is not time to secure this. 7 seconds it takes to defuse, and it's just not going to happen. Elevate, once again, taking the lead here.
One more kill left for Elevate, but only 3 seconds for W7M. DCH rounding the corner now, but it doesn't matter anyway. Elevate, they win it out in the post plant.
A solid effort there from W7M, but Elevate play that to perfection.
I love the way that Elevate were able to put the pressure onto W7M there. They set up every possible cutoff, every way that they could to prevent those W7M players from retaking back into the site, retaking that critical part where the bomb was going down from Sapper.
Once upon a time, Elevate, I don't know whether it was a joke or not, but they said every time they peak and die in a man advantage, they dock their salary. I think it was a joke. I hope it was a joke. Because Elevate knew that their weakness was seceding advantages, and now they've learned the restraint needed. They made sure that even if they were to die 1 by 1 in that round, it would be for naught. There would be no time for Herds to clutch it. But now W7M actually retrying that exact same site.
They're going down to the basement instead.
Oh, my bad.
Lockers and CCTV, you got baited.
I got baited with it.
Got
He was
baited.
reinforcing the okay. I got baited.
They're playing a much more different philosophy, however. They're going, all right, we're sick of sitting on this site. These Elevate players, they've got our number now. They're turning it up. We need to roam. Hertz, he's been given the Oryx license, making his way now into this ground floor, immediately contesting the Elevate roam clear.
The thing with W7M, there's never just one player. There's always someone else close behind to support. That's KZ at the top of blue stairs. Elevate have got to play their cards right here. We know that the damage that these fraggers can do on the W7M side.
And Elevate, with the aid of that Dokkaebi Logic Bomb, they could be set up very well for this roam clear if they decide to go for it. But my question is, where's Sapper? Where's the entry coming out from? Because as of now, it's very quiet from these players of Elevate. They're actually making their way over to lobby.
Is this a real bit of a relocation for Elevate? Onigiri to try out Garage, DCH and Mark are droning the lobby. And you're right, this is a little bit unorthodox.
W7M, though, they seem to have a relatively good read of this push. Volps, he's just taken down a drone coming through that lobby position, and Hertz will be the first to contest. But Mr. Punch, he can take him down.
And you know what? That's the operator that you want to knock over that Montaigne. And he's been taken down.
Elevate now, successfully done with the roam clear and can start to work through this mid-round. The Hibana Palace, those Kairos can go from the hatches that they need, but once again, Kaid is in play. Some of those hatches will have to stay closed for Elevate. They only have so many options.
And maybe one in this Garage fight. DCH just gets Twitch drone into sight. Does get taken out eventually. GDN ready for it. You can see W7M, they seem prepared for a push like this. And Mark is able to get one of these hatches open. The Twitch drone's doing some real work on the site, but eventually taken out. This is a dangerous play from Elevate, and down goes Sapper. Oh, a big pick. And Onigiri to double up. Sapper, what is going on? W7M, where is your reply? JV with the C4, 1 HP, and that is just not happening. Elevate, a Voltrop, the Monty, everything. I got a feeling we got some Elevate fans in the house.
Yeah, we certainly do, Elevate fans in the house. What a beautiful attack from Elevate that time. They saw the roamers, they were on the other side of the map, they were holding on, telegraphing that square push, and they said, nah, we're not going to contest this, we're going to find them on the cutoff instead. Making their way through the lobby, perfectly entried alongside with Sapper.
And Sapper has made a role change recently. We've talked a lot about this. He's gone on to entry. We're seeing something even different now. It's on that Montaigne.
And off the back of that loss as well, W7F, they're taking their tactical timeout.
We can see Elevate having a chat about it as well. They are down in the series. Might be up in the map, but they're down in the series. They lost their map pick. They went to Kafe thinking maybe it would throw W7M off. Fortunately, though, they were prepared for Bank. It's clear to see.
And this resurgence in the server, I mean, it just goes to show Elevate's character, their personalities. Fighting, that's what we say in APAC, fighting. And that's the energy that they're bringing into this server as well. Even though they're down 1 map, they are still up 2 rounds here and they're not giving their win away. They will not go down quietly.
They certainly won't. And W7M are not going to give up here on Bank. They go back to the top floor bomb site where they won so dominantly prior. Elevate could not keep up.
This was a tough one for Elevate. Last time W7M, they were able to coordinate the aggression together. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but 3 of the W7M players. They were able to find some excellent timing on the players of Elevate. That entry, that wasn't as cautious last time, but from what we've seen of Elevate's attack, they're looking a lot better on these entries. They're looking a lot more careful, a lot more cautious. And W7M, they have to give them the respect for it.
They do. There's a couple of changes on the W7M side too. And one of them is the pure number of impacts that they have brought. There's still 6 in pocket to deal with the Ossa that Elevate previously brought. And guess what? It's not here this time.
Elevate.
2 people still didn't get their armor. What?
Elevate, though, they've changed up the push a little bit. They're not looking for this lobby take. You can see KZ He's checking this lobby side, checking if anyone's on that parking rappel, but he's going to be met by no one because Elevate, they've actually averted that crisis and they're going to do a square side take instead. Mr. Punch now joining himself into the ground floor inside of staff room open area, while the rest of the players make their way around this top floor.
And once again, this Monty is a feature of Elevate's attacks. Sapper might not have any kills yet, but his impact has been profound.
Now with Sapper the presence inside of the building, it's turning away the attention of W7M. We can see Herds on the other side.
He's
facing him. No one holding on to Janitor as well. There's so much space being given to Elevate.
Yeah, this walking drone waltzes on forward. You got to wonder what's going on here for W7M. There's no player below at the C4 either. Mr. Punch has that up. This is such a heavy roam.
What a gorgeous attack as well from Elevate. Utilizing that Monty to get all the intel and mark as well, following up with a drone. Meanwhile, Mr. Punch, he's down below in the ground floor, ready to cut off any W7M players. Some info going through the wall, but it's actually Onigiri to find the first pick of this round. Onigiri to find the second onto Volps.
He doubles down. Mr. Punch feeling a bit of pressure. The two flankers come up the main stairs. Surely Elevate are ready for this. We've had the Monty in the hallway this whole time. DCH finds one, but is traded. Position revealed of both of these W7M players. Elevate have such an advantage here.
JV looking to take the fight onto Onigiri, and he wins it out now. 2 versus 3 situation advantage. Elevate Hertz to claw back a second.
Hang on a second. Advantage has certainly flipped. W7M in the 2v4 now. A 2v1, and it's just Sapper on the Monty. Not a very enviable position. Can he land this shot enough to make it a 1v1? That would be winnable. Oh, surely not. The trade is perfect for W7M. What a 2v4.
Gorgeously played from the final remaining members of W7M. They knew they had to get aggressive and elevate. They weren't holding that crossfire. Mr. Punchy was just so close to being able to cut off those roamers coming back up the main stairs. DCH was able to collect one, but not the second. And in the end, the W7M defense, it was frantic, it was chaos. But that's what they thrive in.
Yeah, they do love the chaos. Quite a strange one. Full roaming when the site is upstairs. Fortunately, W7M have the raw talent that's required to make moments like that count in the 2v4. You got to back them in.
I don't know if I back in W7M yet, Dev. I'll tell you what, Elevate, they've mounted some beautiful attacks so far. Even that attack, the attempt was so wonderful. Sapper, he put the pressure onto the site. He forced the W7M players to come back. Mr. Punchy just missed the cutoff, but DCH was able to take one back. It felt like the pieces were coming together, and Onigiri on the rappel, it all looked like it was going to work out. I can't imagine they're rattled by that last round. That was so close.
Well, neither team can afford to be rattled here. Particularly Elevate, down one map. They're the ones who need to make a statement on Bank. And they're the ones who have a shot going 4-2 on their attacking half. They need to lock in this round. W7M have not made it easy. Most of these rounds have been so tightly contested. And once again, Elevate bringing that Montaigne.
W7M, they're not going to make it easy this round either. They've done a very extended hold through all 3 floors. They've got the castle barricades to aid the top floor. They've got the Oryx to hop through the hashes. Not only that, but Volps, he sat himself in the basement. They're ready for every point of entry that Elevate might have.
Look at the roamers down below. This is previously free real estate for Elevate. Not so this round. Bit of presence on the lobby side. There's so much map control to take, isn't there?
Yeah. That being said, though, Elevate, they're doing a 2-pronged attack here. They've got 2 players coming in from the lobby side, while the rest of their teammates go in from the square side instead. Trying to divide the attention of the W7M players, catch them off guard. Have them solve the puzzle of this attack. Mr. Punch making his way in with the Nook.
Oh, big pick from JV. And the youngest player in the server, Mr. Punch, humbled.
Sapper, though, he's making his way into bottom square instead, given the estate as W7M players. They're not contesting inside of that teller's window anymore, just one on the bottom of the blue stairs.
Elevate struggling for information in archives as well. This Legion pick also making it a bit slower for Sapper. He spots the Legion. Ooh, he eats an impact as well. That's a lot of damage. And he falls on back. May well spot out that there are 2 roamers in this position. Oh no! You can't afford to do that, Sapper. You can't afford to let W7M back in it.
But look at this from DCH. He's already got control of top square. The wall is open as well. Can he just hit the sites? The site mostly empty for now, and they have info on the 1 anchor left in the corner of office.
Elevate need a miracle. Down in the 3v5, they need a lifeline. GDN is on his drone, gets off. Now he's ready to hold on to the push, but here comes Volps. Goes for the flank, but JV's got it covered. Onigiri to now try and push back into square. Does get Volps. JV still in archives. A 2v4.
Mark and Onigiri to link arms in this 2 versus 4 situation, but W7M players are surrounding them like vultures. KZ, he can connect the shots onto Onigiri. Now Mark in the 1 versus 4, taken down by Hertz.
Nice way to tie up the scoreline. W7M started slow. They stole away a 2v4, and now they've locked in the even half. On the back of their tactical pause, they have been able to achieve so much.
And that was just such a gorgeous defense as well from W7M. They really corrected the mistakes of the last time they defended. They held on to every single floor onto this basement. We saw Volps in tandem with one of his teammates able to crossfire onto that blue position, holding on to Tellers as well, since Elevate had telegraphed that quad wall take instead. The adaptation from them has been excellent, but now they go into their attacking half instead.
And W7M won 5 of their 6 attacks on Kafe. And traditionally, Bank is even more attacker-sided of a map. W7M could finish it right here, right now, and book their spot in the semis for the first time ever. There are names like FaZe Clan, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Liquid, that are associated with Brazilian Rainbow Six. But there is just one rising team where the organization also hails from Brazil, and that is W7M. And that is a prideful moment that they stake their hopes on, that they could make it to the semifinals, that they could be major champions like Team Liquid, like Team One, and like FaZe before them.
Elevate, they're starting us out on this basement bomb site. Looking to lean into the plant denial, the late round denial, the combination of the Goyo canisters, C4, smoke canisters, holding onto those blue stairs for as long as they possibly can. Very light roam as well, not too heavy from the side of Elevate, essentially giving W7M the space that they need to clear through the first 2 floors.
And so much space given. And with that Maverick as well, any potential utility that they could come across will be cleared so easily. You've got the nades for the Vulcan canisters, for the shields. There's no Kaid picked here by Elevate, so the Hibana can easily open up these hatches.
And W7M, they've just made such quick work of this entire map. There's still 2 whole minutes left of this round. The hatches are already starting to get opened. Drones are being sent out through blue. They have so much time to work with here.
And when it comes to burning out that utility, like the smoke, like the Vulcan canisters of the Goyo, W7M will have plenty of time. But one thing they do need to do is deal with Mr. Punch inside of blue stairs. Sapper also aggressive here in Elevator, but it's blue stairs that could be the linchpin.
But look at what W7M have done to Elevate. They've opened up every single possible hatch with all their hard breach. They've divided the players of Elevate. Look how spread out this defense is now. If W7M just pick one area to consolidate their plays and play the refrags, there will be no Elevate players to trade.
Oh, Mark, got to be careful about peeking that one. GDN's found the opening pick and Hertz to collapse on server. W7M are just everywhere all at once. They're in the side as well. Mr. Punch flashed, he finds the kill, and Onigiri comes to life in Garage. Mr. Punch traded, but DCH to step up, it's a 2v2. And now Onigiri, he detonates the Vulcan canister, it could be exactly what he needed. Hertz to force that diffuser down. Volps a nice flash, but here comes DCH. Plant denied. It's all on Hertz, and he just can't do it. Elevate, get it done.
Elevate, they hop right back on their horse on the same page. That That W7M push, that was multifaceted. That was difficult to get the read on it. Us in the top down, we didn't know what W7M were going to do. We didn't know where the first point of attack was going to be. But Elevate, they're not rattled. They're composed. They take the 1v1s, even flashed Mr. Punch at the bottom of blue stairs. The timing he found on that shotgun shot was perfect. And Elevate, they are still in this.
They certainly are. Now they've taken the lead here. They've shown they have some metal on their defense, which was the concern for them on map 1.
Elevate, though, they're going to take us up to this top floor bomb site. They're not going to lean into this castle either, it seems like. Just trying to play this double site construction, opening up long lines of sight. Seems to be the new thing to do on this top floor.
Yeah, but you know what seems to be the new thing? The Montaigne. Elevate kept bringing it, and here comes GDN. I believe this is the first Monty we've seen from W7M.
And just looking at the replays now, look how beautifully Elevate played these one-on-ones. We thought that W7M, they had a multifaceted attack. We thought they were going to be able to take the 1v1s onto Elevate, but you don't take 1v1s onto Elevate. Those guys are sharp. The mechanical prowess really had to show up there in that last defense, and now they're backing themselves into this top floor as well. They're not playing any late game denial, no nothing. That's just loads of MPXs, 1.5 times actually Onigiri's running the AUG, but they're backing themselves in to take some fights on this top floor.
Yeah, there's not a gun on this Elevate roster that you wouldn't say has the capability to win any fight. But in terms of the util game, here comes the Twitch, and it's made mincemeat of all the util on site.
W7M shaping around the bomb site now, 2 players on this North Rappel. Trying to catch any Elevate players off guard that might be rotating between the sites. But Elevate, they haven't given them anything yet.
Mark keen to peek these long angles with the 1.5. That MX4 Storm is a mean machine. But W7M are hitting some nasty rappels. Surely, Mark, watching this angle. Cautious the drones, though.
Uh-oh, and Mark and some of these plays in the top floor, they could have bad times coming their way. A grenade to follow through from JV. Sapper, is he protected? The ADS doesn't catch it, but he manages to sneak away anyway.
Yeah, that's going to enable such a huge breach there for W7M, and Sapper forced back into the elevator. Here comes the Monty, though, up the banana stairs.
Strange push from W7M. They're using the Monty to make their way up the spiral stairs. A lobby-sided take. But Elevate, look at the crossfire that these guys have got. They've got Sapper inside of meeting. They've got a player inside the elevator.
Oh.
But hang on a second. Hertz has just stuck his way to the bomb site.
Hertz, he was meant to be our savior, said W7M, but Elevate. They shut down this push. And that Monty, so cautious of the crossfire. Sapper in the elevator. Mark on the balcony. DCH moving in as well to support. W7M desperate now. Numbers disadvantage, and it's just getting worse by the minute. Elevate in the 4v1. It's all on Volps.
Flashes to go out onto Elevate, making his way up the main stairs now, but look at all the lines of sight being shown. Look at the crossfires. Elevate now getting aggressive, feeling confident in their tempo, in their moment.
Oh, nice down there for Volps. A star player for W7M, but Elevate have been marching for 1 round away from match point.
How beautifully was that played from Elevate? Sapper, he was the cornerstone of that defense. He knew that for them to win that round, he had to stay there for as long as possible. He didn't take the fights aggressively. He didn't try and peek someone on the parking rappel. He just sat there patiently. The grenade followed through, but he knew that his teammates were there to back him up. Mark, he almost got backstabbed, but he didn't. He did the 180. He took down Hertz. And that 3-way crossfire that Elevate held onto oh so patiently, they take down W7M, and now 1 round away from match point.
Oh, just look at that. Ah, the confidence from Mr. Punch to play for the 1-for-1 on the jump out. Elevate. That'll put a smile on their dial. Victory fist pumps, this team. Starting slow on map 1, but they have found their rhythm.
Elevate taking us over to staff room and open area on Onigiri. He's been given the Oryx card.
Ugh.
Now, I love Oryx on this bomb site, don't you think so? There are hatches everywhere for him to make use of. There are 2, 3 actually that come up from the basement, so he can mount any flank that he wants to. Hatches on the top floor as well. He can retake the top floor, retake that vertical. It's just so enabling for a player like Onigiri on this bomb site.
A player like Onigiri who has made a name for himself on this stage before, currently top fragging in the server despite not being the highlight of this tournament for his team. But he knows what it's like to play on a stage like this. He knows what it's like to push through ultimate adversity.
Oh, and Sapper. Look at what Sapper is trying to do to W7M. Uh-oh! Missed drone. Actually, has been droned out on this top square stairs and taken down by Bulbs.
Caught in 4K and taken out. Good start there for W7M. Opening picks have been so impactful this game. But Elevate can't afford to secede this map control. It's hard not to when W7M have as much information as they do. We're seeing the 0 come through. That's giving the gift of info to W7M as they start to hunt down these roamers. Here's an Elevate player in the elevator hallway. JV with some good cover to hide behind. Trying to force out this fight. He knows there's a player in that corner. Oh, and the nade. Perfect teamwork, KZ from above.
Now W7M full top floor control for them in the hands, but hurts.
Oh my God.
He can take down Onigiri as well and miss the punch. He's able to claw one back though. 2 versus 4 situation.
It's a tough one. Mr. Punch needs to land some serious shots here with the SMG-11. An aggressive position. Is he going to get re-peaked? Does a bit of damage to Volts, but it's not enough. Taking refuge on the soft wall is dangerous business. And W7M have so much side control, they hunt him down. So well played, all on DCH, and that's not happening. W7M only trailing by 1 round.
And look at that restraint that W7M have on their roam clear as well. They don't get overzealous. They're giving the respect to these Elevate players on this roam clear. KZ, he didn't even want to take the fight. He had to throw in a grenade to flush him out, and JV on the cutoff was perfect from them. Same thing on that final push in the plays inside of Tellers as well. They waited for that vertical pressure to come through. They didn't take the one-on-one fights. And W7M know that they have to give that respect to Elevate.
They do. They found out the hard way. And when they do respect Elevate, when they do work together, use their numbers advantage, that is when Elevate fall apart. No mistakes can be allowed. And when you lose a player as early as Elevate did with Sapper, it's just a gift to W7M. It's a chance for them to overrun you with their numbers, to work together.
Elevate, they're going to be taking us down to the basement bomb site. Not too much has changed in terms of the strategy. Once again, leaning into the Goyo canisters. Oni, given the Aruni DMR the license to go frag out once again. But for W7M, what is the play for them on this attack? Are they going to go for this one-to-one attack, or can they finally give the respect to Elevate? Will they consolidate their plays on the attack and have to play these refrags because, well, these Elevate plays are on it?
They are. But W7M have been doing such a good job of roam clearing. They've made so much headway with so much time to spare when attacking this basement site. And you can see as the drones start to move through the map, Elevate, not there to contest, not there to shoot a drone and fall back. And that's given, within 30 seconds, W7M full open area control.
And Volps, he's even switched off the Hubana. He knows that he only needs to get open these 2 hatches here if they want to go for a server push, and those hard breach charges will do just that.
What are W7M going to be able to do here? Pushing down the main stairs hurts. Skeleton key out. Cautious of any aggression on this flank watch. Elevate going for a full turtle strategy, but as so many hatches are opened, it's hard to know where this push will come from.
But once again, if W7M do this 5-way push, the 5-way one-to-one entry, are they really going to win it out against these Elevate players? What are W7M going to do? Will they consolidate their attack? And it seems like they will. Yin can's a let it go, and it looks like KZ, he's putting his focus on the blue push instead.
Volt's going to come and support. There's no Warden. You better hope that the ADSs can be wasted. A drone to clear the gate. The Candela surely to follow. Mr. Punch to prevent the push in with some gas. How much time can he delay?
One's already been burnt. He's only got 2 more in the hands, and Hertz, he's coming in through dirt tunnel for the pinch.
It's going to have to be a backstab. Mark is actually hiding in server. Mr. Punch covers his back, but Hertz wins the fight in server. How much damage can Mr. Punch do? None at all. A down onto Volps, but it's not enough, and now there's a whole minute left for W7M to finish up.
1 minute left, but still some utility in the hands of Sapper with that 1C4. The wall getting open now as well for the execute. Oni, he feels the need to get aggressive onto this Haj down the man advantage.
Very difficult position here for Elevate. The Candelas go through. And the final one as well from Volps. The plant is going down. Where is the denial on Aguirre? Can he land the shots? The plant is denied, but Volps comes down from the main stairs and immediately trades it on back. 2v4 makes it a 1v4 now for Sapper. This is a tall order, and W7M tie the scoreline.
W7M giving the respect that Elevate deserve in this matchup. This time, they consolidated all their players into this blue push. They knew they had to take down Mr. Punch if they wanted to go for the server attack. Same thing, the IGL Hertz says, wait up guys, I need to make my way through dirt tunnel first so I can come for the pinch. He wins a fight to server, and well, W7M, they're able to take out the round.
2 rounds from the semifinals are W7M right now. They have been working so hard over the last 9 months. From almost relegation to making it to 2 consecutive majors and potentially their very first semi-final. They're so close they can taste it. But Elevate are also just 1 round from map point. And they're actually going to go straight back to the basement to try and right their wrongs.
Elevate, they want to have a conversation about this series. They are not going to go down without a fight, taking us back down to the basement. The philosophy changed for Elevate as well. They're bringing along the Vigil on Mark instead. No more holding on to these blue stairs. Looking to stagnate the roam clear of W7M.
Yeah, that's it. Every round, W7M have just been so good at taking that map control. And Elevate have decided, look, it's about time we change that. It's about time we take the fight to them.
And look at that, even reinforcements being dedicated to this ground floor, this holding meeting that Oni is going to be holding on to. Mark still on the top of the main stairs, but where is the push from W7M? Entry from JV as well as KZ through the lobby.
Mark needs to have an impact here on his roam. W7M tempted with the idea of just pushing straight onto the side. It's Hertz. He's done some damage in server before. And as he rounds this corner, could be do or die for the Elevate player on the other side. DCH must hold his ground.
But he's got some barbed wire to help him out. He will hear when Hertz goes for the push, and so Hertz, he has no choice but to sit and to wait for his teammates to try and pressure out these roamers. Volps will be the first point of contest.
Trying to clear out. Oh my God, what an angle, what a trade. JV and DCH immediately back, but on Aguirre as well. He's been a menace here inside an open area. Mark to support as well. Elevate low on players on site. Is W7M going to be able to do something about it?
Hertz starting to sneak his way in through server. I just heard a no from the crowd.
You guys don't reckon?
You don't reckon? Elevate, they've got the hold on this round for now. 1 minute and 20 seconds left for W7M to try and collect up the pieces, but look at Elevate. They are still holding on to that ground floor, and they are looking down the hatches, anticipating that W7M are going to try and hit the site. How well read is that from them?
Oh, but Hertz, he's snuck his way into server. He's got some long angles. Oh my God. Sees the pixel of Sapper. Not able to confirm the kill though. KZ sneaking back into garage does some damage. But these W7M players are so separated.
They absolutely are, and they have absolutely no idea where the remaining Elevate players are. The drones, there's not enough time. On Aguirre, he takes the fight on the Hertz. The shots do connect.
KZ's got to have an impact here. He's found his second kill of the round. The sledge coming in, and he's shut down. It's all on GDN. But to Elevate know where he is, he's snuck behind enemy lines. In the gold vault. making his rotation. 20 seconds to work with here. Gun at his side, but he's getting pushed. There's information. And Elevate know exactly how to play this. And there's Onigiri, the monster himself. Map point for Elevate.
Elevate. How great was that defense from them? The crowd cheering on Onigiri, a pivotal player in that round, playing that roam game to perfection, linking arms with Mark. They held on to that top floor and ground floor for such a long time. They forced W7M to try something different. They tried to make their way into the site, but the anchors, they were perfect. And Onigiri plays the retake to perfection. He came down the blue stairs at exactly the right timing. He fights Garage at exactly the right timing. It's just so gorgeous, Onigiri.
14 kills for Onigiri, 6 deaths. He's outshining even Herds from W7M. But this is a team game after all. Both of these teams have been bringing the heat. They've been so in sync. They've been so ready for everything their opponent throws at them. And right now it's going to be Elevate going to that top floor.
And Elevate, they're really starting to find the momentum in this series as well. Everything that they've done linking arms, they've done together. Last time they played this top floor bomb site, W7M, they pushed into a 3-way crossfire into Elevate. These players are so restrained. They know that they need the teamwork to take down a team like W7M, and that's exactly what they've been able to do.
Perhaps an early sneak through the garage, get into the map for KZ. Last time around, Elevate. They did so well. Oh my God, look at this, an early jump out. DCH, how do you do it? GDN is going to try and trade this back. DCH trapped outside. It's just a matter of wasting time, but a big player to take out. Surely a quick pre-fire will finish this off, but just the time being wasted.
And what is this from DCH? He's outside the building. But W7M, they're so afraid. They haven't even taken the fight onto him yet. GDN, he's finally making face, but look at the time wasted.
JV, surely he needs to help the Monsi. GDN's been taken low. DCH outside the building, still remaining in this corner. W7M so terrified. Elevate. They stand tall once again. It's a 4v3 finally. DCH taken out.
Just look at the fear that's instilled into the minds of these W7M players. Elevate, they're everywhere. They try and get into the site, but there's an Elevate player there. They can't even fight outside of the building. Now GDN finally making his way in, but what of it? Ground floor control, all of the anchors now sitting pretty on the site, waiting for these W7M players to make their move.
They've only got 2 rifles on W7M. Killing capability reduced. Elevate more than happy to take that trade for DCH. W7M, so much work ahead of them. They cannot afford to let it go to map 3. Here's Mr. Punch.
But look how divided this pushes. GDN, he's all on his own on the top square. Volps, he's trying to make a play through those main stairs. So is JV. Elevate, do they have info? We can see Mark, he's on his yokai drone at the moment, and Sapper, he's fully aware. The tandem of that yokai drone telegraphs the push of JV, and the time is running low.
Oh, but there's something here for W7M. There's something to work with. Mr. Punch, though. He's not going to have any of it. A pre-placed C4 now in stock as well. Volps must find something. There's just 20 seconds left. Into the site now for W7M, but Mark, Mr. Punch, and Sapper will hold on for Elevate. Here's Volps once again. He must be relied upon. Mr. Punch and Sapper to retake with the LMG ringing on out. Mr. Punch in for the flank. He can't deny the plan, but there goes the Monty, and it is all done. Elevate. They grab the bull by the horns, and they push us to map 3. It's not enough. Elevate aren't going to go down easy.
The crowd roaring for the guys in red now. The stage lighting up. For the Thai players.
A moment to reflect now for these teams before heading into Border. Let's toss it back to the desk while they break down the first two maps.
Thank you very much, James and Amanda. We're back. We're back on the desk, and Elevate are alive. They keep it through, and they'll take us to map 3.
All right.
It's happening. But before we get to that part and kind of break down how things would go, expectations for Border, we'll have to talk about what happened here on Bank. Because if I'm looking at it, again, I'm just a dumb host that knows nothing about it.
Okay.
3-3 at the half is not great for the team that started off on that attacking side. You're expecting a 4-2, maybe 5-1 even for it. But that wasn't the case here, Father.
Yeah, I mean, Bank is going to be one of those maps where you typically see the attackers do a little bit better than the defenders. I think that we really did see W7M have a great job at clawing things back. It was looking really poor with all those Monty plays, right, from Sapper that really did seem to disrupt the thing from the holds from W7M. But eventually we saw them turning it around. I think they really did a good job of adapting throughout that first half to keep themselves in the game. If you had gone down with a man or the lead disadvantage, that could have been a problem for you. But, they came back and they managed to play, I think, a couple more aggressive defenses. They started switching up their holds. You notice they started dropping, anti-nade. They started dropping Castle. They started dropping some of those like mute Kaid type operators. And instead, we're bringing a lot more of those frag-focused operators. So I thought that was a great adaptation. But then we swapped sides, and all of a sudden, that 3-3 split that started to look so good didn't look so good.
Look, I just love that we saw Elevate bust Monty out 5 out of 6 attacking rounds. Then we make the side swap, and W7M goes, I want a Monty too. And Monty,
Yeah.
I don't think, for the 2 rounds that they brought it out, they didn't win either of them. It was a matter of Elevate understanding there's a Monty on the field, so we have to play more distracting. We have to give the Monty things to do, which takes away the primary focus of why you bring the op in the first place, and then you can also focus on disrupting the other parts of the attack that are not Monty-centric, because it's not like the entire thing is everyone get behind the shield player and just go. You have to have more coordination to be able to use it. W7M didn't. Elevate, even though it was a 3-3 half, still felt like they built their entire attack around that single operator.
And I turn to you now, Jesse, because if I'm not mistaken, you requested a replay.
I sure did, Milos.
We
Ready to go?
collectively requested a
Both.
replay.
All right, comrades, let's put it on up. It's our replay here
Our replay.
on the desk. So we'll put it up, and I really want you to guide me through it, set it up, and what are we supposed to learn?
So this is round 5, and this is again going to be where that Monty doesn't necessarily get the most value for them. This is a 2v4 that we're going to see Herds and his partner here clutch in the 2v4 with JV92. And we see 3 players going down. There's 3 key things I wanted to highlight with this clip. Number 1, look how they're both playing on one side of the map. They both just need to look towards the east, look towards the square side. They're playing kind of together, not on top of one another, but forming a line. Then the thing is the Monty, he's alone right now in the 1v2, but initially he had 3 teammates, and he was never seen with the rest of his squad. They were jumping in stock. They were coming in from square without him. Maybe the Monty was in janitor to start things off. The rest of the players coming in through square just weren't with him, which gave a lot of good attacks, or a lot of good fights for those 2 players on W7M. And then suddenly the fact that there's nobody pinching in from behind, I think also made that really, really difficult for Elevate to close things out there and kind of give them the opportunity on W7M.
When you notice that many times that you're bringing a Monty, you kind of have to switch things up. To W7M's credit, they did, but a lot of that requires you to be more mobile, to be in lots of different places where you know a Monty could come from, find an avenue of ingress, and that as soon as you've got it, take them out of the equation. That's usually what happens if you notice that they continue to play an operator that annoying time and time again. Still, 5 out of 6 rounds for Elevate. They hadn't really been playing Bank nearly at all, and yet they bring it out here. So I do now fully trust them when they say they scrimmed on it, because,
For sure.
oh my God, they beat the best team on defense in the world on a map that they were supposed to be pretty good at.
Well, we got to recap this matchup with the entirety of the scoreboard and who really performed at their best, because there was a run out. At the end we saw the Monty being played out. Also, in case you didn't notice the run out, by the way, but still, despite everything, it got real close. 7-5 victory for Elevate. They remain in the fight and take us to map 3. Onigiri at the top, 15-7.
Listen, maybe Elevate don't need Onigiri to pop off and be their star player every single game, but it sure doesn't hurt having him dropping a 15 and 7 KD. He really was a star of the show today, and you know, so part of that might have been Sapper taking a back seat playing on Monty for so many rounds. Hard to pick up the frags there. We saw Mr. Punch also kind of getting taken down a lot of the times, especially earlier on in that first half. He had a lot of opening deaths that really weren't helping out his team to be able to get those rounds. But Onigiri, he steps up, and hey, as long as he can be there, as long as he can be that rock for the squad, then it's okay if somebody like, you know, Mr. Punch doesn't necessarily show up for those opening rounds.
I'd say it's okay. And I also look at a stat line for W7M that in spite of it being a loss, still seems like they're doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. They still had times where as soon as they realized if they could push all of the members of Elevate back onto site, as soon as W7M understands that, they can still swarm. They can still come from the outsides. They understand where to push. And even if Onigiri is looking towards an angle, there's two guys who can come in and find him. So W7M are still very much alive. That was a closer game than had any right to be, but it's not like this is really tilting in one team's favor of the other right now.
Well, good. We're getting the competition here. Elevate, now people are saying, okay, this is the best team in APAC South, maybe in the entirety of APAC for looking at, you know, what happened with everybody else.
I think that's pretty fair.
But on top of that, we're also looking at W7M, the top squad right now. Even the Brazilians are afraid of this squad in the region. So what about our third map in this series? Because we will be playing our third. That'll be our decider, Border. All right. This plays completely different than most map, doesn't it? Attacking sided. Everybody keeps talking about aggression on Border, but is that true? Is that reflected in the group stage until now?
I mean, I think it kind of makes sense when you look at the perhaps playstyle that you expect on Border and then the playstyle you expect from W7M, and then you put them together, and I think it's clear why W7M like this map so much. They're on a 3-game win streak here. It's been one that they've been rock solid on. Only 2 plays throughout BR6 Stage 2 and none since, so it is a map that they haven't touched in a little while, but it feels like they're kind of just hiding it, and it would not surprise me if this is a map they've been scrimming a lot in the background. They've been ready to pull out for a big, strong tournament here because there haven't really been bad results that would make them stay away from this map. So I feel like it might just be something where, hey, they're waiting for a big game, and this one against Elevate happens to be that match.
I mean, that's kind of the flip side for Elevate. On Border, they've only played it one time in Stage 1, one time in Stage 2, not with high ban percentages. There is a willingness to go to Border. It's just not something that ever really comes up in their catalog. It's almost like they're kind of indifferent to it. If somebody wants to give it a shot, then sure, test our mettle, see what we're made of. But so far, they're only, from my understanding, actually, no, they're undefeated. But again, it's still only 2 plays. By comparison, W7M have played this 7 times over the course of the season in total, and they have a much better win rate just because they have to worry about that many plays overall.
2 games against Invictus and Direwolves as well.
That's good competition for APAC South.
Invictus have been kind of iffy this stage. Direwolves not bad, though.
It's all right.
There you go. So now there's always the question of how do teams, because we're international here, how do teams kind of go from, hey, we're playing in our own region, here's the matches and how they go, and versus how that translates into international play, and especially when you factor in stage, finally with an audience, et cetera, all those variables that, you know, Brazil usually, you're looking, oh yeah, Brazilian teams, here's what they usually have when they're playing in BR6 or in Copa Elite 6. They come to international games, and it's just night and day what you see back in those local tournaments versus what we have here. And we have the ability to go to break. We will at some point, but I just want to pick your brains for a moment on kind of operator compositions or operator bans that would be helpful here for both of these teams, because it's Border, W7M are aggressive. It's a space you can still maneuver around and roam and kind of lurk in Border too.
I mean, we've already seen one Azami ban being coming out. That was from W7M over on Bank. Bank, a great Azami map. I think Border can have a lot of cool plays with Azami as well. We saw that in NA, playing around the security area, playing around sort of the balcony area, can be really effective with Azami. So that could be an option if they want to choose to ban that out once more. There's also a potential for Kali. I know we saw it once from Elevate in that Bank game. It didn't really work out for him. We've seen other teams around the world try the Kali on Border here, especially if Thatcher gets banned out. Could be an option for Elevate if they want to try their mettle on that one again.
I think in this series, it's been a massive deal that KZ has been taken off of Finca for 2 straight games. I think that we've not had to call his number. We've been looking at, like, JV showed up at that last game. We're talking more about Volps, obviously, from the pregame, but we're not really calling Key's name all that much. And I think it's mostly because he's trying to find another operator that he is familiar with, but mostly does still come down to fragging options, and he's still making an impact. It's just not nearly as big. So Elevate seem like they found a bit of an Achilles Achilles heel, but it's a matter of taking away how potent this W7M team can be if they're not playing with all of the guns they're typically used to.
I also feel like, I mean, we know Elevate just from watching that game. They love their Monty. Sapper's very good on the Montaigne. I feel like
border,
it can
though.
be hard to make a Monty work on border.
That's the thing.
Right? I mean, there's so many different ways that you can try to get behind the push. You think of the very default border take, attacking onto armory lockers to the big wall, getting into security, getting down below. There's a lot of ways to try to counter that Monty play. So I don't know if we'll see as much of that Monty, but Sapper really seems to like it, so it's not impossible.
Okay, so just to wrap things up, who takes it?
Oh, God.
I'll put you on the spot. You can't, be a fence sitter all the time.
Who
You
said
actually
I
have
was
to
a
make-
fence sitter?
We have to make decisions.
The crowd doesn't seem like they're on the fence.
I think the crowd is
We
fully
just
in
got a
Elevate's
couple of
pocket. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Who do you want to win? Elevate? W7M? Ow. All right, Elevate it is, right?
All right.
Okay, it's a
all
bit of
right.
APAC bias.
There's a little bit, and if there's one thing I've learned from browsing Reddit, it's the public is usually wrong. I'm going to go W7M. I think this is going to be a closeout. You can boo me all you'd like, but I'm not favoring the
You're out of
boys
line,
today.
but you're not completely.
Jesse just got here 4 hours ago, and he's already delirious. See, hold on. I would pick Elevate. Good option, right?
He said I would.
But I'm in Jesse's pocket. W7M's taking the series. I'm sorry.
Good pick.
I got you.
pick.
I got you. We're fine.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
See, this is why we don't usually have the NA desk on here. So, shout out to Doa.
Shout out to Doa.
Being able to handle it all. But thank you very much. You got booed in Berlin. You can write that down and write it off of your list here. Your
Thank
bucket
you for
list.
booing me. I
Hey,
appreciate it.
Fresh got mad booed in Charlotte, so I think it's only fair.
I mean, it's not unusual. It's kind of let's get booed all over the world. Gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much for being here with us, and for all those watching. We're back in a few minutes directly on our casters, James and Mandy. It'll be map 3, W7M versus Elevate. Winner moves on to semifinal. See you in a bit.
It's about time we got stuck into map 3. W7M started strong on Kafe, but Elevate have fought back, and they are ready to rumble.
Yes, they certainly are. They are back, baby, in this series. And finally, map 3 Border. That's where the final stand will be.
Border is pure undiluted chaos, which means you flip a coin. You couldn't call it between these teams. Elevate. They came back from the brink of defeat. W7M, they've showed what they're capable of, but I don't know who I'm sold on here. I think it's a pretty tough call.
I think this is a very, very tough call as well. Both these teams have showed up in the server so far. W7M, they went away flying, but Elevate, they brought it back, and now it's time for Border.
Border is where we're going to have to settle it. Neither of these teams have ever made it to a semi-final, and that is about to change. W7M from Brazil and Elevate, the last hope for APAC.
W7M as well starting out on the attack on Border. Now typically we like to say that Border is attacker-sided, but every single map that we've played so far has gone against our expectations, and I have no idea what to expect coming into this quarterfinal.
Probably enough, the one region where Border is defender-sided is where Elevate hail from, APAC South. And they're looking to show what the South is capable of here. And the Monty ban. W7M has had enough of it.
But I'll tell you what, it's been a pretty great series without Finker. It is fantastic to see one of the LMGs go. Poor KZ, he's never got a chance to pick it. And Monty, though, being taken out for Sapper. Following up with Valk, though, once again, so many operators left on the cards for the attack. Thatcher slipping in all the hard breach, slipping in everything on the table so far.
The final ban to round it out is Wamai. That leaves Mirror in as well. Azami available. A slew of operators on the defense left in the pool to fortify Elevate's position. As they start on this defensive side, they fought after losing their map to steal W7M zone. Here we go to Border to round it off.
In the first bomb site, even a curveball from the side of Elevate, taking us to Bathroom and Tellers, the first one of contest. And you know what, Dev? You know what I like to see? Sapper on the pulse. Our favorites.
Bit notorious on this pulse is Sapper. Elevate kicking it off on Tellers and Bathroom. At what point do we say W7M have had enough? They were one of the tournament favorites and they still remain, but they have been pushed hard. Elevate will not give up without a fight. This might be the first ever event for Mark and Mr. Punch, but they have shown what they are capable of. And there is no doubt who the audience favors in this game.
Elevate looking to do a very extended hold on this site. No players to begin off in the ground floor, actually. 3 of them currently in the top floor. Hatch being held open. Long lines of sight for Onigiri, who I can only imagine is going to be sitting on those east stairs waiting for the entry to come through. He's made himself a nice long line of sight into Passport as well, so both points of entry being held by just one player.
And this is the way Elevate love to do it on Border. Holding that east stairs position. Sapper, UMP, no shotgun pulse this round. But W7M have showed their patience during this game.
Elevate, though, still holding steadfast in the top floor. Yin Canzella to roll into the site, but in fact there is nobody there. The line scan to ring out and Hertz, the first in the building.
And Volps, just look at the way you jump straight into that office window. Only 2 players left for Elevate. W7M pushed hard, they pushed fast, and they have a significant numbers advantage.
DCH, the next point of contest, still holding on to the customs. Being droned out now, Flash to follow through as well. KZ, can he connect the shots?
DCH, Flash, no. He holds on, but W7M play passive. They use the E1D as GDN forces that plant down. Nigh impossible retake now for these 2 Thai players and Volps. Finishes what was left of DCH. It's all Sapper, 1v5. A dominant way to start this game for W7M. Flawless in the opening round.
JV to close it out, and what a gorgeous attack from W7M as well. They knew that it was critical for them to take that top floor if they wanted to make their way into the site. Even the Ying Cantellas through the drone hole tried to distract some of the Elevate players. Maybe they were hitting the site, but the push came all at once. It was a 3-2-1 on the side of W7M to enter through that top floor, through archives, through the radio window, through the east stairs as well. On a Geary, he can only take one fight at a time, and well, the player on east stairs just too sharp for him.
Excellent start for W7M. Now rotating up to Armory Lockers and Archives for Elevate. Looking to find some feet. And believe it or not, it feels like a hell of a long time since I've said this, but we see Mira on border.
And of course, Sapper picking it as always, the construction anchor for this particular team. Elevate looking to extend their hold all the way over into break room with the aid of the Kiva barriers of Mark on the Azami. Trying to build a fortress inside of the break room and inside of CC, the first going out on the little horseshoe desk.
Really like this setup. So many long lines of sight, so much ground Elevator holding on to here. They don't want to let W7M waltz on in like they did just before. They're going to hold this for as long as possible.
And I love that they're dedicating utility to that entry denial as well. Border is one of those maps where there are so many nooks and crannies that the attackers can slip in through, and lo and behold, JV making his way in through the teller's window. It is very hard to keep track of the entries on this particular map. There are so many soft external walls, so many windows and doors that make their way into the map and Elevate. They can only hold on to so much.
And looks like W7M are setting up for a play here. From down below in bathroom, they can open up the hatch in tellers, potentially nade a player up. Here comes the Gon 6. They need some info. They need to drone out this position. It goes in tandem with GDN on the ace.
Oh, and JV, is he going to be able to connect the shots onto the player peeking from inside of Fountain? No, he's not. The Elevate players, with the wall open, they start to peel back their defense, making their way into Fountain instead, and W7M have claimed some of this ground.
Bomb located by
W7M also have east stairs control, and now they've found the opener. With Sapper going down, Mark quick to reply.
DCH still steadfast, holding on to Office, but actually hurts. Taken down. Has missed the punch on the ground floor. Still holding on to his roam. JV, now his attention is turned. They have info.
They know exactly where he is. JV's got to land this shot, but there's Mr. Punch. He was so good during the group stage. And now he's found his footing here.
Volps and GDN to clean up what is left of W7M, but Elevate, they aren't giving them anything. Oni, he has info on this player outside on the AC balcony. Just slipping away from his line of sight, but the shots connect onto Volps.
Look at the confidence from Elevate's captain as he continues to peak in the 4v1. It's going to be a tight scoreline here, Elevate. They've got the energy of the crowd on their side. And he continues to peak it and land shots. How does he do that?
How does he do it? The captain of Elevate, of course. GDN now just taking this time off for his team. They're up around. It's not too much to worry about yet, but Elevate, they won't give him anything, of course. Sitting on the site, restrained. What a beautiful round from them as well, from Elevate.
Every player individually performing, but also the strategy. They played into it so well. And Mr. Punch downstairs, he made such a big impact. W7M tried to hunt players one at a time, sending them his direction, and he was happy to take each of them. Elevate, in map 1, they were not very present at all, but now they have come through. They tie the score.
Such a wonderful defense as well from Elevate. They made it such that their defense was so fluent, they could pivot their utility, they could pivot their push. We saw the keeper barriers get dedicated to the CC break room push, but they also had plenty of ADSs, they had plenty of barbed wire over on the side of Easters, over on the side of Triple Wall, just in case W7M went for that instead. That's exactly what they did, and instead Elevate were able to consolidate their players over and fight that entry out, and even though they had to peel it back, it gave room for Mr. Punch to make his big play downstairs.
Elevate has certainly gotten a lot more energy than they started this series with now. And it's players like Mr. Punch that we do need to step up. Now, Elevate aren't typically a team that wants one player to pop off, to be the hero. This is a roster that wants everyone to share the glory. And that's the reason why they picked up players like Mark and Mr. Punch. They didn't want to rely on Onigiri getting 27 kills every game. Now the way that this team works is ready for the world stage.
And now for all of you that don't know at home, Elevate, from what we spoke to them about, they do not have a set IGL. All 5 players on this roster contribute to ideas in the push. They contribute to the defense that they're going to hold, and they bounce ideas off each other. Comparatively, W7M, their IGL is Herds, but as a result of the way that Elevate have shaped up this team, because they all share the responsibility and the accountability, we never see one player just pop off. It's always all of them enabling each other and helping each other out.
It's all about being a team of 5 players, not a leader, and those supporting. W7M have made some good progress here, attacking onto the customs and supply bomb site. With control above, Volps can start getting to work.
Passport as well, opened up for JV. Oh, the impact trick doesn't connect, in fact, plays too low on the reinforcement, and now they have a way in on the site. The Elevate players surrounding the bomb site adjacent, but Volps, he can take down Sapper. W7M now up in the man advantage.
The vertical game is so potent on this site. Does he see the player? Mr. Punch's head taken straight off. Herds also finds his own, doesn't lose that fight, though he is taken very low. 2 of the W7M players as such, but it doesn't matter. It's only Mark left in the 1v5.
Osa Shield going down as well, and the plan to go behind GDN. Looking for the top control is Mark. Can he connect the shots? He hears the barbed wire, and he does. Volps take down on the vertical, but he still has 4 more players to find. JV to clean up the final kill, and W7M up another round.
A strong attack from W7M. It started strong, directly hitting the site. Full control upstairs in CCTV and break room, and the vertical game that was opened up was untouchable. What can Elevate do?
Well, W7M, they made that defense very claustrophobic very quickly for Elevate. Elevate, they all started out on the site. We didn't have any roamers start out at points of entries, and they were immediately punished for it. Volps, he made his way in through break straight away. This is the vertical that we saw in the replays now. Because he got this entry done so quickly, no one holding on to 90, no one holding on to Easters, he was able to trap the Elevate players off of the site, making vertical and cutting them off. As a result, the rest of W7M players, they could come in, open up the wall, get that bomb down, and Elevate punished for not holding on to that early map control.
But they won't dwell on the issues of the past. They'll go and reattempt Bathroom and Tellers, where this game opened up. W7M used the Lion to such significant effect to rush in, to find a lot of early map control, as W7M are wont to do. My question is, what's going to change here for Elevate?
Elevate, this looks a lot more spread out from them. This looks a lot more confident in their roam game. They're all starting out in different points of the map. We have plenty of players watching that Armory breach. We have a player on Easters. We have players inside of Bathroom Tellers anticipating the early push just in case. And so for W7M, they're not going to be caught out guard this time. They'll have to find a new point of entry. It's going to be better contested in the early round.
Good mute jammer here in break room. Gonna keep Onigiri hidden for a little bit longer.
And a really gorgeous pivot as well from Elevate. They've realized that W7M are looking for that CCTV and Armory control, and Marky makes his way over. He connects the shots, but not being taken down by GDN. Oni, though, still holding on to this position in break room, not droned out, protected by that mute jammer.
He has a good long angle. He can use this 50 cal Uzi. But he falls back. And W7M, at least they traded that opening death, but they perhaps don't have as much ground as they would like.
Mr. Punch still holding on to this top floor. C4 and SMG-11 in hand as the rest of the W7M players begin this roam clear. Stagnating now. We're at a bit of an impasse. A player is about to round the corner on Onigiri.
Oh, he falls back. Doesn't want to take the fight. KZ as well getting very close to Mr. Punch, who's falling further and further back into the office, feeling that pressure, goes for a wall bang, it's Onigiri, who gets traded back. Everything that Elevate does, W7M have a response.
But now Elevate showing so much restraint, going back into the bomb site. Vertical is in play this time for Volps, but he's really not got much left in his hands. Only 2 more hard recharges, and GDN now starting to get this wall open. Elevate, they've got the time advantage right now. They just need to sit and wait, hold adjacent to the site, and wait. W7M, what's the next move?
Well, a breach onto the site from underneath East Stairs is a strong one. Spotting out all of the Grismots as well for W7M. Oh, nice shot. Quick flick of the wrist for JV. W7M eager to capitalize. A flashbang may well mask the sound of the drop. Sapper has to have an impact, but he's full white, he's full blind. 2v3 for Elevate means that Sapper, he's got to make this position count. Ran the corner, he can find one. Doesn't see the second player. Here's it ring out, and Onigiri, meanwhile, the trap. Finds the planter, it's all on Volps. He's made it a 1v1. DCH to clutch it. Time is on his side, but Volps, oh, he fakes it! He's got to land the shot, DCH, you just have to survive!
DCH! With the final kill of the round off the back of time! And Elevate push themselves in this game. What a beautiful hold that was from them. And look at the smiles on their faces, Sapper. I saw that little smirk that came out when he heard the Let's Go Elevate from the crowd. Such a gorgeous hold as well. Restraint through that mid-round. They knew that W7M were taking their time. They knew that they were stagnated from that roam that Onigiri and Mr. Punch were able to do so successfully. And now as they try to enter into the site, Sapper, he finds the timing, the mechanical prowess of this player. He can do everything, can't he, Sapper?
Yeah, it seems so. He's Monty main, Mirror main, Smoke main, entry, clutch, whatever you need. He says, I can do it. Elevate, though, it's not a done deal. 2 rounds on defense may not be enough. They need to push for as many as possible, and it has been back and forth in this game. W7M opened, then Elevate, then back, and then forth. And a retry here now of Customs and Detention. Now, this was such a pitiful sight for Elevate last time. W7M were perfect.
But look how different Elevate are playing this now. They've realized, okay, we gave way too much to Volps on that top floor. We need to hold on to this control. Now playing a mirror inside of Cubby, but it's taken out by the Twitch drone. Mark, though, he's still aided by the keeper barriers for this point of entry. In W7M, they're not giving away as much free real estate this time. They have to fight for it.
We've seen late round traps be impactful for Elevate, thanks to the Thorn last round. Could the Frost have a similar impact? Keep that in the back of your mind. W7M have made good progress, though, especially taking down that mirror, as you mentioned, in CCTV. Opens up more options for W7M. Drone work as well, spots out Mark's position on the Azami. Vulnerable to a wall bang. He is getting pinched.
Oh, Mark taking a lick of damage now, has to fall back into the rotate. The Lion Scan rings out, is the entry there to follow the Gon 6 in the background.
Oh.
JV, he's made his way in, and Volps, he'll take down Mr. Punch.
Trying to support is Mr. Punch, but Mark actually manages to escape down below. Still not great for Elevate. Oh! DMR, you say? I've got a DMR right here.
W7M now with top floor control, but with much less time than the previous attempt. Onigiri getting aggressive on these vertical angles. He's not giving up any more space. He said, W7M, you've had enough. You've had the top floor, but you can't get the sights. A minute and ticking down left now for W7M.
Oh, Gemini taken out. DCH spotted, but he's got lines of sight to play around. Herds actually falls back. Starting to push on the side, opens up one of these hatches. W7M have some options now. What do they go for? GDN's got a breach on the detention wall, Volps at top metal stairs, but Elevate separated.
They have options, but no vertical. The Elevate players, they can sit on the site much more happily now with the Keeper barriers to aid them as well. 45 seconds left, but Elevate, they look so comfortable.
Oh, but the nade for Herds, it covers the sound of the drop, but it doesn't matter. Sapper, what can't he do? Volps there, he gets the double. He might not know it, but Onigiri is now down on the ground. A hatch drop for 2 players at W7M, but Sapper, he seems fully aware. A flashbang to go through, but Sapper spots out the Nomad. Can he land the duel? Dancing around the metal detectors. DCH for the backstab with the pistol. The team kill! Oh no, JV! He's made this so difficult for himself. And he must plant. He might not know it, but it's only him and DCH. DCH has time on his side. It's a 1v1! JV, he's got the clutch.
And what a dicey round that was from W7M. They took their time with the entry. It almost looked like Elevate had the grip on that round, but the 2K from the top of metal stairs, oh, it all fell apart for Elevate in their defense.
Impressive that W7M could bring it back from that position, but scary that it got so close. They had an early advantage and weren't able to convert until the final moments. Relief and excitement on their faces at that winning moment.
But you just know that Elevate, they're going to come back from this. Elevate, they always tell us, whenever we talk to them, they say, we just need to hold on to our man advantage. The thing that they kick themselves the most about is that when they have the man advantage, sometimes they do some silly things. And I know that Elevate, that's exactly what's going on in their comms right now. They're thinking, all right, guys, we had that round. It could be 3-2. Let's not give them anything. We're back in this.
Well, one more round would tie it up. In every region except for APAC South, this map is attacker-sided. Elevate need to prove why they can defend it better than anyone else and even this scoreline before they switch onto their own attacks.
The final defense going out on the Armory room now. KZ, once again, wow, the use of this Twitch drone. He's been able to get so much value out of it every single time. A camera, a mute jammer, what else can he get? Nope, he's going to get off now. He's pretty happy with his luck so far. W7M shaping up around the other side of the map, however, looking for a triple take.
Droning out a lot of this map. You can see the way that W7M wants to clear this office position is by opening up the hatch from below. But guess what? It's actually reinforced now. You can't throw nades up through that hatch when it's reinforced.
What a great adaptation as well from Elevate, reading into the fact that W7M like this triple take. Although they've left the wall open, there's still the reinforcement here to play with. There's still the ADS as well, and the hatch is closed. Sapper, he can hold this hell in the cell spot for as long as he feels like.
Great operator forward as well on the Ella. A menacing close range. A blind nade through the floor for Herds. Doesn't find anything, but it does expose one of the key positions on site. Still, Sapper, standing on top of the brickwork, is safe from below.
And W7M, not nearly as confident this time on this entry. Before we saw the pressure in come from below, but DCH, he has the read, he has the vertical. Sapper to find the second onto Volps. It's all falling apart for W7M.
It's far too late. A nice attempt at adapting for W7M to use the Selmas to open the hatch, but it's just too slow. And now they must make a desperate attempt to push in and frag out. JV on the ingress, but there's Mr. Punch. SMT 11 cleans it up. A 5v2 now for Elevate. This adaptation has stalled out the Brazilians.
KZ trying to mount some kind of pressure. They're reshaping up for a Armory side push instead, but Onigiri, he's there to challenge them, gun in hand, and KZ to be taken down. GDN now left in the 1-on-5.
How many flawless rounds have Elevate managed this series? Could be yet another, and W7M again are just going to bait out the rest of the round. Use that tactical timeout, the free one that you get when you just wait.
And how gorgeous was that defense from Elevate as well? You said it, They need to even it up, 3-3. And how perfect was the adaptation? Closing up that hatch, putting Sapper in a Hell in the Cell spot, the perfect play to do it. DCH knew he might get naded from below, and so he played the vertical for it. Mr. Punch, he was there for the crossfire, and Elevate, the perfect read on that triple wall take, works out for them, and now 3-3 halftime is ticking away. 3, 2, 1. Elevate. Another round on the board.
Elevate ready for the attacking side now. W7M have to show what they've got on their defense. Neither team has played this so far at the major. It's a blank slate border. They're a little bit hiding it, practicing it behind the scenes. Couple of nasty shots here, I got to admit.
Really?
Have a look at this one.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice little correction.
Elevate now, they're going to move onto their attack instead. And historically, we like to say that Border is attack decided. Now, W7M, they weren't able to amount any more than 3. And Elevate will have to do better if they want to take this series. Remember, this is a map point for both teams. We are all tied up here in the scoreboard. And Armory will be the bomb side of choice for W7M.
The last time W7M played Border, they beat both INTZ and Team 1 in the BR6. Now back then, their attacks, they were so potent. They won 75% of them. Defenses weren't far behind either. They still won the majority of them. But that was against a very different caliber of team. And W7M trying to research what Elevate do on this map. Well, there's a couple of odds here and there, but not nearly as many as they would like.
W7M, what an aggressive hold they're looking for, though. We've got the Oryx down below, making use of the hatches, while the rest of the anchor players spread out their way through the top floor, waiting for that east stairs push, waiting for the triple entry. DCH, he's trying to enable himself with this Nook to sneak his way in. Oni, of course, on the top of east stairs, but taken down by KZ.
It's a big early pick and a big player to take out. What a DCH and the rest of the Elevate boys going to be able to do without their captain.
W7M still holding their ground on this top floor, and actually Elevate, they've changed their mind. They're going to try something new, going down from below instead of nade to be cooked. Will it connect? They have the info, but it doesn't.
Not quite. Info a little bit late. The player had rotated out by that point. Pulled back from break room.
Elevate, though, they're completely changing this push now. East stairs control, no. We're just going to leave Sapper here on the cutoff. That's fine. Mr. Punch now will make his way up to CCTV instead, try and get their work on the wall done. Mark now droning out the CCTV position, actually finding out that it is relatively clear for them, except for the Arena, of course, just rotating in now. KZ, he's been droned out. Does he spot this one? He doesn't.
He knows he was droned. He doesn't know he's still... They got a live feed on him, so much info. Elevate have to land the shots. DCH, lovely little spray onto the barricade and locking the kill on the Volps. Still the Aruni at large.
And look at that, Mr. Punch from below as well. They have the info on him, and Mr. Punch has a grenade in hand. This could be disastrous for KZ. And he's taken down anyway by DCH. It's all coming together for Elevate.
Lose their opening player, it doesn't matter. Now moving into CCTV, a minute remaining.
Activating him.
DCH sneaking his way through CCTV now. The wall being open, aggressive player on the doorway, but the shots connect. The headshot, it's perfect from DCH. Hers to trade one back into Sapper, but the man advantage still in favor of Elevate. Mr. Punch!
It's all on Herds now, and that's not happening. Elevate. A lovely start to their attacking half. They can lose the opening pick, they can lose the SI kill world record holder, it doesn't matter. These guys have got it, and they can feel your energy.
And can you just feel the composure oozing through this Elevate squad? It's not one IGL, it's 4 of them. All of them said, let's rotate over. This East stairs control, too hot. CCTV given to us for free. Oh look, I have a drone inside of CCTV. Mr. Punch, go down below and nade KZ out of there. And they're all just on the same page as a network, this neural network of players, blood flowing through all of their veins, just the energy, the everything that they have in the server.
People are starting to see that W7M, they can bleed. They've been unreal throughout BR6 this year. Came out of nowhere. But at the major, the stakes are so much higher. The pressure is so much higher. You're not playing BO1s anymore. And W7M historically have struggled a bit more in those BO3s within the Copa Elite when they're versing teams of the same pedigree. And here they are. They might have won the first map. But
W7M.
This is not over yet.
And that's exactly right. W7M holding on to this top floor. The bomb site is bathroom and tellers, of course, but look how fortified the position inside of office is. I think that was 5 or 6 reinforcements dedicated to it. Keeper barriers, ADSs, and a shield as well. Ooh. If Elevate want vertical control, they have a lot to play for, but they're not even going to go for it. Onigiri, he finds the first pick here on the balcony. And Mr. Punch is straight in the building. He does not give a damn.
Just look at the entries. Doesn't take any time whatsoever. You blink and you miss it. W7M now feeling that pressure. A bit worried. Hey, wait a second. These guys are in very early. Wonder what that C4 can do. There's no info. There's nothing for it. Herd's getting a little bit aggressive. Elevate have dialed it down.
Elevate are now faced with the second problem here, and that's to clear out the top floor. But of course, Mr. Punch, he's the second one playing that cutoff on the ground floor, is able to find one of the anchors. He can find another. Herd's taken down, getting aggressive on the hatch, and Elevate now at the man advantage. Can he find a third? Volps, he can find the trade, but not before Onigiri is on his tail, and GDN in the side as well.
And he's the last one left. W7M may well be falling right here. Elevate have been so phenomenal here on border. Flawless attacks so far. Picture perfect.
And once again, oozing confidence, these entries, Onigiri on the front line, Mr. Punch, the setup inside of office, terrifying. He doesn't care. He makes his way through 90, he fights the players 1-to-1. And W7M falling at the seams, bleeding every other round.
The Kings of Thailand, record breakers, the beasts of APAC, 3 veterans and 2 rookies. That's this Elevate roster, and they are so close to making their first semi-final. W7M. They have so much pressure on their shoulders right now. They won the first map, and since then, they have been pushed so hard. 2 rounds trailing, and they take their tactical timeout.
And the team play from Elevate has just been so electric. Don't you think so? There's energy coming from every single one of these players, all on the same page, all at once, surrounding W7M like vultures, and now taking their tactical timeout are W7M. They have to match the pressure that Elevate are pushing on them.
Oh no, JV, what happened? Half HP impacted himself? I sure hope that doesn't come back to bite him later.
Starting out now on this ventilation bomb site off the back of that tactical timeout, mirror windows being dedicated to the roam game in the top floor. W7M, they want to hold on to as much map control as possible because Elevate, once they find their pick, they take it and they run. It's about winning out these entries for W7M, trying their best to stagnate Elevate in their path.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Trying to find their feet still on these defenses of W7M. But if something ain't working, you've got to change it, and that's exactly the story that they are following right now. DCH has managed to get his Twitch drone all the way deep. He's going to be able to get inside, take out one of the main cameras, but that reveals the Twitch drone's position. His priority, #1, is these mirror windows from Herds, but for now, I mean, he's just denying so much information.
DCH, of course. Another charge on this Twitch drone, taking down all the info they have on the top floor. Sapper as well, he's managed to find his way inside of customs, putting pressure horizontally, making the anchors turn their attention towards him, while the rest of Elevate clear through that top floor, pushing the roamers away and into the line of sight of Sapper.
And Elevate have so much info right now. A quick flick of the drones and you see it. They're poising themselves around this top floor, around this bomb site as well. And the lion will roar to lock those defenders in place.
Sapper, so much info on these players on the top, trying to bait out the defenders to come to him. His cutoff. JV gets aggressive on the window inside of ventilation, taken low by the Zofia impact.
Scary position for JV. And he's about to feel all kinds of pressure.
Elevate, they've actually changed their mind. They've reconvened all of their players onto the east side control, leaving Sapper behind, playing this flex position, waiting for any roamers, trying to catch out the anchors. They even have info on the side. Yellow pings going out onto JV. Does he see the backpack of the Maestro? Yes, he does. Sapper to connect the shots onto the side player. Smoke bait to ring out, but Elevate.
GDN's impact has got to be felt on the smoke. Keeps the push at bay for a bit longer. But Elevate have done such a good job of shutting W7M down. DCH on for the entry up above, but there's Herds. W7M erupt. 2 picks of their own. They have the numbers back on their side, but here comes Mr. Punch. He gets a face full of buckshot. The trade is on from Onigiri. But the Brazilians have the lifeline here.
They might have the lifeline, but do they have the site? It's completely empty right now, and Mark has the diffuser in his hand. GDN, he has no more smoke babes as well, but Herds to take down Onigiri now. It's up to Mark to clutch this one up 1 versus 3.
There's so much vertical capability here. The 3 players on W7M. And look at the height there.
KZ turning it up in the server, the player that you can see on your pictures now. Happy with that 3K up his belt. And Elevate, that was an interesting attack from them. They left Sapper behind, turning away the attention of the anchors. And as soon as he's able to take one down, we saw all the W7M players, they scrambled to try and regain that vertical control. They all went into Armory. And although the Elevate players tried to backstep them for that entry, the game sense from these players to turn around and realize, hang on a second, we've just given up the map control. They're still going for this roam clear, turning around and taking down 3 Elevate players looking to backstep them. Perfect from W7M.
Yeah, they keep their cool when things get hot. W7M still fighting from behind. But the reaction on that win, just look at that from Herds.
W7M now taking us up to yet another bomb site now on the top floor, holding on to this east stairs control.
10 seconds left before
A rotate actually aggressive being played on the triple wall as well as mute jammers to aid the push going into break room. Reading the fact that Elevate, perhaps they look for a CC take here. Last time, Elevate made that very successfully work out from them. They pivoted over towards that CC side. They found nades from below. The entries worked out in their favor. But W7M are a bit more prepared this time.
And there's a late round X factor for W7M as well with the Yokai drones from the Echo. GDN has a lot of ability for early round aggressive info and playmaking, which we know W7M are fond of, yet haven't shown very much of here. And of course, as well, if Elevate take too long, those Yokais can be clutch in a pinch.
Sapper holding this long line of sight onto east. There's just a pixel, a tiny pixel onto Hertz. Also holding on to the same, a bit of an impasse here between these 2 teams. Mr. Punch once again making his push from below, 2 grenades in hand, but is there info on the site? Where are these W7M anchors? Some yellow pings go out, but it's too late. There's no one there anymore.
Clearing some util perhaps. This is a risky nade to play. Ooh.
Oh.
Punishing a potential aggressive player, but no one there and no utility to clear. Mr. Punch still below with 1 more nade in pocket. As Elevate start to shape up, and here come the hard breach.
W7M being much more restrained here now. They've realized they need to give the respect to Elevate they deserve. They want to go back into the philosophy of waiting for Elevate to take their time and play it slow. That is what Elevate are doing right now, but will they go punished for it? KZ now taking the fight inside of break room.
A real weakness for Elevate here has been the lack of impact from those nades below. Neither has found anything of meaning. And W7M still control the breach. They still control break room, CCTV. Elevate have very little ground to show for the minute and a half they've spent trying to push this map.
Oh, but look at this, a pinch going through the top floor. Onigiri, he's just made his way into CCTV while his friends over on East Stairs. He finds the first onto the break room player, but not without trade. Herds coming in through break room, anticipating a second player, but it doesn't matter. Sapper, he's good for the refrag.
J9, JV has got something to say. GDN and him are the last remaining players left. Elevate have numbers advantage. And they're up on the scoreboard as well. This is the final map. Could it be the penultimate round?
But look at this from JV going below with the C4 in hand, anticipating that Elevate might take too much time. If an Elevate player is C4'd, getting the plant down, it could be disastrous. There's still info on those yokai drones. They have to go now if they want a chance at getting this execute down.
I think he threw it into the default spot. The yokai spotted, but this C4 could be pulled at the right moment. And there it is, detonated, and W7M tie the scoreline. What a play.
It's not over yet, Dev. Elevate, what an excellent entry they made into that top floor. They realized that the breach wasn't working, but because they had drawn so much of the attention of those W7M plays across, it allowed the two entries to come through ESTES, to come through Mezzanine, make the pinch work with Onigiri. But in the man advantage, one thing they hadn't accounted for was JV on that C4, on that default plant spot.
Very well played from them in a pinch. And for JV to rotate back to site to help out as well. Exactly what they needed. And every round, the hype just increases for this team. It's getting up out of his chair. He's unleashed.
Round 11 now. One team will go on match point at the end of this round. 1 point away from victory, from going into the semi-final, and now they'll take us down to customs and supply. W7M. We've had the world tour on this map, Dev. We've gone to all 4 bomb sites. Not all of them have been successful, but alas, we've seen quite some diversity here. KZ using one of his mirror windows to face the breach aggressively, while the rest of his teammates shape up around that CCTV side, waiting for the Elevate entry to come through.
A good setup from W7M with a lot of good reconstruction utility. We got the castles. Also got lots of info in the late round in lieu of the Maestro camps.
Onigiri immediately putting some pressure onto the site, opening up the window, but not without being contested from the vertical. JV above, anticipating the early push this time. Although Elevate, they're starting to make their way on the ground floor. They want to pressure out these anchors, make them squirmish, make them freak out a little bit, cause these roamers to pay attention to what's going on while the rest of the team look for that roam clear, and it's absolutely working right now. JDN now has his eyes trained on the breach. Same thing, the vertical being at play, and JDN taken low. Elevate, they're surrounding the site like vultures.
But JV aren't dead yet. JV isn't dead yet. W7M is still holding their positions. Elevate sending in their utility, looking to clear out all of the setup that W7M's got on site. Here comes the Rotero. It's going to be able to clear out the Evil Eye from Maestro. But in comes Volps. He's been such an impactful player for W7M across their campaign.
W7M realizing that Elevate could hit the site at any point now and rotating one of their roamers back to help out GDN, who's been taken down very, very low. That being said, though, Elevate now have much more map control than they had before. The defenders now split up between the roam and between the site, but what can they make use of it? Can they convert this into an entry?
DCH on for this top floor clear. Time is ticking away. Elevate can't sit outside forever. DCH is going to move forward. Herd's upstairs. He's on that mirror window. DCH doesn't have live info. Onigiri jumps in and jumps straight back out. DCH has the perfect position, but his position's about to be revealed. Caught between 2 players. There's Herd's. Numbers advantage has slipped through Elevate's fingers.
Grenades follow through for Mr. Punch, but nothing to come of it. It doesn't connect to Onigiri. He has info. He has an idea that there will be a player in the site ready to contest him. He vaults in, looking to take the fight. Still though, the player sits tight.
Oh, how do you win that, Volps? This is why Volps can land things that no one else can. He's a miracle worker. KZ as well to take out Mark. It's a done deal. W7M find match and series points.
W7 not being baited out this time by the roam clear of Elevate. The pressure mounted on the site, but they realized, okay, Elevate, they're not going to hit the site just yet. We know the pressure is there, but it's perceived. It's just the roam clear, it's still happening, it's still going, and they held on to that vertical control for dear life. And Elevate, although they tried to look for that roam clear, it didn't work. It was far too late, and W7M hold out for another round.
The key is turning for W7M, and they keep their cool. It's been a long series so far. Can Elevate make it even longer by pushing overtime? W7M, they know for such a long time they've been working towards making it to a major, making it to the playoffs. Making it to the top 4 is something that they have never achieved before, and something that every player aspires to do.
Just about 9 months ago, they found themselves almost in relegation, W7M. They were going to fall apart, but then they picked up the 2 new gunners, Volps, JV, and now look where they are. 1 round away from making it to the semi-final.
And for Elevate, surely not heartbreak again. Surely not an early exit from the playoffs. They need to fight back, and there's no second chances.
W7M, they're looking to repeat this hold into bathroom, and Tellers fortifying the position inside of office, shields, Warbridile, everything in their hands. But Elevate, they look like they're going for something a little bit different. Ying in the hands of DCH, Sapper as well with the Flores, now getting their way straight into the ground floor, droning it out, seeing if there are any W7 players that might meet them. But it doesn't seem like it, as Onigiri can make his way straight into Workshop.
And Onigiri is a dangerous player here in his position. A barricade might slow him down. There's the punch moving in from Passport. JV on the other side of the wall. He's been drawn out so many times. He is the pinch player. Elevate have been hunting him, but they haven't been able to confirm the kill yet.
Once again, Elevate looking for the same formula that they had before. Put pressure onto the site, rattle the roamers on W7M, and try and capitalize on their mistakes. But as of now, W7M not making any mistakes, not willing to go out their positions just yet. In fact, adapting to this site push right now, putting a rotate for them to come back from this east stairs position. Who will reign supreme on this side of the map?
Still a 5v5 and half the round's done. Elevate struggling to eliminate JV. For so long, they've known he's here at the bottom of the east stairs, and finally, Elevate draws first blood. JV still in that pickle position. How much damage is he going to be able to do? How much longer can he survive? He's finally taken out, but not before W7M can deal some damage of their own.
And look at this from Volps as well. He's still holding on to his top floor control. He's still holding on to this position inside of construction where Elevate are all coming from. The vertical, it's starting to pressure out Elevate. What can they do?
And this is where Mark and Onigiri need to have an impact. But the players above, Volps, they're cutting off so many of the open for Elevate. Here comes the Gon 6 to put some pressure on. Volps still stays on that mezzanine.
Mark, though, he's trying to get his way into the site. Bomb in his hand.
And he must land this opening shot. Mr. Punch steps up. Volps goes down. That was the player stopping Elevate from entering the site. And so they flood. GDN under so much pressure, he cannot make a play, but he must. Elevate have the boast plan. Herds can retake the top floor for 1 kill. He gets a second. A 2v2. W7M wait with bated breath. They could lock in a semi-final right here, but they will have to land the impossible on Onigiri! The man himself to push us into overtime.
And overtime is exactly what this series deserves. Elevate. They don't stagnate through that mid-round. W7M, they might not have given them anything in that early round, but as soon as it came to the mid-round, as soon as they were able to take down the player, stopping Mark from getting into the site, they jumped right on it. Elevate matching the pacing of W7M, pressing the attack, and as soon as they were able to bang, it's go time.
This map is pure claustrophobia. When you have a player like Volps in a position on the mezzanine with so much impact, Elevate knows that is the linchpin.
Of course.
But it's also so difficult to get in there. You have to have your timings down to perfection. And that is something both of these teams have been nailing. Their entries, but also their timings to work together as a team. And we're going to have to see another defense round from W7M. It has been split down the middle. Now into overtime, we're going to find out in the next 3 rounds how this goes down.
And this is some incredible siege that we're seeing as well. Every strategy is dynamic. The defense, the attack, but it's not just the strategies, it's the pacing, it's the timings. It's the reason why these players play scrims for hours and hours and hours, and they drive on all their strats, and they wait for those perfect timings to capitalize and maximize their strategy. And we're seeing that perfectly in this game, both teams matching pace. Now Elevate are mounting another attack, looking for this entry onto Armory.
But where must they push, they wonder? A little bit of everywhere. A little bit of below, a little bit of an office take. Zonagiri makes his way up onto the AC balcony. Spraying with that LMG. Down the barricade, straight into the site. W7M, though, they're not looking to get aggressive here. They're playing their positions as Elevate start to chew through this util.
And it's the same formula once again. Immediately put pressure on the site, make an anchor worry about you. It's been working out very well for Elevate. Always an anchor trained on the line of sight instead, but Herds. Look at this hold that he's got on the east stairs, aided by the Keeper barriers. He's isolating these one-on-ones with this Keeper barrier. He only needs to fight one of the doorways on east stairs, but Elevate know it. They're not falling to the push, and Sapo, oh, that was a bit close.
And this is the thorn in Elevate's side, that east stairs position held so strong by Herds with the Azami. Elevate need to clear it out. What is their plan? Where is their util? Where is their burn? Sap has made his rotation. He's going all the way over outside the balcony to CCTV and Armory, where JV is waiting to meet him, inching closer to the angle. The 1.5 delivers the goods for JV, but there's immediately a reply, and east stairs has been cleared.
Once again, amazing push from Elevate. They gave away East's control, but instead, Herds makes a mistake off that. Herds thinks, oh, they're just about to hit the site. I'm going to move now, and Oni is there for the cutoff. Same with DCH now, outside of break room, punishing KZ on the mezzanine. W7M falling apart now, making mistakes. The cracks, they're starting to slip through.
Young gunner, FPL god Volps will have to step up, as he has done for W7M time and time again, but he's been shut down! The star player is gone. It's all fallen to pieces for W7M. Elevate so close they can taste it.
Oh no. KZ to take out one with the Razor Bloom and JV as well. Only 20 seconds left. Elevate, where are you on the side? Missed the punch to make the entry.
A 2v1, GDN has got to clutch up. He gets the first one. It's all on DCH. Is there a Yokai drone to deny this plant? As GDN moves forward, he goes for the spray! Another match point in the 2v4 clutch.
W7M not willing to go out without a fight. They will not go down quietly against this Elevate roster. Elevate, once again, just such a dynamic attack onto these W7M players. It's so hard to match pace with these entries. They put all the pressure on one side of the map. They make W7M worry, but as that's happening, they have players rotate off, changing, dividing the attention of W7M, forcing them to make mistakes, having to choose one position over the other. They're trapped in the flow of Elevate. But GDN with this clutch, they're still in it.
Yeah, and not only are W7M still in it, but they are so close. And Herd's energy has not died down for a second. It's only built with every consecutive round. Now W7M once again have the series point within their grasp.
Elevate now taking us once again to this top floor bomb site. Looking to hold onto the break room, aided by the meat jammers, the Kiva barriers, everything that they need in their arsenal. As well as leaning into the mirror once again from Sapper. It's been quite successful, aside from when it gets taken down by Herds' Switch drone, but holding on to this 90 position as well as the breach, I can only imagine, a bit later on.
How does W7M intend to clear this office position that they struggled with since Elevate reinforced that hatch? The Hibana is there this time. And there's no mute jammer on that hatch from what I can see, so... Hang on a second. W7M are rotating over.
Uh-oh. This could be not so good for Elevate. They've put all their utility on the triple wall side. Hurts, he could walk into the side now. There's no one holding on to it. DCH has to make his way back.
Could this be a rush? The setup, the Glaz. Onigiri goes low, playing the position of half wall. The last line of defense to hold on to the front of Armory. A daring play from W7M as the second E1D rings out. The Lion locks the defenders in place. The Elevate start to fall back. They're reading this.
They realized what W7M are going for, and they were going to hit the site, but W7M dialing it back, changing the pace. Going over to E stairs and break room instead, but look how claustrophobic this defense is now from Elevate. They've all been baited to come back onto the site. There's no more map control in their hands. And Herds, he might find a pick here.
Oh, KZ loses a bit of health there. Herds on this angle, he's so close. Oh my God! It was a trade. How did DCH even see anything? W7M made good progress. They've got good ground. What can they do with it?
Onigiri, though, he's no longer trained his eyes on the breach. It's open to W7M, and if W7M capitalize on that position, it could all be over for Elevate, but they're still taking their time, taking it slow.
Well, there's a lot of time left to work with. A full minute for W7M. But that pressure is mounting. Risk-taking. I mean, how can you afford to take a risk when you're on that match point? They're waiting, they're talking it through. They can't get a breach. KT goes for the face check. Clears the mute jammer. And a defender pushes a bit too aggressive. Onigiri goes down.
And W7M, it looks like something explosive is about to happen. Volps, you can find yet another pick onto Mr. Punch. Now in the man advantage of W7M.
They might just have it. It's a 4v2 for W7M. Elevate start to step up, but Volps, he survives. It's all on to Sapper. It's a 1v2 with that diffuser planted. W7M have fought valiantly, and they're about to find the win. Sapper can't do anything about it. These rising stars from Brazil, they're charging their way towards victory, the climb. It's got to be the kill here. Got to be the final lock-in for KZ. Sapper goes for a run, but surely that's the end of it. He's got no time, and W7M just playing with their food. A good attempt, but now he's got to stick it. There's no second chances. GDN, all he has to do is pull the trigger. A new era of Siege is upon us, and their flag flies blue, green, and yellow. W7M, Summit Mount Elevate.
And it's all over for Elevate. Their dream of making it to the semi-finals being crushed by the Brazilians.
A well-deserved victory for the great charging bulls of W7M. And for the very first time, these players will make it to the semi-finals. Six Invitational is all but confirmed for this roster. But the job is not done yet. They have their eyes set on that trophy.
Eyes set on the prize is what W7M want, and they are not stopping at any cost.
They were pushed hard. It was a long series, and we're going to break it down. So we'll go back to the desk.
Hi, I mean, can you believe it? The crowd were going absolutely crazy for Elevate, but they are the first team to drop out here. W7M are your first quarter-final winners and book their spot in our semi-finals. I'm looking to see if we can get in and amongst it over here with the players. I know that these guys say that they don't speak super good English, but that's fine. Don't worry at all. KZ, just briefly, first things first, was it ever in doubt? Those guys gave you a fight.
Yeah, for sure. They play very well, and they surprise us.
Surprises.
Yeah.
Do you know what I want you to do?
Huh?
For all of your Portuguese fans watching back home, what would you like to say in your own language?
Eu queria agradecer a torcida de todo mundo aí que tá de casa, principalmente minha família, que acordou cedo pra caramba pra estar assistindo aí. E agradecer também os amigos, todo mundo. E é isso. Um beijo, mãe, beijo, pai, vó, tia, tio, todo mundo. Amo vocês.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. All right, very hyped. It was pretty intense over here when they got that one over the line. And to pick the first quarterfinal apart, let's throw it down to the desk with Milos on the desk.
Are we really on the desk? Yes, we are. Hey, and what's up? Thank you very much, and congratulations to our victors, W7M, taking it against Elevate. And yes, I know the crowd was on Elevate's side mostly, but would you agree, was it a good game?
Look, all I'm gonna say is, we were right.
That's why we're up here, Jacob, and they're down there.
Ooh, good point. Good point.
Achievement complete. Get me twice.
Listen.
2 hours.
I didn't expect Elevate to do as well as they did. I slept on Elevate before this event. Some experts may have had them going out in groups. We don't have to dive into who, but they really did perform well. And I thought that they should be proud after that best of 3 that they just put up against W7M. And again, the strongest team statistically in many areas throughout the group stage game to come and play such a strong best of 3 against them, I think is really, really impressive. And there'll be many more lands to come, right, Jacob?
There will be. Again, they've qualified for both of them this year. There's no reason to think we won't see Elevate back at some point. But let's not talk about the losers. Let's talk about the winners, namely us, because we got that game right and the crowd didn't. The best part about what we've seen in this game is just a continuation of W7M's formula. Yes, there was a bit of a stumble on map 2. Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest thing in the world, but we're still watching a W7M squad that dominated in groups continue it forward. It wasn't the greatest defensive thing that we've seen, but obviously that might tank their overall percentage at this point, and maybe that now it doesn't rank nearly as highly as it used to, but the possibilities are still endless for how far W7M can go on this bracket.
I think it speaks a lot to their mental fortitude as a team to be going down for those 2 opening defensive rounds. And generally, your early defensive rounds are the ones that you really need to be winning as a team. That's where you get to play your strongest strats that you haven't shown yet in the match. There hasn't been an ability for the attackers to adapt yet. And they lost both of those opening 2 rounds on defense in rounds 7 and 8 to bounce back, to play so much better after the fact. You know, we got to talk to KZ as well up in the interview, and he was a player that kind of struggled this game. We hyped him up as maybe the best player in all of Brazil. I think he ended up like 6 and 9, maybe 7 and 9. Not a positive scoreline. Was really struggling for those opening kills on defense, especially. So for them to bounce back without having their star player, I think really does speak volumes to their strength as a team.
Biggest point that I wanted to harp on is exactly how the rookies were going to do under pressure. Because some of these guys have been playing in BR6 for a really long time and haven't had anything notable aside from maybe a win over a big team in Brazil here and there. So some of them have experience, but some guys haven't even traveled for a LAN outside of Brazil. Volps, again, every single thing he was playing, he was mostly lying on border because Sledge doesn't nearly work as well when you have to corral. He found an operator that works so well. He was topping the scoreboard, it seemed like, very consistently. Doesn't really seem as though pressure got to him much at all.
Well, before we started Border, we had the conversation about, well, Border, mostly attacker favored, probably one of the most right now, plus with how W7M plays, yet we still went to overtime through it all, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-3 split. I thought that the way that these teams were defending was still pretty strong. I think the Border definitely, with a larger sample size, leans pretty 50-50 still. I don't think it's a map that you have to go into thinking, well, we need to win 4+ attacking rounds. So I wasn't super worried for W7M when they only got a 3-3 split on attack. But still, I think this is always going to be a method that you're a little bit concerned about when the stats lean one way.
You mentioned the player's name, Volp specifically, and we got some clips to kind of run through here. So, Jacob, can you help us out? What are you trying to show?
Well, if this is the one that I think it is, this is not quite the same map, but we'll look at...
This is the same point.
This is the whole thing. I feel as though Volp still, when it comes to Sledge, he's right behind Palu from a stats perspective, but it always feels like he can show up no matter what the situation might end up being. It's flexible, it's versatile, you can throw a whole bunch of crazy words in there, but it feels very much like he can do everything, and he's a fantastic shot on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, the vertical pressure is really what I think is so impressive from Volps. We saw it a lot, especially on this final map here at Border. Even though he's playing some of the Lions sometimes, we still see so much value out of the vertical plays that he's able to play. He even got a couple whilst he was on the Lion operator. So it's nice to see him always showing up, able to hunt down those roamers. Sometimes it's vertically, like with the Buck, like with the Sledge. Sometimes it's horizontally when you're popping that EE1D, charging into open office and finding 3 frags. I mean, that is the type of thing that you need with your team to be able to get that early advantage. And I think that's something that W7M really did use to their effectiveness.
Our next clip, we got one from our final map, specifically on a border. Let's run it through, and I'll ask analysts again. This seemed like the breaking point.
Well, this is where W7M broke Elevate's backs. They managed to storm back into 6-6, and it's GDN. We actually talked to the green room. We were like, how often does he get into fights? Basically never. His job is not to get into fights. It's to stay alive and play a support role because he's not that great in gunfights by comparison to his team. He sticks here for the whole round for as long as he needs to. Keys gets one from the grave with the Razor Bloom. JV finds Onigiri, and now Elevator scrambling. They're looking for anything here, but it's all on GDN's shoulders. This is a round they should not have lost. Not doing it, like, you can't keep on face checking nearly as consistently as Mr. Punch was, and suddenly from around the corner, immediate wall bang. If you don't throw a 4v2, you're in good spirits. If you do throw a 4v2, you're not coming back from it.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like he had intel for that either. It felt like he was just kind of spraying, trying to find the kill through the wall. There were yokais. Obviously, he's on the Echo, but we wouldn't, like, if there was the yokai watching it, surely he just gets on his little drone and he stops the plant, right? So realistically, it didn't feel like there was a whole lot of intel there. Great game sense to know where to fire, to know where that player is probably planting. All
right, our map summary, and I just want to mention, to kind of wrap this first matchup in a neat little bow, here's all the players and how they performed. Who do you think has to keep this going for W7M for us to see them in the grand final?
I mean, obviously, Volps needs to keep on doing what he does. I think the fact that Keys is down here is a bit of a concern, but if he's not nearly as star-studded of a player as we touted him as being, and they still win series, that's just a testament to how everyone else on W7M is still propelling themselves forward in spite of their spearhead not being where they need him to be. If he picks up the pace, and everyone keeps playing like this, then W7M are fine, in theory.
Yeah, I think KZ, like, jumping up, you know, obviously this is a good quarterfinal game. It was a tough game. Elevate played really, really strong. But you're going to have to go through semis. You're going to have to go through a best-of-5 grand finals if you want to win this tournament. And I don't think we can see KZ dropping that same performance time and time again and expecting to win a big best-of-5 grand finals against whatever North American or European team finds them on the other side of the bracket.
And so now my final piece is a goodbye to Elevate. Thank you for their performance and bringing the hype on here. We went all the way to OT. Any standouts you want to mention before we close it out?
I'm just happy Onigiri got a good couple of maps in. I'm really, really happy that we got to see him pop off. We got to see land Onigiri that we got used to back at the 6th Invitational. Didn't get to see him in Charlotte. Didn't really see him through groups. I mean, he played, but he didn't have those big moments. I'm glad that we got to see him having a good time here, even if they couldn't find the win with those 2 back-to-back 1v1 final rounds.
It would have been amazing if we saw DCH win when Twitch was unbanned and he was really using it to full effect. The nice part is there's not really a player on Elevate that you can't talk about in a bad way in spite of a loss like that. Phenomenal performance through groups. It feels like they fell off a little bit at the end, but it wasn't that big a deal because this series was still as close as it was. Maybe if you don't face W7M in the playoffs, you go further, but it seems like the Brazilian monster is still alive and kicking.
All right, well, we'll see. Congratulations to W7M for making it through. Of course, thank you to Elevate for joining us here at the Major and giving it their all. It's always fun to have the boys competing, especially here in Berlin and in person with an audience watching them and cheering for them. But that's W7M on to the semifinals. They'll be facing off against the winner of our next matchup. So how about we take a quick break, and when we come back, XSET, North American Brazilian team, whatever you want to call it, versus an EU hopeful. Wolves made it through, and they'll be competing in just a moment.
Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
In the midst of a crossfire, gets one on the Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Are you kidding me? The 1v4!
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again!
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad.
Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yable.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals!
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm?
They have a rematch.
This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Maybe, oh, hello, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Berlin Major. How's everybody doing after that first series? That was good, right? Now, I know a lot of the crowd have gone to check out the merch stands and all that good stuff, but for those of you who are still here, we really appreciate you being back at the first Siege LAN in Europe for what feels like forever. So, do you feel nice? Does it feel good to be amongst the Siege family again, right? Is it good? Especially when we're kicking off with banging series like that. And the good thing is, we are literally just getting started. Not only do we have all of the other quarterfinals coming up here today, but also we've got 2 more full days of Siege coming your way with lots of surprises in between. So whether you're watching at home or you bought a ticket to be here in person, you made the right decision because we're going to be having a lot of fun here in Berlin. Who's ready for the second quarterfinal? Hey, that was good. I said who's ready for the second quarterfinal? All right, bringing on our first team, NA's last lifeline. Will they be raising the flag this weekend? It's XSET! They did fantastically well in what many described as the toughest group in the tournament. A team, as you can see, brimming with confidence. Now I know that when it comes to this crowd, half of you are wandering around and the half that are still here, I want to see if I can get you to do this one for me as we bring out the next team. Can I get a ow? Prowling onto this stage in a pack, it's Wolves! A mix of youth, experience. It's eclectic, wearing black and orange. They are here and ready to get the job done. Now, before we bring them up here onto the stage for the handshake and to get in position to get into this second quarterfinal. It's time for the face-off.
I feel confident playing Wolves' first game. I don't think they stand a chance. I think we're going to beat them, and it's going to be an easy game. Our strategy against Wolves will be trust the defaults, play our own game, and punish their game, and we should be fine. Chalet was the first major for a few of my teammates, so I feel like we gained a lot of experience, and we're a lot more ready this event, and I feel like this is our major to win. My impression on Wolves is a solid team. They got first in the UO. I think they have potential, but here we're in the big leagues. This is a major. They don't stand a chance against us.
I think we are feeling pretty confident to play against XSET as the first match of our playoff, for the simple reason that they have the same game style than we do. It's the best matchup for us. It's going to be a great fight, yeah. I think the strategy we are aiming against XSET is basically not falling in their very aggressive gameplay and attack and trying to isolate players in our own attacks and try to capitalize on their mistakes. So to the XSET guys, I hope you guys are good for a good fight, right? Because we have the best French Canadian in our team. Sorry, Spirits.
These two teams will make the semi-final. The other will exit the competition here in the quarterfinals. It is time to shake hands and take your seats. XSET and Wolves.
And we are back again on the analyst desk. It's time to fill everybody in on our next matchup. Wolves going up against the North American team in an XSET. And XSET is carrying more Brazilian flags than anything else. I'm just going to point that out real quick here, Justin Jacob.
Listen.
But we're in, so let's talk about them. It's your bread and butter, right? We can start off with XSET and what they'd have to show, because I think it was a big surprise for people to see them to the top 4, and now even more into playoffs. That's a hell of a way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a team that I think we've seen have their ups and downs throughout the NAL. They are now the most consistent North American team of the year, the only team to go back-to-back top 8. But I think there are still moments of inconsistency that you could look back on for this roster and see some problems in. I think the big one here is one of the 2 French Canadians in this matchup. Spirits has been one of those guys that's kind of been hot, kind of been cold. He's so good when he's on, but there have been some matches, especially in the NAL regular season, where he wasn't necessarily having the impact that he needed to. So I think XSET certainly not the team that most of us thought would be the sole North American representative here, but they're still a strong roster. I think they really can bring it to the Wolves.
Yeah, but think about what they've done successfully so far. The single biggest concern we had after stage 2, how are they going to be on attacks? Because they were 6th place, middling only about 1 point above average in that department in stage 2. What have they done when they come here? Number 1 attacking team out of 16 international squads. They are 15.5 points above the average on attack by itself. And that's even in spite of there being some concerns over who's even meant to be playing Finca. That's the responsibility Spirits and Gomez both share in tandem. And yet Kino is the breacher, the Thermite, and he's top fragging. If you play Thermite in your ranked squads, watch what Kino does, because that's exactly what you're meant to be doing.
If I watch Kino, will I just aim better?
Probably.
Because I definitely need more of that. I'm a Legion 1 trick, have been since 2018.
He aced on Thermite in his first ever professional round.
That's true.
The man's been doing it literally since he stepped onto the server for the first time with OXG. And this XSET team, like Jesse mentioned, is now the single most consistent North American squad in this entire major format period. Astralis couldn't be here, Dark Zero couldn't be here, OXG couldn't be here. It's just the Brazilians, an American, and one mean old French Canadian.
Well, look, you're talking all of this, XSET this, XSET that, but what about Wolves on the other side? Because if I'm not mistaken, they're also a pretty darn good team.
That they are, Milos. I mean, Wolves are the top team coming in from France. I mean, taking that crown over BDS, who have historically been that #1 French team. They've really fallen off, but Wolves have been that team that have slotted in and filled in their place. I think a lot of people were shocked by the plays that we saw from Wolves at the very start of the EUL. They were undefeated for so long in Stage 2. Now, it didn't last forever. They eventually did drop a couple games, but still, for a lot of people, Wolves were one of the favorites to win this entire event coming here into Berlin. I think they're a squad that are going to have some fan favorites in the crowd. That home team advantage always does show up big, but I think for Wolves especially, this is going to be a tournament that they really are looking to come home with the W.
Lots of big plays from guys like Mowgli, and these dudes are like insane enough to go for bar stage defenses, of all things. So on defense, that was the primary motivator specifically. They were phenomenal back in EUL, and they're keeping that exact same form here. It hasn't really changed that much. They were the best team in the EUL on defense, and they're the second best team in the world behind W7M, who themselves were miles above the entire field. Now it comes back to still a pretty respectable average on D, and that's exactly what we're hoping will still continue here.
All right, from then on, that's your introduction for both of our squad, Wolves and XSET. What maps will we be playing in this series? Again, all here is best of 3 until we hit the final, and we go in first. Ban, 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 and then our pick. Wolves going for Clubhouse. Up after that is XSET's pick. They go to Chalet, and our decider, should we need it, will be Oregon. So let's look at this from the macro point of view. Is there a clear winner in this?
I don't think so. I think this is a map ban phase that both these teams are going to be pretty comfortable on. I think that you always the biggest worry I had for Wolves actually coming into this was that they do have a bit of a weak map pool, right? There's a lot of maps they don't play. They've never played Theme. They've never played Sky. They rarely play Border and Kafe. They've done nothing but lose on recently.
All of which have been their permabans so far.
Yes, they've banned the exact same maps every single game through groups, basically through the entirety of the EUL as well. They've not had a deep pool, but still they walk away without really having to deal with any of those, right? Clubhouse, Chalet, okay, great. They play both of those maps, and then Oregon as well. This is a map they play. XSET, they're not going to be fools. They obviously know what they're doing in this map ban phase, but forcing Wolves to not play on one of those maps that they have zero experience on in recent times feels like an odd decision.
Only if you look at the maps that XSET themselves also play, because they like Oregon, they like Clubhouse. If we need 3, we're going to Oregon in the first place. The one that confuses me is Chalet. Yes, Wolves have played it a couple times in this group stage. It's not a map that XSET themselves have touched since stage 1, and when they did, they were only 1-1 on it. So when we head to map 2, it stands to reason that they've got something special saved up for it, because from a ban point of view, they don't really do all that much with it. This very much feels like a map they're largely indifferent to.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to that map 3 as well, because Oregon is so strong for both of these squads. You take a look at XSET, 7 plays this year, one of their most played maps. They've got a positive record. They've got 2 plays on it through groups. They lost to Rogue to start the tournament, but by the end, they were serving Damwon Kia a 7-1 dominant win there. And then you take a look at Wolves on Oregon. They were 6-0, undefeated this year, until Oxygen came in and ruined them in a game that didn't mean much for Wolves. Ruins my stat, but still a really strong performance, a really strong map from Wolves as well. So if we can get to that map 3, and I'm hoping we do, we're likely to see some very high-level Oregon gameplay.
All right, so Clubhouse. It's for Wolves, from seeing them in EU League, it seems like they are incredibly comfortable, and not just an EU League thing, but currently, if you don't know how to play Clubhouse, you might as well not be playing.
Right.
So this should be one where XSET can hang with Wolves, but how can they do that? What's the X factors for both of these squads?
Well, the thing I think you can exploit if you're XSET is the fact that on attack, Wolves play this map almost the same way over and over and over again. It's the very same lineup, it's the same basic ideology, but it's also Clubhouse. It's one where you work through the same steps over and over again. That's not necessarily anything new. XSET have the ability to notice that and exploit that fact, because there's a lot of creative things that they can do on attack. They've shored up that problem. They're not a mid-NAL attacking team. They're now the best team in the world at it, at least for the course of this group stage.
Right.
They might be able to do it against a Wolves team that has already been proven to be formulaic on Clubhouse to an extent.
I think the thing as well for Clubhouse, it's a map that requires a lot of steps to it sometimes. There's a lot of utility play in getting open walls, clearing hatches, using the floorboards to open things up. And I do feel like XSET really do shine in that aspect when they have to bring a lot of hard breach, Thatcher, whatever that might be. They've got a really killer support combo of both Diaz and Kino, who really can sometimes save the day. I think arguably the best support combo in this top 8 that we've got here in Berlin. You look at their stats through the group stage. Diaz, 32 deaths, 49 survival rates, 75 cost, all the best stats for survivability that we've seen throughout the group stage. And then Kino, 8 plants, top in the group stage with a number of kits on the ground. So that's a support combo you can rely on time and time again to put you in good position.
What's the combo on the other side?
I mean,
you're talking about Mowgli.
well, so no, we'll talk about it to no end, but it's mostly the fact that Mowgli is the highlight player for Wolves. The man is, I'm not going to say a finger crutch, but that's mostly what he plays. That is the thing that has been the spearhead so far for a Wolves team when, back when they were Vitality, we're struggling to find something down the middle. It's because Rise seems like if he plays Sledge, it's quite passive. He's not the world's most aggressive player, and you're looking kind of for some other answer in the middle of that. P4 has shown up in a really nice way to complement Mowgli on the entry. So you're definitely not without additional options if for some reason one of them goes down. It's just more a matter of who can continue to clutch. Luckily, in the group stage, they have one of the highest 1vx stat of any other team in groups. They seem like everything is running on all cylinders at the moment. I just wonder how a team like XSET's going to break them.
So let's talk about Mowgli for just a moment here. I want to highlight players and really talk about them as the ads I'm going to talk about has been the story so far. And Mowgli is an excellent player that we've had. Unfortunately, he's been swapped out for Volps for this game to make it clear for everyone. But this man, let's put some numbers on all of this. 117 expected performance score. So he's performing a minimum of 17% over the average player. 19 on entry.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Insane.
That's crazy. And it's what we don't see here is it's 19 and 12. So it's not even like he's been in like a ton of opening engagements. I mean, he has, but he's winning such a high percentage of those opening engagements as well. That KD ratio as well, 80 to 63. The current kill leader here in Berlin, 80 kills more than anybody else. If you're looking at players that might reach that 100K mark, he's got to be the first one that you're expecting to get there. Assuming they continue on long enough in this tournament. They're likely going to need to win this best of 3 to push it all the way there.
So, who takes map 1? Quick. Game's ready. Thank you. That's...
Yeah, I know.
Opposite of quick. Wolves take the first one.
Wolves Club?
XSET takes the first one.
All right, well, there you go. We have a European team playing. We're in Europe. Can I hear you? There you go. We got Wolves. We got XSET on the other side of Classic UNA. On to our casters. Enjoy happening.
Thank you very much, Milos. And we find ourselves here in Berlin. A pleasure to be up in this balcony on this theater. I'm Fluke. That's up.
And I'm still here indeed. And it's going to be a massive grand final, not grand final, quarterfinals to come up. I'm a little bit ahead of myself. Will EU be able to make sure that we have a guaranteed European finalist?
Well, that's it, because this is all NA really has left, regardless of the fact of whether they're a Brazilian team or not. It doesn't matter. The flag they come under here in the league was 4th NA seed, and yet that's all that they now have, and they only got here because there was a change in system. If it was head-to-head versus DZ, DZ would have had it, but round difference was the reason, and here we go in with the loud music, Clubhouse.
We're headed towards Club, a very basic map, step by step. You usually approach this on any given site. So fundamentals is what this comes down to some extent. Who will have the better fundamentals here today? Will it be Wolves or XSET? Soon, we'll find out. First, the band phase, of course. Are we going to see another Finka band, perhaps? Maybe?
Maybe.
We'll see in a second.
Maybe. It's curious. I think the fun thing about seeing these sort of teams go up against it, obviously, we have a lot about Wolves on Clubhouse. We have a lot about Wolves on about 3 maps.
Yes.
Because they don't really, they don't really do many others outside of that. Obviously, we've got a 0-for-1 on the side of XSET. And then, actually, curiously, Chalet, we don't really have anything.
No, that is being a bit left into the dark here. Now, Hibana will be the second band operator, so Heartbreach, as per usual, is going to be denied at least a little bit here on Club. Cade also removed, even though the Thatcher is available, not wanting to deal with these Electroclaws. So with that, only really Bandit left, and Mute, of course, to keep these walls shut.
And locked off with a mirror. It's Club. It's Club. Everybody knows Club. You don't have to really explain too much of the depths of Club, but it's probably better to paint the scene as if you've only just joined us as to why we have XSET and Wolves here. Skin of their teeth, Wolves. They haven't really been performing to the level that we wanted, not with any EU bias, but from EU productioners. We've seen them get to this position, and we were like, this is our EU team. This is the team.
This is the team that came in with that top seed, basically unchallenged for the majority of the season. Of course, they had that little bit of a slip up against Secret, which might have given them a bit of a shake, but either way. We're getting in away. First prep phase here. It's Wolves that set up their defense. We're headed towards the basement. There's multiple ways you can go for this. Sometimes you do see just that church execute. Triple wall gets opened up, so does the motorcycle hatch. But we could also see a pure armory take. Kitchen hatch gets opened up. You make sure you have thirds. And after that, blue might be a nice little extra to have. Of course, we don't know yet what XSET wants to go for, but there is plenty of heart breach opportunity available as Finka stays on the board, but just changes hands. Thatcher as well. We see the potential of heart breach gadgets. Not the case this time, but of course, we do have two exothermics.
Okay, and if I'm going to say Wolves have been underperforming, XSET overperforming. 4 huge performances across the board from those that got them here, but you've seen Kino jump towards the top and be one of the top performers. It starts with a bit of pressure. Over towards the Gym and Jacuzzi side, they're looking for those loose players, looking for the loose roams. You have the extension, the mutant, the plays against it. A steady approach here, round a drop, and, well, Mowgli, can he slip and slink his way before things start to close around them?
You definitely don't want to be an entry def here this early on. You're playing on that basement. That's where the true fight comes down. So if pressure gets a bit too much, it's better to just fall back if you are a Wolves player. Now, CCTV has been opened up, and as we do see one of the Wolves players trying to return to a bit of a pressure point out there, XSET that is currently trying to hold many of these long angles on the outside, hoping that they might catch a roamer off guard.
I'm curious about how quickly XSET start to drive themselves into this. Because obviously we've seen them throughout groups and we see them lose the first game, and then from every single game afterwards, they took it by the scruff. Wolves, they found themselves battling an OT pretty consistently here, and all of that came down to XSET's pace. It's been a bit slow across club. Obviously, it's not their map preference. It's not where they want to bring the fight. But here, they're still sort of lost in the sauce. There's nobody that's holding onto Logistics window. Doesn't seem really like there's a bout of pressure coming onto the back of Jacuzzi. They're kind of just entirely stacked. And at this point, you're thinking, well, what are they going to do to try and actually take those Wolves players out of position? Not much.
Well, we've had 90 seconds now, and XSET, they need to make a decision. Are we going to continue this roam clear, or will we just hit the site? Now, Rise is coming up from the bathroom, is looking to find one of these players, but just on the wrong timing, slips away. Kuno now holds his XSET, but there's a second player from Wolves coming around the corner.
And there they are. There's the kick code. There's Mowgli almost caught out. He's able to slip his way down. Rise suffers around the bathroom. It's Spirits. The Thatcher's trying to get a bit of retribution for the dropped hard destruction, but the kick going cold is the most important thing a minute on. It can be recollected, but it's a dangerous door to do it on, especially if you have, once again, nobody else in that position. And that's something that XSET have done really, really well to get here, is always have a second body. Gomez decides he's going to see who and anybody is in the site, but Yoga isn't able to offer him any support. P4 at the bottom of blue takes him out of it.
Great first round start here for the Wolves so far. Diffuser drops still. The roamers up on the top floor, not having been droned out or cleared out. Rise now getting into a gunfight. Will find Spirits. It's a 2-on-5. Gomez drops as well. Diaz in a 1v5. He needs to go for an ace clutch in this first round if he wants to make sure XSET starts us strong.
Well, I said we needed to see a higher performance and a flawless. You can't get much higher than that. The opening round on the opening map, it's theirs. And for now, it's still theirs.
A bit of a struggle from XSET. They, figured out, okay, Wolves is trying to go for the roam here. Wasn't quite able to get the clear out. They managed to get all the way up until construction, and then they had to make a decision. 90 seconds have just passed. There's still 2, maybe even 3 players up on this top floor and middle floor. What are we going to do about it? It might be a bit too scrappy if they go for it straight away. So instead, they decided to go for the site, maybe a bit more directly. Just cut down to that first floor and let the top floor be what it was. That might have been the wrong decision there. And with that, we have that first round in the pockets of Wolves.
So this is a timeout, and we've got it on our side. I don't think it was actually fully put across there, but that's an XSET timeout after round 1. It's a technical one, apparently. They use the in-game timeout thing. It's a technical timeout.
So, as we head on, that first flawless round of Wolves, a small issue that needed to be fixed, but we're getting it away in just a couple of seconds again with round 2. which
you hope so.
We don't know where it goes yet. we can have a little bit of a view on where it's actually going to be headed as soon as the issue.
You can't spoil the surprise.
We're not going to spoil it. I'm just saying we can see it. Everybody can maybe see it now.
Squint.
Sharpen of eyes. There you go. Gym bedroom.
Gym bedroom. Gym bedroom, and hopefully the round will start rolling in just a moment. The thing about that, and it's always hard, you look at one round and you're like, what can we take away? By the one round at the beginning of a series, for me, XSET not being sure of where they wanted to go.
Yeah, there was roamers. They knew there was roamers. They just weren't quite able to deal with them in a quick and efficient manner. That Wolves to be out and about for a bit too long, and that kind of came back to bite them. So, that flawless round onto the buckets of Wolves. XSET, they need to lead them with a bit more speed. Make sure that you might be having that hot drone, getting ahead of Spirits or Gomez, making sure that you are able to pick up 1 or 2 bodies. Force the Wolves to fall back towards the site so you do not have to worry about the rest of the build. And Clubhouse is a big map. If you need to clear out every single room by a drone, you're going to be taking quite a lot of time.
There's a bit of cheering.
There is a bit of cheering.
Oh, there it is.
Bibu.
There's Bibu. There's a lot of energy for Wolves.
Trying to start a couple of chants here.
It's a let's go Bibu.
Let's go Bibu, yes. Are we continuing with it?
We've already been tweeted by the NA audience saying they expected more.
Yeah, we
from
have
the
to
crowd.
say this. We got tweeted out by NA guys that our chants aren't good enough. So let's get creative, shall we? Sooner rather than later. Observer just called me out. Feels bad. Now, let's just be patient. We had that first round. XSET, they have a bit of time to talk about that first round. So did the Wolves, of course, but there's not much to talk about. Everything went quite well. They were able to shut down whatever XSET was tossing at them in that first round. And they would like to continue that way. They want to make sure that they get this first map under control. Some high fives are being handed out.
Hopefully that means we're back in soon.
Hopefully that does mean that we're getting started. Lee Loon is getting over as well, so that does mean that we are getting back into the game.
All right, cool. The second round.
The second round.
The second round, and we're in onto Gym. I bet you go. All right, Wolves, that was a hell of a start. Let's see how it continues at this point. A little bit of a break in momentum. Obviously, if you're new to that, the coaches couldn't speak to the players. The players had to have a breath and sort of go, what happened? Except the problem is nothing happened. You found yourself at the very end of a tether, and there was still no Wolves players on the sort of tip.
Frost being brought out, just of course to deny those winner hopping straight away.
10 seconds to insert.
Grenades or even some verticality will be able to take care of those mats, so it isn't the end of the world, but they are out there to prevent any quick push. You can either go for the frost mat or you can go for the player on the other side of it, and there's a decision that has to be made. If you do not clear them out, you might be able to catch 1 or even 2 players out as a result. As we get going, 1 behind the rotation as well, so if Logi falls, Logistics falls, and they do use the rotation into the vault, you might be able to catch off 1 of those players, and that might just be the difference maker once it does come down to these last couple of seconds, and an attacker just jumps in and gets downed.
XSET, what did you talk about? Well, it seems like focusing towards the site. They're going a lot quicker onto these, the sort of catch windows, the positions to punish those loose players. You have to try and force P4, Mowgli across the top of the board. See if you can get them into a tricky situation, as well as this. Grenades, maybe going to play themselves underneath. Obviously, the Nook has a little bit more secrecy than the Finker, but there's still a lot of soft and a lot of positions around that to hold on to this. If they break their way through onto the sort of bathroom in the swing round, yep, that should be a BB catch. Wrong side.
Middle. Just a bit too much in the middle there. So it's going to be the first exothermic gone. That's going to be alerting the rest of XSET. Hey, we need to deal with that door. We could just look through. You could have denied him from that bandit trick. So a bit of a mistake. You're more so inclined to watch CCTV, and it's of course the right choice because, you know, it goes both ways. You can look through that window. Someone can look towards you as Yoga will find Mowgli now.
Mowgli, first off the board, obviously came into this game as being one of the top gunners of the entire tournament and the only positive KD on the side of Wolves. So he's definitely got a little bit of work to make sure he keeps doing. There's the grenade over the top. There's Yoga finding out Rise on the far side, just keeping a watch on the flank. Another Wolves player falls. Just the Yoga holding onto the windows with the intel. They're trying to bite back, but they can't quite find the teeth around the player. P4. He's going to give himself a little bit more safety, a little bit more secrecy. There's still some pressure coming in underneath from the grenades, but with a minute on, they've been able to take 3 bodies and haven't even had to step foot in the site.
Now still someone on Jacuzzi balcony here, but P4 falls. Doesn't even fire out of his gun right there. Shinka, the last man standing, the plant's going down, but he gets shut down before a flawless round to respond to the flawless round that Wolves was able to bring earlier on. And now, round 3 to be underway, probably going to be CC or a run it back of the same site, which is completely different. Maybe Bar to come out next. Bar on stage? Possibility?
You're obsessed.
I'm obsessed with Bar on stage. I'd love to see it come out from Wolves.
I think that round, and obviously it's still early doors, still very early doors for this showdown. It was better from XSET. They sort of shook off what happened on the first. We saw it. Obviously the double stack up of the players down underneath. They made sure there was somebody watching for this side. Yoga was able to get 3 from it. The first was a drop and a swing round based on the intel. That, I mean, they just had an entire read on any movement inside the site. A great take from Kino, who, as I said, has been that MVP for the side of XSET throughout this tournament. A response for a response.
Now it is actually going to be Bar stage that is coming out, and if you want to have some little bit of context onto this side, the top floor is going to be important here. You want to make sure you keep control of construction, especially for the stage plant. If you do have control of that as defenders, you can use the hatch that is currently being portrayed onto your screen to deny any plant from happening. It's often where most gunfights will take place as well. The attackers will take care of CC, then they try and push on towards construction, leave 1 or 2 players out there, whereas the rest would start to try and go for a plant on the actual stage. Now, if you then, after that, lose that control of the construction area, that is going to be detrimental to your round. So, important to keep a hold of verticality here.
XSET starting their approach once again with these early sort of bites a little bit closer to home towards the site. Before the first round, the one that fell apart from them, it was a very slow build and they seemed a little bit lost as to how to actually try and break their way through here. It's keen attention paid towards Rise inside logistics. The stretch of Bibu and P4, you want to try and take control of construction. You want to try and push them further and further apart. The OS is going to see if they can bring that roll those Talon shields around the corner, and just keep battering them. Because as soon as you've got control of that hatch, then you can get into stock, then you can get that wall open and see if you can try and stick a plant onto the stage.
2 minutes on the clock, plenty of timer for XSET. They start to push in though. The Ossa could be a very good operator to use here. Just that shield for an extra bit of visibility. Put a bit of pressure down onto Wolves as well, who are, of course, onto that defense. Exothermic gets used to open up the con wall. And Mowgli going prone right next to the door. He's hoping to go for a bit of a surprise here. Whereas Gomez, he's using this talent shield to cover up the hatch. As I said before, it's crucial.
Wolves aren't giving them anything. They're playing to the time and playing to the space. They know that it's territory that they can still sort of contest in a weird no man's land, and that's the idea. They've spotted the Ossa shield. They'll expect somebody to suck their way around, so they cannot be entirely confident in holding the angles, but having that awareness, having that astuteness means that this push might be a little bit more dangerous. A very quick triple stack, they're making sure that that's an angle that they can slip and slink their way through. You can see some pressure. Mowgli going for a retake. There's entire flood P4 with the swing round. DS gets 1. Kino rotates back up with the kit to offer some support. They know how important it is to keep the territory, but as Bibu finds the feet of Diaz and gets that kit cold. A massive swing round from P4, puts it right back in the dirt. There's another player up on the side of the blue. Gomez is the one that's trying to make the distance. They're a little bit isolated. Wolves are just running amok inside the site. Rise! Out of the gym window, lifts the body and slams it back down. Gomez is gone as well. And Wolves refused to let the verticality fall.
That's it. We mentioned before how important it was to keep control of verticality here. Wolves, they saw the opportunity. They retook that top floor, even, lost Mowgli as a result. But after that, they managed to get the trades into their favor. Now it's only up to Yoga. In the side, not going to be able to do too much here. It's Wolves that will be getting their second round as he's being zapped to death just ever so slowly. The time is going to be running out. And that is Wolves. P4 with the ending kill. But I do have to question XSET. Why did you send a diffuser up? You could have sent literally everybody else.
Could have been anyone.
If you lose that diffuser out there where you did, that round is going to be over. And that's exactly what went on. You lost top floor, you lost that diffuser, and the Wolves are walking away with their second round.
It was that sort of idea that, to be fair, they've done really well. They run at you, XSET. If there's a fight, they're going to take it. And against teams like Wolves, who also sort of love to do that gameplay, that style, it becomes this sort of 5-on-5 aggression. Whoever gets the first usually is the one that at least has an eye left at the end of it. There was always another Wolf. There was always another corner and a window. And as soon as you're working on that detriment, I mean, look at this. He's coming up in a fight with 3 people tucked around all of the corners. Sure, he needed the kit, but there was still about a minute left around that time, roughly.
That's why I don't get why the diffuser went up there. I mean, of course, you want to go for a bit of support, but at least drop it down the staircase instead of on the top. Now we do have the actual tactical timeout to come through. That is going to be a 45-second timer where they have a bit of opportunity to talk.
Done.
It's done?
Yeah,
no more time?
I noticed it out the corner of my eye. It was an XSET one.
Of course. I mean, that round wasn't really anything too great from them there. I mean, they did have that flawless in round 2, but again, kind of picked apart during that third round. Wolves able to pick that one up. And we're headed back towards the basement here where the first flawless round took place. Wolves still on that defense with 3 more rounds. And let's see if XSET have anything else to bring here. Some new tricks to show to at least make life a little bit more difficult for the French team.
A blitz?
A blitz to come through is definitely a bit of pace.
I mean, it's a change of tack, and I think they need it. Obviously, they've now had their official tactical timeout. They've been able to have the conversation with the coach, and he's the one with the eyes on all of them. It's still very early. You're obviously looking at Clubhouse with 3 rounds deep, and their round wasn't flawless. It was sort of this weird back and forth where every single round 1 has been total control. There hasn't really been any sort of contest as to who gets it at the end once the ball starts rolling.
And it's been kind of the case for all 3 of the rounds so far. So let's see if this one is going to be a bit of a blowout. Spirits with that blitz wants to go in quickly, waits for the opening to be made, and is going to push down dirt. A drone will be hot droning him through. Shinka gets the actual smoke out, but it's going to be way too far out. Somehow will make out alive though, and that means that dirt tunnel has fallen. But you are able to fall back to side as a result of it.
That's it. You can see all of the Wolves players generally have started to make their way back to offer some support, a quick read, and they've just left Rise. On his own, the Belgian, isolated from the rest of the French, is going to see what trouble he can cause on the top floor. There is still work to be done, but it's a quick take of dirt, and it makes your take over the top 2 floors a lot quicker as well. If we remember, XSET, it was around the minute marker that they were still sort of stacked up and not sure how to put the pressure onto gym and bedroom. They should get a cleaner idea, and, well, it's steady now as they find themselves angling towards blue, where also things then started to fall apart.
Time is slowly starting to tick away. The first minute has passed. Twitch drone taken out, the first one. Still one left that they can go for, though. He's looking to eye up for some aggression right here. Here's the kitchen door open up. Now the summons are going off as well. He has some verticality. He can stop this from happening. He needs to be quick, though. I believe he's too late. The hatch has opened up. But due to him not responding, he might be able to get a kill as a result of it.
Well, there's the reveal of Mowgli heading down the stairs. It seems like the Blitz is pulling his way out to offer a slightly different solution. No, he's going to go back through. There's obviously the gate and a little bit of a Banshee on the other side of it, so he's not going to be quiet. But if he's still causing a riot, then it's going to be a problem. Pre-fires, peppers, and angles, XSET. They've got the opener here. P4's taken off. Gomez ran on the side of blue, looking for the next. Yoga suffers, but there's Gomez. Tears the head off of the player and opens the angle down towards the back line. Rise wants to steady his way on, keeping a keen eye towards the rotation, but I don't think anyone's going to hit it. He's got to try and offer some support to the players that are down there already. Actually, one's about to come through. Did he get the call? Kino with the kit. Oh, he's gone! Cold Kid on the end. Gomez is still doing the work down inside blue. The Blitz has got to make a very quick hot foot towards it. Shinka! He's able to get another little bit of cementing down. The recollection has come 30 seconds, and they're going to opt for a slightly different tack. Try and take the single man, or potentially push the main stairs. Pull apart what they know and what they don't.
It is Rise that is heading over towards the blue area. One way or another, we do not quite know yet. Spirits will make it through. Rise gave away his position, but it doesn't seem like they were fully aware of it. Now they're definitely watching him though. Plant is going down. Yoga will drop as well. It's going to be a 1-on-2 situation, but one is going to be a shield. It's just a pistol around the corner.
The flashes come. They know they're holding off the player. Shinka's trying to smoke out a bit of the rotation, but they've got smokes of their own. The longer this ticks on, the more powerful a blitz gets, but Shinka is just as powerful. Tucked into a corner, Spirits. He's going to do everything to try and buy himself as much time as possible. The two remaining Wolves, they've got to try and do a 3-2-1, and let's go at the same time. The first is Spirits', and now it's a 1 versus 1 with a shield. Rise is only a pocket full of seconds. He had an idea of maybe going through the soft. He's just got to take the fight. He gets them wounded, but it's Spirits.
He realized it as well as he was shaking no with his mouse there. Spirits will be able to get the clutch done with the blitz. And it brings it at 2-2-2. Equalized in the score. Bottom floor has fallen. The gym and bedroom will be up next. Well, what operators will we see? What kind of strategy will we see this time around? Last time we did see the bender trick be quite successful. You cannot let that happen again. You need to get two people out on that balcony. One for the support, making sure CC is not being watched. And there's one way to do it. It's just to open up CCTV wall. Just to ensure there is pressure down there. You can watch it from the balcony. You can make sure no one gets to that window. And then highway is safe to play. You can stop anybody from walking up too close to the breach. Now, there's not going to be an actual bandit this time, though, so no need to truly worry. We do see the Thorn coming out, so the Razor Bloom gadgets might be of some impact. Could be even comboed up with some of the Frost Mats.
As I said, even though they've taken their attack time out, this game has generally been really tit for tat. That was close. And I'm wondering if that sort of heralds the idea that XSET maybe started to tweak some things together about the approach. The blitz getting in really quick was obviously almost a big part of that, but being the full stop in the end sort of dictates that it was a bit of a pocket play, and it's not something you can bring out every single time. The attention here before was flawless. They're well aware of that. It's actually Wolves' chance to have to try and step up here before they, for the first time, find XSET potentially one round ahead.
That's what we'll be looking for. They want to be ending this attacking half on a 4-2, and if that's not possible, a 3-3 at least. Whereas the Wolves, they are looking for that same scoreline, just in favor for themselves. Time slowly being wasted, doors being opened up. That's just to put some pressure down onto, you know, potential roamers on the side of Wolves. As the Nuck is starting to push in, just right up the main stairs, potentially with that drone going ahead. Could be dangerous, but you want to use those grenades first. You do not want to die with 2 grenades in pocket, not in this meta.
The first one didn't actually catch it. They're not trying to play against the trick. They just missed, but this might be the trick. Gomez, he's gone undetected. The camera pings into life. It's the wrong side of a hot ping. Mowgli had the focus and the awareness and pulls the player apart. Does he know of the second? Spirits gonna try his luck at the rumble on the top of the French stairs. There's a little bit of unaware. You can see Mowgli. He's tucked onto a corner. He should get the audio swing round the roll there. The EMP from inside. The drop of the drone to bait the play in the swing. There's still the angle, the pressure, and the pre-fire comes against the bow of Spirits' face. He wants something given to him, and Wolves are very tempted to play that game. As I said, both teams love to lean in to this firefight, but it's a tricky one.
It's going to be the hatch used, though, from Yoga. Wolves shut down Mowgli. Suddenly, there is an opening for Spirits to try and move through. The other player has just moved into the little vault area. Beautiful shot onto Bimu as well. We'll shut him down before he gets traded out. 3-on-3. They know someone is still up on the hatch. Shinka needs to pay attention towards the area, but he's also being pushed by Kino at the very same time as it shuts him down.
Shinka, he is coming alive this series. The bulletproof gives a lot. DS and P4 give it back, leaving just Yoga, the man who got the kill from the top of the hatch, rotates round. 49 seconds. Plenty of time and a couple of drones, but they're not really going to be able to do much. The bulletproof has all the calls. The one just tucked around. There it is.
Beautifully played from P4 there, and it was a very scrappy round coming out here. XSET really trying to push and make the most out of those main staircases. And once they sent up 2-3 players there, they were able to finally find a kill. It's just that Wolves was able to at least get a bit more trading going their way. And now they lead again, 2-3, with the opportunity to lock it off with that 2-4. We're headed back towards the bar and stage area. Now, we did see that go down last time. It was the top floor that had fallen initially, but Wolves took it back under control quickly. With a quick 3 or 4-man push coming around the corner. Drop it in the diffuser, as XSET has left it there. And that is something that XSET need to be better with. They cannot lose the diffuser up on the top floor again, trying to provide support to those out there. As we again see Shinka, fortunately taken out before he got 2 kills though.
Is that one bulletproof? The single bulletproof cam stacked on the top. They didn't really have the direct route through, or didn't take the second to punch it, because Wolves kept that door so exceptionally dangerous. Whether it was the player buried behind the bed of Bibu on the far side, or the close corner held by Shinka, that camera stayed, and that camera revealed literally every split second of anything XSET tried or thought about trying. One more attempt here for Wolves to swing around themselves, break the trend. Every single round has been traded out of this series so far.
The last 2 have been a bit closer though, as the first 3 rounds were pretty one-sided. Last 2 were a bit of a coin toss. Could have gone either way. And now, XSET looking to tie things up again. They want to make sure that 3-3's on the board, because otherwise Wolves are going to find themselves at a bit of an advantage headed into that second half. Now, walls are being opened up onto Jacuzzi. I believe the Wolves players are starting to fall back slightly. They need some support, though, from the highway, just to make sure there is no trickery going on.
We didn't really get a huge amount of attention paid onto the Jacuzzi side in the back end of this last time. It allowed Wolves the confidence to sort of hold quite aggressive angles, caught out. P4 suffered. Will they get the final shot? The breach is there as well. They're waiting for the ping. Diaz could very easily swing this, and he does. Before anyone can get the pick back up there, it was an unfortunate idea, but very well played by XSET.
We said it before, someone needs to be on that window to stop them from opening up. Mowgli's going quite aggressive, finds an open CCTV. Spotted out that Selmas are still being tossed in. Drones coming through, haven't actually seen him, so he managed to sneak by. This might be absolutely huge. He might be able to shut down Kimo.
If this drone misses him, or if the Finker comes first, the Finker came first! There's the reveal on the drone, too little too late. Once the next fight actually goes back to his position, they've slipped their way through, gone back. Bit of a dangerous stance. The pre-fire comes around on the corner. He's trying to find the angle. It's such a dangerous take. He cannot quite make it out. Kino has the lock, but Shinka gets Yoga. In the meantime, on the opposite side, that puts Diaz alone onto Jacuzzi. Spirits has got to rotate his way back round. It's still worth remembering the site is down below. All of this time, all of these fights, and the kit being up here as well. That was how tragedy happened last time. Sprayed through, a trade out. Diaz and Ruiz, one apiece. Spirits, he's going for the swing, gets the take, a 2 versus 1. Bibu, he's all that's left. Do they know he's hiding around in logistics? What's the measure of the map the man has? Does he have the cams down below? They're trying to hold an angle and find it. The kit's been recollected. It seems like they have an awareness. Spirits is going to swing from the logistics construction breach. There's a pre-fire. There's the pop. There's one. There's the... Oh!
Almost finds the second, but XSET are able to tie it back up. And good call there from whoever made it. We haven't cleared out logistics. We need to make sure we at least give it a bit of a check. As soon as the Alders start firing, they knew exactly what they were up against here. We find ourselves 3-3. All tied up in this first map. Could be going either way. But it is going to be Wolves heading over towards the attack now. Can they make the difference here?
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Or will it be XSET that show some superb defenses against the French team? Now, there's multiple ways to go at this. Sometimes you do see a bit of a roam, extensions towards the top floor. But you might also find out that there is going to be a full turtle setup. We have to wait a couple of seconds before we find out which one it is. And as you see, Diaz here with that final kill, taking down Bibu. We managed to get the first pre-fire down to the wire, and almost managed to get the second one as well. That was very close.
An even half. And now it's the pressure onto Wolves. I would say Club, with the lead in that we've had on attack, Club being their map and the sort of stretch that we've got ahead of us. Wolves have to really start trying to put a bit of the difference in, potentially, on Mowgli. He's been a little bit quieter this game than previous, but thankfully and luckily for Wolves, a couple of quiet players have started to show up, P4 and Shinka especially.
Now, there is not going to be any bandit tricking going out for the side of XSET. Of course, you are going to be able to open up most walls. Even though we do have a double hard breach ban, Thatcher is open, so everything you want to get opened up should be able to be opened up, and unless you don't see XSET really try and contest it. Instead, bringing out the Azami to try and go for a bit more of a maze-like structure.
So one is still holding onto the top of red. They've otherwise rotated the other players off. It's now cleared out. Yoga didn't want to stick around without any other support. It's the same sort of thing that obviously we saw the pressure before, but here XSET hasn't wanted to risk the gamble. They felt the pressure coming through from Wolves, knew the breach, and it wasn't the tempo that they wanted to try and dance to. Wolves, they've got time to try and make up here. There's steady approach and a redistribution of utility onto the site itself, building themselves a bit of a box around blue.
Yeah, the keeper barriers are really great to, give yourself that little bit of extra. I actually like the keeper barrier you just saw there onto the blue wall. You might ask why, but that's because the player on top of blue, like the baby steps, can be shooting right through, can be making sure that they have an angle into the side. That keeper barrier stops that from happening. The player right behind the bar is going to be safe.
Wolves, they're still not entirely convinced. They're getting themselves all the data and intel, and here comes the first bit of pressure towards a player. It's a shotgun. Spirits takes the head and pretty much everything else off of Mowgli. The C4 catches nobody else, but he's done his business. He's going to make sure that he can try and cause some problems later elsewhere. It was pretty well played in position, but here now even more pressure onto Wolves. They're breaking their way through onto the main stairs itself. They've got sight of the shield and the wall that might be able to get popped open with the Selmas. The Thatcher's there too.
The rotations being made here. Wolves really want to set themselves up to allow them to play with as much verticality as they possibly can. Frag grenades are being tossed in as well just to try and relocate these players. Get rid of the shields wherever you can. The Selmas are starting to head off elsewhere. It's Biba that takes care of that Mew Jammer, allows him to actually get the drones onto the site now, and that might be huge. Selmas are being set up, but the Mew Jammer still on the other side of that wall is going to be stopping that from happening. EMP comes in, but an impact is in the hands of Yoga. Should be used successfully, indeed. You see it there, and that means the triple wall will stay close for now.
Well, that grenade gets caught out, and so does Rise. Spirit's able to pop from the bottom, but it's Shinka that fights back. They still have all the presence in blue, but that's where the kit is as well, and there's only a pocket full of seconds. Gomez with a swing, Diaz with one more, and Shinka falls into the lion's nest. For the first time, XSET this game move one in the lead.
First time as well that the team has been able to pick up 2 rounds in a row. Now let's see if they can try and build some extra momentum out of this. Can they get some extra rounds to follow up with their just gained lead? Now, Wolves, they just need to stay calm. It is just 1 round on your defense opener that you have lost. Shotgun is going to be hard to challenge there, even with an LMG. You need to get these drones out. Use some of that utility. Grenades around the corner, or even flashbangs. Make sure you time it all right. Because this again was like one of these lockout rounds like we've seen in the very first 3.
Now XSET statistically, I believe across the tournament, were the top attacking team in what is a very driven meta, and it wasn't that impressive, the opening game, compared to how they've played throughout this tournament so far. But if they start to find a little bit more life here on their defense, if they're able to turn what has been not their problem, but not their stronger statistical set into a bit of an asset, we might find ourselves in a very tricky Chalet a little bit later.
We for sure could. But neither of these 2 teams want to be having that pressure upon them off Chalet. No matter how good you are, or if you haven't played it as much, you want to make sure you get that first map under control.
Wolves, what can you change and tweak here? We're finding ourselves for the first time onto CC. It's not the most common, as it's sort of been a little bit of a problem solved time and time, and team again. Mowgli, he's tucked into a firefight. There's a barricade quickly placed. There's the pressure of a swing round on a window, and the drone's just going to reveal the rotation of Gomez wider and wider. He's got a little bit of safety, and he's got a little bit of support here from Rise. But again, this army is just causing continual problems. You never really know what window is going to be the one that pressures you, and that's what XSET are leaning into here. They're forcing them against it, and Mowgli forces back. Spirits and P4. Diaz taken off the board as well. There was a bit of a jump out, but nobody was caught. So pre-fire the angle, Mowgli. That's what Finka does. Kino, he's tucked in a really tricky situation right now. If they get the read and where he is, it could all fall apart, and it does!
And another flawless round to hit the board here, this time in favor of Wolves. And another lockout round and blowout round to come through early on in this half. Equalize the score again. Stop XSET from building too much momentum and make sure it might go your own way. There's still some fun on the side of Wolves there. Just discussing that last round, see what they can change for the upcoming one. Again, if you have a flawless round like that, that must give you some of that energy that you want to carry across towards the next, towards the current one. So we're headed towards the gym and bedroom.
Do you want a fun fact?
I want a fun fact. Throw them at me.
Wolves have the highest clutch statistic as a team.
Was it like 20%?
A ludicrous amount. 2 of their players are in the top 5 for pulling off clutches, 1vXs. It's really been, and I can't emphasize this enough, skin of their teeth. Wolves have not really had a clean game throughout this. There's only 2 that didn't go into OT. One was a win, one was a loss. They don't like it easy.
You know, they just want to put up a show for
They
viewers.
make it stressful.
They make it stressful, that's for sure, but they, you know, also put up that show as a result with it. It's actually quite funny. I was reading through it. Someone sent it over towards me. 12.5% is the average clutch rate for the current teams that are still left in the tournament right here. It's a chance of starting. Wolves will need that energy. Want to put back 2 of themselves against XSET to retake that lead, because right now it has been quite back and forth. XSET has been able to turn that tide though ever so slightly.
Once again, Gomez playing quite quick against the breach and the broach onto those windows. The approach of Wolves is sort of cut off at the pass. They're not going to hand them any free angles. They're going to sort of make them get in close work for it, because that's when we've seen XSET do a little bit of business. Pulls back. Yoga wanted to see if he could get a little bit of lucky strike, but the upside down repel means that the player isn't going to be in a position to be shot in the face here. Some have stacked up towards the side of Jacuzzi. You can see Wolves, they're discussing, redistributing. They want to instead try and pinch and pull some of this control away from the opposite side, where it's a little bit easier to break.
Now we'll be opening up onto Con. They need to take care of logistics though if they want to be putting full use in that. I think Rise is putting himself in a position to do that later on, as the majority of Wolves is now around the Jacuzzi balcony. It will be opened up in just a matter of seconds. We might be seeing a bit of a quick pace here.
I'm kind of hoping it. There's the grenade round. Going to see if it can hit the corner, and it does. Mowgli bounces that right into the bathroom. He's going to see if he can follow up. Shinka doesn't let go. P4 finds one in and amongst the opposite side. Diaz forced out of position and finds a fake take, but it's instantly battled back. Yoga, in the blink of an eye, has lost it all.
And another lookout round coming in from Wolves, and I said it. They wanted to go for some pace there. They open it up. The grenade is perfectly cooked and timed as well. And they find that opening kill. They don't stop from there. They make sure that they, as the Wolves are starting to come out, keep that up.
And they are wooing for the Wolves.
It's the Wolves howl.
The Wolves howl.
Beautiful.
I was so excited for an EU audience. They're not disappointing.
Not yet. No, they're definitely not disappointing. Now, 4-4 turns into 4-5. Wolves retake that lead that they had just lost for a moment. And XSET will take us towards the basement, where Wolves did struggle before. So there is an opportunity for redemption here. There is that opportunity for Wolves to show that they can win on any given site that XSET throws at them. Will they start with a roam clear, or are they heading directly towards the side? I mean, the last round was quite effective, but you know, usually you don't go for a quick round twice.
Usually.
As I say that, you know,
it's a special occasion.
Might have just jinxed it.
All right, Wolves, that's 2 rounds in a row. XSET were just able to do that before. Can you be the first to make it 3? And can you be the first to actually put a little bit of a distance? P4 almost put in the dirt there from the spray out. But is able to slip himself to safety with the breach. Spirits is going to try and run out this instantly. If the Thermite's unaware, well, they just get it at the last second. Bibu caught out. He couldn't quite get the break through the breach. Mowgli's going to see if he can get some bite back. There's one. There's a second. There's a no. Diaz is maybe just a little bit lucky to get that positioning, but it's XSET. They have that body balance. They have themselves back towards the site. However, only about 50 seconds has passed.
There's plenty of time for the remaining attackers, and after Spirits went that aggressive, they kind of pushed Wolves to go for a bit of pace. Make sure that Mowgli had to get in a bit deeper, assure themselves that they could be going for these trades. Now, 4-5, all still in that lead, 2 minutes to go, 3-on-3. Bit of hard breach left on the side of P4, 3 Selmas. Have a decision to make. Where are you going? What hatches will you want to have opened up, or are you just going to go for a horizontal push?
It's that sort of takeaway right now from this round. They've obviously, as he said, lost the Thermite, but the Thermite was going to use an exothermic and did on the top floor anyway. At this point, the breach is just going to have to be a little bit more focused. Blue turned into a firing range. They still want that option because what you're up against now, you're probably not going to have enough to be able to get confident and comfortable dropping your way and trying to fight against the mute jammers, even though you still have the structure to break apart that structure. That's what they also have too. You're looking at Azami, you're looking at a smoke still on the board in the hands of Kino, who is a wizard with that operator, and that's something that they don't want to play no magic. Wolves instead, some focus on the back end.
Opening up dirt as well, keeping their options open. Slowly moving around, not making too much noise, trying to bait out some of the utility as they do. P4 sneaking through dirt. There's a barricade on the other side he needs to get through first. We'll give away his position, we'll give away his plans, but he might be waiting for the rest of Wolves to be in position to go for that push.
Oh, there was a reveal, and there's Kino. Just gets the touch down. It's going to put the smoke to stop the movement onto the side of blue as well. There's the ping on the player. It buys himself a confidence that they're not going to refrag, which is obviously where they lost players before. The long-arm grenade. Get a full catch onto anyone behind it, but another canister comes through. The barb has to be broken. XSET, they're holding themselves at the 3 different angles. Kino's behind the armory case, and Rise is trying to find a way to force him out of that. Sprays and scrapes over the side. He has so much, keeping them further at bay, and the cross angle. Wolves found themselves once again in the firing line of blue. Recollected the kit. Not enough time to really find a fight. XSET, they keep it going.
They keep it going, keep us at 5-5 here. And now the round that will decide who will be at a map point. Round 11. As we are all equaled up, it's some of these two teams, one of these two teams, that's going to be able to put even more pressure onto the other. Because if you win round 11, you put yourself on 6, it means that if there is a little bit of a slip up in round 12 from the other team, the round and map will be over. And you take that in control. We headed towards CCTV, a site we do not very often see anymore, as it is very step-by-step. Attackers have an incredibly high win rate here, due to the fact that you just open the CC wall, you get control of the garage, make sure you have the rafters. And what else is there really to do for the defenders after that? Sure, they might be able to get some explosives in from launch, from underneath, but at some point those run out as well. You can also just send an attacker down to keep control of that. There's relatively little you need to do to go for a plant here, and that's what makes it so successful for the attackers. Especially with the Monty that's coming out for Rise right now, it's going to be very easy to clear out the rafters.
It's the point of this, is Wolves, do you really have to take it to overtime every game?
I mean, at this point, it's kind of their identity, right? It's like they want to make sure that they're bringing it to the absolute last moment here. It's a double bit of a spawn peak.
Yeah, 2 players attempting it, but nobody is actually over on that side, so they'll have to tuck tail and pull themselves back around. Instead, it's more of a direct focus towards it once again. Last time we were here, it was obviously a pretty clean sweep. Not going to be this time. Mowgli, first gone. They lose the pocket Selmas, they lose any control there, and they keep a big bit of control on the opposite side. Gomez is going to rotate his way back round. They have punch holes and attention. It seems like Wolves are going for that old traditional step-by-step CC and then potentially the rafters.
Rise is still too far out to actually have some pressure with the actual Montaigne. So drones are just coming out, they're trying to pre-place them. Rise is still on his drone as well, trying to give out some information to the rest of his team. Keepers are being deployed. Gomez is playing in construction. There is still a player out in the bedroom as well, so there is the opportunity for Wolves that if they're quick enough, they only have to face 2 or 3 players onto the direct side. Now, as the multi starts to push up, Spirits will be aware. There is 2 impacts. There is a drone currently being watched. They will have absolute complete control and knowledge of where Spirits will be. Extra magnets will be shut up here. Impact as well, trying to stall Rise. A little bit of damage done, but nothing too much yet. Why do you unshield Rise? That's the wrong moment to do so. The feet get taken out. Spirits gets a second. And XSET look like they might be able to put themselves onto map point.
The first was a gift for Spirits, and the second, he wanted seconds. That really was a great bit of control over the top, but you do have a couple of questions as to why the Monty dropped. Bibu and Shinka. All that's left, the old classic Thermite Thatcher duo, but with 1:08 left on the board and still a lot to do and still a lot of players to get through, and no real way to force this player out. I mean, it's another for Spirits. Shinka stops them having the 4K in the time of their life on the top rung, but well, a scrappy spray down towards Lounge and the drop, 50 seconds, and they know where that player is coming from. That door is firmly locked and the rafters are retaken.
This might turn into a bit of a tactical timeout here for Wolves. Plenty of time, not really anything they can do about it. Kino goes a bit aggressive on the outside. Shinka makes his position known, jumps in and gets shot down. It's Yoga with that final kill. And now, are we going to see a talk from the side of Wolves? Because it is 6-5. It is a very crucial round. If you lose this one, you lose map 1.
I believe so. I would be massively surprised if they don't, because, you know, although it is obviously Club, it's Wolves' map, XSET have sort of bit themselves back. They've never really let this one leave their hands. There's little slip-ups, little mistakes from the side of Wolves, as we see, but then that sort of duck in, that drive, that bit of control from XSET, where they refuse to let things go. It seems like they're starting to piece together how Wolves are tending their approach. It's a learning and a guessing game.
P4 having an incredible game, by the way. 12 kills onto 6 so far. Let's go, Wolves coming out. They will need it. One more round for them to bring it to OT, just to make it a little bit tougher upon themselves and their opponents. And it looks like we'll be headed towards the gym and bedroom for that 12th round. XSET are on map point here. They could be taking Club, put themselves one leg into the semifinals.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
They managed to make it happen. Gym and bedroom will be the sides. It is Wolves still on the attack. What will their pressure points be? What will their strategy be? Are they pushing in from Jacuzzi straight? Are they going to take CC under control and push towards construction after that? Or will we see an XSET like push, where they just go up the main stairs and hope for the best?
I mean, at this point, it's sort of back and forth for the side of Wolves. They've had their team talk. They're a team that sometimes does risk it all for just a drop of round. But Wolves, they are one round away from potentially finding themselves on a very tricky Chalet. Chalet, a map that, well, if you needed a VOD on it, there's probably no other team where you can get more control over the game that they've played it, both in their run in EUL and in this tournament already. XSET locking themselves in potentially. One more round is all they need to be able to take this away from Wolves and put a huge bit of pressure. And it starts over on Strip.
Bibu headed towards the con wall. The outside one wants to open that one up to at least elevate the pressure a little bit towards the defenders of XSET. Mowgli got down there. Did he just fall off the roof? I think he fell off the roof. There's no way, right? I mean, I'm quite confused about that one. He's still alive though, luckily, but no more opportunities to go DBNO. So needs to make sure he uses the remaining adrenaline surge as well. Bibu's receiving a bit of pressure. Not quite sure from where though.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves formulated here. You can see Wolves talking and moving and wanting to find an inroad. The drones are steadily rolling and there's a bit of confusion as the start of the play. And that gets popped. Diaz is underneath, hoping to either catch a drone or anybody else, but they're not going to offer themselves just yet. Instead, a retake. Mowgli around Lounge gets himself a little bit more picked up and still some pressure on the far end. Maybe they thought that there was another loose player inside and underneath, but it's gone at this point. A canister is what's going to meet them, as XSET is still happy to kind of just hold position.
This time there's no grenade instantly to follow up onto the bathroom player. Of course, there is no bathroom player as well, but P4 is playing below. Needs to be a bit careful of the main stairs here. Spirits is waiting. 2 grenades in pocket. You want to use these as depth charges. You want to get players out from underneath, and as the first gets tossed in from Rise, they know no one's going to be on the rotation, as Gomez takes a lot of damage.
There it is. A couple of pairs of grenades now underneath, and you can see XSET sort of a little bit further away from the site, pushed further and further up, but Spirits is going to try and meet them with the pop of the shotgun. That one doesn't have a connection either. There's a lot of dedication to players, and that one's going to not connect with the shield. Just a little bit undercooked, so it bounced off. And Wolves, once again, find themselves pretty much out of pockets of a grenade, a single one left. And where are you going to try and roll it here? Spirits is still happily rolling in this position. He hasn't got a C4. He's looking for the fight down on the long range. Wolves, you're sort of looking at them wondering when they're actually going to start the swing round. That one's caught out. Kino, he doesn't really have anywhere to go, so he's just going to take the damage. Spirits, he's going to get caught. No, he's not! Removes the head of Bibu, finds a second! Spirits takes care of them, rises on the shoulder. He's looking for another fight. The shotgun's a bit out of range, but he can't risk it because he's so injured. There's the end of him. Shinka, but 20 seconds here. Wolves, they're one body down. They're two bodies down. They're almost three. P4 creeps his way through. There it is, Diaz with the lock over. Shinka's gone too! And XSET take Clubhouse.
The first map will be XSET. That means that they are going to be having the extra life. Of course, they can afford to lose that next map. But if they win it, it will be them into the semi-finals and make sure that NA's hopes and dreams can continue for this event.
NA, you're one up, but you're one left. Let's see if that continues. We'll take a quick ad break before we're back with the death.
Welcome back, friends, and yes, our North American squad were able to take map number 1, XSET, set themselves up for success, and I have two annoying little pains on the other side of this desk.
Little?
Help me out with the
Berlin sounded a little quiet after that one, Jacob.
No one's cheering at all?
Quiet out there.
Ooh, who won the first map, huh? Who got it done? Like I said, okay, to be fair, can we all boo Jesse because he at least thought Wolves were going to win? He got it wrong.
I mean, I thought they did least win their map pick. He's literally not on your side. Anyways.
That's true, I'm not.
No, he is just trying to play you, and you fell for it so easily. Man. XSET make it through for map number 1. Now, let's talk about kind of the plays that went down in all of this here, Jesse, because XSET looked like they had control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a weird first half, right? We got to see the defensive side from Wolves first, and they played a really aggressive, Wolves style of defense, right? They like to play all over the map. They like to play hyper aggressively in the way that they like to take a lot of those fights. Mowgli did Mowgli things. Sometimes it worked, often it didn't. It felt like some of those opening deaths really did struggle. We've got the highlight going now, though, and what I really wanted to highlight as well was Spirits as an individual. He had so many good clutches. This was the first one where it ends up being a 1v2 that he's able to work alongside Diaz with on the blitz. First time his teammate goes down, but Kit is on the ground. Spirits has planted it, not used a single
He
blitz
hasn't
charge
used
yet.
any of them yet, yeah.
He's still just going to be trying to win this 1v2 as a blitz. This should be very difficult. Maybe he'll help out with the utility there. Shink it down to the pistol. Rise is going to try to take this fight. Again, 4 charges still. You'd expect him to get blind at some point here, but he still doesn't seize the feet, and somehow Spirits clutches out, and that's not the only time. We come around here, he doesn't actually win this clutch, but he gets down to a 2v1, and I really like the way he works with Diaz. Focus on his positioning. Look at that great little pinch on the Rise. And they don't necessarily know where Bibu is in this final 2v1, but the highlight still remains that Spirits is a great player in these late round moments. He's always in the right spot, and he's doing a great job working with his teammates to win these rounds that matter the most.
Other thing to bear in mind was that one time he got the 3K Rafters while Wolves tried pushing up with a Monty of all things. If you fail with a Monty on a Rafters push, what are you doing? Especially if it's one guy getting 3 kills. It's a little embarrassing for the Wolves. It does go to show exactly how locked in Spirits is, and sometimes we had questions. I think even I had questions because he wasn't one of the higher rated players on XSET through the course of the group stage, especially where he and Gomez are supposed to be around the top. But still, he topped the scoreboard here, 12 and 10. He's just doing what he does.
Yeah, you got to call back to that Monty play from Rise on Rafters. Maybe should watch some Sapper gameplay from the last matchup. That was some decent Monty play.
That or some classic Anaton gameplay from SI.
Even back to that, sure. Yeah. But there were certainly some problems there coming through. Again, I want to highlight Mowgli. He was in 8 opening engagements in this 12-round game. That's so many opening engagements. And the fact that he only went 4 for 4, I mean, it's fine, right? You're equal, but I still feel like there were a lot of times where he was the opening death. They just didn't need to die because of the position he was playing.
So, some issues to look back on here for Wolves, despite this being a 7-5 victory for XSET. That's map number 1 in the series. I want to start setting this up for our next map. And first up, can we pull up those map bans just to refresh everybody's mind and how things have gone down in that way? And we were talking about, Clubhouse and Chalet, map number 2. It doesn't seem like the greatest pick for XSET just because of Wolves and what they've done over the past few months on those specific maps. But hey, it worked on Club. It was tight. It came down to the last couple rounds. But what about Chalet? Now, XSET's pick. Are there any numbers that we can work with?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Milos. Yes, XSET have played this map twice in the first 2 weeks of the NAL. A loss to TSM followed by a win over Parabellum. It did feel like they kind of worked on their mistakes in that game. They were able to bounce back. I do think they have a pretty solid Chalet, especially because they went up against a Parabellum team that is notorious for being so good on that map, and they put them in the dirt. So it's nice to see that little start, but it's been a long time since we've seen XSET play this map.
Months.
Yeah,
we've seen them play this. It's literally been since the opening of Stage 1.
Yeah.
Which for a lot of people is a lot longer than you might give it credit for. So as far as I'm concerned, Wolves seem like they stick out a little bit more because their playtime on the map is far more numerous over the course of the past 5 months. The only issue is they still have the exact same win percentage. Both of them are only 50% win rate on this map over the entire span of the season.
I mean,
you're in Oregon.
Oregon?
We got only just a bit of time before we go to break. So.
Well, can I say something quick about Chalet?
Go ahead.
I think XSET really had a decision to make when they chose their map here, right? They could have either chosen something that Wolves have not played because they have so many permaban maps, take something that they're not familiar with. Instead, they went for a map that Wolves played twice already in the group stage. So they're relying on their VOD review power here. They're relying on their ability to read what Wolves did and counter it. So I really want to see a good understanding of the way Wolves play the game from XSET this game. Otherwise, this map ban phase was a huge mistake from XSET.
2-0 and A?
I said on Twitter it was going to be 2-0 XSET, and I will stand by that. 2-0 XSET.
Jesse, are you biting the bullet again?
Listen, there's no way Wolves get 2-0'd in front of their home crowd. They'll get a pity map.
Oh, a pity. Did you hear what he said? He had a pity map. Come on.
It's a pity map.
Look,
wow.
XSET fans, anybody's in here? XSET?
Couple,
really?
yeah. It's a couple.
Any Wolves fans? All right, that's all we need. We got French fans also in here. So there we are. Let's take it quick. Our casters are getting ready up on the other side. So how about we cool down for a moment and then toss it to them? What do you think?
Cool.
Feels like a good idea.
All right, let's do it then. We'll take a quick one, and then we'll be back for our matchup. See you in a bit.
Willkommen zurück, Berlin. Wie geht es dir? I don't speak German. Come on. I was going to say. I speak a little bit, so I wanted to give it to you.
Yeah, you gave it a go.
I gave it a go. It took a while, but I was glad to see so many people here. We are getting into the second map very soon here between Wolves and XSET. Are you ready?
Am I ready?
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Is the crowd ready?
I don't know. You go ask them.
Are you ready? Are you ready, crowd? Come on. Does sound like a yes. So let's get into Chalet just very soon. Now, if you somehow have missed the first map, either people here or at home watching, XSET have managed to win that one. XSET have managed to put that one on the board. The Wolves are one down. They need to fight back, and this is their opportunity to do so.
I mean, it's not just their opportunity, it's their last one left.
It is their last one.
They've got to find their way into some sort of setup and position, and that's the only sort of drive forward.
The howls are coming back out of support. As we're waiting for that final moment where we get in and see who's going to be able to take that very first round.
There may be a technical.
There might be a bit.
There may be a moment. We built up a lot of the rave music, and then the rave was postponed.
It's like when the drop is coming, you know?
Yeah,
and it's just...
The drop is coming, and then
drop's almost there, and no. We're not getting the drop just yet. We're waiting, giving some people to get the opportunity to get back to the venue. After they just took a quick bio break, got some drinks, some snacks.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, obviously. We see it when people are in, when the games are rolling. This place is rammed. And it's only the first day. Second game, first day.
It's only going to get fuller from here on. More crowded, more loud. Yes, like that. Come on. Who was that? Raise your hand.
It's like one.
Who was it? Oh, let's go. It's Gabe. Yeah. It is Gabe.
Oh, is it Gabe?
Yeah, it is Gabe. The song earlier on. It's good to see these, like all these people that we have spoken to so many times before online, but never really had the opportunity to meet. As we quickly go through some highlights of the previous map, just to recap.
Yeah, we got a minute.
We got a minute or two.
If you missed it, if you missed the first game, Wolves, it was their map on Club. They got off to well an even start. It was traded rounds either side. They started to pick up a little bit of momentum, but on that final hurdle, just shy of getting to map point, maybe finding themselves another OT or not, it didn't matter. XSET, they bit back. There was a little couple of moments from the side of Wolves. They seemed to run out of steam and out of solutions.
Unfortunately, they did, and I hope they've just had a bit of a quick rest, a quick of a new huddle, talk to Lilun and the rest of the coaching staff.
Yeah.
See if they can find something they can use here against XSET. You see, they're just waiting before they join the lobby. Because they need to win this, so they're out. And NA will have a team in the semi-finals to take on another EU team after that. Either Rogue or G2. Don't know which one is going to be yet. Be up right after this one. And focus on either side. Some just looking at the crowd. Enjoying everybody back here.
Well, I mean, you want to get into it. Obviously, you know, every team here has pressure. Every team, of course, has a lot that they've got to get done. XSET obviously playing for the hopes and the dreams of a whole region. A region that's come off the back of 2 victories on the SI stage. And on the follow-up here. And, you know, they've always been a bit of a consistent showing recently in terms of in the NAL and being able to put in rounds. But they weren't the greatest hope for the region coming here.
No, they weren't. I think Astralis really was that team that everybody was looking forward to see on the stage here again. They make some noise. They have these pre-game chants that are very infectious, and everybody really joins in, but had a bit of a disappointing group stage. And unfortunately, were unable to make it through, unable to find themselves on the stage. Elevated a couple meters above the air, looking over the crowd as they play to make it to the semi-finals, potentially put on a show towards the grand finals, maybe be crowned as the new major champions. And of course, the 6th Invitational, that's what these guys are playing for as well at the same time. The more points you gain, the more likely it will be you will head over towards SI. For the hammer, for the World Championship, and maybe start a dynasty. Who knows? We always like to bring that one up.
No, it's worth mentioning. Obviously, I believe, based on the positions, we've had the amazing Sprabuni and Wrath here, putting together graphics, showing us numbers. They'll sort of just walk up to you before a game and be like, look at these numbers. And then you're like, oh, cool.
What do they mean?
What do they mean? Well, then they explain it. It's XSET, I think, if they perform pretty well, they're on like a 99% chance.
I think all of these teams, except for FaZe, find themselves in a really good opportunity. Someone 90 plus already being in the quarters right here. So it is very likely that you'll see 7 of the teams you'll see fight today also fight it out.
I like how they can
6th Invitational.
See the lobby on the big screen in the room. I hope that every time we get a player joined, people cheer.
Yeah, we better get that. A slight little cheer for every player.
This is like the perspective of being a caster, is watching the lobby slowly fill up and being like, yes!
Yeah, for those of you that might be wondering what it's like to be a caster, usually we have that second screen that is just this.
You can also see the
lobby.
You see Medics is observing. Can we get a shout out for Medics? Yeah!
That's what we'd love to see. I did believe I heard Easy in my ear earlier as well, so can we get a shout out for Easy as well?
And it's not just a team of 2, it's a team of 3. Can we get one more big shout out for Red Like joining us here? He's the Italian guy.
The Italian Stallion.
Italian Stallion.
Together with the Croatian Sensation.
And the Dutch Disappointment.
Yeah, unfortunately he called himself that. He had the opportunity to call himself whatever he wanted, but that was eventually what he went for.
That was what he went for.
Yeah. So we're waiting, just waiting. Chalet coming up next.
I'm excited for Chalet. I don't know if Wolves are.
I don't know either. There might be some nerves.
Tell me why.
Well, if they lose this one, they're out of the tournament.
Well, I meant in terms of Chalet.
Well, I mean, they have played it a couple of times. It's just not their best map. They, as I pull up the statistics in these last 3 months, I have them all written down. They have played it a total of 3 times and won it only once, unfortunately. So that is what they need to deal with here. A very poor attacking win rate of about 21%. The defensive win rate is about 37.5. So you can already start to look at that and think like, okay, this is going to be a very tough game that we have ahead of ourselves, that we need to win to stay in the competition and to make sure that we have an EU finalist to come on.
Yeah! A player's joined the lobby.
That's the first, that's Yoga.
That's one.
There's Gomez. They're joining one by one. It is Spirits. And it's the 4th player of Kino.
We're starting to get... Oh no, someone left!
Oh, he dropped!
Do we boo when they drop?
Okay, so they need, I think they need to join in a certain rhythm.
Ah, okay. Okay.
P4 and Mowgli in. 4 out of 10 players ready to go. It is Rise. Who's going to be the next one? Taking any guesses?
Oh.
Bibu, all right.
Bibu. Wolves, they're coming in quite hot now.
They're coming in quite
Who's
hot.
going to be the full team to get it all together?
Spirits comes
close.
in. Oh, it's Wolves!
Wolves win! Getting into the lobby.
And we are complete. All 10 are in.
That says Hi Berlin in the bottom right corner.
Start shouting back towards the observers. It's the only way they can communicate with you guys, just by typing in the old chat.
And usually it's just us that see this. There's a moment where you want to sort of say to the players, do not type anything in all chat right now.
Yes, for sure. Hey, do you see that? The match has begun.
The match has begun.
The match has begun.
We'll see it. And we're in.
We're in Chalet.
We're in Berlin.
And Chalet. And it's do or die for Wolves. Exactly.
There's the house.
The house are coming out. Wonder if it's full moon tonight. Definitely starting to sound like that. XSET with the first ban is going to be removing Fink off the board. So great to see people happy for not seeing Finka. Who's the next one? The Nuck. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. No sneaking around the cameras this time for XSET. Gonna have to make sure they take them out. The fender to be removed is going to be Valkyrie, so no cams to be tossed out either.
All right, the pressure is on, Wolves. As much fun we're having joining the lobby, we've got to actually make some business happen in it. XSET, you're still so close, but you always knew the danger coming in as Army. Removed there by XSET, although they used that pretty exceptionally.
Yep.
They don't want to roll that dice on Chalet, and again, it's always worth mentioning, they have a lot of intel on how Wolves like to play this map. They've taken it 3 times, attempted over the recent sort of swing of a couple of months, and they've only won it once.
Yeah, and that doesn't really speak well for them. And I just said it, their attacking win rate, 20%. Guess what side they're starting up? It's going to be the attack. It's going to be very rough for the Wolves. But if they manage to at least get 3, maybe 4 rounds out, they'll find themselves in a good position. Now, as we head on towards that basement first, towards the snowmobile and wine cellar, there's always this one hatch we keep on talking about in the kitchen. You need to keep that under control. If you have that as a defender, a plant is looking very unlikely in the wine cellar, as you can just stop them from coming in from the trench wall or boiler area, as you may. Diaz is currently reinforcing it. Otherwise, we do sometimes see some quick pushes as well around the snowmobile, but those usually have some different operators with them, so it seems like it will be a wine take from the Wolves. Some of the repicks come through. Now, I'm actually quite excited about one thing, Emmy. I really want to see a Sense in play. I think Sense is really good on Chalet.
Because there's a couple of those little pocket drone holes that just roll their way through to say, hey, ooh, Spirits doesn't quite get the full catch on a player lost in amongst the Christmassy trees of Chalet. Instead, going for a quick loop back round. Gomez, he wants to pay attention to whoever swings round. It might be a scrappy fight. There it is. They're able to trade it out. P4 was the second swing round. They had a bit of support and love, but they've lost Mowgli. Again, a huge player for the team to get to this position. Spirits are still sort of keeping a presence here. They're repeatedly trying to find a fight. P4 goes down, but there's no real way to connect to that unless they really try and put a chase in. Are they going to go out the double door?
They definitely are. Looking to go aggressive here to confirm the kill. We'll find it, but loses his life as a result. People also dealing some damage to Kino, but he'll live for now. And that brings us to that 3-3. A very explosive start of this first half. First round. 1 minute's gone and only 6 players remain.
The site is buried down in the basement as well, and you're still having some sort of pockets of being able to crack it open. They have the breach, but they've lost a lot of burn, so they're going to have to try and force their way through those Aruni gates. Rise finally makes some boots in the ground on the building itself. They've lost everybody around the balcony and the double door. And a minute 30 for them to try and put that final bit of pressure onto XSET, who decided to go for a very tall stretch on this. All the guns currently pointed towards that west main take, and the idea with the open hatch, I mean, it sort of gives them an angle.
Only 3 drones that can be used as well currently by Wolves. There is, of course, 5 on the board. One was still in pocket, but we're starting to move them around now. Trying to find some information on these players. Grenades to be tossed in as well. Bibo, of course, was afraid of a player still being around in the kitchen. Not going to be the case anymore. As the fall falling back towards the site. And an opening needs to be made. Pings are starting to come through. That's at least 1, that's 2 currently spotted out onto the basement. A 3rd is still gone on scene. As they're starting to come around on the backside here. An opening soon to be on the board. Rice springs by, doesn't want to be hit through the door. The hatch is under control of Bibo as well. All they need to do now is create the opening they need onto the second wall so they can plant behind Wine.
There it is. Rise takes a bit of damage from the fight, across the door and onto Blue. Shinka is going to get the other breach through 30 seconds. And they've got to see if they can try and make some movement behind it. There's nobody currently going for the retake on the verticality. They're going to try and keep this as a 3 versus 2 on the fight inside, and Yoga swings wide and takes the head off of Rise. Kino on a backline as Diaz takes the fight. He's able to get the core, and it's Diaz with the double. And XSET get us off to a quick start.
A very quick first round indeed. I mean, you know, with 1 minute gone off the board, we only had 6 players left at that time. And XSET managed to close it out. Too disturbing of Wolves' setup, unable to truly get their attack underway. Sparring Gaming is going to be up next. There's some way that XSET, or not XSET particularly, but NA used to attack this. Through that basement you go. You open up that small line of sight in the supply line or the pantry, however you would like to call it.
You do?
Suddenly it becomes impossible to play, or at least a lot of pressure to play around there. You can just jump in, get for the plants right afterwards if you have that little bit of library control. As you see right here, the kills being picked up 1 by 1. Nothing really Wolves could do.
This is kind of the thing I was alluding to in the previous map of if XSET start to build up on their defense and take the first showdown. Here, that's a confidence that leans into the gameplay that they've been doing super well, which is let's swing and win. All of them are very capable gunners, and all of them have demonstrated that throughout groups. They started a bit slow today. They started a bit shakier than what we've seen, but if that energy in that sort of first round can keep that continued, that is a sort of worrisome moment for Wolves, who don't quite have that five-fingered slap.
Butch drawn in, just trying to find some information, allowing P4 to push up as well. Drones are ahead of them. They want to find this early entry in the side of Wolves, and now P4 is really close to the side already. Just 1 hallway away, really. Just needs to turn the corner, and he's inside. Do they know on the side of XSET? I mean, they are roaming currently. There's a couple of them offside. I think there's only 1 or 2 actually defending the side itself. So if there is going to be the entry soon, just Yoga on the supply line there. Then Wolves can really quickly take control of this.
They do need to put the pressure onto the vertical, though. If that goes untested and you just try and drive through, usually it doesn't quite work your way. People on the far end is going to try and get some control on Balk. They've got a lot of fight coming towards Spirits, but again, this confidence. XSET are leaning in. Bibu leans back. Takes care of Spirit on the rotate back round. He's gone. Rise on the double window 2, and they've been able to get control over onto Bedroom. Gomez now has to pay it a bit of attention, but with nothing else currently being put towards that split, it's that steady change.
There's a steady change to come through. Mowgli popping some shots through the windows, unable to truly connect to anything as of yet. Twitchstone taking care of some important ADSs right there. Gomez takes a small amount of damage. Swinging around in that library, they want to hold control. This is, of course, directly above the gaming site. They do manage to take control of that, keep control of that on the side of XSET. It's going to be very difficult to get an actual plant through. Ooh. As Mowgli finds 1 wall bang, but needs to fall off instantly. Gets up towards the 2nd floor and wants to take the library now.
Vertical is theirs, at least for now, but there's a deep rotate coming through from the side of Gomez. Do they have the awareness of this loose player? Because that can turn into a massive disaster. There it is, though, P4 had the catch round. There's not quite going to be a strike. Yoga does strike 1 back. on the little box window, and they're going to tuck themselves around on the corner so they can try and keep any semblance of support towards Kino. But P4, a slow creep round, 40 seconds, and the kit making its way from Dining. They're trying to find a cross angle.
And Wolves is able to take that second round in control. Equalize that scoreline. So Smart House coming out again from the crowd. Definitely going to need those because, again, if they lose this map, they're out of the tournament. And we won't have a confirmed EU finalist. They need to beat XSET if XSET go through, and that would be either Rogue or G2. We get into round 3. Wolves just off the back of a round victory. We're headed towards the kitchen and dining area. Now, this is where I like to see Sens the most. They have that gadget.
They do.
Some call it the roly-poly, but I'll just go for the light screen. Blocks off everything. Of course, glass can look through, but that is, especially on this side, on the dining, you can throw it in from outside. Suddenly you can dig in deep right behind the bomb chassis, and there's nothing anybody can do except for toss over C4s, except for toss over impacts or smoke canisters or anything that you have to try and deny it. Because walking through that might be a bit dangerous, might be a bit risky. We're not quite seeing the sense yet, though. It is going to be Lion to be repicked by Rise. The Nomad as well for flank watch, of course. And P4 bringing in some verticality. That means that they probably will be taking that top floor under control first. However, XSET is putting in quite some resources, quite some rotation holes to make sure that they have all mobility they need to stay up there for a bit of a longer while.
Okay, Wolves, so we're going to have another back and forth show, or can you try and break up a little bit of the momentum? Chalet does lean itself well into attackers. And if XSET are able to keep that bite and fight game before they go over onto their attack, it could spell a shorter day here for the Wolves, leaving tail tucked between their legs. Mowgli's in, and he's instantly in towards Spirits on the bathroom. There's obviously Rise coming up on the far side. The ping's there, and Mowgli wins it out. As we hear a Gon 6 pop elsewhere too. There's the E1D, there's some hope and support, there's control from the Nomad of these loose XSET players. Pre-fires and angles, Kino is tempted to have a taste, but thinks better of it.
Still many opportunities for XSET to retake this though. They've created so many lines of sight that they still can fight on from the main staircase, can even retake from the library hallway here. And, you know, having Kino, having Gomez still out there, they're going to be making sure that Wolves is not able to open up as freely as they otherwise would, using, of course, the caber on the sledge. Verticality, it's key, just to get these players out of their positions. Try and dislocate them, push them to different areas. As they are starting to push in more towards that top floor, they do need to take the fight with these defending players at some point. I believe it's actually only Diaz currently on the side. All the others are around library. Do Wolves know this? I don't think they do. Selmas are coming out, they're breaching the hatch. That will elevate the pressure even more on Diaz. And soon they'll start pushing in from the trophy side.
Kino back towards the top of the door. Wolves there. Try and hold on. Just that little sliver of intel of this corner player. Another second, and Kino desperately wanting to push further, but it's Yoga that takes the first. Mowgli removed. Kino pulls himself back. He doesn't want to hand them a response and a bit of revenge. The grenade is just going to take a little bit too much air. Gomez is tucked dangerously close.
Probably think it's going to be close, clear now as the grenade just popped off. Didn't actually pick up any kills, so they might not know Gomez is out there. He might go for an absolute huge flank later on in this round. Flashbangs to be tossed out. They want to go aggressive. It's Shinka that will find Yoga. The plant is going down. 45 seconds soon to be on the board. It is before that finds Kino. Gomez will strike back though. He is up top. They need to worry about that as it's only up to Shinka now in a 1v2 situation.
Shinka's trying to find just a pocket of space. He's got the pings and he's got the alibi. But it's 36 seconds. Gomez on the verticality has to try and make his way back down. He knows they're not going to hand it to them through the soft here. He's looking for the fight just onto main. They've seen the kit, but they don't really have the idea on where the player went. Who's going to get it first?
Oh, Gomez! What a shot that was on Shinka. He will clutch it up for XSET, and then they will find their second defensive round. Unfortunate there for Wolves. They had the post plan, but not quite the positioning. Normally you want to have that verticality to deal with this. You want to have someone up above. But that grenade, I said it before, it lands a little bit too far. They think it's going to be clear, and Gomez strikes at the right moment. Clears the control on the top. Dan strikes back and clutches out the round. And a tactical timeout to be called by Wolves. 45 seconds to talk about what's necessary. Because they feel the semi-final spot slowly starting to slip away from them as XSET take the lead.
I said it, it's risky, and it's actually mirrored image of when the timeout came from XSET from the opponents after the third round and the back and forth. Even though it's still super early, you have to try and rebuild some of the understanding. That was very clean there from Gomez. I mean, it comes down to a 1 versus 1 post plant. It cannot physically get closer.
And the thing is, you want to have that verticality then, or you want to be in a safe position, maybe even outside a trophy to take that fight. But with the position where Gomez was, there was no opportunity for him to either retake that top floor or to go outside the trophy to try and play it off like that. Gomez being alive, staying patient on that top floor, absolutely crucial for XSET to win that round. And they find themselves in that lead with both a map and a round right now. Gaming. Bar back on the board here. The round that Wolves managed to win before, but it was quite close. XSET wanted to bring it back there. Make sure they take that victory as well. And make sure Wolves will start to worry for their future of this tournament. Now, this top floor setup that we see on the pillar is going to be super natural. That's what you almost always see. It is kind of a focus point for the attack, though. You want to make sure you get rid of that player because it's basically the anchor point of the library. As soon as you get rid of the mezzanines player, you are able to push in library. Then you can deal with the player that is on top of the blue stairs. So the twitch of Bibu should have been crucial there, and I'm not sure if he got the bulletproof camera, but Yoga took it down before he did too much damage. Yeah, bulletproof gone. No, stays actually. Sorry.
Nope, just missed.
It's a big loss.
The width. And there's the irritating throw out. And that's just going to keep pinging continually.
Actually, Twitch drone used to get rid of it there, so huge piece of utility used.
Oh, they're out.
Fireball, and Yoga's already gone, so.
Yeah, not going to play that game. Realized that all the pressure was coming exceptionally hot towards that position. We saw, obviously, Wolves try and drive themselves from the opposite side last time on this. They took the fight onto the bedroom first, and this, it seems like they want to be a little bit more direct towards the site. With that, Prisma still outside with the attention that it's calling. They're going to go for the hop and make sure they don't get dropped by the player. P4's got the close tuck in. Grenades are going to start rolling around. That first one to get rid of the Prisma. Kino wants to see if he can get rid of the player.
Grenade used to get rid of a Prisma is not something you often see, but taken care of anyway. Gomez now playing inside of that little side office, not playing on the actual mezzanines. We'll find the first Mowgli taken out. Goes aggressive, more aggressive in the library actually. Wants to make sure that this gets locked off. P4 misses the opportunity to go for that first kill. Might be swung upon here if he doesn't lock off Gomez first. Does so. Takes control, wants to push on towards blue, but gets hopped as he finds Yoga.
There onside the box, there's another fight back round. It's Kino and Spirits with one apiece. They're able to almost get the take onto the balcony. P4, he's a little bit stuck, and well, Spirits makes him even worse. There is Spirits! And XSET aggressively retake the territory and brush off the timeout from Wolves.
Wolves is in need of some support right now because it's starting to slip away from them. Map 1, XSET. This map currently, XSET leading 3-1 on their defense here on Chalet. And we know Wolves' attack is not the strongest on this map. 21% win rate. Translates into about 1 in 5 rounds. That is what we're currently seeing. But they really need to get a second, maybe even a third out to feel comfortable as they go over towards the defense.
Ooh. Bit spicy from Spirits, and
very spicy.
I guess this is that sort of glow and grow up from XSET. This is more like the XSET that we've seen over groups.
The Let's Go's are coming back out again, and they will need it. Give them that home crowd buff here in Berlin. As XSET, they have that lead, they have that 2-round advantage now as well. Still playing on that defense on a map that Wolves, well, it's fair to say, aren't really that comfortable on if you look at pure percentages, if you look at pure statistics. And of course, Wolves, they didn't have the strongest map pool going into this tournament. They have some permabans. And that means you will always be playing a map you feel less comfortable on. Again, that Prisma, by the way, just being a nuisance to the side of Wolves. Last time they used a grenade to get rid of it. Hope they don't do that this time around, because it is a bit of a waste, possibly.
All right, Wolves. Sure, sometimes the first round after a timeout isn't yours, but this. Now we got the rotate back round to Snowmobile, which was our opener. The attempt to control. The E1D rumbles across the many rooms of Chalet, but it's actually no closer to catching a player. There's a lot of utility being put forward here by Wolves, and it's being quickly removed. XSET, they're able to kind of keep closing down and punishing that approach game here. 4-1 drones left sitting alive, and nobody caught from the cost.
Not yet. First minute has passed. No control, really. Mowgli needs to be careful with his back there because there's players aggressive. Just saw someone, almost gets flicked on, gets the first kill, finds Spirit, gets on the second, is not able to fully connect as he loses his life. Kino blocks him off with the MK14, and that means we're stuck in that 4-on-4 still.
Just caught by his knee being a little bit wider there. And Kino has kept this punishment game up. They keep popping their heads up. They keep getting a response to every single time Wolves take a body, and then they're able to slip themselves away. More dedicated trade game has really come through for them. BB's trying to break his way onto red. He wants to try and bait the swing here, but Yoga isn't going to take it. We throw our minds back to the last time we were here, and he pulled about a 3K just from that tucked-in corner onto blue alone. Wolves aren't going to try and roll that dice. They're still having to clear the rest of the map itself. There's obviously still that Prisma out the top, and still a lot of structure in place.
There's way too much in place for the Wolves to just hit the site directly now. They need to do some preparation, and they barely have any support or control. If you look at it, all they really have is the kitchen and the big garage, but that doesn't let you directly into the site. 50 seconds, they need to start opening up. So the first one will be going on the back of the wine cellar. The second exothermic will be going on the boiler room wall. But Goma's already in an aggressive position to try and go right at Shinka as soon as that wall opens up. ADSs are being wasted. Wolves, you need to reply to XSET now.
P4 suffers again. That hard-hitting DMR just getting the little wings of the Wolves players. 20 seconds. And they've all stacked themselves here for a West main charge. You can see XSET's pull back to give them a firing line. Diaz is able to finish one. Shinka at least fires back, but 10 seconds, and Yoga's still on the close corner. The blinds come through. They've dug themselves in. It's a 3 versus 2. Shinka's going to see if he can find a fight. Yoga gets the kill instead, and now Shinka with 1, and no one else. Tucked around onto a corner. XSET take another.
Kino gets the lock off there, and it's going to be 4-1. XSET leading, only 3 rounds away from making it to the semifinals. And Wolves are seeing it slip away slightly. So the master bedroom and office will be up next. They've already used their tactical timeout, cannot do that again. Some Kino fans in here as well, I hear. Keep it up, very loud. It's a lot of noise the NA crowd needs to make here.
I mean, it's the NA. I wouldn't say crowd, I would say
the attendees.
The NA contingency that's made their way over here. Because, I mean, NA has a lot to make up for, let's be real, but XSET's kind of doing it, you know? And you got to realize, ooh, if XSET are the ones that make their way to the final, then that technically means XSET are the team that knocks you out of this. And that means NA, there's still a chance.
There is that chance.
I hate to be the bearer of bad EU news.
There's still hope, Emmy. This game's also not even over yet. It's getting closer, though, to being over as the first map. Again, XSET says this first half seeming like it could be a 5-1 lockout. Wolves haven't really been able to bring all too much together, except for that one round they managed to win. But even that was very bare bones, was very close, and almost went XSET's way. So they need to try something else. And they don't have tactical timeout to talk to the coach, to think of these things. So it needs to be coming from the members themselves. Rise, leading his team. Does he have something left to give for this game?
Well, here's a lot of attention played and a little bit of a hold here. Kino, he started to find himself more into this game. Is this going to be a blow of pace? They're going for a bit of a break. The bounce on the grenade through to anybody that might be tucked onto the end. Rise is going to lock off the side. They've already suffered from the swings, and they're suddenly inside. Spirits at least stops the entire flood through, but P4 does find Kino, and P4 finds another one. Spirits is gone. The bathroom has fallen into their control. They're looking to see if they can just try and find one more round. Gomez removes the air jab and wants to now remove the person who popped it, but they're going to pull themselves down away from the double window. It's a spray through Gomez. Takes the head off of Rise.
It's a balcony clear now. They know they don't have to worry about that any longer. So as Shinka now repels in, it's him and P4 coming up from that south side. Hopping comes through. P4 is trying to go for a plan any time now. There's someone on the window, Bibu, to try and protect them. No one down below to get the nitrocell or an impact through, but the sound will definitely come through. They know something is happening.
There looks like there's a rotation, but Gomez changed his mind. It should be a post blunt with the upside down rappel. Locking off nobody, but forces it. P4 gets the end. There's Diaz. A consistent end through a lot of sentences. Just cannot get the sliver of the head. 30 seconds, and Yoga's able to slip his way past from the hole. Shinka, he gets the spray through. Yoga gets put, and Diaz gets once again another end to a sentence. A 1 versus 1 once again. The C4, not quite the catch. Shinka pulls himself back, pre-fires through the soft. Has the Selmas to open up the angle if he wants to. Diaz is trying to play a bit of a cat and mouse game. 11 seconds. He's out of time at this point. He cannot hold it. There should be a Wolves lockdown, but he at least gets the kill.
No time for the defuse anymore, unfortunately for him, but Wolves get their second round. The Howls are coming back. Can they now make the difference onto their defensive side instead? I love these Howls. 4-2. XSET still in the lead. There's still some ground to make up for Wolves. And let's go, XSETs are coming out.
It was always going to happen.
It was always going to happen at some point. There's quite a bunch of people from NA I've actually spoken to already, so.
You got to make the journey, got to support the region.
Great
you got to see Berlin.
You got to see Berlin.
There's a fair few things to do.
There's definitely
in this city. A turn of the half. And obviously Wolves at this point, they can only play the game that is ahead of them. They've used their tack timeout around the third round, and well, their fate on the second half of that was pretty much the same. XSET on a good map for NA, on a good map for attackers, and on a map with mixed fortunes for Wolves. They obviously played it twice during their journey here in W7M. A 3-7 loss and an 8-7 win, which is a good sort of mark. They lost it to Secret as well in EUL on the journey here.
Yeah, and it's these mixed performances and it's these low percentages, because the 2 times they did lose it, it was quite a hefty loss, we have to say. And right now, at least, they have an opportunity of fighting. Round 7, 2 rounds behind. They need to make sure they strike back instantly on that defense, not give XSET too much space to set up their attack. Diaz is getting in that drone from the trophy side. He's going to be putting that as a bit of a pre-play, just to get some information down. We've seen Kendry, for example, from Secret, hide in that exact same corner and knock down many, many players as they wanted to go for an execute. Could have even been against Wolves. So they want to make sure that doesn't happen against themselves on the side of XSET.
Mowgli, he hasn't quite been able to have the same effect throughout the series that he's had on their journey here and groups. Neither really has Rise to that follow-up. They're looking to see if they can just get a bit of a lean in. But as the box gets breached and the pullback comes through, the attention is paid towards dining underneath. It's potentially a very quick play onto this. They've obviously got the Glaz watching the back line, the smokes, ready to be deployed. We heard them pop off instantly. Spirits isn't rewarded with a body. They have some awareness, but P4 is actually the next to suffer. They're just checking that nobody's tucked in close on the corner. The only backline is far on the opposite side. The pings come through. It's a bulletproof that's been watching this whole fight, not giving them a true engagement.
Bulletproof has been taken out. Next set is setting themselves up for a full-fledged 5-on-5 execute. There is some players up. Still on the top floor, 1 on the back of Trophy. Wrong timing from Kino. still lives somehow, as he was being shut up by Mowgli. He's gone in and dig a little bit deeper now. Spirits does go down by Mowgli and the MK14.
It's an important fight, but Kino brings it right back round. They lose the glass and the ability to see through the smokes. They just got to see if they can try and get this kit down. The bulletproof was taken as well. It turns into a bit of a blind fight. So P4 digs himself close. Do they know the plant's going down? Oh, can you get yourself an angle? There's the cover. There's the man. There's the cold kit. They've gone for a bit of a retake on the top floor as well. The verticality has gone back into their favor onto the side of Box. P4 tucks right round the kit. Yoga with the cooked grenade. Won't quite get the rest of it. Diaz dropped on the door. And a huge swing from P4.
Gets that quad kill and limits the round differential to only 1 now. One more round and we find ourselves even. And the howls get louder and louder. P4 starting to get fired up as well. Not just in game, but vocally. It's a bit of a mixed one going on at the same time, but will it be a 4-4? P4 with that huge play, finding the cover, finding the diffuser as well, and shutting down the last 2 members of XSET. There's a bit of a fight going on between the two giants.
It's a bit of a back and forth.
It's a bit of a back and forth. But it's 4-3. Wolves already have that first map gone their way. Now, looking to find their second, looking to find their ticket into the semifinals against either Rogue or G2. And as round 8 is about to be upon us, we are headed towards the bar and gaming area. Now, verticality, library is going to be super important. The pillar onto the mezzanines is often a place. A hard point, as you may, for the defenders. Twitch drones often come by, pay a quick visit to try and take care of the ADS is often placed there to deny any grenades from blowing up the person right behind the reinforced wall. And no doubt it will be no different this time around as well.
Steady on here, Wolves. You've got to try and keep that stern face, and P4's got to try and keep a bit of control on the bottom floor. He's looking for anybody that might go for that quick route through. We talked about it from NA, the heavy hammer hit and a bit of a slink up to the line on Pantry. But the prep is remaining locked for now, and they're happy to just sit and wait for a potential follow-up and hope they don't get drowned and droned.
Pre-fire is coming through. Yoga hoping to find a very tight angle onto the player on the hard point, on the stronghold. This on top of the mezzanines, near the pillar. Spirits and Gomez coming in from the window. They might just be going for a direct push right down the middle. A grenade to be cooked. It's B4 with a run out, but it's not going to be able to hit anything. Spirits will find Rise. That's a great entry for the side of Wolves, for the side of XSET.
I was going to say, not for Wolves, but at least nobody suffered behind it. There wasn't that second swing that XSET likes to do. Mowgli is in a very aggressive position here, and he's not really sure where he wants to go, but it seems like out of there is probably the best option. P4 might be under the next bout of pressure. He's rotated his way all the way up the far side stairs just to give some extra support. The drone will reveal him, and he's not going to stick around. You can see Spirits wants to try and apply that. The F2 swings, he takes the hatch, and yeah, that's the wisest decision I think we've seen.
Lives, if he would have been a millisecond slower, that would have been his head taken off right there. So before lucky to escape after he had been spotted earlier, but that means he's still around and about. He's about to be chased down through the West Main area. Actually, not being checked, he shoots right behind him. That gives away his position. 2 players of XSET now on that chase through West Main. Are they going down? No, it doesn't seem to be the case.
No, they've got to try and put some attention onto the site. They know they have a man advantage. If one is loose, well, that just makes it a 5 versus 3. You wrestle some trade control, and suddenly it doesn't really matter where the other loose player is. So P4 rotates his way back round. Bibu rotates his way off, caught out. Spirits is inside the site, looks for a fight onto the prep line. There's one tucked on the corner, the pre-fire connects. Spirit then gets dropped on a trade, but underneath P4, fights his way, cannot get further than the second story. Mowgli. All that's left here is the burn of the Malusi. There's 10 seconds, he's going aggressive. He's able to take one, but it's Kino that keeps the 2-round buffer.
Mowgli, who we also call the Magician, unable to clutch it out this time. He managed to find the first, but XSET already too far around him, too far surrounded to be able to make something happen. And the XSET fans are getting louder and louder as, well, they are getting closer and closer to be making it towards the semifinals. 2 more rounds, and they lock themselves in as the only team from NA still being here at playoffs against one of 3 of Europe's.
Wolves, you need to try and find that little bit of magic. You highlighted it before, and we'll see if it can happen down on Snow, a site that evaded them both times, both swings on their attacks. Scarpered and suffered with not a lot of time left. That was the opener there, the swing from Yoga. A scrappy fight and a quick take back, maybe assume just one on the prep. Almost a big retaken moment from P4, but the 4K from P4 was one of their rounds before, and it's something that you cannot forget. We said it before. XSET are a team where all of them love to get in fights. Wolves, not so much, but this game, you're just sort of seeing single-star performance.
We had to find out, I mean, P4 definitely putting in that work. It's just that the rest of Wolves, they need to step it up just that little bit more. And Rise, unfortunately, still in 0 for now, hasn't really been able to find his way in to this map so far. And, you know, that was the case during EOL as well. Went 0-12 on his very first game, and after that, dropped 13+ every single time. For a second there, I thought someone was about to be rappelling in there. Mowgli takes a lot of damage, somehow escapes with his life. Needs to make sure he stays alive as well, because Wolves cannot afford that early loss right now.
I mean, that was that XSET throughout groups, the positions that they had. As soon as Mowgli breathed, he was caught. But there's a bit of a response. Yoga will go down. Won't be confirmed just yet. There is obviously Spirits finding a fight of his own. The cover comes. There's the call. And that's the alibi. So they will know that they have the safety to get that player up. Rise is thinking about causing a problem. This drone is thinking about causing his own. Forces him second further back. Hasn't really been able to connect with the opponents yet.
Gotta be fully aware now that someone is around on those back stairs, and Rise thus will be falling back, realizing he's more useful on the actual side than he would be potentially dead. Slowly, XSET starts to push around the side. Kitchen and Dining is about to fall as the drones come through and confirm no one's out there anymore. That means that Hatch is under control of the attackers now. Still some prep work to do on the actual side though. 80 seconds, 2 walls to open up. It's going to be very, very much doable for Kino, who still has 2 of his exothermics left, so nothing to truly worry about. But the mirror window that's out there, that could be opened up, could be created to, well, fight through or deny one of these exothermics. So instead, they just punch it, let them not know anything about it, and thus it gets opened up.
The tricky play back at this point is they've lost P4. We talk about him being the big tour de force of the French and Belgian side. And now they've got to see if they can try and prove that they can keep this moving. Mowgli scrapped and hit round the back of the chassis, is looking to try and maybe find a fight before he's removed. He doesn't have a lot that he can otherwise utilize. The C4 of Bibu. It's a risky swing to take. He's waiting for maybe a little bit more audio. The smoke will buy him a second of cover. The grenade will go one way, and that is out of here. Gomez gets Bibu. There's a fight over the top. Mowgli's down, but Shinka doubles it right back. Rise sprays through the smoke, but they've managed to get the kit close and gets it even closer. XSET sit on map and series point.
One more round and they find themselves in these semi-finals. The only hope NA have left, looking to make it through. They have a couple of opportunities to do so. There's no more tactical timeout for Wolves. There's nothing they can do, nothing Lilun can do to bring this back. 3 match points in XSET. We'll have to attack Master Bedroom and Office, as that is where Wolves up to go. They need to push back now. Wolves need to start fighting against XSET, because otherwise it's going to be over for them. Their tournament ends here. And of course, he would have gotten many side points, but it's not going to be enough. They want to win. They want to continue for EU. So let's start the fight now.
It was just really well put together there from XSET. I mean, the drive through, it's the response that they hadn't really found on the first map on their attacks on Clubhouse. They weren't as tight, they weren't as locked in. It was a 3-3 half, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't the XSET that we've seen up to this point. This is. And unfortunately, it's some of the bits of Wolves that we've seen. They were scrappy throughout groups. They were the most clutches and the most OTs, and you can sort of see why here. There's a lot that they need to try and find extra in the canister right now to catch up with XSET on the opposite side. Kino with the Candelas in pocket. And some long-range attention paid.
All they need is one round. Just a couple of connections. If the first entry again goes XSET's way, then this should be very demoralizing for the side of Wolves because they see it currently slipping out of their hands. Now, they need to attack that top floor. XSET is starting to put up some pressure from multiple different sides on that map. The balcony is being used and currently explored as Spirit's making sure as well that information is out there. Rise on the cameras is just trying to give some information out to the rest of his team to allow someone like P4 to go aggressive, to do what he does best, pick up an entry kill here as Shinka goes for the jump out from the bathroom window. We'll find Spirits. And that's the first.
A good movement there from Shinka. Takes the bite before they had anybody else that they can put in the position. Could feel the drones and the attention starting to mount. And at that point, you got to take a risk because otherwise they will take you. Yoga gets one. Mowgli removed back with the control taken off. They're not going to have any more of the work of the Magician Gomez. A slow creep round, hot drone forward. There's a bit of attention, a swing and a pre-fire, and it's Rises to take his first. Tries to find his second, hits the door, and hits some of the pressure onto Yoga. The Candelas come. Careening across, and it's Bibu that puts the kit cold. Out on the bottom of the door on the far end. The rotation of the Echo drone from Rise is going to get that, feed that intel back towards Wolves. Diaz peppering a couple of shots, but nothing's being handed to him, and there's not a run-up being given. Wolves are just going to hold their cards to their hand here. They might not know that the kit's on the far end, but they sure know they're in a 4 versus 2.
Wolves just need to be patient here. Just stay passive as you currently are. It's a 2 and 4. If you start fighting now, you might lose it out still. You do not want to give them any 1v1s. This grenade takes that Rise. Brings it back to a 2 on 3. Kit still cold on the ground. Diaz would need to go and pick it up, but instead he goes for the kills. He finds B4. So it's a 2 on 2 situation now. XSET against Wolves.
Bibu and Shinka, all that's left of Wolves' hope throughout this, the show closest to home in a long time. Diaz forced further away. Not quite allowed to come up the stairs as of yet, and with 20 seconds, that's precious, precious time. They've got to take the fight. They have no other option. The kit is too far away. Wolves are tucked into a corner, 15 seconds. There's a close swing. Oh, there's one down, Yoga, but he's not quite able to make it. It's a technical 1 versus 1. Bibu crawls in 7 seconds. Diaz charges with everything he can to try and find the sliver end, but Shinka is long gone. At this point, Wolves, they keep themselves in it.
But that was way too close. XSET bringing it back. Just stood at 1v1 in the end. Get loud for them, they will need it. 2 more rounds and we will head to overtime where Wolves have the opportunity to bring it back. A tactical timeout from XSET. 45 seconds for them to discuss, to see how they can lock it off, but they do know that this is also time Lun can use together with Wolves to talk to them, see if there's any pointers, see if there's any motivational speech she can give to bring them back into this game.
Shinka opened and closed that round, and he's a player that you do kind of want to start seeing firing on some cylinders. Rise also able to find his first kill this engagement, this game, in that very final one, but there's still a distance to go. Still a difference for them to try and claw their way through. It's far from done.
It's a big gap to be bridged by the Wolves. Not by Wolves. 2 more rounds. Timer about to resume as they opt to go to kitchen and dining. The first floor to come out. Wolves needing to win 2 more rounds to bring it to OT. What will they go for? Because that last round, they managed to take a big advantage. Unfortunately, still lose out on quite a bunch of players. That is something they need to prevent from happening. Play around your men count. Make sure you use the advantages you get. And do not allow XSET to get back into it. Just use the tactical timeout. They still had that one left in their back pockets and just flash that card. And as the Wolves set themselves up, I'm wondering how heavy of a roam will this be? How many of them will be actually on the side, or are we just seeing them on the direct floor above?
Well, obviously, this was that snappy round of Wolves where it was a bit of an aggressive retake. They played against the smoke game, and they're playing against the smoke game. P4 is going to make sure that he has Warden's glasses, but it's not the game, actually, that XSET wants to bring. No glass, now those pocket smoke, something a little bit more direct seems on the cards. They're going to try and force the fights instead, not try and play themselves to a ploy, instead do what's been working, which is destroy some of the hard and then destroy the players behind it.
Before rotating back towards the side, he hoped for a quick entry towards the snowmobile, but wasn't able to find that first engagement he might have been looking for. Knows Warden is, of course, useful on that side. As soon as the flashbangs and potential smoke start pushing through, he can look all right through it. Continue to take on these fights against XSET. Valuable to that extent. Mowgli up on that top floor is willing to give himself a bit of extra information, breaks the glass on the barricade, of course, which allows you to listen a little bit better to potential repels to come in. As an RC Retiro about to be turning the corner right here, gaining a lot of information. Hey, this first part is going to be clear. Nothing to be found but a bulletproof camera, so we'll destroy that, denying the information that Wolves have.
And a little bit more and a little bit more is sort of the XSET intel game. We can see the drones coming on the far side. The players still have a bit of a shield. Kino's just going to swing onto Ryze's fight there, and he's going to try and move back behind the shield. And back into the fight once again, all over the break. They're somehow able to slip their way past. Ryze is still going to tuck in and hold it a bit aggressive, and Yoga, he has an idea about that. Gomez gets the first. There's a fight, and Ryze bites back. He's trying to drive himself closer and closer. Saw the door was open, and he's got Mowgli for a little bit of shoulder support. It's closer than he thinks, though, Spirits. He's able to get it, and Spirits is driving himself further and further. Pre-fires either side of the door, and he doesn't quite get the connection. Spirits this time, but doesn't have his life for C4, but Yoga gets it. Now Shinka, he's locked on the site. A big potential rotation from P4.
Rotates back up, wants to keep the pressure on. They know where Shinka is. The verticality comes in, and now it's only up to P4 in a 1v3 situation against XSET, who are on map and match point. Two more opportunities for them to lock it off. P4 retakes the top floor, makes a lot of noise, and gets shut down.
And that is all for Wolves this showing. They fought and bit their way out of groups, but they go no further. XSET, they keep waving all of the flags of their country, but the region itself, NA stays in the showdown, and NA technically has one more fight against EU ahead of them. They could remove the entire region from the home region's showdown.
They definitely could, but with that said, XSET, they played well, they played great. A very deserved victory, and they will be second semi-finalists.
Second semi-finalists, obviously, they don't know who they're up against as of yet, but they definitely knew who they wanted to be on this showdown. It did start slow on the first map, which is strange because while they started fast throughout all of the group stage, they came in as the 4th seed, and now they've come here to do that little bit sort of extra, and I think NA can sort of have a bit of a sigh of relief. It was a first obstacle, and we didn't quite get the full pressure. We didn't quite get the full game. And I think now what we've got is the gift and the blessing of Ian Chambers. He's going to get in the head of Kino to see, well, what words he has to say.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Emmy and Hap. I am standing here on the stage with the victorious Kino, of course, of XSET. Sadly, Wolves are packing their bags and leaving this competition here. Kino, that was a phenomenal performance from yourselves. 2-0 was the score, but did it feel like easy work?
Clubhouse, we started slow. It was honestly a really tough map. Chalet was like smooth because we started pretty slow. So our Chalet, our comms were flowing, our droning, it was perfect. So Chalet was definitely easier, but it was, I got to give it to Wolves. They were a good opponent. It was a good game.
You've well and truly got the NA on your back right now, and you are performing in front of a majority European crowd as we are here in Berlin. Do you feel that heat? Because there were lots of Wolves fans in the crowd as you were going along there.
Yeah, I mean, they had the crowd, you know. One EU team down, 2 more to go. You know how it is.
Did you hear that? 1 EU team down, 2 to go. How do you feel about that, Berlin? Hey, hold on. Are there any XSET fans in the building? So there you go. So your team is like, it's young, it's full of raw talent. Do you feel like you're really riding a wave of momentum at the minute?
100%. We only lost our first game against Rogue. We were nervous, we were slow, but now this is it. We're planning on not dropping a single map.
Wow, that's confident. And I mentioned that you've got NA on your back right now. Do you feel the pressure from your region to bring this major home?
Not at all. You know, I'm half Brazilian. If you think about our team is half Brazilian, so.
Of course.
We have Latam supporting us over here.
There you go. Is there anything that you want to say to this crowd and any potential future opponents here this weekend?
Rogue and G2, just be careful. We're coming for you guys, not dropping a map.
Hey, this is going to get spicy as we go along this weekend. Kino, thank you so much. Congratulations. Go and celebrate with your team. Do you want to wave that flag? I mean, feel free to wave the flag. Feel free to put it high in the air proudly. Give it up for Kino and your victorious XSET. Commiserations to Wolves. There is a very handsome man on a desk down there with a thicker beard than mine. Milos, how are you doing?
I thought it would be Jesse that you're talking about in that case.
A thick beard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, yes.
When I think beard, I think Jesse on it. Thank you very much. You're beautiful yourself, Ian. And yes, we are back on the desk. Unfortunate, Europe lost 1, but we got 2 more teams. Don't worry about it. That'll come in later. XSET, even themselves were saying, you know, we're half Brazilian. We're a Brazilian team. All right. So Brazil, so good. They had to go to NA to get a 5th slot to go to a major. Fair enough. We'll treat it as that. If you want to enjoy it as an NA team, sure, so be it. I'll give it to you. Sure. But they made it through, and that's the important thing because there is a lot of pressure on them, but it seems like Kino and the squad were just relaxed. They're playing their game, and they've been playing it ever since that first loss. They have no problem since.
Absolutely, and again, like whether they're repping North America, South America, a little bit of both, I think regardless they're going to be playing fantastic, and they're the European opponents throughout these playoffs. It doesn't really matter what half of the Western Hemisphere they're on. Europe's not going to be on their side. They know they're the villains, so I like that they're playing that up a little bit, and he knows what he's doing.
I mean, Europeans evidently aren't a problem for this XSET team. I said it was going to be a 2-0. What did it turn into? A 2-0.
It's tough.
That's right.
It's tough.
The guys only had 1 loss in the group stage, and yes, it was to Rogue. That was the issue that we saw. If they end up going and playing Rogue in the semifinals, then we might have a bit of a different conversation, but all we know right now is they had the 1 loss on their resume, and now they've won every game, I think, since then. They're on a bit of a streak right now.
Yep, that'll be a 7-map win streak going forward now into the semifinals. That's dominance if I've ever seen one. And listen, you take a look at this game, especially against the Wolves, and I think it plays out how you'd expect a match against the Wolves to go, because we saw a lot of these attacking rounds not really go the way of the French squad. They're a team that, of the teams that made top 8, have the worst attacking rating at all coming into these playoffs. They had a 38% attacking win rates, and this game kind of showcased why that was. It felt like they were a little bit disconnected. They were doing fine on the roam clears, trading out usually, but those side executes were just so one-dimensional. They were coming in 1 at a time, and XSET were cleaning them up in the site.
Look, I watched Clubhouse, and I'm thinking, okay, this is 7-5. It's tight, it's close. It's going to get even closer. We probably should go to a map 3. And then we start off Chalet, XSET on the fence, and they got 4 rounds on the fence on Chalet against the Wolves also. That start to kind of, hey, there's alarm signs going off here, alarm bells.
Right.
Something's not working too well. But one player that really facilitated all this coming together is our MVP, XSET. Who is our MVP for the matchup? Let's bring it up on the screen. It's Luka.
Very nice.
Very is 125, almost 2.0 KD. It's not bad at all.
No. Diaz Lucas BR. Otherwise, just Diaz, one of those players that we were hyping up before the game even started, right? Diaz is one of those like dual support players that plays alongside Kino, and I really do feel like he's one of those guys that doesn't get the spotlight at all nearly enough. 19 and 10 despite Man and Hard Breach and Mute, not operators that often get all the kills. And the big thing that we highlighted with him, especially going into this quarterfinal, was how good he is at staying alive, right? At preserving his life, at playing that cost game, and that low death count that we saw there, 10 deaths in a best of 3. That's crazy. That's a big reason why he's able to keep impacting things for his team and why he deserves the MVP spot today.
This kind of stuff just makes me wonder if, for some reason, XSET don't have coaching debacles in Charlotte, how far of a run do they make it through that bracket? That was the one thing they immediately credited as being the reason they didn't go further, was because we don't have a coach behind us. We don't know when we're supposed to call timeouts. Who's meant to pace the game for us? Vivas is cut from very similar cloth as Bodega, and that kind of time management isn't something that really needed to be fed into much this game. I don't even know if they called a timeout or felt it necessary. They felt like they had the game under control at all times, and this scoreline is just like icing on the cake right now.
Looking at 4 deaths once again from Diaz. They only lost 4 rounds. That's where it typically was coming from, and so this has been a very dominant match so far. I believe the most dominant game we've had in the playoffs, right? The most dominant single map, going only 11 rounds. That's tough from the Wolves.
I actually asked Bodega, hey, why did you pick Chalet? His response was very, very simple. I'm just the best at it.
No kidding.
That's cocky, but you know what? Against Wolves, they proved that it could all happen. Mowgli was not even allowed to kind of show up in the game. P4 was doing a lot of that work. You can't make it work. For Wolves, everybody has to put in the work for it so the team can actually make it out. And there were so many of these rounds, especially when Wolves are on the attack, we're thinking, how many of these are going to end in a 1v1 where there's no way XSET can retake a 2v4, and then they do it?
Yeah. Yeah, there was way too often that it felt like even those rounds that Wolves were winning, like it felt so close. That 6th round where Shinka's in the 1v1, loses the gunfight, thankfully has it on time. But even still, like those are not the decisive wins that you want to see from a team that are getting to play right on attack on Chalet. It's typically a very strong side for them. So for Wolves, I think they definitely need to go back to the drawing board with some of these attacks. You know, P4, he did a great job sometimes getting in for that entry, surprising a couple of players. We saw that, I think, back on round number 4, where he did a great job kind of getting in, disrupting the defense.
Yeah.
But then there were trades, and there were more players like funneling back in on him. And so too often it just felt like it wasn't enough. P4, the only person who was able to put in that work, and as you mentioned, Milos, just not there from Mowgli today.
I mean, I'll say this much. I do have a lot of respect for teams that go into a situation like this, maybe understanding that this was the toughest draw that they could have had. Hey, commiserations to Wolves. Everyone, they did a really good job against an XSET team that was probably always destined to make it through, given how good their group stage result was. I think if you do go back to the drawing board, if you find a way to maybe rein Mowgli in sometimes, because it felt like some of those initial picks were things he didn't have to get nearly as crazy with, that, and when you understand that your initial attack setup isn't going to work and then you just push for it, you don't need to be as desperate with it. It felt like some of those takes could have used a little bit more pacing. Maybe we end up seeing more plants and more actual objective prioritization from this Wolves squad. There are very good things about this team. They were great coming in, just fell short at this hurdle.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's kind of been the story of Wolves over the tournament, but they'll, in my opinion, always keep coming back. I'm expecting them at the next major. They showed off in the group stage, and of course to qualify to Berlin regardless of anything that happened here.
Yeah.
Close game on map 1. We'll see what happens, how they take away, or what they take away from this, and what they bring for later. Let's have a look at our bracket, just to update things for everybody watching at home that might have just joined us, or people that are here in the venue with us. 2-0 XSET versus Wolves, 2-1 W7M versus Elevate. That was our first game of the day. So both Wolves and Elevate bowing out of the tournament in the quarterfinals. That's how it always is, you know, it's split by half until we get one at the end of it. And we still have 2 more matches to get through at the halfway mark. Gentlemen, I mean, for you, this is kind of your, I guess, your part of the day done, right, with these 2 games. So your ideas so far, how things have gone in Berlin? I mean, you just arrived here, so the major teams' expectations, how's it all looking?
I think this has gone pretty well how we expected the first start of the tournament to go. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a competitive series between Wolves and XSET, but ultimately I think it's good to see North America's last bastion of hope, having a strong result to start things off here. Unfortunate that we couldn't see Elevate move forward in the bracket, but such a good game from them. I don't think they can be too upset, especially when they're looking back in the next couple of weeks about how that game went. So, yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll show up and I won't have them just swam across an ocean. That might make tomorrow a little bit better for me.
Are your arms tired? How are your shoulders feeling? You need a massage in the back?
Yeah, that might actually do me good.
We can fix that problem.
Thank you.
So here's the thing. I know I usually curse teams, but I've gotten both series counts correct and both maps counts correct, so...
But you're not on the next series anyway,
I'm not on the next series, that's true. I don't know if it's just a desk buff or what it is, but so far, it's gone exactly as expected for me. It would have been nice to see Wolves have a more competitive series, but ultimately, this is shaping up exactly the way I drew it up.
All right, let's see how the last two games will go. So Jacob, Jesse, thank you so much. Thank you for everybody here joining us in Berlin and all those watching at home. We will take a quick break. When we come back, we resume with our final two matchups. See you in a bit.
To leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Vinka, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Berlin Major! All right, now you're cooking, right? Now you're feeling it. 2 quarterfinals in, and we are getting set for our third. You know who the 2 teams are involved. You know that they are waiting in the wings, ready to make their way onto this stage. All that's left to do is for them to hear you. So let them know that you are here, Berlin. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm ready for this one. It feels like it could be an absolute banger. So let's bring the teams onto the stage. Doubters, haters, critics, they love to prove you wrong. It's G2! This team feels like they are playing without a care in the world. Superstars standing on this Berlin stage, and they have got their fans out in mass. However, their opponents, full of personality, full of passion. Please welcome Rogue! I mentioned personality, I mentioned passion. One thing I failed to mention was a very exciting young prospect. And all eyes are on him and his amazing team surrounding him. The two teams you see standing in front of you right here are about to go to battle in your third quarterfinal of day one of the Rainbow Six Berlin Major. One of them will proceed into the semis. One of them will go home. Let's get into it.
We're happy to play G2. It's a team we're very familiar with and we're happy to play against them. Obviously we'd like to play against them in the finals or something, but if we have to beat them now, we'll beat them now instead. The strength in G2 is probably their gun skill. They're a very skilled team, lots of fraggers. But I think their weaknesses, they lack a good direction, and I think they'll fall under pressure to our strategies and our pushes. I have a message for Prano from G2. Prano, I'm coming for you. It's time to get revenge.
So we've had a very hard journey to make it here in the first place, but I think the lack of pressure has definitely helped us fly through the group stage, and we've came out on top, so I'm very proud of the guys. I'm feeling good to face Rogue as our first match. We're very experienced to play against them, and let's see how they face on the main stage. Talking to you, Lil Spoit, I know you have a big ego right now and you're playing very well and everything's going great for you, but I'm wondering if you're going to play just as good on the main stage in front of the crowd, so let's see about that. I'm looking forward to playing you, mate.
Hey, welcome back. As you can see, G2 and Rogue are that excited to get started that they have taken their positions at their desks, but it's a little too early. We need them to come here and shake hands, guys. G2, Rogue, if you could make your way to the center of the stage, please. In fact, I've just been told in my ear, they're just ready to get this started. Are we ready? We don't need handshakes for this one. Feels like it might be a bit heated, Milos. Feels like it might be a bit heated.
We're all pretty heated on here. It's all EU, and we have a European crowd. Is anybody in here? I'm seeing a lot of G2 jerseys and Rogue ones in here. G2's office is just down the street from where we are here in Potsdamer Platz in the middle of Berlin. And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. I'm Milos, your host. With me, the fresh pair of analysts. One that dyed his hair blue and then completely messed it up in Mr. Jackers.
It's going green, Milos. It's going green.
Well, that's not usually color you want to see things turn into. And Pengu, wow.
Yeah.
How's it been now? From NA to Europe.
It feels good. I mean, the first thing that happened, I walked on stage and somebody asked, why are you not up there? I was like, it's time for a change, you know? I'm no longer a player. I'm now a caster, an analyst, and happy to be here.
There you go. Retirement home. Welcome to it. Welcome, Grandpa. This is what we like to call it on here, and so happy to have you both on here to talk shop, really. This is in detail. This is all Europe, G2 versus Rogue, as hot as it can get, given how everything's going on so far. I want to talk about these teams, starting off with, well, why don't we start with Rogue in this one? We can choose whoever we would like. And I will turn to you here, Mr. Jackers, to help me out with the squad and what they can offer.
And you know what, Rogue, they were a decent team. You know, there's so many stories about players on these teams that were on the other team, right? But Rogue were qualifying to invitationals, to majors. And then they went and they took the next hottest property in terms of Spoit, and they offered him the one thing that no other UL team was offering him, and that was to build the team around Spoit. They made him feel comfortable, and they thought, he is the next big thing, we need to lock him in. They've done just that. They've got to the major, and they're looking good for it.
Yeah. Impressive, this guy. How many years we're sitting back and watching Spoit, just streaming, thinking, oh, is this going to be the next one?
I mean, we can go all the way back to when I played ranked with my subscribers back on Twitch, and it was like Spoit was in that stack when he was like 14 years old. He's like frying people, and people thinking like, this guy might be cheating. Like, he's that good, right? And here we are 4 years later, and he's on stage in playoffs, not cheating, he's just cracked.
And you look at him when he came on the stage as well. When they brought the players out, he had the biggest smile. Like, this is literally his dream. And he's got a lot of things to prove. You know, there's a lot of people who, because he is probably the biggest content creator in Siege, sorry, Nick,
No offense taken.
Because he is that, you know, there's a lot of people who would love to see him fail, that type of stuff, and he's got a lot of things to prove.
And he's got Kanto on the team as well, your ex-colleague. I saw him smiling, which is unusual, but he looks happy too.
I would like to say that the environment that Rogue is building as a team, as a roster, is beautiful to watch. On YouTube channel, they have voice comm videos from the pro games in the EUL, and you can hear the vibes are always high. They're super excited, and Kento Rakiti is one of those players who are very emotional. If the vibes are good, he's smiling, he's happy, he's playing better, and that's exactly why I think Rogue is finding so much success.
They got a tough opponent on the other side. G2, they took a limousine from literally 200 meters away to here in the venue. We willed it to life on the EOL desk, and seems like these people are really ready to get it done. So you were part of G2 way back in the day. You built the pedigree also that they have to live up to in some ways, Pengu. How do you see the squad now doing?
Honestly, we all know that G2 is extremely high when they're high and quite low when they're low, right? They've gone through multiple roster iterations, etc., and they haven't really found sustainable success in the recent times. Sure, they made the Chalet Major, fell short. Sure, they're here, but let's look at EUL Stage 2. Just like 2 months ago, their odds of being here is like, 4%? Extremely unlikely. They make it here, whatever, miracle run, good job G2, but they're not going to make it out of groups. There's no way. They topped their group. First place, beating FaZe 7-0 on the final play day of day 3 of groups. Ridiculous, unheard of. And now they're here in the quarters. Will they go further, or this is the furthest they're going to get?
And it's crazy, like, you know, you talk about that 4% time. It took the coach losing his job to kick them into gear. To remember that actually they're a super team. This is like, G2, when they invented this team, was like, they just took the best players from every team they could. They took the best player from Team 1. They took the best player from Na'Vi. They took the best player from Rogue from Stage 3 last year. Like, they took all the best players. It should be a successful team. And it took that point of them saying, right, Shas won't be renewed. You know, he won't be, he'll be leaving the team. It took that point, and then they've gone, oh, we need to take some personal responsibility for this. They have, and they go through and they top the group.
So now on from how these teams are and how they function into how will they play, what maps are going to actually see in this, which maps will they be playing on. So we have our map bans ready for everybody watching just to see our best of 3 series, 4 bans, first big bank for Rogue, then G2 on Clubhouse, and finally our decider Villa. Overall thoughts, Pengu?
Honestly, the first thing here is like, either G2 will ban Skyscraper and get Bank, or they'll ban Bank and get Skyscraper. There's no real winning here for G2 in this scenario because Rogue's map pool favors them in this particular setup.
I think the pick from G2 is actually, I won't say it's a questionable one, but I've been a bit of a hater on Rogue on Clubhouse for a long time because the way that Rogue want to play, they want to play this really like aggressive, simple setup, quite loose, quite free, quite refraggy game. So get them on Clubhouse, get them on a map where they have to go through the systems, their A, B, and Cs. I like that pick from G2. The thing for me is the decider map. G2 had the choice of Theme Park or Villa. They chose to ban away Theme Park, which is one of their favorites and one of Rogue's lowest favorites. They've gone to go to Villa, which we've seen Rogue pull out against NIP, and it's a map they've been hiding.
So let's talk about Bank for just a moment here, Pengu, because you're talking about kind of regimented play and all. Bank is the map that allows you to play however you want. Really. You can flex in so many different ways no matter the bomb site. So do you see a team with an advantage, and why if so?
I think looking at both Rogue and G2, they're both very lethal teams, right? Rogue, statistically, they're much closer together in terms of numbers, right? Their top gunner has maybe a +20, their bottom is like -10, whatever. G2, opposite story. We got Citizen being like the #1 person in like rating and KD minus difference, so very one-sided team, like very top-heavy. As you said, Bank's an open map. You can do so many things. I think the better team is going to win Bank. I think that better team overall with 5 unit players is going to be Rogue.
It's also worth noting that inside of EUL, these two teams have played each other on Bank. Stage 1, Stage 2. In Stage 1, G2 actually won that game, but performance-wise, Rogue won the game. They basically threw 2 or 3 rounds. Should have beaten G2 as a 7-5 game. In Stage 2, that was that game where Rogue won. I think it was 7-1. That was the game where Doki did that nade and blew up Alamo at the same time as well. And I promised Doki I wouldn't mention it, and I just did. So,
not a window player.
What I will say is Rogue are going to be confident. Clearly, they love this map. They didn't look too good on it in groups, though. You know, they did end up losing it to NIP when they were just ratting it about. So I wonder if G2 are going to have that slight play style to almost imitate NIP, rat it about, do things a little bit random that Rogue won't expect, and punish them off the back of it.
So expectations operator-wise, because we know that Finca is a big part of how things work, even more on Bank. We've seen so much. Monty also played into all of it. What's your expectations from a pure micro point of view and composition.
So we can sort of think all we want because like very present operator, whatever. And Rogue, they banned it in EOL, then they kept it open here for group stage for a few games. I think the #1 operator right now is Nuke. Because Cryan on Nuke, on Bank is a menace. Super annoying to play against, and as a former pro player myself, when you don't have reliable information on a big map like Bank, you have to question it every single area constantly, and that's so frustrating.
I've said this a lot of time for Rogue, is you could leave the Nook open, but Cryan will play it, right?
Yes.
Cryan will play that righty backstab role. Personally, if I was G2 and I'm going up against Rogue on Bank, I'm banning out the 0 because Deepak is so good. He uses the cams to hold all of the rotates, and then he's got the 2 hard reach gadgets as well. Force him onto something else that's got hard reach gadgets, but give him less information. Make him use his drones actively because he is just, genuinely, I believe he is that good with the information on this map that he keeps the whole team ticking.
What about the defense then on the other side?
Information, right? Always talking Valkyrie, Mira.
Yeah.
I could see maybe an Echo being banned from G2 because, again, Deepak
Same thing.
on the Echo is so efficient.
Because Deepak uses the Echo drones as drones rather than static information.
And that then punishes
so dynamically.
It punishes the roamers, right? Then Cryan and Sport, they get less information as well. Deepak can be on the side, sure, but with limited static information on default cameras, you lose a lot of value.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Echo, like I've always said, the 0 Echo ban against Rogue on this map would be so good. I don't necessarily expect that G2 would do it, but yeah. And I think from G2's perspective, they genuinely have got from Rogue's perspective, the last couple of times that they've played Bank, they've got rid of the Monty. The reason that they do that is particularly for the Lockers site, with the half clear to try and plant behind the Monty. If they get rid of that Monty, you have to use Osa for that, and they keep the impacts alive. So basically, they shore up one of their defensive sites. So I wonder if they'll continue this trend. We know G2. G2 invented the half clear. They invented that attack, and they can use Osa or Monty kind of interchangeably.
But that was something that Prano was talking about all the way back in Charlotte, saying even through stage 1 into Charlotte that, hey, we know how to use the Osa properly. We can set it up and then go for the plant. It didn't always work, but it's definitely an operator that kind of snuck up into the metagame and has had a lot of impact ever since the introduction from NAL finals in December through to SI, through to today. Do you see anything happening with that? Because you can play Osa on any side on Bank.
You can. I mean, we all know that G2 loves to save strats, right? It's been a thing for about 2 years now.
They've been saving it since you were on the team.
Exactly. Even I know that strategy as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if something comes out here. If not on Bank, then maybe on Villa on the decider map, because that is the big surprise for us in the map ban phase at least. I'm sure that both teams have something up their sleeve that they've been hiding for group stage for this moment.
Jack?
Yes?
It's getting real feisty at this point.
Really feisty.
It seems like both of these squads have so much to offer, but there's the micro plays that are going to happen within it all. Who can expect, Leon or Deepak really to clutch around, or Cryan to go on the flank wide and late round? Who's got to show up here for G2? Because we know that, the coach change, all of these things that are happening pretty much last minute, they got to have some sort of impact.
I mean, that's one thing that we've not yet talked about, Milos, is pressure. Who's got the pressure inside of this fixture? Did G2 have it because it's close to home, they've got all the fans? Probably not, because they weren't meant to be here. They're just riding that wave. Wherever we get to, it's a win-win. If we lose, oh well, we weren't meant to be here. If we win, great, we carry on. Rogue, on the other hand, they've kind of built a bit of a super team of their own. Are they sitting under pressure, especially after, even though they got through, it was a bit of a disappointing group stage for them?
Nick, who takes map 1?
Map 1 goes to Rogue, I have to say it. I think they got the advantage there. I think unless D2 whips out some crazy operator bans like we have spoken about, I feel like if they go to a default Bank, Rogue takes it. If we get spicy, I think G2 has a chance.
Jack?
Don't look at me, Milos.
I am looking at you.
I can't choose. Look, it's Rogue's map pick.
Yeah.
It should be Rogue. And that's the thing, but this is the whole thing about pressure. And I agree with Nick, to me, it depends on the way that G2 play this. Because Rogue, if they've been guilty, Rogue have been guilty of through group stages and through EUL on Bank of just playing the same thing time after time after time, not doing anything really different. If G2 have a plan for that and Rogue play the same, then I could see it going to G2.
Gents, our lobby's pretty much ready, but I want to ask for one thing that it's been a while since we've been able to do it. Since everybody's here, we got a full roundup. We got EU teams that are playing. Can I take a selfie with everybody? Is that okay? With that? Is that okay? All right,
let's get together.
Let's go with everybody.
Selfie? With
the whole stage. On 3, you cheer, okay?
I'll bob down.
1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. All right, it's all EU. On 3, EU. 1, 2, 3. I can't hear you. There you go. Let's toss it to our casters and get it all started. It's Dozen Ace.
Thank you very much, Milos. A line I've been dying to say all week, Tim. This lineup is one written in the stars. We know exactly what's coming between these two teams. No holds barred, it's going all the way. Tim, normally we love a little intro.
We do.
But I don't think we need to do an intro because these guys are making all the noise for us.
Are they going to do the intro for us?
That's your cue to scream and cheer. We'll take it as we go.
No, that'll do.
That'll do. But there is so much to look forward to. The best part is, yesterday, breaking the fourth wall again, Tim was doing a bit of prep yesterday to share doc. I went in afterwards and added a little fourth page on there, and my headline was titled Beef, because there is so much between these two teams. You've got old teammates against old teammates. You've got potential retirees coming through. There's so much to play for, and it's on Bank, a map that has got so much history between these two teams, Tim.
It does, as you say. We've seen Rogue have the better of it recently. Whether that's a little bit of an omen for G2 or not, we'll see. But G2 have certainly showed their capability on Bank as well. I've got a feeling there's going to be a lot of heat, a lot of spice in this first map.
Bank for me is one of those that we've seen these teams play on twice so far this year. Back in Stage 1 and in Stage 2. The first time G2 won 7 and 5.
Yep.
On the day, I felt Rogue were the stronger team, unfortunately. Coming into Stage 2, Rogue 7-1 them. With Spoit added, they were next level.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Stage 1, there was one component missing for Rogue, and that was that player, that name that is going to be on our lips plenty today. It was Spoit to come in. He's made such a difference to this lineup. Don't get me wrong, the others have all played their part, and I love what Rogue are doing as a team, but they have taken it to a new level this stage.
As you can probably guess, guys, we are going through a quick reset up of the lobby here as well before we get underway with things. But the thing is, we've got fans from both sides in the room. G2 are that little bit louder at the minute.
They are. There's no two ways. But I mean, if you're supporting Rogue, you need to be competing here. You need to be getting the volume
Tim,
up.
They can't hear us right now.
Absolutely not.
Which is rare. Because normally, you especially, you love filling a room with noise.
We'll see as the game goes on. We'll see who can be the loudest in here.
You know what I love? It's the little things that we've seen over the last 24 hours between the two teams as well. Like, Crime was trying to get inside Prano's head and walking off the stage.
I mean, we could see it all on the walk-on. There's so many mind games going on between these two.
It's just...
Toki's giving us a wave. I mean,
Toki.
They just... Yeah, there's just so much going on between these two teams. I love that Rogue all came in with their flags. In their own ways, both of these two teams aren't just ready for this match, but it feels like they're ready to put on a performance for us. That's what it's all about. And I'll say it already. I'm hoping this one goes to a third map. I want to see every single second of this matchup that we can.
Dare we try and beg for something that exceeds what we saw?
Oh, there's a few Rogue fans turned up.
There's a bit of booing. There's a lot of noise in general. The thing is, this is what we've needed in Siege.
It really is.
A real rivalry. And look, everyone can sit there and go, oh, there's a bit of rivalry between these two teams. But genuinely, between these two, I guarantee you, one of them after round one will be on their feet screaming.
Oh, there's no two ways about it. Absolutely no two ways about it. We can already see the banter going back and forward. The crowd is getting so loud because it's the teams gassing them up at the minute, and they're just competing with each other for whose fans can be the loudest. And that's before we've even started competing in the lobby. This is an electric atmosphere before we've even had a single shot fired, Des.
I thought for a second then our observer was going into settings to turn off text chat because they know what's coming. It's going to be full of beef. I've got zero doubt again. Really looking forward to this one getting underway. Talking about playstyles for a quick second as well with these two teams. What we've always used to say about G2, they're a hero play team. They love making these big flashy plays, and that was what won them the game against Rogue. Back in Stage 1, they had 5 multi-kills between Doki and Citizen, 3Ks or 4Ks, that carried them through some rounds that they should have lost. That didn't happen in Stage 2. Yet what we've seen from G2 at this competition, in my opinion at least, is them starting to play more like a team. They're moving as a group. They're doing what Rogue do. And equally, on Rogue's side, a really structured team. You're starting to see them being willing to kind of say, let go of the leash a little bit and see what these star players can do. So sort of borrowing ideas from each other, that it's now really coming to a head that like Fresh was saying on the desk, it's impossible to call who wins this one.
It really is. You know, if we look at the performance through the group stages so far as well, you talk about star players there. You know, we have to mention Citizen. He has, in terms of rating, been head and shoulders above the other 9 here. Don't get me wrong, everybody's played well. Everybody's pretty much above that average mark. But Citizen has just been, you know, away in another league through group stages. And obviously G2 going to be hoping that that can continue today. Rogue going to be looking towards Spite, looking towards Kanto, to be able to provide those kills, those frags, those numbers that are going to compete with somebody like them.
Do we need to say anything else, Tim? I can't hear myself think.
It's honestly, this is the first time. I mean, the NA crowd in Charlotte were fantastic, but this is the first time that I'm having to turn my volume up so that I can hear myself over this crowd, because this is our all-EU quarter-final. It's the one that they've been waiting for here in Berlin. It's G2 versus Rogue.
Socials side with G2. 65% of you thinking they can win here on Bank. Rogue's map pick. We step into Clubhouse as our second, Villa as the third. But first, let's take a look at our operator band, see who will not be partaking in what may well be an epic showdown. The Nook taken away, a target ban against Cryin, who acknowledges just as much in all chat himself.
We'll get this continued on as Rogue are going to take away their attacker option. Selection is locked in as we can see the timer drop down. And it will be Montagna. Okay, we're taking away our big shieldy boyders.
Brano's got questions like, why? We haven't really played Monty all that much. G2 haven't been a massive shield team for the longest time. So, yeah, definitely
we
a bit of a strange
did see some
ban.
good shield use from Alamo on Bank previously, if you remember. I'm talking 1 or 2 rounds, though.
Doki saying hello to the crowd in chat. I'm pretty sure that'll get you a penalty of some kind, Doki, but here we are. I'm super excited to see what the last couple of bans are as well. The Valkyrie and the Mirror, nothing particularly special, admittedly. I don't know why I was so excited, Tim. Those are very, very standard bans on this map overall. Things like the Wamai now stay open, and knowing how much Rogue love playing behind vertical grenades. Here I'm looking at things like the Finker being open, the Iana, the Sledge, the Maverick. You may well see tons of them coming out throughout this first half where Rogue start on the attack.
We're going to be heading to staff and open area for our first site. It's G2 on the defense. They're going to kick us off and see if they can hold on to this one. There's going to be a lot of top floor presence from G2. Honestly, Des, this crowd is making it difficult. Going to be a lot of top floor presence, I would imagine, from G2. They're going to try to stop Rogue, taking that vertical control, getting up above them, and being able to lock down those vertical angles. But as we've seen, teams don't want to overcommit to that top floor either. The last thing you want with a big site like Staff and Open, which is a big site when you look at those 2 rooms, you don't want to be left with 2 or 3 defenders left. You need bodies for the end of the round.
When I think about teams that like playing across the top floor, Rogue do spring to mind. They're a team that we have seen several times play Spoit around square and have Deepek down on site playing the Yokais of the Echo to support him. We saw that in some games earlier on today on Kafe as well. Attempted spawn peaks coming out or jump outs, run outs in assistance with those Yokais. We're seeing an era of Echo play that doesn't rely so much on plant denial anymore. It's much more about the information it gives to the defenders, because with Finker being so strong in the meta, they need every advantage they can get.
Going to be some damage going straight onto Leon there from the open area window. He's got to be careful now. He's going to get juiced up by the Finker Spot, just dealing out some of those nanobots just to fire up the HP for the book. Because, of course, I was talking about those verticals. Leon on the book is going to be particularly important, carrying the diffuser as well. Really not somebody that they want to be losing too soon here. And we know how integral Leon has become to this team with that IGL in making the calls. And they really do want to keep him on the board for the time being. Now then, Spoit, he's on the roam across the top floor. He knows there's one inside of Janitor. Can he win the fight? Absolutely not! Alamo is going to open up this fixture with a 1 pump from the shotgun, taking down Spoit.
Normally a bit of team play might follow through there, be things like flashes to support in that kind of engagement, but Spoit left out high and dry on the push through. No nades leading in, and Alamau collects a freebie. A couple of seconds later, though, we have seen Virtue go down. The thing is, being on that Thorn, you don't lose a whole ton. Think about Spoit going down. You lose the juice, you lose the nades, you lose the Gon 6. Virtue's already got those Razor Blooms down and out in the map, so it's no massive loss. And Citizen blowing his arch nemesis in Leon sky high with the C4.
We're at the halfway mark now, and G2 getting themselves a reasonable advantage here coming into the second stage. As I say, it's a big area inside of that site to try and lock down, and they've still got 4 players to do it, whilst Rogue is struggling behind a little bit, not managing to match them on the kills at the minute. Alamau not being moved, and Alamau is that man over at this point. They've got the extra man, and he can stay on those main stairs and just try to really stop any push on towards double door. He can rotate underneath, he can hit them from the top of blue stairs. He can just make Rogue's life a nightmare here because they don't know where Alamau is going to appear. Kanto, for the time being, he's trying to work down from that janitor hatch. With 50 seconds left to go, he's sending in the Iana clone, but they need to get moving here, Rogue. They haven't disrupted anybody on site yet.
What I love from G2 here is that one thing I criticised them for on Bank the last 2 times they've played it is often they'd spend far too long sat on site. By the 1 minute 30 mark, all be back, but you've still got Alamau roaming in the basement here as well, looking to backstab Cryin, who I think has no idea. That smoke gives him a bit of cover, but Alamau could just try and push through. Of course, smokes aren't opaque. You can still choose to go through if you choose. At this spot, holding back at least for now. Kanto still on the above. We get towards those last 15, and Prano almost going down through the soft wall. Kanto goes for the drop, trying to find 1 man. Down goes Prano. There's 2 left on site. Deepex hunted his man. He gets 1 before he goes down. Alamau, all that's left standing, and they know where he is. They have the diffuser in hand and can try and make this plan happen, but Cryin has to win this 1 versus 1. Might be able to get this one stuck through. Shotgun round, and Cryin lands the closing kill.
Rogue working fantastically to get themselves back from behind there to take that first round. It was really smart in Cryin in that engagement. He knew that Alamau was likely on the shotgun or to push the SMG, so he just dips away, Des. He just lengthens that engagement against the smoke and gives himself every opportunity to win that fight, which he does. Alamau can have no impact on what's going on site. Rogue working well there, not being beaten up mentally by those early round losses. And I had a look whilst the round was going on how these 2 teams have done through the group stages on entry, and it hasn't been fantastic, Des. They've both been about even. They haven't really got themselves too much of an advantage in those early rounds, but it just goes to show why it hasn't mattered too much, because Rogue fighting back fantastically there to lead us into round 2.
And the big one for me, look, we can't ignore him. Spoit has been phenomenal since joining this team. An 18-year-old joining into comp for the first time round. Of course, he played in Nordic a couple of years ago, but to join Tier 1 and have the kind of performance he's had so far is unbelievable. But it goes to show this is not a one-man team. Spoit was down early, yet it's Cryin that comes up big with the 3K. A player that I said at the start of group stage has often gone, not ignored, but sidelined somewhat in these conversations about really strong players, and it really feels like Cryin has found a home on Rogue where he is just shining.
Rogue straight in once again. They're going to be attacking onto lockers this time. We saw them try that top floor clearance. It didn't really work out for them. They lost Spoit up there last time around. This time they're going to be hoping for better. Doki being forced back down to open. He's along with Citizen, and this is, you know, a setup that we'll quite often see from defenders on this site. The hatch near Doki will be open, and they're just going to play around the edge of it, just on the periphery of that hatch. They're looking for the fadeaway. They're looking to just take the shot, get the kill, and drop back onto site. The question is, how fast can Rogue force them back? The drones have raced across the top floor, and we've spoken at length about how great Deepak has been on that information game, allowing Rogue to get themselves in quickly. They've got top floor control. They're now moving for that mid floor.
And he just waits for Doki to peek his way out towards Bleepers there and takes the freebie. A really good spot being held by Cryin. He's been there for the last 30 seconds or so, just waiting for Doki or Citizen to step out, and Alamau comes to the basement. But here comes Cryin. 5 kills in 2 rounds, Tim. He's feeling it.
He really is, and we know how dangerous a player he can be. Citizen's in an important position here. There's pressure mounting on main stairs. Spoit is locked in, but the clock will force some action from him at some point. Citizen can hold this for the next minute and a half if he needs to, but he does need to hold it. He needs to make sure that he doesn't give up his life there, but the problem is he's likely to start facing some pressure from nades. Spoit still has 2 in hand, haven't been used. Kanto 2 in hand as well, so the utility game is going to work against G2 as well. So much so, Citizen drops himself back into sight. He's going to try to hold those stairs through the soft wall instead.
The patience being shown by Spoit here on Marble as well, just while his team get all the rest of the setup done. Him and Kanto droning in from Gary's side here as well to figure out exactly what's going. They spot Prano, no doubt know about Citizen, who's hung out towards elevators as well. And there's Virtue sat on site, who finds Leon, but does go down in the process.
4 versus 3 now, 50 seconds left to go. Rogue need to mount a little bit of that pressure. They didn't stall out, they were doing work through the mid-round work that allows Spoit to find onto the kill onto Citizen. As you say, he was just waiting for his moment. The final 2 come in. It's Kanto, it's Leon. They use those hatches beautifully. And all that minute in the mid-round where Rogue might have looked quiet, they were just setting up those final 20 seconds when the kills rained in.
I've spoke about this kind of father-son, brotherly, whatever you want to call it, duo that's setting up between Cryan and Spoit. And after all the initial celebrations there had sort of subsided, Spoit leant across, pointed at Cryan, saying, "You the man, you the man." And what I love about this, I spoke about it on Monday, Spoit leant across, pointed at Cryan, saying, "You the man, you the man." And what I love about this, I spoke about it on Monday, Cryan, one of the older, more experienced players, very mature guy as well they've got on this team, kind of taking Spoit under his wing and making sure he's going to be a phenomenal player. That's exactly what you see in time and time and time again from this Rogue side.
We're going to go in up to the top floor. G2 continuing their rotation, choosing not to double down on either of the sites that they've lost so far. They're going to take us up to CEO. So we're not likely to see too much of an extension out into the map this time. We've got Prano setting up in stock. It's going to be important. I think Doki on the Kaid will have placed the claw on the elevator walls. They'll probably try to keep those electrified. We can see the stock walls electrified as well. They're just going to want to, yep, we can see the electric claw has been placed. When we come back out at the replay, you're going to see that. So it's just been put on the elevator walls, on the stock wall, and this is all to try and keep Prano safe in that stock corridor. It prevents the pressure coming through Square. Skylight, Rogue, they need to deal with that as soon as they can.
For now, at least, it's dropping down those Claymores that we're so used to seeing for this site as well. So much so that some teams have been double stacking Claymores as well. In the first series of the day, we saw Mr. Punch from Elevate out the window, killing someone before he got hit by the Claymore. So as long as you're confident you can hit your shots, then it's not a bad idea to throw yourself out, but you've got to be confident you will definitely get that kill, because otherwise your life's over half a second later.
Spoit knows that there's going to be Citizen playing in this stock position. He's traded positions. Prano was setting up there, just deploying the shield before getting himself back to safety. So it's all on Citizen to hold this. And what a peek around the corner onto Spoit. Spoit was watching that angle, and you can see Citizen just trying for the same jiggle peek again. The confidence of him to try and take that second fight. He gives G2 the advantage again here at the beginning of the round, and this time they need to make sure that they're getting these kills. But no, Leon goes in and gets one, but instantly traded by Alamo, and this is going backwards and forwards, Des. It's a brawl.
Quite literally trade for trade for trade for trade between both teams. Something that I think the old G2 roster repeated. You've got to be within 3 seconds of each other to make these trades happen. But Cryan finds 2 and gets away without anyone finding a response on that Hibana as well. A big 2K that leaves him in a 2v1. Doki to hold off against Cryan and Kanto.
Cryan sat on exactly the sort of 007 that he wants to see. He's got no assists, no deaths, Des, but he's got 7 kills. Absolutely flying right now. Unstoppable on the Hibana. 2 versus 1, and it's all up to Doki. He's just got himself inside his sight. He's going to play this quite softly from the back. He doesn't want to over-engage. He's just waiting for the push to come. But with 58 seconds left to go, Rogue have got an age here. They can choose to separate and push if they wish. They can think about getting a diffuser down. All the options are open to Cryan and Kanto.
The thing is, though, when that F key gets held down by Kanto, it's a 1v1. I mean, Cryan's the guy that you want to be in that 1v1, right? They know exactly where Doki is as well. Dancing around Janitor here. Cryan gets a shot in the side, but flicks onto Doki. He's 8-0, and Rogue a 3-0, Tim.
You can't help but feel that there was an opportunity there for Doki. He gets the full-on side view of Cryan, and he has to find that kill. Unfortunately, that might sound critical, but that's the level that we're working at here, Des. You're at the Berlin Major, you're against the best of the best, and if you don't take those opportunities, you will be punished for it. And that's exactly what he found, and it leads us right in to a G2 timeout, which I don't think will surprise too many at this point. 3-0 down.
Cryan more kills than the rest of his team. Then all of G2 combined. He's flying, genuinely flying. Quick timeout here called in by G2. I often say we split the game into quarters now. After that 3 rounds, you gotta have a conversation. You've tried 3 different defenses. You've failed every single one. You've got to get it right in these next 3 rounds, else this could be a very, very quick matchup here on Bank.
G2, they're just going to be trying to steady the ship at this point. Obviously, been a tough start for them. The thing is, Des, I feel like G2 have been competitive in a number of these rounds. They've got themselves the advantage at times. They've been 5-3 up. They've been getting the entries. They've been sort of doing everything right in the first half of the round. But Rogue are just so good at that mid-round adaptation, getting those kills that level things up, that drag them back into it. And then they've got the momentum and they just ride it all the way to winning the round. And, I mean, Crying... What do you do about Crying at the minute? He's absolutely unstoppable.
And the thing is, he's not playing like a thinker and playing hard on the entry, juicing himself up, running in with the LMG. He's been rotating through a few different operators. We've had Twitch, we've had the Thatcher, we had a Banner last round, now he's back onto the Thatcher again. So 3 different operators, 3 separate multi-kills.
Going to be heading back up to CEO for round number 4, up to the top floor. Citizen, again, had a great kill to open this up. Spoit was watching the angle, Citizen able to quick peek him, but then it all came down to that flurry of trades in the mid-round that just left G2 a little bit behind after Crying had then managed to create some space because of the defenders that had died. So I feel like it's really important for the player, whether it's Citizen, whether it's Alamau, who's ever playing outside of stock, needs to hold on for longer. They can't lose to that challenge towards Square Skylight, Des. They've got a deployable shield facing Square Skylight for a reason. You can't lose the gunfight there.
And here, Leon finds Citizen again. I keep on speaking about these rivalry between these two boys. It's always been heated in the UL, but this is the time where it really comes to a head. And so far, Citizen, the top-rated player that we had throughout the group stage, nowhere to be seen.
This is starting to become problematic for G2 because it becomes a mental issue as well. 4-0 down, 5-0 down. You start worrying about just how this game is going. Bank is sweeping by very quickly at the moment, and it is all in favour of Rogue. We're going to have Prano using the Yokai drone to try and get some information, try and get something to help G2 get going, but there's nothing that's going to help them right now. There's Kanto Raketti managing to find 1, managing to find 2. Prano shuts down Leon, but it's 1 versus 4. It's all up to Alamau, and there is an age of time left on the clock.
And what I love is Alimau was the player that demolished them in the earlier rounds. He was the guy sat inside a janitor doing a lot of damage and getting the entry onto players like Spoit. Now that he's all alone, he's got all the work to do. Crying knows where he is. Spoit's coming in for the assist. Will he see him in the back corner as he comes swinging in? Sees him crouched down and finds the kill. Rogue cannot be stopped.
Crying finally has been stopped. That's going to be his first death of the game so far. It took all the way to round number 4. And maybe that just gives G2 a little bit of a jump start. They think, well, at least we can kill him.
The thing is, G2 have got to find something. They've had their time out. They've just been demolished arguably harder than in any prior round. In fact, I think in round 2, they also had 4 still left alive Rogue on the close of the round. They did in the same just now. Down we go to open area and staff. And I'd like to think here, G2 aren't yet at a point where they're writing off this map and saying we cannot recover. But it's starting to feel like that road back is a very long one.
The thing is, you've got to remember for G2, this stage has been all about perseverance and resilience, Des. You know, we don't need... Everybody's familiar with the story. A 4% chance to make it here to Berlin, 1-4 at the beginning of the stage, and then able to turn it around and make it back. So you say to me, is there a team in EU who can turn around a deficit? And I'd say G2 are definitely one of them. They've shown that ability. The question that stands before them now is, can they do it mid-map? Can they do it like this when, quite frankly, if I'm honest, they're getting absolutely beaten up by Rogue? You know, can they get their heads down without a tactical timeout now and do something to turn this around? For me, G2 need to be winning these next 2 defences to go in 4-2 at the half. It'll feel like a steal, and then they can focus on that switch around at the half.
It's what I was going to say, is there are always 2 halves to a game of Siege. We've said it forever at this point. You just don't know what's going to happen in the second. It could be a 7-0, or it could swing back to be, say, 6-6, assuming Rogue carry on. Virtue taking matters into his own hands here, though, putting down Crying. He's been a real solid backline player for the team so far in this competition, but here he is in the Malusi, getting out and about around the map.
Spoit looking to get in there and find the man inside of Archives. It's going to be Citizen on the Thunderbirds. He gets a little sniff of him, takes his shot, but just can't quite land them. That gives away Spoit's position, and Prano beautifully steps up with a long-angled headshot onto Spoit, leaving us now in a 5v3. But we've been here before, G2. We've had this man advantage. Can they hold on to it?
That's the big one. You find the entries, can you then convert the round off the back of it? And knowing G2, they should be able to. The thing is, there's still 2 minutes of playtime left. You got one player up on the top floor for Rogue. You got Deepet pushing in through lobby. So not so much split, but still a lot of ground they can cover here and get themselves inside the building. I'm looking towards Leon, also up on the top floor. So with that top floor control established, now you're starting to think about the downstairs without getting picked off anymore, as all of G2 players have dropped downstairs.
Citizen still hasn't been shifted from inside of Archives until, as he knows that Deepek's out there and he's just trying to get that angle, trying to get that shot. He doesn't want to overextend, and that's exactly why, because he knows the angle's being watched. This is smart from Rogue. They've teamed up to try and cut Citizen down, but you just can't always do it against a man like Citizen, as he manages to find the headshot. Alamo with the nitro. G2 could be winning their first round in style here. They're cruising towards a flawless round. It's a 1v5 for Kanto. Can he prove the ability that he's already shown us once again? Headshot onto Citizen, the first of 5 steps.
I'm not too sure he can here. He's going to be pushing in towards Bleepers when there's Virtue off down low and 2 players holding inside of sight in Alamau and Doki. So Kanto's got to play this one nice and, well, I say nice and slow. He's got 45 seconds to play and 4 players to kill. Average out about 10 seconds a player and you can make your moves. Here he comes in looking for Virtue here. Alamau on the swing. Kanto should find himself finished off very comfortably. Alamau, 3 kills in the round, and G2 finally give their fans something to cheer about.
Desperately needed that round. As I said, really, they need the next as well. A 4-2 half for G2 will feel like a little bit of a steal, given how things have gone so far and how tough Rogue have made it for them. And you just wonder, with Rogue again, they've ridden that wave of momentum at the beginning, but are they going to be able to continue that pace when the sides switch? If G2 have got those final 2 rounds, is it going to be something that they can keep rolling with? Again, I like what Rogue were doing in the last round. They recognised the problem of Citizen inside Tellers and Archives. We know that usually defences will extend into there for an open and staff hold, and they tried everything they could to get Leon and Deepek on opposite sides of him to create a situation where Citizen had nowhere to turn, but unfortunately he did manage to turn, and he turned straight into a headshot onto Deepek to get himself out of danger. Round number 6 then, we move on to, it's going to be a basement defence to finish things off on the defence for G2.
All right, if they do get this 4-2, Tim, it will feel like a steal. Genuine daylight robbery.
Oh, 100%.
Rogue in those first 4 rounds didn't even let G2 look competitive. And now G2 have had 1 solid round. If they find the second, 4-2 is a real smash and grab. So we'll see what the game plan is here. You've got Doki roaming out towards lone office pretty much straight away. Most of us playing on the downstairs. He's really going for a true rat player here, it feels like, Tim.
There's just a little bit of you that just, you get excited at those sorts of plays, don't you? You just sat watching them thinking, are they going to find Doki? What's going to happen?
Well,
and
Brian's drone.
Brian is sending in the drone with Sinrogue to play well behind their drones so far. Usually it's Deepek who's doing a lot of that work, but as you say, he's dipped himself away, decided the risk was too much. A drone had possibly already picked him up whilst we were watching. Cryan drone in, and Doki going to get himself back underneath. Again, playing on that hatch position in open area with Citizen, but if you remember last time, the clearance was pretty good from Rogue.
It's another very classic clear from Rogue as well, where they'll have Spoit start out towards Square. A drone or 2 at his feet to see him through the top floor, and once it's cleared out, they know they can step in and start their work on the downwards. Now, obviously the concern here is any potential C4s coming out. You've got Citizen, who's playing just below Logi. If they try and step inside stock, if they step inside a stock, you're in a world of hurt. Don't really have any reason to go through there, but these 2 players on G2, Doki and Citizen, should be ready to drop away here as we get towards that halfway mark in the round.
It's just about, choosing the right time, because we saw the damage that Rogue did from the hatches last time. The final 2 kills came in from Kanto and Leon playing on those vertical angles. So at this point, halfway mark, that's not bad. They've burnt a minute 30, but Rogue are still going to have a reasonable amount of time. They didn't really push towards blue stairs last time around. Don't get excited. It's just a clone, as Virtue manages to take that down, but they know that he's there. But to a degree, if you're going to use the hatches and push main stairs, you don't necessarily need to do anything about Virtue other than just holding the flank.
The thing is with Rogue is they only open up 1 or 2 hatches normally in their attacks. They don't want to open everything, and normally they'd also play behind something like a Ying, and I'm seeing no Ying in the lineup here, Tim. We've got smokes available for Deepet, but I think the KB pick is a real sign of respect to G2 of, we might need that assistance to deal with the roamers. Let's not leave anything down to chance. Let's make sure we can execute. They've got towards that last 60 seconds. They've pressured most of G2 away. They've still got to deal with Virtue who's playing on blue stairs, but outside of that, it's plain sailing towards an execute.
I like this from G2. They're dealing with everything pretty well that's being thrown their way. Virtue, he's going to play his life in here. He's not moving now, and he knows that. He's waiting for the drop. He hears it. Is he going to make the challenge? He tries, but Kanto's going to shut him down. 35 seconds left to go, and this is going to come down to G2 trying to hold off the plant. We've got the diffuser inside of servers. Deepek's looking to get himself inside the door, but the Vulcan canister has been detonated. The smoke canister goes off, but he's going to have to play behind that smoke if he wants to get it down until the fire has burnt away. 18 seconds left to go. Kanto gets aggressive, but Alamo and Prano have got answers, and they keep on going. It's 2v2, 2v1, 1v1. It's all up to Alamo versus Cryin. They've both played great stuff so far, and he's just trying to find the angle here. Is Cryin with 2 seconds left to go. Just to survive and steal away round 6 from Rogue, and that leaves us 4-2 at the half.
So well played by G2 as well inside the first 90 seconds or so. They were somewhat restricted by what they could do on their own because of the Dakabi. It's why Doki bailed out a lone office as well. Once they're all back on site, you're staring down the barrel of 2 minutes left and you feel, man, we could get slapped about a little bit here. But Virtue, the hero of Blue Stairs, wastes so much time. Another 75 seconds pass before anything else can be done. And then when it comes to the site itself, sure, it does rely on a 1 versus 1. But it's G2 walking away with those 2 rounds that we said would feel like an absolute steal. Better late than never, Tim.
Alamo 9-4. You know, for all the talking we've done about Cryin so far, he currently sits on 10-3. Alamo has kept pace with him. That last round certainly helped him. It was a big 4K, I think, by the time things were done. The final kill onto Cryin coming in the nick of time, but Alamo knew that he just needed to hold on for that final few seconds.
I do want to give a nod towards Kanto as well, who's had some real up and downs throughout the stage, and I think everyone remembers his massive game the other day. Lanto Ricchetti, the name return once again. He is sat at 6-2, was 5-1 prior to that last round. So even though it isn't quite the highs that Cryin has hit, is still putting up good numbers against his old team.
We get into Rogue's defense then. Round number 7, and they are going to take us down to basement to begin with. With Sin Kanto on the castle, they're going for a more structured hold of open and staff area. We've spoken about this before. Sometimes I feel defense can overcommit there, apply too much utility. I don't know exactly how heavy Rogue have gone into that setup, but we'll see if they can keep hold of the top floor. That's going to be important, because as soon as you lose top, you got to move out of open staff soon after.
I'm looking for Prano here as well, because Prano, of course, has brought along the Ossa, and we've seen a number of Ossa. Oh, I mean, I found him. Prano. His corpse is on the ground. Thank you very much, Spoit. It was a weird spot for the Ossa to be in, because I thought for a second we'd see a server execute, just direct to site. And then I thought, okay, well, he's not pushing there. Maybe he'll come via garage, and he'll do the kind of crawling Ossa that we've seen a few teams do this week. But he's up on the roof on the Ossa? That's not the place to be. And neither is that the place to be for Doki. Spoit finds his second in the round, feeling it a lot more on the defense than he was on the attack.
Spoit really waking up in this round. Just, it doesn't matter where you push him from. You try to go to the skylight, he'll find you. You try to drop right on top of him, he will find you. Alamo holding on to servers for the time being, but Rogue in a position with the man advantage where they could potentially start to push him and just try to move him out of there and just try to regain that ground a little bit. For the time being, though, it's open and staff that are particularly important, and the work that Spoit has done is allowing Kanto to stay in here a long way into the round. As we saw previously with G2 on the defense, it was 1 minute 40, 1 minute 35 that they were being moved away. Right now, Rogue still have a presence almost 2 minutes into the round.
That's the thing. Just burning through that clock, making the attackers sweat more and more, knowing that they're coming down to those last 30 seconds when mistakes aren't just optional, they're forced. You don't have time to do everything you need to do, so you start cutting corners, and we all know what that can do when it comes to a little bit of project management in the round. Kanto goes to Citizen, but it's Citizen to find the kill.
53 seconds left to go, though, and G2 need to get moving. They haven't got some of the hatches open. They're now looking to push into garage. 4 versus 3, as you say, a risky move here from Virtue coming in, diffuser in hand. If he loses this fight, it's round over. Simple as that. He's going to spot the Yokai drone just ahead of him there, but the information is likely being given to Spoit. There's a bulletproof as well. They're well on top of this, a Rogue, and it's going to be very difficult for him to get in there, but it does allow Alamo to move in and get himself a kill. Citizen goes down as well. It's very important what happens to Virtue in the next 20 seconds.
And Spoit's on for a 3. Can he make it a 4th? No, as Leon brings down Virtue. That's diffuser dropped, and Alamal's left alone in sight. Spoit makes it a 4K. Welcome to the defense.
Rogue taking themselves another step closer to winning map number 1. They are now 5-2 up. And as you say, it was a real roll of the dice from G2 late in the round to send Virtue with Diffuser in through Garage. And the problem is, if you get down there without them knowing that you're there, yeah, perfect move. But you're not going in on the knock. She's not available. You know, you're going in there on the Hibana. They've got a bulletproof camera. They've got Yokai drones. Spike was ready for an age. He was just sat there waiting for Virtue to appear. And with Diffuser in hand, that's unlikely to work out. It was a gamble for G2. It didn't pay off.
And they were expecting it, right? There were 2 players stood nearby ready to swing. There was Yokai drones, bulletproof cameras, anything that could have shut down not just 1 player, but potentially 2 or 3 from G2. Rogue clearly done their homework. You'd hope so, after playing G2 on this map in both Stage 1 and Stage 2, that they would have things figured out. Let's get into round 8, though. 1 more round for Rogue, and they at least sit at match point. Overtime would be guaranteed. But with how things are going, it does feel like this should be a Rogue map in the next few rounds.
It certainly feels that it's going that way, unless G2 can switch things up drastically here and find some momentum. I mean, that's one way of switching things up drastically. If they're going to ban out the Monte, bring the Blitz.
Just a case of whether to try and push it through here, whether it's coming up through lobby stairs, whether it's coming in towards square side. Not normally the place that you'd feel a Blitz should go. Really, lobby should be the point of entrance for Virtue. But for now, at least, he's up on the roof, just like the Ossa was in the previous round. Don't know what it is with G2 and getting shields up on roofs.
We've got Doki and Alamo out on the rappel. I think we all remember how this ended last time. They rappelled together on bank, and this time, fortunately, you'll be glad to
Rogue as well.
You'll be glad to know Doki doesn't have grenades.
Very thankful of that fact at this point, Tim, and I'm sure Alamau is as well. He himself is on the Zofia rather than the Twitch that he played back in that oh-so-fateful round. But I'm looking at G2, and I'm seeing that Ying on side for Doki and Virtue. You're just going to see a real explosion here. You're going to see Doki tossing Candelas in, smokes raining on through, general chaos, and that is when Virtue will be able to find his kills. And I like, in a way, although almost giving Virtue a chance to play these more aggressive operators and be at the forefront of the action.
Aggression from Spike being punished there as Citizen manages to find the kill on the reverse angle from the rooftop, and that gives them, I was going to say, a little bit of access to stock, but absolutely not. Cryan's in there just to try and retake that ground to ensure that G2 can't move in and get themselves established inside of the map. I'm not sure Citizen's aware here. Cryan's going to get himself a freebie, but Prano gets Leon at the same time, and here comes that blitz rush there.
All charging their way through, but it looks like Jans is where it's at. Virtue finds a down man and drops, almost being sprayed down, but it's Alamau to shoot him in the backside. G2 find round 8.
And what a round that is for G2 to find. They're in a position now where one more for Rogue leaves them on that point. It gives them very little wiggle room, so every round that they can grab now really piles the pressure on Rogue. It starts getting into their heads. Are we going to close this out, or is this the comeback starting? G2 managing to find round 8 and just bring it that little bit closer, but you can't get away with that every round, as you know. You're not going to be able to use that sort of cheese play of bringing along the blitz and forcing your way in. It was very well orchestrated. I like it as a strat. It worked, but they're going to have to be able to win rounds in a more quote-unquote normal fashion as well.
They are, yeah. Rogue now setting up inside a staff and open area, bringing that castle along once again. It's worth mentioning. Which means Prince's side, as we often see from Rogue, is going to get completely locked off. What you'll also see is them opening up the soft wall into site itself, so they can challenge at the long angle. And Deepet's got down one of those cameras that we love right in the corner of open area itself, up in the ceiling. Means that they have a clear sight over towards Bleepers, over towards site itself. Thank you very much, medics. Just gives them full coverage of nearly everything that is going on throughout this map and, well, not the map, inside the site, sorry, and the rooms surrounding it.
Good presence on top floor. One to keep an eye on is, and he has been throughout the game, is Cryan on the Oryx. The little bit of damage that he's taken has just been him dashing through a wall to create a rotation. There's no team damage been done there, but keep your eye on him because mobility is going to be key for him here. We've spoken about this top floor. We've seen the teams go in and try to clear them out, but now with that Oryx on side, G2 at no point are going to be confident at all times that they've got it locked down. They're maybe going to have to use those claymores of Alamo just to put across those hatches to prevent that return to the top floor for Cryan, at which point they could be on a huge flank depending on the stage of the round. Kanto holding a disgusting little angle through onto the rappels there.
One they can't easily challenge until they're through the window, and by then it's probably already too late. You know, 2 or 3 of them at this point, not too sure. You've got Citizen who's just worked his way in from ATMs as well. So G2 inside those first 60 seconds, mainly focusing on the drone work here, getting themselves inside the map, collecting necessary information. And one thing I've paid a lot of attention to this week and throughout Stage 2 is the drones. They've got most of those left, but it's Citizen again down in the entry. 5 and 9, nothing like the performance that we've seen from him so far at this competition. Leon finds out the clutch master himself in Alamau, who was 12 and 6. Now you're looking towards the other 3 players on G2, who haven't really found too many kills in this game.
What a start that was from Kanto. There's absolutely no way that he should have been winning that fight. Cryin takes down Doki as the first Candela goes in, but it's going to be useless as there's nobody left to push behind it. It's 2 versus 5 now. G2 have got plenty of time, but it's about the only thing they have got on their side in round number 9. It's really turning into a tough prospect for them. Prano, he's just trying to push onto those archives window. Kanto shuts down Virtue. Prano manages to get her down onto Leon, finishes the kill, but it feels like it's going to be meaningless at this point. Rogue have dipped themselves back into sight, and they're happy to just hold their angles. They know that Prano has to be the one to push forward. He has to take the onus and try to find these kills, and Rogue are playing this smart. Look at the position. There's no way you go in and just kill one of them without the other making it a trade. It's going to be Cryin to find that final kill, and that is Rogue moving on to map point.
The G2 fans feel a bit quiet, Tim.
Certainly not like it was at the beginning.
No, I don't blame them either, because it's been a bit of a rocky ride. We spoke about those 2 rounds they won at the end of the first half being a bit of a smash and grab. Although they didn't play the rounds themselves badly, the first 4 rounds really made you feel like Rogue were ready and set to run away with the entirety of the half. They at least got something here and have got 1 round so far on the attack, but they're out of chances now, Tim. There are no more extra lives. You've got to get it right 3 more rounds in a row, and even then, that just guarantees overtime, not a map win.
Looking ahead as well, G2 have got Clubhouse as the next map that they're going to be going to.
Their choice.
Their choice. So they may feel a bit more confident in you know, moving on there, but we do feel like Bank is a map that maybe G2 feel you know, is one that they're at least capable on, if nothing else. But Rogue have really shown us a bit of a masterclass here. They've been absolutely all over almost everything that G2 have tried to do. Rogue have had an answer.
They have, and looking even here now, they're taking no not really any minimal precautions. They're going to the max. They've got things like the Yokais on side once again from Deep Exploits out on the roam. You'll have Cryin on the Warden, and that Castle still coming along to cut down some of those sight lines. So not looking to go too aggressive here with their lineup, just playing it very sensibly and making sure everything is considered. For G2, they'll have to find a way to punch through. I'm looking towards the nade stack they got here. There's no Jaeger, there's no Wamai on the side of Rogue, but there are 6 frag grenades in the back pocket of G2. So look for those to be finding targets, and specifically looking at Citizen here, because throughout the group stage, he has been on point with throwing those nades, especially laterally rather than vertically, which is what we tend to see these days.
Exactly that. We haven't really seen too much punishment dished out, not just from the nades, but from the gun of Citizen. G2 fans, I'm sure, going to be hoping that he can have a big couple of rounds here to keep them in things. 3-6, they sit on the scoreboard. Alamai looking to get himself in through the basement. Once again, we saw him move into server and claim that map control. Previously, we're going to have Cryin on the mid-floor, though, and G2 need to deal with this and make sure that the roam is cut off, but Cryin at least might struggle to get himself back to sight. It's going to be main stairs or nothing, because Alamau is now inside of blue. Cryin's going to be taking half damage there, and he's being chased down.
They do have the hatch open inside of admin as well. It is also blocked off by a laser gate, which is what Kanto has just dropped through. So an alternative hatch being left soft here to what we're used to seeing on this site, which is the one inside of open area itself, which might be causing a little bit of confusion for G2, who, it's worth mentioning, have changed up who's playing what. Think about it, it was Virtue playing Hibana on this site last time round. Now it's back to Prano, Virtue's on the Iana. To me, it just feels like they're not really attacking with a concrete plan here. It's kind of a, as we go, we'll figure things out.
Alamau manages to cut down Kanto with a beautiful reflex shot as the castle moves across the site. Cryin is deleted as well as Doki manages to find his man. He's been waiting above for the longest time to find that roamer. Citizen now able to start using those hatches, but here come Rogue on a potential flank des. Are they going to catch G2 out?
Needs to see if there's a drone watching this one. Doki sees Deepek at the very least. He's going to swing here, but Deepek wins those ones. There's 2v2 now essentially coming inside of open area as Spoit and Deepek are thinking about the retake, but they've deleted them completely. It's just Deepek left standing as Prano goes in for the plan.
G2 taking the opportunity very smartly, recognising everybody's offside. Let's get in, let's get that diffuser down. Prano does exactly that. They've had an average of about 2 plants per map so far here in Germany, and that looks likely to continue as Prano manages to get himself a plant. G2 get themselves around, and they keep fighting for at least one more. 6-4 now.
2 more to go at this point, boys. The thing is, Rogue obviously still have the option of a tactical. As I say it, they literally call in the tactical timeout. I was going to say they have the time to have a conversation, but the small consideration they have to give themselves is you're also giving 45 seconds to G2 to have a conversation to improve things here. And given they're starting to ramp up now, it's not super convincing, but they are on the way. You may have just handed them a lifeline, boys.
I'm sure it will have been, a consideration of the team and Meepy there as to whether it was the ideal time or not, but ultimately seeing more value in the discussion they can have than maybe the time that they're going to be handing G2 to have their conversations. But right now, and maybe just feeling that it breaks them, it stops G2 gathering any pace. They've only had 1 round at a time so far. They haven't managed to go back-to-back yet, and they could maybe have just done with loading straight into the next one. But G2, they looked a lot more clinical in that round, particularly that shutdown of Crying on the roam was beautiful. As soon as they recognised that the open area hatch was closed, they knew exactly where he had to go to get back to site, and they just cut off every option for him to be able to do so.
Well, here we go then, potentially our last round of the game once again. G2 have held on for 1, but can they hold on for another 2? If they do so, overtime awaits us all. Our favourite word to say in Siege, it feels like, Tim.
There's a little line that I might say if we get there, Des.
Just maybe.
Possibly.
The thing is, you're teasing with it all group stage, but you stopped short of saying it. So I've got to say something, and I was like, you did. Which game was that? Was one of our last ones?
A lot of our games went to overtime.
Both of our last 2 games in the group stage went to 15 rounds, which really deserved, I think, at least one statement.
Yeah. I mean, it was my fault because I said I'd like to give my rest a voice on the last day of groups. So then the final 2 maps went to 30 rounds.
Well, here we go. Doki looking towards that Ying once again. So many teams have been leaning in towards this. The Space Station, the team in North America, many of you will be aware of. One of the best attacking rates. And when I spoke to Lycan, he said this, a lot of that is because we see the opportunity to run a Ying. We'll run a Ying and just hit them hard on site, and they've got nothing to do. So for Doki and G2, looking in towards much the same here. Protect the VIP, as Doki will be the one carrying that useful cargo. Those 4 Candelas and the 2 smokes in back pocket could be everything for this execute.
It could. I'd like to see an opportunity this time for them to get inside. Obviously, last time we saw this attack, it was built more around that blitz push, and it worked out perfectly. This time, I think we're going to have to see the Smoke and Candela execute and getting that diffuser down. But obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to soften up sight before they're able to do that. Virtue is definitely thinking about starting that process. Wants to get himself into main lobby, likely move up Spiral Staircase, and just pressure Kanto and Leon to force them out of office, force them away from playing Banana. This is going to stop Crying from moving down and being able to get too aggressive, but the Kiva barricade gives him that option back.
It does. That's the beauty of Azami as well since she was introduced, is you can just turn bad points to defend on sites into something completely different. But obviously, when you want to defend around the map with the Azami, doesn't matter all that much. When you've got a Ying station on the window, potentially 4 nades coming pushing in from ATM's side. Kanto, I think, here identified as being playing in the banana position. This is normally where we'll see players step inside of ATMs, chuck nades skyward just over the top of the balcony, and enough to connect onto that player. So Kanto's got to know the right time to move away here. Something that he got wrong an awful lot back in stage 1, and he gets picked off by Virtue on a really long angle from ATMs.
I think there may have been a little bit of a bait there from Doki as the Candela goes in. We see Deepek just operating with those wooden glasses just to prevent any sort of blinding. It allows him to see through that, but it's Kanto that ends up dead, and there's no push that comes in through the windows, and I think it was just trying to get Rogue to react. We'll put a Candela in there, we'll get Kanto to step up, we're ready to find the kill onto him. It was beautifully worked. We're going to see more Candelas going in now. Citizens underneath. He's looking for the nade kill onto the wood, and he almost gets it, but almost might not cut it here, Des, as the operator Deepek is still there and able to deny this plant. The what? A cover from Prano stops the man coming in through the walls. Boy, just managed to get Doki. It's coming down to a bloodbath inside of site. G2 currently on top. It's 3 versus 2.
The thing is, they've got the diffuser here, Tim. G2 are now out of sight. And although Cryan is playing out towards top white, you've got Deepek inside of Janitor. G2 are a little bit scattered. Virtue and Citizen coming in from lobby side. Prano on square, and this could be a Rogue sandwich coming up.
Both super low health now left for Rogue. They're about 5 HP in a dream, and Citizen turns it into a nightmare as G2 get themselves another round and take us to see at least all 12.
What I loved, Tim, I've just watched up on the balcony there. What happened after the conclusion of that round? I'm so used to seeing Citizen being the one that turns to his team and talks as we get towards this point in the game. But there's something very different about G2 today for several reasons. One, Virtue is the one that turned to his team and straight away was talking about the next round. Prano, Citizen, Doki all smiled as well. All feel good. I've seen G2 in so many situations where all hope looks lost and they're bickering. It doesn't look like a full, complete team, whereas now, that is a very different story, what I've just seen on that balcony.
I think sometimes Virtue, and I could be wrong in saying this, but I think sometimes he's that sort of, that calming influence. Do you know what I mean? It's like, right, we're getting down to the absolute business of it now, and that's why we're seeing Virtue say, right, come on, you know, we're on the road here, this is how we're going to get this locked down, and Virtue just bringing that sort of steadying, calming influence into the team. So we're going to see our final round of regulation play here. Rogue 6-5 up and have another opportunity to close this one out. They've burnt 2 out of 3 so far, and G2 continue to hang on here. They just want one more round, as one more round will see them into overtime with an opportunity to still take bank in this best of 3.
If you told me we were getting anywhere near overtime when Rogue were up 4-0, I'd have told you you're a liar.
Forget it.
I can't believe we've got to this point, but G2 showing the resilience to really bounce back and just showing how spicy this game could prove to be. G2, as always, looking to start out here on the top floor. Drones are already racing on through from Doki, and they found the rat. You smell that, Tim? The question is, does the rat trap work? No, it doesn't. It works in reverse. It's Spoit finding Doki.
Big start for Rogue towards the round that they need. Just managing to shut that down. And it's about taking away that roam game. It's about getting themselves that map control that they've not really been able to hold on to, Rogue, in the last couple of rounds. G2 have been getting those entries. They've been getting themselves into the map very well. But Rogue, this time, they're just going to hold on to things on the top floor, particularly.
Leon just trying to be a nuisance there. Charges his way all the way through Garage. Just chucks a Prisma outside, just to obviously keep that indicator on screen to the attackers that, yes, there is someone outside the building. Citizen comes in for a 1v1, entry v entry, and it's Citizen to walk away with the kill.
It's going to mean, though, that Citizen needs to just slow himself down a little bit here. He's got to wait. As you can see, his gadget not lit up at the minute, so he doesn't have the nanobot boost available. So he's just going to have to temper his progress so that he can get a few of those hit points left. And it's just going to give Rogue a little bit of an opportunity to reshape, to decide exactly what's happening. For the time being, Cryan still trying to hold on to top floor, still trying to make a nuisance of himself. But G2, they're established in servers. Once they get Rogue chased back, which they did pretty well last time on this attack, then they can start thinking about sight.
You got the Yokai of Deepek running around again. I spoke about Rogue loving to do this earlier on, but currently is charging around Marvel, feeding all this information of what's going on inside of Red. This is something that Rogue have done time and time again, yet teams never really seem fully able to deal with. It's a nightmare because, again, we haven't seen Yokais really used this aggressively for, well, a long time. They were normally used on site because, of course, they used to go invisible when stuck to the ceiling. Now they're not, so actually a better use case of them is it's 2 free drones for your team to use around the map.
We've just got the Yokai drone chasing the regular drone there, just trying to give its position away. Kanto is still holding on in the mid-floor, though. He hasn't been dealt with, hasn't been taken down, and this is fantastic time wasted. This could be round winning from Kanto here. 2 minutes 30. He has burnt on the roam, and still G2 don't have the confidence to be able to move on down. Alamo manages to get the headshot, but they are seriously lacking in time, Des. The hatch isn't open. G2 don't even look like they were aware of that, but somehow Alamo goes in with a huge triple. The diffuser is going down. The clock will be extended. No! It's up to Deepek, but he gives it away, and Des, we're going to overtime.
I knew the words were coming, Tim, and Deepek, what a kicker. You get towards that moment where you just think, you know what, I can disrupt the plan. Not expecting yourself to get pushed by a madman who's on a tear in the round. G2 have dragged it all the way back. winning 6, dropping 2 in the last 8 rounds.
I don't know about everybody at home, but this crowd has got me on the edge of my
You haven't got a seat, Tim.
I know I don't have a seat, but I feel like my metaphorical seat, I'm right on the edge of it. My heart is racing. This game is delivering the excitement that we were so desperate for it to. And Des, this is only map 1. We've got at least another one of these to go.
I think what most probably don't know about us, Tim, we've mentioned it a couple of times, but not very regularly. The first ever series you and I cast together, 45 rounds, if I remember rightly.
It was 45 full rounds, best of 3, 15 rounds every round.
4.5 hours it took us?
Yeah, I think there's probably, I don't know, I might be wrong in saying this, I think there's probably a couple of people here from the UK scene who might have been at that event.
Who may have even played in that game.
Might have seen it, yeah, I can't remember exactly, but...
It was ludicrous. So,
we do have a bit of fun, shall we say.
Long games have followed us around since 2019, and they don't ever seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. Rogue switch over to the attacking side here. It's where both teams have had a bit more success. This is their chance. That 4-2 half both have seen. If Rogue follow the trends we've seen so far, they should win their next couple of attacks, with G2 winning round 14. But we all know how mental overtime can get, Tim.
I can't believe what we've just seen out of Alamo. That was absolutely unreal.
He's 18-7,
Just drops the hatch and slays everybody. We were talking about the matchup yesterday, and I said about Alamo particularly, if you remember on the way back to the hotel, we were talking, and I said, you know, the big name players that G2 have got, I feel like somebody like Alamo could really thrive in this environment. You know, we've seen him before when he's on the stage, when he's got the crowd, when he can feel the energy from them. He's just one of those players that steps up and does the business, and he really has for G2 in this second half.
You know what someone told him? Someone told him in the grand final, a LATAM team will most likely be waiting for him.
He's like, I'm having him.
That's it. I mean, we've got FaZe versus FURIA coming up next. Obviously, we've got W7M on that side of the bracket as well. That means in that semi-final, there will be a LATAM team going through, and he wants to get there as well, meet them there, play against some of his friends. He was sat up in the crowd earlier on with FURIA watching the games, then saw him with FaZe half an hour later. So there is a lot there for him to be looking forward to.
Open area will be our first defence for G2 then. I mean, we would argue maybe that there is a little bit of a benefit to being on the attack to begin with here for Rogue. It's been 4-2 halves in favour of the attackers so far, but quite often, you know, so commonly, we see that flipped on its head when we get into overtime. Leon is already doing the work with the book, 1 minute 30 mark. That's not bad at all. He's going to be opening up those vertical angles, not above sight, but into archives and tellers. He wants to make sure that Cryan's safe, playing inside of there, that he can then move forward towards sight.
So outside of Virtue, every other G2 player is on site right now, and Virtue's even down lower Marble, so they'll have a sniff here, Rogue, by the looks of it. Deepek's drone was just running around, it's been taken out. They now know he's on the downstairs, but the other 4 are on site. Rogue can focus here and think about the execute itself. But with 60 seconds to go, we saw how last round went. G2 had to force everything down through a single hatch. This one could yet prove to be exactly the same. G2 feeling largely unthreatened so far. And by the way, Leon has just started moving on the downstairs. He's going rover hunting, Tim. Does he catch a big one? Yes, he does. Down goes Captain Virtue.
Big start for Rogue, but Alamo once again, he's there. This could be a 20-kill map quite easily for him as he finds his 19th onto Leon, leaving us 4 versus 4. But look at the timer, Des. G2 have burnt a lot of time here. Only 20 seconds left to go, and Rogue, they're going to have to make a move, but they know there's one on main stairs. Spoit can't keep holding his attention there. Kanto takes down Prano, Deepek onto Doke. Rogue, 3, 2, 1, go! And they take off, taking the first round of overtime.
That is what Rogue have been so good at all of stage 2 and throughout most of the group stage. They're so good at counting down. Right, boys, 3, 2, 1, move. And you see them all just go at the same time. 3 or 4 different directions, being pushed by 4 different players, and they pick up what they need. I was always concerned that Rogue might struggle against teams on the defense that like to get out in the map. And I'm thinking about teams like XSET when I say that. They can play defensive, but they love being disruptive as well. Swinging you, for example. G2 there, I feel, gave a little bit too much respect to Rogue. With 4 players on site and Virtue isolated down in the basement, that wasn't quite as aggressive as some of the previous roams that we have seen out of G2.
Rogue will have their defensive attempt now. If they're able to lock down open area and staff, then it will be the map done. It's been a lot closer than we might have expected when we saw things kick off. But if we have a look at how they've done previously, round 9 we saw them go to open area and they were able to get the win on the defense. So they've only been there once, Des, but it is 1 win.
And 1 win might be all you need, Tim.
It is at this point. Not if you're G2.
I mean, on the attacking side, again, both teams have sort of struggled there somewhat, so fingers crossed for them. Let's see how things shape up now then as we step into the action phase itself. Final reinforcement going down there on the quad wall from Deepak. Maybe a little bit forgotten about into the dying moments. But again, it's about this top floor clear for G2 that I want to see them starting off with. We always see Doki up on the rappel, joined by Alamau. You normally have Citizen and Virtue pushing in through ATMs. In this round, it's more like Prano and Citizen, because Prano has now got to play off towards getting Kanto opened up. So some small changes in terms of who's playing where, but for G2, it's a classic attack coming out of them.
Doki just sending the drones in ahead of himself, trying to get that little bit of information that's going to assist Virtue in getting established inside of stock. But have they spotted Crying? That is the big question. Virtue, he actually takes his foot off the pedal, and he's going to step back. He's got players around him. There's Virtue, Doki, and there's Alamau all trying to get themselves in towards this top floor. Doki now is established inside of the map, and we see Rogue just dropping away there. So top floor clearance has come in from G2. It is successful. Crying is one to keep an eye on for the remainder of this round, though. We can see that he's getting out there, he's getting loose in his movement around the map. Virtue so close to an entry.
Again, I'm looking towards here, the drone count in that top left corner of your screens. G2 have sniffed out these 3 players hanging around Marble, but kept all but 1 drone still alive. So wonderful intel gain coming out of them, preserving those drones well, whilst collecting what they need. And Doki, a bit of a rat in the corner here, I think, as well, because they know where this drone is, but you can't hold it for too long.
Absolutely not. It's going to be taken down, but they know that he's in the elevators now. They can start working towards cutting the man off. Citizen does exactly that. He's going to try and hold him from that teller's counter. Look at the skinny angle that he's holding. That's the fine margins that we're working with. Prano is established inside of Square, can start getting that wall open. Impact Nade will take the Selma charge out, but not before it has had 1 detonation. So there's at least a line of sight in there, and that may make it more difficult to impact trick any further explosives placed off.
For Alamau crosses that 20 kill threshold as well. What a game he's having so far. I was looking at the stats just now. 4 multi-kills for him and Crying, but Citizen makes it a second. Kanto bites back once again against his old teammate. We've seen that clash so much throughout this game.
4 versus 3 now, and we just see Alamau taking a little bit of damage there. Not too much, but the challenge is on. Kanto is looking for the peak, but he just shows too much of himself. Alamau can use that big magazine to go through and get the kill, and this looks like we could be seeing a little bit more of this game. Virtue, Doki, Des, we're going all the way to 15.
I want it every single map that we step into as well. I don't know which way it's going to go either, Tim. This is the problem. We've seen the attacks, the defenses of both teams now enough. 14 times across this map. But I can't tell you if Rogue can win this one.
Let's toss up a coin.
Literally flipping a coin. It's going to be CEO. We're going up to the top floor to step into this one, where G2 have looked relatively comfortable. We've seen things like the Finker baits. We've seen the Finker, Ying bait, sorry, stepping in with Candelas, smokes, you name it.
It is so... I don't know how much justice is being done on the stream, but I can tell you from first-hand experience, it is extremely loud inside this theatre between these 2 fans as they scream at each other, trying to support their team, trying to push them over the line here in what is going to be our final round of Bank. It's going to be G2 on the defence. It's top floor. They're going to be trying to hold on to CEO. Now, particularly an area that was problematic previously for G2 has been that trying to hold on to stock corridor, trying to keep them out of the Square Skylight area. It's something that they've struggled with a little bit. We saw Citizen try it the first time. He was taken down. Alamau didn't have too much more success, so they really need to think about how they're going to get this area nailed down.
Back in round 4 when they lost this one, this is an exact identical lineup that you're seeing here for G2. That was the last round where they lost on their losing streak before we saw them bounce back in round 5 and really start the recovery effort that we have seen so far. So, let's see how it shapes up. You got Prano once again playing on the Echo. We saw this back in that round as well. Probably taking a little leaf out of Deepak's book there in terms of use case as well. It's why the Decay can be so valuable in terms of hacking those for a brief second, whatever else it might be. It can really turn them offline for you. But again, when we saw Deepak on this earlier on, I said, I think it's out of showing respect to G2's roam game and making sure you're not getting players like Doki ratting in Lone Office.
Spike once again holding this same angle that we saw previously. Citizen was able to take him down from there. He might well try that little jiggle peek again, but for the time being, he's playing a lot more sort of static in behind that shield. I commented last time he got the opener onto Spike and then tried the peek round onto Square, and it just lost him his life from behind that shield. And this time it looks like Citizen's just going to be trying to hold on a little bit more, but as the Thatcher EMP comes in to clear out the Electroclaw, he knows that his time is done inside of there. Kanto, Leon, they are huge openers taking down Doki and Alamo, but Prano, as he has done so often, Des manages to get that important mid-round kill just to keep G2 fighting.
Keep on fighting though, boys. You've got 2 players outside here for Rogue, so only really 2 dancing around the building itself. And for G2, the last 3 players holding firm for now. Virtue out towards Banana. Prano playing inside of Janitor and Citizen on long desk. The 3 of them playing this wonderful triangle, but it's about getting the kills off the back of it. You've got the Yokai drones plus Spoit on the drone inside of Logi here, but again, I spoke about this hacking earlier. Now it's been hacked out. They can see everything that the Yokais can.
Spike again, just trying to work that long angle. Not got himself inside of the map yet, but doesn't really need to. 4 versus 3, and he's just trying to prevent any movement around that stock corridor. This should now be giving Rogue the freedom to start thinking about the execution. They don't have the diffuser in hand at the minute. It is down, so they need to just make sure that they're leaving themselves enough time to prep that Virtue. Just looking away at the wrong time. Might have actually had a bit of joy, but it's Kanto who's going to find his man. Takes down Prano with a headshot. More importantly, that's Yokai drone. They're gone, Des, whether they were alive or not. They will not be stunning out any plant. Citizen, he manages to get crying.
Now Spoit's got to push his way forward. Rogue need to answer that kind of kill. And this is the old duo, Virtue, Citizen, the old pairing we used to see in the front line. Out comes the smokes, and that's normally the sign that action will follow. Kanto watching the long angle on the window for Citizen to cross and finds him as he steps through. He hits the deck. Virtue's the last one left standing on Banana. Will find one for himself, but it's being challenged by Deepek on the swing. We get towards them last 10 seconds. It's now or never, boys. Rogue on the step through. They finish off Citizen, but can they find Virtue? Yes, they can. Rogue, take back.
Teams there. You see the players jumping straight up, and how much this means. The game screen says hard-fought victory, and it could not be more correct as G2 stretching Rogue to the absolute limit there. 15 rounds, and they finally get it in the 2v2. And what a promise these 2 teams have just made for us as to the rest of the siege that we're going to see from them today.
They've done it on one map, Tim. They've won on Bank, but can they do it on G2's map pick of Clubhouse? We'll find out after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Berlin Major. We are still live again from Potsdamer Platz, pretty much in the center of this historic city, and a historic win in an incredible match so far. EU versus EU, Rogue versus G2. We're here to break things down after map 1 Bank. I'm Milos the Medic, your host. With me are Fresh and Pengu. And we're going to go through this because by all means, Rogue were playing as a team like we talked about in the pregame, and it was top-heavy at G2, and it went to max OT to close it out in a 2v1 with a Ratty play on the other side. So, Jack, help me break this down.
Oh, there's so many storylines being lost that we didn't even get to go through in the pre-show. That's how much history exists between these two teams. One of the things that I wrote in my prep was these two teams are going to war, and that's exactly what they did. They both had very dominant attacking halves each, and ultimately it came down to that starting side on overtime, which Rogue got the choice of, which was attack. And it went all the way down to 15, attacking out at the end there.
Not just that, but individual players, right? Sure, Elma, 21 kills, and losing with that many kills on the board, it sucks being that player, but Citizen showed up, right? Pretty much every single member of Rogue, but crying in the first 5 rounds, getting 8 or 9 kills. Huge moment for him as well. So individually, everyone showed up, but it was such a clutch game that brought us all the way. So what I said to you, Jack, Rogue is consistently the better team, but G2 is occasionally the better team.
Yeah, and that's I guess that's the thing, is the consistency comes on top. G2 added in a little bit of flavor, but Rogue just about had enough, especially that first half. It was so default from Rogue. You know, they got the first 4 rounds in the attack. They looked so comfortable just going through the defaults. It was like, we were sat in the crowd, Nick, me and you, and I kind of said, we've seen this before. We've seen this exact game happen in EUL Stage 1, EUL Stage 2, and then the second half was when it really came to life.
Now, G2 banned the Nook in this case, and it's an operator, of course, Danish operator. We'll like to ask you all about her. And it seemed like this sort of late round flank that Rogue loved to do so much, Cryan loves to do so much, they couldn't really achieve it in the same way.
No, they couldn't. The thing is that Rogue as a team, they will have their default, like, Cryan will always backstab, always, sure. But when the Nuke is banned off the board, they have other options. And normally what that means is that they put Cryan and Spoit together, and they will make like a lethal front entry instead of splitting that duo up into 2, and it works about just as well, but it works differently.
I keep saying it, Milos. I genuinely long for the day that Rogue play Bank and Zero and Echo get taken away from Defect. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the Nook ban. I appreciate you feel like that's more valuable.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was a menace on that Zero.
He was.
Well, there's a lot of moments in this matchup, and I want to talk about G2 for a moment here, because you talk about Alamao and how great he's played on here, but it's, again, very top-heavy, like we predicted it to be, like it usually is in our pre-show. We'll pull up that match summary on the screen for everybody and just kind of put on those numbers to make things extra clear for you, just in case. When I say top-heavy, I mean 21-9 for Alamao. That is insane, on top of 87% cost.
The individual player did not deserve to lose that game. Alamao did not deserve to lose that game. And as you can see, it's a little bit of a clearer split in distinction between the Rogue players. I think we came into this saying that they operate much more like a team. But yeah, particularly Alamao. And he had some massive moments. There was that one where he dropped down the hatch. There's like 30 seconds to go on a Locker's attack. There's not a cat in hell's chance that G2 are going to plant. He drops down the hatch, makes a massive 2K happen, and keeps pushing the deep. Keeps pushing deep. And then what that does is it allows the space for the plant to go in behind him. And he won that round single-handedly for G2.
They did. And the thing is, before the game started, we said again, G2 normally Citizen all the way up here. The rest of G2 kind of down here. This game, Dogeson like 4-12 statistically, LML 21-9. Very, very big ceiling and floor difference there. Whereas Rogue, much more in that middle area with occasional sways back and forth.
Let's talk about a play that really swung things in the way of G2, allowed them to pull back the game. Maybe if there was more of that, we'd have seen an extra victory. We'll pull up round 8 to talk about it. Jack,
yeah, and that's the key thing, Milos, is we set the scene of saying G2, they need to go away from the defaults. When they go away from the defaults, they can win, they can disrupt Rogue. This blitz play here, to identify the threat to them, which was Deepek in the Janitor Hall, they used a blitz. Virtue was not meant to get a kill there. All Virtue was meant to do was distract Deepek enough to stop the plant, to allow the swing in from Alamao, and that's exactly what happened.
Then in this clip, there's a huge 2K drop from LMR. You know, they clear out cancel, they got 20 seconds left. Oh, hedge isn't open up, Virtue, we gotta go somewhere else. Throw out a grenade, drop the hedge right here, gets one, gets the second, allows his team to get to the bomb side. Prano starts planting. Daypick in that 1v3 has the Yokai, goes on it right here at the wrong moment, and gets taken out for free again. LMR with 3 huge kills.
And I think that's the key summary, right, is that G2, they need those players to step up. They need LMR to step up. That's exactly what happened. But they need to do a little bit more of that off-meta, that off-brand siege. And that's how they're going to get at Rogue. If they go and play default like they did on the first 5 rounds of Bank when they were on the defense, they're going to see what Rogue can do to them. But if they get out there, they do something a little bit different. They have some good, nice counter-strats prepped. You saw just how well they worked.
Well, let's take a look at our next map. The first one was a max OT 8-7 that went Rogue's way. We go after this to G2's pick on Clubhouse. Maybe we'll need that decider of Villa. That'll be for our next matchup to decide. Let's have a chat about Clubhouse because this is, you know, the Dust 2 of Siege. You got to know how to play a club if you want to compete at the highest level. In EU, we get to see a ton of Clubhouse, and both G2 and Rogue have played a boatload of it. So, what are your expectations, Pengu?
Clubhouse, we can summarize to A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. It's always about step by step. And we gotta talk about operator bans, right? Because if Thatcher's on the board, one story. If Yabana's on the board, second story. So a lot of factors right now come into play. But overall, to summarize it, it's down to execution and understanding what you want going into this.
Yeah, and I think the one thing about these two teams is you wouldn't really stem either of them as a 1, 2, 3 A, B, C type team.
True.
Definitely not Rogue. They played Clubhouse as a filler map. Once they were basically confirmed for this major in EUL, they were just like, we can get teams to Clubhouse, they will always play it, and we could just play our game. And that's the, as we're getting waved to by some of the players.
It's crying, come on.
It's crying. Big man crying.
Big fan, big fan.
I'm a big fan.
I've seen him with his shirt off.
Yeah.
There you go, we got some fans in here, Jack, go ahead.
Clubhouse specifically. Rogue have issues on the defense in that they can only defend one site, pretty much, which is Church and Arsenal. They struggle with Gym, they're really bad with CCTV, and their bar stage is pretty bad as well. So look out for Rogue having to have like a 2-4 split on their defense. On the attack, they're a bit better, but what I will say is they put a big focus on the top floor on that construction area. You'll often see Leon Gids going in there, and they do these big 3-2-1 countdowns of everybody going in at the same time. So watch out for that, and I wonder if G2 will target Leon Gids specifically on that construction side.
That sounds solid. If I was G2's coach right now, listening, I'd be like, that's what we're doing, boys.
Yeah. It's almost like he used to work for...
It's almost like he knows a thing or two.
Maybe.
Anyways, analysis, that's what we're looking for. Your thoughts on this, Pengu, who do you think can take Club?
Honestly, I always think Club comes down to who's the better team. And I do think still, after seeing Bank, that Rogue is again consistently the better team.
Yes.
But given how close Bank was and how huge the players showed up, I think it's going to be a close series regardless. It's 7-5 or it's OT. It's not going to be one-sided.
Map 3?
Oh, do you know what? I'd just love to see a map 3. For me, I'm biased but neutral. That's how I would describe myself.
Do you guys want to see a map 3? I think there's a desire. There's a market for it.
8-7 on Clubhouse and then get us into a map 3. That's what I want.
All right. Jack, thank you so much. Pengu, thank you so much. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it'll be time for All EU. Rogue G2 as everybody piles back into our theater and onto our casters. Dazane, see you in a moment.
Welcome back to what is proving to be one of the most thrilling quarterfinals that I think we have seen at any event ever, Tim. I know we've only seen map 1 so far, but all 15 rounds, and it being that close, I think qualifies it, just maybe.
That's how good map 1 was. We had a bit of everything. Like you say, yes, it was close. Yes, it went to 15. We had overtime. We had Alamau on over a 20-kill game. It was just everything was there. You know, we had turnarounds. We had 3v5s. We had clutches. We had plants. I just hope it continues into Clubhouse, honestly. You know, just give me another 15, give me another 30 of that. Let's go, you know, every inch of this that we can.
And so it should. I mean, we spoke several times about, you hear about rivalries between teams, but this is truly a next-level rivalry. Between several players, between the backroom staff, you name it. They've all played with each other at some point, been on similar teams, had the rivalries, met, knocked each other out of competitions before, you name it. And it's really starting to build to that Beaver pitch. Map 1 was just a taster. I hope the Clubhouse proves to be the main course.
And then just a little bit of dessert on Villa, perchance?
Give me one of everything on the menu, Tim. I'll take the whole lot.
At this point, you know you're not going to get served anything that is not to your taste. We'll be getting this one underway as soon as we can do. As you can see, it's going to be Clubhouse that we will be going into. I mean, like you said, the passion was very clear for us to see, Des. In that last one, we had a lot of screams, a lot of shouts, not just from everybody here in the Potsdamer Theatre. It's just from the teams. It was, oh, it's just so good.
I mean, Crime was up on his feet. He was loving it. I said it so often that you'd see the players screaming at each other. Well, you saw a good bit of that. We love to see more of it, fingers crossed. Let's get into our bands, though, here on Clubhouse. A map that it's worth referencing. Rogue played in their last 3 games of EUL Stage 2. So, G2, who have only played it once in Stage 2, played it once in Stage 2, once at Charlotte, and then I think twice back in Stage 1, haven't really played this for a good while. So lots to be excited about here in terms of the unexpected, at least on G2's side, who clearly feel that they have the answer to the way that Rogue plays this game.
Looks like we're just going to have a quick rehearse before we get started. Let's make sure everything is present and correct. We don't want anything getting in the way of what is going to be a fantastic matchup between these two.
I'm not putting my jacket back on, Tim.
I've put mine on and I'm getting tangled up in my wires.
This is why you shouldn't do it. Just
there we go. I'm good. I'm good. I think
you look like you're about there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I like the jacket, by the way.
Thank you.
It's very nice.
Quite lightweight.
Yeah,
perfect for the summer weather.
I feel like a magician.
No, yours is a bit velvet.
It's lovely, but I either feel like a poker dealer or like I'm a magician.
Maybe more the poker table.
True, just lay it out and play. Away we go. Be phenomenal for that.
Anybody wondering the material or feel of Daz's jacket will now fully understand what it is like.
Assuming they play poker.
I mean, it's a beauty, eh? But
it's nice. I like it. Come on with the red. It feels kind of Christmassy. Maybe it's one for EU finals at the end of the year.
So you thought you'd bring it out for the summer major?
Absolutely, right? It's a terrible timing.
30 degrees, let me get my Christmas jacket.
It's one of those. It's one of those.
We're getting everybody underway. I can see we've got players getting back into the lobby, so we shouldn't be too far away, and we will bring it back as soon as we can. I want to say as well, it's the first opportunity we've really had to discuss the stage and the setting here, Des. And I'm in love with this. Like all the techno music, we've got the full light shows, the scaffolding. It's very industrial. I'm feeling it.
The whole industrial vibe with the pipes is very like German techno feel.
I love it.
When we first had the lights come on in here, when they first showed it to us before we obviously came in and started doing playoffs, it felt very warehousey, which to turn a theatre into a warehouse kind of vibe was no easy feat. I'll tell you that much.
Not at all.
And when we actually saw it at first, when they were building it, and we didn't see anything on the top floor, they just kind of raised it. I was like, oh, is that the roof? And then they started building the booths up there, and I was like, oh, they're going up there. I see. It's unique. We haven't done anything like it before.
It's always one of my favourite parts of events is obviously we usually get here and generally the stage is still being built when we arrive because we get here to do group stages and guess what? We don't need a stage at that point. So usually it's still, going through the process of having those finishing touches. So we don't get to see it straight away. And as the week progresses, we start seeing new bits added and, there's one day where we just come in and it's all there ready. It's usually our rehearsal day the day before. And it's my favourite bit of just walking in and seeing all the stage and setting and everything else all ready to go.
That's it. It's just fun how... So for those, again, I was like breaking the fourth wall this week. It seems to be my thing. But I believe generally what happens is if we're working on the Monday, production crews arrive 2, 3, 4-ish days before. Like Doki was just staring at the camera. I don't know if it was us or the camera he was staring at. Now he's... Yeah. 2-0, he's saying. I don't know how to tell you this, Doki. Is this coming down to 2-0?
Who knows?
I'm just not going to listen to Doki. It's easy to ignore him. Bless his soul.
We can just see Rogue. We haven't really mentioned Meepy too much as well. Obviously, you know, he's been the coach of Rogue for a reasonable while now. Meepy's one of those people we always tend to bump into at the airport on the travel here. We didn't this time.
We do a lot, actually.
We do a lot,
weird.
don't we?
Yeah.
It does tend to happen quite a lot that we bump into Meepy at the airport. As I say, we didn't have the pleasure this time. Maybe we will on the way home. But, you know, we can't deny the impact that he's had on Rogue since he's come in as the coach. You know, we talk, you know, we can't deny the impact that he's had on Rogue since he's come in as the coach. You know, we talk at length about the backroom staff of Rogue and how much impact they have on the team, and Meepy's certainly a large part of that.
It's all of them as well. Like, they've actually got 3 backroom members of staff here. They've got Tristan, who's their analyst. They've got Bernie, who's their psychologist as well. So between the 3 of them, it's a really good spread to make sure the boys are in high spirits. And generally, whenever I've seen Rogue throughout this event, they have been in high spirits. So it's working.
Do you fancy a bit of Siege, Des?
I do, Tim. You know what? It's been a bit long now. It's been about 20 minutes. I'm craving another map.
Well, you'll be glad to know that we are in our way to Clubhouse. We've got both teams loaded in. We're going to be doing the bans. Montagna is going to be taken out first by Rogue. By G2, who start on the defence. And then it's going to be Ying taken out by Rogue.
Not too surprised to see that one banned away, given we did see Doki playing that up quite a lot back on Bank as well. I spoke about the Ying and how it makes attacking a hell of a lot easier. Chuck it in through hatches, for example, in through breach, you name it. Just gives you a much easier time on the attack. Azami then taken away, an operator that I think is a really smart ban. I love seeing her played. I think she's really interesting in terms of how she enables these off angles to be played that teams definitely aren't used to and sometimes do get caught out by. But it can make some spots really frustrating to attack into, especially things like Garage Catwalk. Valkyrie, our final ban to come away, is going to surprise absolutely no one. Teams still banning her away, despite the change that came through not too long ago, where her cams no longer work outside after 10 seconds. They are all destined to be indoors. Occasionally, you'll see attackers then re-pick into bringing along an IQ to show it a bit of respect, because if you don't find them all, they normally come back to bite you in some way.
Right, we've all had an opportunity to take a little bit of a breather after the maelstrom, the whirlwind that was Bank between these two, and we're going to head now into Clubhouse, and I hope you're ready for some more intensity, because I have absolutely no doubt whatsoever that these two teams are going to be delivering it. It's going to be Church and Arsenal for our first defensive site. G2 starting off on that side of things, and straight away up to the top floor they go. Prano just putting those mute jammers down there, so there's at least going to be one Roma playing up there.
There should be a couple of them, I imagine, really here. There's no excuse in this day and age, especially knowing where the meta currently is, for you to have all your players on site at the start of a round. It's why in the past I've referenced teams like BDS who do like playing a very dug-in kind of setup. They prefer to sit all 5 on site and let you come at them and try and win through superior gun skill. But these days, that just simply isn't enough. So getting out of the map looks to be the play. However, I can't turn my eyes away from 2 things here, Tim. Crying on the Nook now that it isn't banned away, but most importantly, Leon on the Blitz.
That Blitz is going straight towards Dirt Tunnel at the minute, along with the sledge, and that tells us one thing. Interestingly, that Dirt Tunnel hasn't been reinforced for a Church hold, because it is going to give immediate access potentially to the Blitz. Crying's working rapid pace through this mid-floor on the knock, and that is now the top floor Roma potentially cut off. That is a big problem for G2. There's 3 of them up there. They're going to have to work down blue rather than coming down through the bar, and I'm not sure if they're even going to be aware of Crying's presence. Obviously, with the Hell Presence reduction device, able to keep himself off the cams, so this could be a real issue here for G2 building.
And the nade comes through and hits Virtue. Ironic that a Jaeger's the one that gets taken down by that as well. Not yet off the board entirely, should get revived back onto his feet, but only comes back up at about 20 HP. So Crying here with a good backstab potentially coming down main. You've got a couple of players looking to push their way down through Dirt as well. Rogue just slowly assembling all the pieces required here to pull off a very, very good attack. And there's the first kill.
You just knew they were going to have absolutely no idea that Crying was at the bottom of main stairs, and Crying, as he did in the first map, just giving Rogue a fantastic start, but Citizen stands up tall, manages to take a headshot onto the knock, leaving us now in a 4v4. They know that the Blitz is pushing from Dirt. Leon is going to be forced back for the time being. No smoke on side for G2, so no ability to be able to push him back with that utility. Still trying to catch Virtue here on the top
top floor with those nades, but still no success. And that's not something Rogue can ignore, because he could hit them hard on the flank, low HP or not.
I spoke about these teams at the very start of this series, saying they've kind of moved towards each other's play style. And I think there you've seen it a bit from Cryin, trying to be the solo hero pushing through whilst the rest of the team was still getting set up. They had 3 players outside the building, whereas now here comes the rush. Leon trying to chase down Citizen, then backs away because he knows someone will be waiting out towards Blue for the cross stab as well. He's a little bit trapped. Spoit is also down. Kanto coming in support on the backside, should be able to get their man up, if not for a bit of a swing coming in here. A 1v1 challenge, and Leon lands the headshot. What is that?
Hipfire headshot onto Alamo just when it was needed. It provided the support, the safety that Kanto needed to get Spike back on his feet. Of course, not having one of those boosts available at that point in time. And right now, the blitz of Leon has just terrorized this G2 defense. Doki able to take down Kanto, manages to get Leon as well. Brings it down from a 1v4 to a 1v2. He's on the hunt, he's on the prowl. He has no idea that Deepak's on his flank, and he's going to lose out the round as the final kill comes in for Rogue.
Well, there we go. Starting Clubhouse exactly the same way that we started Bank, with Rogue looking dominant. 4 players left at the very end, and so far shining on through. Even with Cryin being picked up early on, and I made this point around again, coming towards each other's playstyle. You had Cryin being the hero player, essentially coming down main stairs, whilst the rest of the team wasn't really in position to push. And it wasn't that Leon inside the dirt was impeded by a smoke, for example. There was no smoke pick in the round. They just didn't have the support built up around Leon to enable him to push through without being shot in the back, shot in the side, as he tried to step through into potentially 5 or 6 different dangerous angles at the same time. So dial it back a little bit there, Cryin. Work with the boys, and maybe you'll find yourself coming out a little bit better in this round. At least for now, it looks to be picking over towards the Thatcher as well. So a small change in what lineup they are bringing along, given we are attacking into Cash and CC.
Yeah, we'll see a slightly different approach from Rogue here, but G2 might just need to think further down the line here as well about how to deal with that blitz that Leon brought along, because normally you'd say, right, well, if they bring a blitz, maybe bring a Legion or something. They already had that, and they still weren't able to deal with that shield fantastically well. Absolutely bullied them around the map on that bottom floor. Round number 2 is, as you say, going to be CCTV and Cashdes. G2 just choosing to move on. Again, we saw similar on Bank, where they didn't keep repetitively going to sites that they'd lost.
No, and I guess in a way, why would they too? Because they're in a position where if you keep on trying the same thing over and over again and you find a team running through it 2 or 3 times, you then are truly out of ideas, and the team knows you can't go back to that site. I think it was FaZe versus Empire, good 2.5 years ago now, when they played in pre-COVID times, when they played each other at an event. I think it was on Kafe. We saw them try and run the same defense on the top floor 5 times in a row, and it still got broken through. And the question marks were entirely why, basically. There is a quick rehost coming in here as well, which we'll sort out. I think it's an issue on our observer side. We'll get that rectified and then back into round 2.
Yeah, as soon as we can do. Just a few unfortunate little glitches at the beginning of this one, but we'll get them worked out and we'll get ourselves back underway as soon as we can do. Big start for Rogue on the attack there, Des. Attack a Clubhouse, going down into Church and Arsenal, able to really push G2 around, as I say, just asserting their authority at the minute, and it just really did give them a big advantage potentially coming in here to round 2.
Absolutely. I think the round made me played out for a second. It's more that we have an issue that we can't get over. So once we're back in, we'll give you guys a shout. But at least in that first round, again, I said it at the end, it feels a bit like Bank again, where Rogue were on fire outside of the small blip at the start. Cryin did do a bit of work down main stairs and drew away a lot of attention. But then looking at the second round is where things really started to change out.
Yeah, as you can see there, we're just getting the player cams coming through. It does look like round is continuing at the moment. We'll keep you updated, but we'll let you know exactly what the final decision is when we have it ourselves. But yeah, absolutely, like you said, Des, you know, it's just a platform for Rogue. I think the problem for G2 here is they need to not let things get away from them too much on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is their map. It's the one that they need to be winning. They need to make sure that they are bang on top of this one.
If it goes all the way through to Villa as well, imagine. That's a map that I had down for Rogue banning in this series. I didn't think we'd see that being one of our options coming in, but it turns out it's going to be.
It's one of those where it really could be a big turnaround as well, as you say. You know, it wasn't expected for Rogue. If G2 can fight their way all the way there, you know, it's we've seen it countless times. For me, if you're going to go to 3 maps, whoever wins map 2 carries an advantage with them because they've got that momentum, they've got that pace. You know, you've had you in this situation, Rogue win map 1, but then G2 come back at them. And if anybody's got to answer the questions of mentality and preparation, it's the team who've lost that map 2. So never easy for them to go on, and especially to a map like you say of Villa that maybe Rogue aren't always as prepared for.
Yeah, no, very, very true. And this is the thing I love about best of threes as well, is you get the 2 maps at the start that are picked by those teams. And we've seen series where teams win each other's map picks as well, which is kind of mental. So far here, you've seen Rogue win their map pick on Bang. G2 go on to win here, you then go into that decider that always sits somewhere perfectly in the middle. But the thing is, I think if you look down the stats for these 2 teams, Villa isn't very high for Rogue in terms of their pick. I don't think they've played it in a long time. I think they saw it maybe once in group stage, but before that, it's not been really part of their wheelhouse. And they've done a lot of work on really widening up their map pool, ready for events just like this. And when you're dominating stage play, it's completely understandable why you would spend that time to grow that up.
Oh, it's absolutely essential. You know, we've seen it, we commented on it for some of the APAC teams. You know, the original performances of Damwon Kia when they were getting themselves into their first major, looking at SI. You know, the biggest improvement that we saw out of that team, roundabout when they were getting towards the Sweden semi-final, was that expansion of the map pool. It was that ability to be able to play 6 or 7 of the maps rather than 4 or 5 of them, you know. And yes, all the teams, you know, people may be watching who haven't watched before or are quite new to Siege, and you think, well, you know, should these teams not just be capable of playing everywhere? And in an ideal world, the best team in the world would, yes, be able to go and just step onto any one of our maps and absolutely dominate there. But unfortunately, you've got to remember the scale of Siege. You know, you're looking at each of these maps taking, you know, 100 hours, you know, to plan, to strategize, to work on your setups. You know, it's just such an investment of time to be able to get to a point of winning them competitively. That, and also, it's just sheer volume of information and knowledge as well. You know, there's only so much that people and players can retain, and so to a degree, yes, you're always going to know some better than others.
It's one of those that I look back in terms of thinking how kills have gone in our last map as well. Obviously, things were shining when you think about it for Alamau on the last map. But prior to that, well, we've seen Citizen going huge throughout the groups. We just didn't really have that in the previous one. And I'm looking also over towards Rogue. Sure, we've seen Crying go huge, but all eyes are on Spoit. You know, the matchup everyone thought was coming was Spoit versus Citizen. Both have been pretty quiet so far. I'm not saying it's only going to come down to those 2 players, but we've got to see him shine.
It's been Alamau versus Crying.
It has, yeah.
It really was on Bank. It was a big performance from both of them.
Alrighty, I think we are basically good to get back into game here any second, so we should be resuming as well for round 2. And then we'll see how things start to build up. As mentioned in that first round, we saw Rogue come in with the pace, really hit him hard and fast, and G2 weren't really sure what was coming, it felt like, especially after that distraction from Crying down main stairs. Now we're up in Cash CC, which is exactly where we'll return to as we now load back into the game, and we'll see how things spice up from there.
As we said, it is going to be round 2 that we'll load into. We've got all that cleared up, and it will be 1-0 to Rogue, and we'll be heading up to the top floor of CCTV and Cash. Now, what can G2 do differently here? For me, a little bit of it comes into managing the map. Crying of Knock was able to get such a free entry kill down at the bottom of main stairs. Just walked in through bar. There was 3 roamers on the top floor, and nobody was aware that he'd walked in. You know, obviously that's part of the specialty of Knock. But even still, G2, you can't be giving them up. You know, I can't remember who it, let me check back, it was Prano who took that opening death, and you just know that when Prano came around that corner, he was like, guys, he's at the bottom of main stairs.
What's he doing here? Yeah.
And you just know that it was a surprise, and they can't be having that.
It's a real kicker for sure. But that's what Crying loves doing, and I guarantee you, although you're seeing him on Thatcher in this round, that Nook will return throughout the half. For the side of G2, though, looks like they've got themselves focused here out towards the west somewhat as well. A couple of reinforcements out there. Prano unlucky to take a shotgun blast, I imagine, from Doki during their setup around the map here as well. You can see a couple of bullet holes rotated up through construction wall as well, giving that long angle through from Logi in towards construction, slicing this top half, or the, left half of the map away from the right one, and just letting you really separate the attackers out and make them have to fight for even more land, hopefully, to slow them down.
Yeah, really not ideal taking that early team damage. It's not what you want, especially for Prano, who's going to be trying to hold on to Kitchen. And
they've got him pinned.
He's already stuck. There is no way that he gets out of this without that hatch being opened. Great teamwork from G2 to get that hatch open for him. Just Doki doing it from above in logistics, and it's just really smart play. I like that.
Just calling for that hatch to open up and someone responds is always good to have on side. Kanto now moving away from there, as I imagine Cryan will as well, realizing there is no easy prey to claim inside a kitchen. And Prano's managed to rejoin his team back on site.
Doki gets himself out into gym. We saw him initially playing inside a bathroom. He's there to try and hold down any push from the west side through master bedroom. Logistics has been opened and Spoit is going up with a drone hot ahead of him here. They don't know exactly where Doki is, but this could be perilous for him. There was just a little bit of presence on hot tub wall as well. Spoit just taking shots onto construction. There's a little bit of support coming in for Kanto Spoit versus Doki and Alamau, and whoever comes out on top here, you feel is going to have a big advantage in the round. Spoit taking a lot of damage, able to juice himself back up for a little bit of that HP. Prano and Leon just going head-to-head, trading each other, but Alamau gets the victory over Spoit, and now it's down to Kanto. He fancies onto Doki, so it goes 1-for-1 in the master bedroom and in the bathroom, but Alamau comes out on top once again. 3 versus 2 now for G2, and looking good.
What a performance Alamau is having today. Just the gunfights that he stepped into with absolute confidence and hit his shots every time. You saw it back on back, what, 21, 22 kills he landed in the end? Already here, found himself 2 in the round. Deepek has got this side opened up, but this is only part of the story. You've got Cryan looking to come in through west window, but in a 2 versus 3, with Alamau still sat in behind as well. There's a real potential for a backstab to come through here that's going to completely shut this attack down.
There is. I think they know that Alamau's maybe gone underneath there. We just saw Deepek jumping off the garage balcony and going towards bar. So just as you say, backing himself out, getting himself back upstairs. And he needed to, because unfortunately for Alamau, he took some damage when he impact naded the hatch, and he could be ruining that if he comes into losing a fight here for that low health. But no, he manages to find the second, and that's Citizen shutting them down as well. And G2, they managed to close out CCTV and Cash. It's 1-1.
I'm just glad they found the round win a little bit earlier this time, Tim, because last time around it took 4 rounds of losing before they could bounce back in the 5th. Just showing here they've got that confidence. But what I do like from G2 is how much time they were wasting in that round as well. You saw us get towards that 1:30 mark, and Rogue were only just starting to drop inside a stock, inside a bedroom, and they were immediately being challenged from inside a construction itself. So G2 wanted to make sure Rogue fight over every bit of land they want to take here, which is, again, a massive improvement from what we've seen from them across stage 1 and most of stage 2 as well.
I've only just noticed that Doki's picture on the nice player banners that we've got is him shushing. Which, if it was going to be anybody, it doesn't surprise me that Doki is the one shushing on his picture.
It's bedtime for him, that's why. It's been a bit of sleep at the wheel so far, it feels.
G2 are going to be hoping that it's not bedtime for them as they go over to bar and stage this time around. They're going to be trying to hold on to master bedroom and construction, but if anything, they're going to be the ones tucking Rogue in if they have anything to do with it. Thunderbird is just going to place a salvation station over there in the bathroom, so that would tell us that somebody's likely to try and hold on to that area, expecting a push through Jacuzzi again. Probably they're expecting fairly similar from Rogue this time, where Spoit moved up main stairs and Kanto pushed in through the Jacuzzi wall. But G2 really need to keep hold of that top floor, as we've seen. The reason being that the construction hatch is just so important. If you've got control of construction hatch, you can stop a lot of the plants inside a site, but that's not an ideal start as Cryan takes his opportunity, obviously spotting Prano out on a drone there and just getting straight in, kill, straight out.
And that means the Evil Eyes, although they are still online and can be turned and viewed through, cannot be shot anymore as well. A good operator to find. I never thought I'd see the day when Citizen would play Echo, by the way. Not normally the kind of operator you think you'd see him on, but looking up and down the entire G2 lineup, you can see it's very utility focused. It's either contributing in towards the roam, or it's some form of denial or information. So a real kind of spread of roles here that the team are playing, not normally where you might see players sit in a more ordinary lineup.
Alamau just going to keep himself inside a gym for the time being. The drone comes in, that gives the information away, but it didn't really matter last time for Alamau. We saw him in master bedroom. He was able to battle against Spoit and still come away with a couple of kills, so he's pretty confident at sticking by there. Citizen's just going to be whizzing by on that yokai drone, trying to find out exactly what sort of pressure Alamau is facing, and look at that, taking full opportunity of the 10 seconds available to get in that yokai outside, just to check and see if there is any presence on that hot tub balcony, which right now, there is not.
It's so obnoxious, and I'm really surprised. I was thinking it last night that more teams aren't trying to make use of the Echo for this kind of gameplay. And Citizen showing the real max level of aggression, getting it outside the building, collecting information, back inside again, just making sure that Jacuzzi side of things is in their control. He stepped out now as Doki's going to find Leon, but there's still one more looking to push in around from Jacuzzi's side. A big top side spread for Rogue here. Two of them trying to push in. Citizen comes out for the one, hits the deck, looking in for the second, but a nade follows through just after. He shouldn't be much longer for this world, but does manage to escape.
Spike gets taken down by Doki, leaving us now 2v1. Crying, trying to push in through logistics. That's where the call is going to be. But Doki has repositioned. He's got himself into the closet. But here comes the LMG. That is the big problem for Doki, as he just can't move himself out to safety. It is now Crying versus Citizen. Citizen low health. He's just trying to play around, potentially make it to one of those salvation stations if there is one left. But it doesn't appear that that's going to be a possibility for him. He actually drops away back onto site. And now
They'll
a 1v1. Crying's got 30 seconds to find him. But Citizen somehow hits a beauty on the reverse angle straight onto the head of Crying, and that is going to be the round for G2.
Beautiful stuff as well. Smart play by Citizen. I think for a second he thought that there would be a plant attempt coming in with Crying able to recover the diffuser, but held the angle knowing that it was very likely Crying was going to come in through the secret wall, given it just blown it open, and held that vertical perfectly. Crying just not able to respond in time, and G2 with another round.
Getting themselves moving, a little bit of momentum. I mean, they are on the defense of Clubhouse, so we would expect them to, you know, come away with, I would say, a 4-2 split here. That's going to be the minimum that G2 are looking for. But Rogue certainly struggling to get themselves into the last couple. And we've got to remember, the one round that they have won so far was downstairs, and it was on the back of that blitz play, something that they're not going to get away with every time. No. They're not going to get away with Crying walking down main stairs on the knock and just getting a free entry. You know, G2 are going to adapt, they're going to learn, they're going to change, and they're going to make sure that that is not repeated. So Rogue, you might just have to bring something different to the table this time.
Was that knock repeated, Tim?
Of course.
Obviously. Why wouldn't it be? I think you may well see him try and pull off the same sort of thing here, or the team turn their attention to other parts of the map whilst he goes down the old one. Say, for example, he tries to push his way through dirt once it's been opened up. Either way, he is going to be that lurking solo operator. That's what you do with the Nook. You don't tend to player around other operators, otherwise the whole point of, you know, stealth is kind of taken away very quickly.
Crying once again looking to get in through main door, but I called it as I said that G2 would learn, they would adapt and they would change, and Doki was stood waiting. They asked the question, where did he come from? And they got the answer right. He must have come in through main door and through bar, and Doki was there ready to make the challenge. Brilliant entry. Spike takes down Alamo, and that leaves us 4 versus 4.
They've got a lot of work to do here, though, because Spoit's looking to push his way through this top floor, I imagine. Not forgetting that the site is down in the basement. So with Leon looking to push his way also into Lounge, there's a lot of work being done by Rogue, a lot of coverage to do. But you don't want to invest all that much time. You've got Kanto and Deepek hard on the drones here as well, out towards gym and bedroom side of things to make sure no one's waiting on top. You'll see this in most rounds. If you keep an eye on overhead displays, for example, you'll see that these two are the ones who often sit on the drones to let Spoit collect a lot of ground, and then they start worrying about the site itself. It's like clockwork, Tim.
See, this is one of the big benefits with the top floor roam. Even when you've dropped yourself back to site, you are still buying yourself a further 30 seconds a lot of the time, because that's what we've just seen Rogue have to do, go through that 30-second process just to make sure that they're confident that the threat has passed. Doki just getting his legs picked up there as Spoit holds a tight angle, and let me tell you, that is not an easy shot to be hitting. That takes some reflexes as Doki moves quickly back and forth around that boiler. Now then, Kanto, he's going to get on this angle. That actually, if you don't recognize where that's looking to, it's the bottom of main stairs, so it's just preventing anybody moving back up into the map, but he moves away quickly.
There might be a count starting to form here. You've got Spoit looking at blue, Deepet looking at stock, Kanto is inside a bar, and Leon also even starting to think about going in through kitchen here. So setting up for what looks to be a very blue-focused execute with some cover coming in from kitchen as well, but you might well find yourself playing this trick game here, given there are 3 impacts in the back pocket of G2. They get rid of at least 2, but the problem is you're against a Hibana. My only concern for the Hibana of Leon is there's only 4 left, and when he gets killed like that, Tim, the hatch may well stay closed. No, it does open, but diffuser is down in kitchen.
That's a big problem. It's not just about stopping that hatch getting opened, it's the time that it takes, and once again, we bring up the clock. We're down to 30 seconds. Spoit needs to get explosive here, needs to make something something happen for his team. He's pushing in. He's trying to challenge Doki. Doki knows it's coming. You can feel that he's itching to take that peek around the corner, but he's not going to give his life away that easily. It's going to be Virtue instead, looking for the wraparound from the bottom of Church. It's Prano, it's Virtue. He gets his man. It's all up to Deepek inside the side, but Virtue is there. G2 are there, and G2 are leading 3-1.
Just that hold around Blue looked so frustrating to try and push into as well. You take the challenge onto one man, the other's got a side angle on you. You go for the other man, there's a side angle coming in from the other, and there's even additional support inside of Church itself. G2 just really stonewalling Rogue here, giving them no way into sight. And Citizen's cheeky kill onto Leon inside the kitchen really sweeten the deal, something special. Rogue, understandably, calling in a timeout. They're down 3-1, and they know they need to find something more on the attack here. It's almost like an absolute flip of what we saw back on Bank Tim when G2 were down 4-0. It was a lot of effort to pull things back, but if Rogue can fire 2 rounds, the second half could be a very different story.
I feel a little bit like, you know, this is the test for Rogue now, because on Bank, as you say, G2, they were up against it. They've proven that they were able to fight back from that they had the capacity, the resilience to keep fighting, to keep the energy up. Whereas for me, Rogue just feel a little bit low at the minute in terms of energy, Des. It's gone a little bit quiet for them. We're not having, you know, those big gunfights where they're coming in, getting aggressive. We're not having those 3-2-1 pushers where they all move in together and just get a swarm of kills. And we know that Clubhouse is a map that, you know, historically, even recent history, is not the best for them. We saw them play it 4 times in a UL Stage 2. They only had a 50% win rate, 2 wins, 2 losses, and the wins were narrow wins at that. This may not be their best map, and this could be a bit of a hammer blow for them.
Just to double down on your point there, Tim, all the respect to the players, of course, like, we could not be EWL players.
Oh, no.
We enjoy Siege, we're not particularly good at it, but the beauty in it for me is that they were against teams like Na'Vi and Pones, and it was a real battle against those two. They were 2 of the lowest ranked teams that we had in EUL, and just so you can see on your screen here, this is what this series means for both of these teams and their odds of going to SI. Now, maybe you look at that and go, 99.99% or 99.98, what's the difference? The way that works out, Spabuni and Wrath behind the scenes have been doing this probability calculation for us all week long. That basically means it is almost guaranteed, but there is still a small slither of chance they could not, i.e. they perform really bad in Stage 3. Some teams that are on the fringe in other regions do well and get enough points to qualify. The stars need to align, but essentially for G2, they're already guaranteed to go. For Rogue, though, this could mean the world. Imagine if Rogue, with how well they've played this year, having picked up Spoit, don't make it to the biggest competition of the year.
I mean, you look at those, you know, those percentages, and you would still back Rogue at that point, given the performances that they've shown us so far. But both of these teams going to be wanting to lock things down as quickly as possible in terms of the SI. It's, you know, of course, the biggest competition of the year, and it's ultimately the aim for all teams. Rogue is going to be looking to push onto CCTV window. Doki, he's overstaying his welcome here, Des. He needs to get himself out of dodge. Nitro goes out, shot down, but Virtue with the opener onto Kanto. Alamo gets down. This is a bloodbath, Des.
The bloodbath of West Window, this shall be known from this moment forward, but somehow only 2 players have died. Sure, we've lost a lot of HP in the process, but there was a big flurry of aggression coming out of G2. Rogue responding kind and still keep themselves going. Spoit stays standing as well. He's still got 2 more of those nanobots to pull through, whereas for G2, the damage that Doki and Virtue have taken, that's permanent.
It feels like after that fight, everybody's just dipped back and been like, "No, we need a breather. We need a breather after that." You've just got, you know, you've got walking injuries everywhere. Spoit is lower health. Doki took damage. I don't know how he survived, other than just hitting the deck and praying. Virtue half health as well along the way, and we can see G2 just rotating, changing, adapting, depending on what Rogue are doing as attackers right now. Rogue, they've rotated. They're switching it up. They're getting themselves into construction. They're working through Master now. They're trying to bring that west-sided pressure.
And that west-sided pressure has somewhat diminished from Rogue here, right? All the drones are rifling on through, but they backed away from playing on West Window itself, feeling instead that they couldn't just directly move from the West Window into construction itself, that it needed a breach opened up, it needed bedroom control, it needed droning. They've kind of had to take an extra minute or so here to get everything done, and only now are they starting to step back into the same spot. Leon on West Window is looking for that invitation to step in, but he needs the rest of the team to move first.
Bit of a a problem for G2 here is that Doki and Virtue are particularly important in this defense. Doki dare not take a fight right now. He's just stuck in behind the bomb chassis. He really would like to have been peeking through that top wall. In goes Spoit, in goes Leon, the two that I said they needed. Death go down first. Leon, he's putting the diffuser down on the ground. It's all X's and it's 1v4. He can't find the first, can it? He has a look through the soft wall, but the diffuser goes down. A beautiful flick onto Leon. 1 versus 3, but he's against the clock. He's got about 31 seconds to turn this around.
A lot to do, though, because they're outside the building. Deepex on red, Spoit's inside of Cash, Crying's out west window. Those are 3 horrible crossfires that might just jump on you at a moment's notice. Rogue playing this so passively. No one diving in for the kill, just letting Citizen wallow in pity a little bit here that he won't be able to pull this round back over to his side. As soon as he vaults in through this window, Crying's got the cross angle. It should be done and dusted from here, though, as he has no time to get the defuse off. He'll hold, and Crying steps across, takes the close, and Rogue proves that timeout can still get them back into this game.
Rogue bringing us back to 3-2 then on the scoreboard, and as I said at the time, there was 2 people particularly important to that defense. They had the soft wall into construction left soft, wasn't reinforced, and there was peak holes in it. It was something that we first saw LATAM do back in about 2020. They were doing that one. Julio, I remember particularly, would be the man in behind that bomb chassis and just making it an absolute nightmare for anybody to try to play into construction. Doki wasn't able to do it because he had about 5 HP, so he can't possibly take a peek on there. The second important person is Virtue on Catwalk, and again, he was low health. He wasn't in a position to be taking challenges, and that is the position that if you lose the man behind bomb chassis, you try to challenge from Catwalk when they push in through the doorway, through the wall to try and get the diffuser down. Both of those were cleared out. It meant that G2 had to move, and as soon as they had to move, Rogue were waiting and ready.
They probably feel a bit hard done by that war of west windows, I was calling it in the round, didn't go their way. You know, 1 for 1 at the end. Sure, you've taken down attackers, you remove critical utility. It's still a win for the defenders, but they really would have felt they could get a couple of kills out of that at the very least, with C4s coming flying, 2 or 3 swings coming out. But no, that 1 for 1 really what kept Rogue in the round. We're into their last attacking round here as well. 3-3 split will feel quite a success for Rogue, who again have come into a map here that is not their map choice. A map they've had difficult performances against some of the lowest ranked teams that we have in EUL, in Pones and Na'Vi. And G2 obviously being a major team, you would think would be able to take this one away comfortably. But I can smell blood in the water, Tim.
Doki with a big bandit trick there to say that they've got the Thatcher on side, still able to catch one of those exothermics, and that might actually just make it very difficult for them to get that East Breach open. They've managed to get construction wall open, they've managed to get jacuzzi wall open. They are attacking here onto bar and stage, so it's not the end of the world, but what it will do is allow G2 to keep a presence potentially on the east side, in cash, in CCTV, then keep challenging back into construction.
It's a good read there from Doki as well that the nade was coming in. But they needed Kanto to drop down, which he has now done. So Doki has actually played that point perfect in stepping away. But Spoit disappeared, and Alamau comes in for a kill for free. Virtue into another, and it feels like G2 might be on for that 4-2 half they were looking for.
Deepak just trying to hold the angle. It's always in this position as the support player. He's the one trying to mop up when things go wrong and needs to get something going. It's Kanto who actually manages to get the first kill. Going to take Doki down. Recognised in the chat there by Doki with a nice shot. You know, as much as we talk about the beef, there's still a lot of respect between these teams. And it's nice to see that shown as well. Alamau's on the tight angle. They had no idea. Deepak doesn't know. Alamau takes him down with a beautiful pre-fire.
He's on the way to hitting into the 20 bomb at this point, Tim, as well. 8 kills across the 6 rounds, and he might not even be done. Kanto nade in hand, Alamau collects it and makes it 9 kills in 6. A quad kill in their last defensive round.
4-2 on the half for G2, and I just feel there's like, it's not just about the scoreline here. G2 for me feel considerably on top of this one. Rogue really struggling to get themselves in. You know, they won a round on the back of a blitz play. You know, these, yeah, sometimes that's going to happen, but ultimately, G2, the rounds they've won, they have really won them.
They look a bit lethargic, Rogue.
That's what I said, they feel a bit low energy for me.
And truthfully, I think a lot of that comes down to the map. As I've said, it's not one of their hottest picks. It's no Bank, needless to say. You saw how well they played on Bank. That is one of their favourite maps alongside Skyscraper. So I think you are really starting to see I don't want to say like map pool issues here, but it's definitely not up there with one of their top ones. Maybe we'll see differently on Villa if we get through to it, because G2 now have got to show that they can, as well as defend, also attack on this map.
One thing that I would say, you know, is if you want to win a tournament, Des, you got to be able to win those maps that aren't yours. You know, you can't see that energy disappear because it's not really our map, and because we're being pushed around a little bit. The champions are the ones who can react to that, the ones who can get back on top of it, and the ones who can find that energy. And finding energy right now is Spoit with a huge headshot onto Citizen to start off the defense for Rogue. They needed that, and that might just be the pep up they need.
What stings the most is they've got rid of the Habana here as well. You bring it for this site because there are so many hatches to get open. Now we're going to have a choice forced out of G2. What hatches do you want open? You've got to pray they don't get Kite Electrocord, for example. You've got the Twitch on side, but no Thatcher, so you can't guarantee that won't happen. So they can look towards maybe Kitchen and risk it getting C4'd off, for example, or you can look in towards Bar, which is a very good one to get open. They have actually left stock free, Tim, so they could get the 3 hatches they're looking for, to be honest with you. I'm kind of surprised that Rogue haven't had them all locked off.
Kanto's going to keep playing his game in logistics here. They are defending down on the bottom floor, of course, but we've seen the damage that can be done from logistics. I remember Pino playing there particularly, just opening up the floor, and you can keep that kitchen hatch closed all day if you don't get cleared out of there. It looks like Kanto is now being pushed back downstairs, as you say, coming up against drones at every single turn, and that is Rogue turning tail and saying it's time to go back to site. Virtue opens up the dirt tunnel barricade, but the Vulcan canister pops at the same time, and that's just going to buy Leon that little bit of time for everybody to get back.
The rat play, if Cryan can make this work, then oh my god, it could be a real stinger, but he's got to choose who he's pouncing on here. Alamal would be the perfect guy to pick up, given he's got blue control. Spoit finds a second off the back of that spawn peak, then picks up Doki, and Kanto finds a third, making a quick fourth coming out. Rogue starting out their defense in explosive fashion. Prano, the last one left standing.
Really solid defense from Rogue on the basement there. Didn't overstay their welcome on the top floor. They were happy enough to get themselves back down. It was well timed, just as the push from G2 was coming. I think they'd recognised that they were a little bit light-handed on site, Rogue, so they were keen to get in there and try to pressure them a little bit. But Prano's going to use all of these 50 seconds to try and get something done for G2 here. He's just rotating away. He knows that Dirt Tunnel is a little bit of a path to nowhere. It's a single door. They know that he's there. He has to try and switch something up, but Rogue can make a good estimation based on the length of time as to maybe just how far he's moved, but we could have an opportunity for a little unofficial timeout here as well by the looks of things.
It's exactly what they've done, yeah. Since he was sat in dirt, you've had Citizen talking back and forth with Virtue as well about the next plan. What can they change for next round to get things back on board? It saves you calling in the official timeout as well here, so I think it's a really good call. They've got this one coming through. Sure, it's boring to watch, but it means G2 might get things back on track in the next round.
Exactly that. You know, they've got to discuss exactly, you know, what's happened there, because it wasn't the worst start. They managed to force Rogue back to site pretty quickly. They got in there. It was about 1 minute and 10 seconds in, and you had Rogue all stacking back down into the site, but then the push came from G2, and they were just working into angles where Rogue knew where they were coming from. They were ready for the fights. So, yeah, G2 definitely needing to take the opportunity just to try and switch things up for round number 8, which we're going to be heading into now. I'm interested in the site selection from Rogue here. They've just taken Church and Arsenal. We saw G2 favouring CCTV Cash, which is a bit of a 50-50 choice lately, and also Bar and Stage. They stayed well away from Jim, whereas some teams will pick it up as a second choice site. So fascinated to see for Rogue, and it is indeed Jim and Bedroom that they're going to be going to.
All right, like it. As you say, I called this back in the stage as well. The teams are starting to slowly gravitate away from Cash and CC being one of their go-to primaries. Reason being that you have to play the extended hold here on the defensive side. You will no doubt see this from Rogue. Several players setting up around Cash, around CC, reinforcing off walls, deploying shields, you name it, because the whole goal is to waste a couple of minutes in the round. If you get away with, say, one person dying, it's far from the end of the world. What you'll often then see attackers have to focus on is pushing their way through in logic up towards the north. And once they get control of that, that is when you start thinking about your executors splitting some attackers down towards the south. So keep a close eye on it. You can see those the salvation stations, as we call them, scattered out throughout the site. And looks to be, at least for now, you've got Doki and Isolation coming in from the east side.
G2 certainly not making it easy for their fans to watch at the minute, and how about that for a jump out from Spoit? They even went for the double. Crying had him backed up, was right behind him, just in case there was a trade to be made. But Spoit, he gets the opener onto Doki, and what an operator. You can't choose him, Des, but he gets the thinker, and I'm not sure that G2 are going to think very much about that. They've lost the nades, they've lost the Gon 6, and they've lost the health boosts.
I forget if it was I don't know if it was Leon or Doki, but there was one of those two players last year that had a spat of playing Thermite on this map, and every single round on attack, they were spawn peaked. Doki's now had that 2 round, well not Doki, but G2 have had that 2 rounds in a row. Citizen in the former, Doki in this one, and both coming at the hands of Spoit, who's playing on what is normally Cryan's operator. Goyo is the sort of thing you'll normally see Cryan playing on maps like Skyscraper, but here on Club, that's a Spoit special.
Spoit just pushing back into Cash, looking basically to support Cryan, trying to keep him alive at the top of red stairs. We're going to have a little battle, a little duel between Citizen and Spoit, and Cryan there, just each trying to find angles onto each other through the soft walls, but can't quite connect. Now Alamo underneath, he doesn't have an exact location on Spoit, and he's actually going to move himself into the safety of construction at the right time there, but it leaves Cryan a little bit more in danger here at the top of red stairs. Some pressure could really mount and find himself pushed, but you tell you what, Cryan just fights his way out of there. Beautiful headshot onto Citizen at the garage window, and the big problem that G2 have got now is that Cryan, he's on the loose, Des.
He is. This is the thing I said about trying to clear out the whole Cash CC, what would be the site here on the gym bedroom defense. They're paying the price for it. They've tried nades from below. They've tried pushing in through the breach, and they're still losing members all the way through. 2 down for G2 so far, and they haven't even had a sniff of the site yet, Tim.
No, they need to wake up on the attack, I think, is the key here. It showed from the beginning of the round. If, you know, you're going to lose somebody to that blue stairs jump out, Kanto, he's going to trade out Alamo immediately, and that's something that Rogue are starting to do better. They're finding those trades, and they're not allowing kills to go unpunished. It's 4 versus 2 now, and G2, it's back to the drawing board once again. They tried, as you say, multiple things to get something going here. Now the logistics hatch push doesn't work. What next?
If this keeps on bouncing this way, G2 are out of ideas, out of options, and Rogue could just find themselves steamrolling towards that 2-0. We're all praying for the map 3, but here comes the rapid execute. 3 pushing in. Prano loses his gunfight, but Virtue wins 2. But Capto's there for the swing. Rogue bring us all even at 4 and 4.
It's time to get nervous if you are wearing the shirt of G2, because Rogue have found their mojo, Des. They have got themselves moving, and right now you can just feel that energy that we spoke about. It felt a little bit low for Rogue, but they get themselves on the defense, they get 2 rounds in a row, and they just start feeling like there is a bit more about this team. They're not just winning gunfights, they're looking for gunfights now. That's the big difference.
That's why I always say, Tim, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege, and a lot of that comes down to the way attack and defense works at the moment. We're in a meta where, thanks to operators like the Thinker, defenders have to fight over every single piece of the map. You sit on site, they're going to hit you, thanks to attacker repick, with the best attacking lineup they can bring for that site. So you've got to get out there, you've got to disrupt, you've got to look for gunfights. And Rogue have kind of read that and gone, yep, got it, I understand the assignment. They're getting out there, they're spawn peeking, they're challenging them when they're not even anywhere near the site itself. And it's almost on G2 in that case to not be so on it with their drones, to be mindful of the spawn peaks coming out. They've been hit twice so far. I really doubt, and I'm not trying to jinx it, I really doubt they go for a 3rd.
Well, watch this space now that you've said it, Des. We're into round 9. It's going to be CCTV and Cash this time, and it'll be the final site chosen by Rogue more than likely. If they win this, we'll see them take over the rotation once again. More than likely, win or lose, we will see them back down on the basement next round. Citizen immediately just having a little tickle at garage door there, but again, it's a tough angle to challenge, so he's on the ace, which is an interesting choice for Citizen. He's going to go in and use those
earlier as well. Yeah.
This is it. The thing is, he doesn't need to play that operator as any sort of hard support. That's still going to be Prano on the Thermite. Citizen's bringing the ace along because he can use the Selma charges to open garage. He can get the angles that he needs. Once he's done that, he's free to just go and frag, to play that lurking flex roll.
And because they needed more of those Claymores. Alamal's first action in this round, by the way, was to drop a Claymore onto the stock jump out and another one onto garage door. They are just so worried about these runouts and the cheeky players coming out of Rogue. My only fear would be Deepek has got 2 impacts in back pocket. We've seen teams impact outside garage door, for example, and then go for a run out. If Deepek doesn't get pressured inside a garage, watch out for him looking for that kind of play onto Prano or Doki.
Kanto's going to head back up red stairs now, just back in as the gadgets in front of him are destroyed, which is going to make it a lot more difficult for him to stay in that position. The problem being that he can't play through those visibility holes on the deployable shield. He's now sort of got to play blind in that position and just wait for intel, wait for information to know if there's anybody pushing through the breach. And it's going to be Leon likely to provide that. He's going to be taking that tall angle down onto garage stairs, and this is where they have to do something about Deepex. Citizen, Virtue finding two. Doki knows there's one underneath. He's just looking for this. He's desperate for the kill. He's not going to find it for the time being, but then yes, Kanto taken down with a long angle. Diffuser down in the midst. It's 1 versus 4 and crying. He is dead as Virtue finds the kill from underneath, and G2 find their first round in the last 3.
It's like I've been saying for a while, Tim, these two teams are starting to come closer and closer in play style, and that right there was a great example. A countdown, 3, 2, 1, we flood site. Doki pushes into garage, holds the cross in towards lounge, because we know whoever's down there is about to make a move. They read Rogue like a book in that round. They had every prediction down on what their moves would be, and they absolutely destroyed them.
Just seeing the replays of the kills raining in there. Virtue with the final one from underneath, just showing the level of control that G2 had. As you say, you know, it was that coordinated push together, but they were confident. They had somebody in garage, they had somebody underneath working in stock. They had all the angles that they needed, and the book was a little bit of an inspired pick, really. We don't often see that brought along too often on that site, but you can open up a lot of that cash floor and make life difficult. You can open up a lot of the CCTV floor and just prevent the defenders from being able to play in those positions.
Let's see how things carry on from here then. For G2, one more round guarantees overtime yet again. For Rogue, there's still 2 more to fight their way back through, and given how they had to do so on bank a little bit, you may well see the same here again. That Mutant Mozzie coming out, we're so used to seeing that on this map. SSG pioneering this back in, God, I want to say it's probably 2018, 2019 time. A very roam-heavy setup, relying on the anti-information or the information denial coming out of those 2 operators to make sure it's a hard call for the attackers to move through.
I think Doki knows that Spoit was on the hot tub wall, and that's why he's gone into sight like an absolute rocket here. Virtue's going to go in and take out 2 Vulcan canisters, but Doki, for me, he's going to be on the hunt straight away, looking towards Spoit on the top floor. The drones are going in ahead of him to try and get him the information, transport him out. Spoit is potentially going to escape. The drone sees him, but we know what Spoit's like, Des. Just because the drone has seen him doesn't mean he's going to back away. He's looking to potentially take that fight, and this could be a key engagement in this round.
And here we go. You've got Kanto playing on the upstairs to deny away the X-Kairos going down onto this hatch. They will never be able to stick as long as he is sat above, so they've got to be worried about that. But I want to give a nod towards Virtue now. It's the second time that they've had someone charge down dirt and pop out both Goyo canisters really early in the round. Last time, it was about the 147 mark. This time, it was at 230. So removing that gadgetry that can really slow you down in the late round, I think, is a really smart read from G2. They just kind of slotted it in at the top of their checklist and said, then we can go about our business elsewhere.
Citizen's just burnt a lot of X-Kairos pellets there. He's only got 8 remaining, and the hatch still not open. That 1 is not going to be enough. There's going to need to be 1 more, and it's not going to happen. There's no way that they're getting the hatch open now. There is no hard breach left on the side. Oh, sorry, Prano is available, but still, it is not going to be easy for him to get in there with the volume of floor that has been opened up. We've got a Nitro flashing above us as well, and that is going to be detonated, just making it even more difficult here for G2 to try and hold down this kitchen while they get the hatch open. Leon finding Doki in dirt, and it's all starting to go wrong. Aggressive challenge into oil, though, and Alamau level things up 3v3.
Alamau stepping his way through, big controller blue and all coming in here. It means the 2 players of Rogue have got to turn their attention southward. So potentially for Prano, who's holding around kitchen, Virtue, who's also rotating over the same way. A main stairs push with 45 seconds left is not a bad idea, given attentions are forced elsewhere for the remaining members of Rogue.
There could be an opportunity for Prano to open up Church Wall. Might just give them a little bit more of an ingress. Alamau manages to find Leon, but an immediate trade from Rogue. I said it before, I'll say it again. Rogue doing very well on the trade game, but the information is there. You've got to hit that kill, Virtue. He knows he's got him down. Surely he's going to finish Deepek off. He's just being cautious. Kantor goes for the challenge onto Prano. It's now effectively a 1v2. Kantor not wanting to overstay his welcome. Virtue finds the kill onto Deepek, finishes things off. 10 seconds left to go. One is going to have to cover, one is going to have to plant.
Going to have to open up the rotation there as well with the C4 coming in behind. Virtue's looking the wrong way. Gets the backstabber, now has one left to go. Prano moving off towards the back end of sight here and gone down for the plant. He's on a slither of HP. A single SMG bullet might be more than enough at this point. Tim is shotgunning up some holes here as well to get the rotate through. I don't think he 100% knows where he is. Maybe he's had the call. Prano's watching the right way. Who wins the 1v1? Steps up towards the left and Kantor lands it. We're going up to round 11, Tim, with Rogue taking round 10.
That's going to make us 5-5 on the scoreboard by the time that Kantor holds on and disables that diffuser. We are looking at potentially a little bit of overtime once again. For now, we are guaranteed all 12 rounds, and this one is turning wild.
I love being guaranteed 12, Tim. At the very least, you get the 7-5, but overtime is what we all want to see. We said it at the start, all 45 would be a dream. Rogue heading out to gym and bedroom. We spoke about this earlier on. They will extend out towards the Cash and CC side, and more likely than not, G2 will have to go and break that side open first. And given how good Rogue have been at getting kills onto G2 in the early round, getting up in the faces of the attackers and taking operators like the Finker offline, I'm worried for G2.
Difficult situation for Prano there. Low health, knows that he's facing an operator with a big shotgun that even at distance would be able to take him down in one shot. Had to make a move, had to try and do something, but the fancy footwork just wasn't enough. He certainly got stung as he tried to move himself out of there. Kantor once again showing a calm head there to get the round done for Rogue. 5-5 then we head into round number 11. It's going to be gym and bedroom for Rogue. We saw this back in round 8 and it was a Rogue win. G2. This was the round as where they tried 4 or 5 different things. Nothing would work. They tried to get into CCTV and Cash, didn't happen. Tried the logistics hatch, didn't happen. Tried the jacuzzi wall, didn't happen. They're going to need something different here, G2.
And what a game this would be as well for Spoit, who's just entered into the double-digit kills after the rehost, to be putting up a kind of show that gets them through to a semi-final at the first time of asking. We saw this from Rogue, I forget which event it was now, but they got through to playoffs and then kind of crumbled once they got towards the mid to later stages. It was in playoffs. And they just said, yeah, just on the day we were squabbling, things weren't really quite aligned, and keeping them on track has been, no doubt, Bernie's focus over the last few months, and really is starting to show results for that now. Here we go, though. G2 have got themselves Jacuzzi opened up to start things off. And no doubt also have got the east side opened as well. So the 2 main breaches have been opened up as Kanto narrowly getting away here as well, dropping himself down into the basement as Cryan works his way back up red stairs to hold down what feels like a bit of a fort for the longest time. Spoit, though, choosing to bail and get out. At least for now, whilst he knows the challenge up top, tries to go for the shot as well, but can't find the man.
Maybe many other players who would take on that challenge. Just seeing the bullets raining through CCTV window, and rather than thinking, oh, I'd better just dip away from here, thinking, no, I'm going to see if I can get him on the peak afterwards. Absolutely unreal, but Citizen managing to get away without taking any damage there. So still 5 versus 5 in the round halfway mark. We've seen a reasonable amount of operators using those hatches to go up and down and to use the verticality of the map, and Kanto has kept himself alive from that early challenge into stock to keep himself out in the map. Could be a nuisance later on. Keep an eye on Kanto, but the opener is going to come in. Prano gets taken down by Leon. That also means the diffuser is down. I won't say quite in no man's land, but it is out on that hot tub balcony and needs to be recovered.
And last time round, Virtue rotated around to that balcony to push him with Prana when it came to the execute itself. So I wouldn't be shocked if they already have it in their back pocket that someone will be getting onto that balcony and pushing in a bit later in the round. I say a bit later, Tim. There's only 50 seconds remaining here. So G2, they need to firm up what that plan is. Kanto's holding around main stairs, it's worth noting as well. So him and Virtue are dancing around each other in kitchen. And Kanto's going fishing, finds a big one.
I did say that he may come back to haunt them, could be a problem, and that's exactly what has happened. Alamau manages to get the trade, but Leon is there for the counter trade, leaving us now in a 4v2 row, keeping man advantage very well. Citizen just tagging himself with that alibi decoy for the meantime. You can see how much of a problem they're causing him in the windows. He's trying to fight around them, but Citizen, as he goes in, gets taken down. Spoit with a double at the end of the round, and Rogue, they move themselves on to map point and series point.
That's it, Tim. Map and series. One more round for Rogue. And they're into our semi-finals to face off against XSET. And although it's great seeing G2 versus Rogue, I'm sure NA versus EU will also spark a few Twitter threads.
I think there'll be a bit of spice in that semi-final, I'll be honest. And one of those teams, of course, will be going on to meet a LATAM team in the grand final, because the other side of the bracket now has only 3 LATAM teams remaining, so one of them will be there.
I was joking about this the other day. It's funny how there's been such a kind of like fuel debate between NA and EU, like, no EU teams are going through, all 4 NA, but then it's like, well, EU are all through now. Then LATAM's just there.
LATAM just sat watching the fight.
They're like, you guys carry on, like, we'll just see you in the final. Like, when you guys have decided who's going to be there with us, it's no issue at all. Really excited to see how that side of the bracket plays out. A reminder, of course, we've got FaZe versus FURIA coming up after this for our last quarter-final. And the semis play out tomorrow before that grand final. And, of course, our season reveal on Sunday, Tim.
Always one to watch. Always enjoy those, seeing exactly what is coming. We're going to see what's coming in the next rounders. It's 6-5 to Rogue, and this could be it for G2's journey. Let's not forget where G2 came from. They had a tough start in EUL Stage 2 at a point. Sprabuni and Wrath were predicting only a 4% chance, only in 4% of scenarios, tens of thousands of which were run. Did G2 make it to this stage, make it to the Berlin Major? But they did it. They overcame the odds, they fought back, they won every single game that they needed to. The other results went in their favour, and they made it. But this could be the end of the road for G2. They've got 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Des, and an attack onto Barton Stage to keep themselves alive, to go through to overtime once again.
And I love it from Rogue as well. They're bringing it out literally at the last second. When G2 haven't yet seen it in this game, they've played every other side but have not stepped onto this one. So with how things are going to shape up here, there could be a few surprises in the wing. Deepek's back onto the old trusty Echo as well, that we've seen him play so well. Leon on the Maestro, really stacking up the information, and all eyes will no doubt turn towards Spoit and Cryin, playing on the Alibi and the Oryx, the real troublemakers on this team, who'll be trying to get up in G2's face nice and early. And that's why Alamal's paid a bit of respect here, and has got the DKB on side.
We see the wall into strip opened up very quickly. We quite often see players looking to anchor inside of there, just looking for that late push potentially back in towards site, can hold long angles all the way through to stage as well. Now then, how about this from Deepek? Manages to find Doki in behind the van, but if anybody can get there quickly enough, Cryin looks like he could be on his way here. There we go, Doki's actually going to get away with that, but the garage wall was soft behind him, and Cryin was desperately dashing to try and make it down there to put a challenge in through the wall.
This is horrible. Look at it. Like, I've seen hopping up through hatches before, but I've never seen someone drive one outside, hop up, get a little lay of the land, and then get back inside.
Oh, no, you do not, Doki! Absolutely removes Leon from the server on the reverse angle. What a shot to hit, and G2 desperately needed that.
He doesn't care about the pests that are those yokais. They've come to expect it at this point, Tim. Learn to live with it, you might say. A great reverse angle onto Leon. Again, removes the Evil Eye's active zapping ability, but they can still be used for information.
Deepek's still able to race around the site. Again, as you said, just using them from... We see it so much more often. The yokai drones, so infrequently used to actually stop plants now versus just being used in the same way as those attacker drones. And
mainly because of Deepek.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it surprises me that it took so long for, for us to say, actually, this could just do the same as the attacker drones, which are actually really valuable. But the focus now coming onto main door from G2. Prono's in. He's thinking about getting a plant down. The smoke is there. He's going to go for it, Des. It's 3v3. I'm not sure he's got the cover, but they don't know exactly where it is. He has managed to stop it with a fraction of a second remaining.
Cryin got above him there and just opened up the vertical holes as well. Just got it in time, but Citizen finds Spoit. We're down to a classic 2v2 to decide the fate of G2. Do they stay? Do they go home? So far it's looking like stay, but Deepek, he could be the big clutch.
And he has a yokai left. This could be hugely impactful if he's able to stop the plant going down. He's maneuvering, he's trying to find it. Virtue's going for it. It's 10 seconds left to go. I'm not sure if Deepek has enough to stop too. Citizen's found him there. He's got there. He's managed to get the final kill, and Des, it's map 2, and we're going to overtime.
2 maps, 2 overtime. The only thing it deserves now is a map 3. It's the only thing that can sweeten this quarterfinal. The second time in this quarter as well that we've seen Deepak hunted down when he sat on those cams. It's unfortunate because otherwise that could have been it for Rogue, but G2 just refused to let go.
Well, we asked for it, Des, and these two teams continue to deliver. We asked for 45 rounds. We're currently on our way to 30 potentially inside the first 2 maps, and I'm struggling to remember a quarter-final that has been quite so hardly fought and hotly contested between two teams as this one. But G2 and Rogue are certainly delivering in both entertainment and ability here on Clubhouse. It is going to be G2 on the defense, and they're going to start things off down in Church and Arsenal. Now, G2 went 4-2 on their defensive half, so you would have to say there is a potential advantage for them here.
I think back to the last time we had a game like this, Tim, and it was probably the down 1 key of FaZe game.
Stop it.
The first 2 maps there were not overtime.
It is not coming down to a 1v1 in the last round of map 3.
Just picture this with me for a second. Leon versus Citizen to decide it all in round 15 of the 3rd map. I'll pay good money to watch that.
I would literally get my wallet
and
right
to
now.
also watch the banter that goes back and forth straight after as well.
Absolutely.
It'd be incredible.
Here we go then. We're into it with 30 seconds in. We've got Spoit inside the map already, likely to come head-to-head with Doki pretty soon. I'm not sure if he's going to drop away. He's going to drop nowhere. He's going to drop dead as Kanto manages to find the nade to open things up. Advantage Rogue.
It's a good start, and Doki has so often been the opening pick as well. I know he's at 7 and 10, but so many of those have been from spawn peaks or these early bits of aggression, the flashes of crying down main stairs, for example, or Spoit flicking onto him inside of Moto. Just all these little things that have built up in this game must be so frustrating for him to deal with. And equally for G2, it means they're without one of their star players that early into the round. I say star players, all of them within their own rights are up there to be called stars. But they have to align, Tim, all 5 at once if they're going to be able to get anything out of this game. Now currently down the 1. Rogue getting themselves set up for sight nice and early here as well. We've still got 1 minute and 40 to play with, and that hammer's being swung away by Kanto.
Alman's just watching underneath for that long angle up into kitchen, potentially even further above. But as you say, the site is being softened up by the sledge now. Spoit established at the bottom of main stairs, crying over on blue. Rogue are really starting to build one of those multifaceted pushes. Citizen, no! One tap Spoit down the length of the corridor onto main stairs, and that is the sort of kill G2 might just need to keep them in this.
It's not the end of the world for Rogue because they can send one of their players. In this case, it's going to be Deepak into the spot that he was just holding. They've got enough players to pull off this multi-sided 3-2-1 execute that we keep on speaking about. They may even look to try and go through dirt here, as that has been left soft as well, and they've now got a rotation opened up through it. Prano should hear them though if they go for that rotation. For now, everything seems to be focused though on trying to get the kitchen hatch opened up.
It's decision time, Des, because there's only 40 seconds left to go. Citizen able to burn the first attempt, may be able to do the second, but no, he knows that it's going to be watched this time, so he's going to keep that impact nade in pocket. 30 seconds left as Rogue continue to try and build themselves into a position to execute, currently using the 2 hatches and the bottom of main stairs, but that is allowing G2 to sit inside of blue reasonably safely. 20 seconds left to go, and that is where the pressure is moving to.
Oil!
Cryan manages to find Virtue from Oil Pit, and here comes the final push. 12 seconds left to go. Rogue need to find kills. Alamau gets one onto Kanto. 3 versus 3, time ticking down. Rogue might not have enough time. It's all up to Prano in a 1v3. Diffuser going down. He gets cut down by Deepak, and that's going to be Rogue taking the first round of overtime.
Just one more still to go. Doki has jumped into all chat and said, good game, well played. And Rogue are just like, are you okay? You're not done yet, mate. We got one more. We've got to punish you on the spawn peak one more time.
Oh, dear me.
Classic Doki, that is, isn't
Classic Doki, thinking that it's over. It's not. We've got at least one more round to go. It is 7-6. Best of 3 rounds in overtime, so Rogue still need one more. They're going to need to get themselves onto 8 if they want to progress into the semi-final. G2, last hope now comes on the attack, Des. They only won 2 attacking rounds previously, I can tell you where those were. One was CCTV and the other was bar. I've got a feeling that we're going to see Church and Arsenal.
What makes me the most nervous of all those, Tim, is again just how Rogue have played on these defenses. They've been so happy getting up in G2's face and disrupting them in the early round. And G2 have kind of almost sleuthed back into their old playstyle where these players aren't playing off each other for trades. They're getting picked off one at a time with no real response on the other side. Whereas you look at Rogue, think about their double jump out, for example. Spoit and Crying out the same window, were ready to die for each other. G2, I don't get that same feeling from. They are once again giving that respect to Rogue by picking up the Decabi, for example, to try and shut these roamers down. But I'm just so nervous that they'll lose a couple in the early round and will just peter out from there without much of a fight.
Virtue straight away opening up that stock door, just very aware. There's been a couple of times where Rogue have played with somebody in there, particularly Kanto has been present twice, so just wanting to make sure that there's an opportunity to cut anybody off that is playing inside of that side of the map. Alamau are going to be straight on the drones. Spoit moves his way back down to the bottom floor, and that's going to be Rogue being pushed back reasonably quickly here. There's still one up on the top floor for the time being. I'm going to see him just moving himself through from CCTV to Cash, but it looks like Doki's aware of his position. It's going to be Crying on the Mozzie that's just trying to keep himself busy there, trying to make a problem, trying to make a nuisance, burn as much time as he can, but G2 are aware of his position.
They are. Again, we spoke about the Battle of West Window last time, Tim. I'm sure they don't want to start another war over there as well. I mean, Crying and Doki would have been squaring down very quickly. But Doki's now moved himself away. I was going to say might run into Kanto first, but Virtue had the assist on the main stairs window. Kanto not even looking the right way. Crying gets one back, mind you. And again, Tim, this is up on the roam on the outsides of the map. There is still so much work for G2 to do to get control before they can even think about hitting the site.
Crying looks like he's heading his way back down there now, likely to drop down Oil Pit, I think, as the pressure continues to mount. The job is largely done. He does indeed get himself back down there, ready to push into Blue Corridor and back onto site, but he's, I'm going to say, not quite ready to give up just yet, but at half health he doesn't fancy a challenge up onto the garage stairs, so he's going to just set himself back and he's going to give that map control over to G2 because it doesn't really matter too much at this point. 1 minute 10 left to go. The Roamers have done their job. They've got a kill. They've burnt 2 minutes. This is pretty good from Rogue.
The 1-for-1 and 2 minutes burn, absolutely. I mean, again, think about last round when it was Rogue on the attack. With 2 minutes still remaining, Kanto was swinging that hammer away. Virtue has only just started opening up the verticals, so really, they've got half the time to pull off the same thing that Rogue did, and it came down to a pretty close scenario at the end. Sure, they were 3 versus 1, but that clock was looking low. G2 are going to have to force things here, and that, as I said earlier on, is when big mistakes start getting made.
Doki just bringing out the nanobot boost there to try and get some life back in him. Citizen is ready for the challenge. Absolutely beautiful teamwork between Citizen and Virtue there. That's going to take Deepek down, and Rogue, they now feel like they're holding on, Des. It's 3 versus 4, but there's only 20 seconds. The clock might just play into their favor right now. Virtue, he's trying to do everything he can to apply pressure to try and find anybody inside a site, but as you say, this is just going to have to come down to drop and plant and hope that the cover is there. Prano waits for the call, in he goes. He can start putting that diffuser down. Citizen's there, Doki's in blue, but he gets cut down by Leon. Spoit manages to get one as well. Prano, he's going to have to stick this. There's no choice. Got it. And that is the round and the match. Rogue are going through to the semi-finals of the Berlin Major.
And so well deserved, battling their way through bank when G2 fought their way back in, stepping into Clubhouse and working some magic. These boys have worked so hard for this. Stage 1 was the builder, stage 2 was where we saw the formation, and Berlin is where it was really cemented.
I think everybody but Rogue was desperate to see a map 3 there. Such was the entertainment value of these two teams. But ultimately, Rogue were just able to extend themselves to push that little bit harder and find those final kills. And for all the talk that we did of rivalries, of beef, it is nice to see the mutual respect between the teams up there on stage.
Well, you can look up to Ian there on the stage. He's there with the boys, and they know just how much that means between the both of them. We spoke about the rivalry, but at the end of the day, all comes together nicely. Let's throw it to Ian to talk with the teams.
Des, Tim, thank you very much. The crowd is electric for this one. G2, commiserations, they exit the major here. But Rogue, will continue into the semi-final. And I'm standing with the one and only Leon Gitz. Leon, right? To start this off, I could do something traditional. I could just say, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Or I could just give you the microphone, you can say whatever you want.
Yeah. Get in the bin! Oh, what a game. Even though, you know, yeah, it's all for Bruce. I just want to give commendations to G2 as well. You know, they did really shit at the start. Pardon my language. They've really pulled it back. They're doing really well right now. And I'm excited to see what they do in the future.
Leon, there's some beef. You know, how real is the beef, right? It's all a bit of fun. When it comes to the end of the day, right, you don't want either of these teams to exit, right?
Yeah, we might, you know, me and Ben might have some beef on Twitter and stuff, but it's all fun and games. I love him, really. He loves me too, I think. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, you know, all fun and games.
Well, I'm really excited to see what you guys can do going forward. And a man that, a young man that a lot of people have had eyes on is Spoit, and he played really well. Round of applause to Spoit, guys. I know you're big fans out here. This is a big stage for him, and I imagine you think there's a lot more to come, right?
Yep, a lot more to come. Last EU team in, last EU team to stay. We're going to win this.
Right, I've got to bring something up right now, right? Something's been going on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen it, right? People are saying EU can't do chants. Apparently, we're no better than NA when it comes to chants. Now, this man, I mean, let's go, Rogue. It's good. It's good. It's good. Let's bring Rogue up. I don't think they can hear you. However, I'm thinking, right? I know you back me, right? You always have. Yep. So I'm going to try something different. Okay. You know the song, Gold? You are gold, right? Bear with me. We're going to replace gold with Rogue. All right? And the crowd have got to try this. You got to do this for us. All right? Nah, you're not going anywhere. All right? All right, I'm nervous. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try it. You are Rogue. Always believe that you got the power to. You're indestructible. Always believe
Ben Rogue.
Nice. Hey, thank you so much. You better stick with that chant. Yes.
Ian fan club on top.
Congratulations, Rogue. Commiserations, G2, to pick that one apart. Rogue are going to the semi-finals, Milos.
Thank you very much, Ian. You're a beautiful, beautiful man, and you sing fantastically, I'll give you that. Jack is very jealous, but he also cannot sing
I've
to
been
save his
dying
life.
to sing a song.
So, I know, and I don't want to say I would prefer option one in that kind of dichotomy that you presented, but it's either you or all of us, so we're going to stick to it.
That's true.
In this case. Friends, everybody fired up. Rogue make it through defeat G2 on home ground in Berlin. A stacked space and a stacked server, and everybody's in on it. So we're going to try to break all things down here on the analyst desk. I'm also with me are Fresh and Pengu. They made it through. I have two ex-G2 employees.
Yes.
The ex-analyst, the ex-smoke player, which is a position, I'm told, and here. Overtime on Clubhouse. We had 2 OTs. It could have gone either way. It could have been 2-0 for G2, but it went to Rogue. So Pengu, what pushed Rogue over that line?
Honestly, not the main resource, but when LMR allowed freedom on the defense, he got so many kills. When G2 got onto the attacking side, he was kind of leashed onto Thatcher. He couldn't really find that many openings for his team, and the few that he did find were very impactful. G2 were to win those rounds. The opening comes to Leon Gitz, for example, on their power attack. But overall, I feel like the awkward position of G2 not being too flexible on their attacking side kind of cost them their aggression.
I think the way the map plays out, and the reason that we say, like, don't get me wrong, I don't think actually either team put in a great performance on Clubhouse, because Clubhouse stylistically doesn't work for either of these two teams. The reason of that do you remember when Citizen was on, he was playing Hardbreach?
Yeah, Ace and Hibana.
He was playing Ace, Hibana. With these two teams, you've got both teams where they're full of frag-capable players. That's the win condition for both teams. When you've got to get your fraggers and put them on support roles and then make them do checklist things, it's ultimately going to fall apart. And actually, I was quite genuinely concerned about Rogue once they got a 3-3 split, because I thought their defenses are not great. They can defend Church, but they found that extra gear, particularly utilizing that aggression of Spoit, those early spawn peaks, those early plays, get the numbers advantage, defend it out from there. I was really impressed with Rogue's defenses this game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to point out that Kenzo had that 1v1 in basement as well in Church, and Kenzo's a very emotional player, as we spoke of earlier.
Yeah.
He played that so calm and collected, just taking his time, C4 to rotate, made a shotgun rotate as well. This is a different kind of Kenzo Raketti than we saw in G2. So I feel like Rogue, in general, they're really good at growing their players into their natural element, if you will.
It's weird. Like, I've been saying it from the group stage, is that Rogue played in like first gear in the group stage. They were really, really not great in group stage. They managed to find a way to get through. As soon as they hit the crowd, you know, you saw them at the end.
Oh yeah.
They absolutely love. They feed off the energy, especially when they were going up against such a big opponent, just to find that extra 5-10%.
Here's our match summary: 8-6 on Clubhouse for Rogue, victorious. Spoit on 15-9, but things did not look too shabby on G2 either. More playing as a team in comparison to map 1.
Yeah, I think so, a little bit more. They certainly understood the win condition, particularly when they were on the defense, but I think once they got on the attack, they were limited by that limiting factor of the map, and unfortunately, you know, it went to overtime again. Such close opponents. G2 have been, you know, they can hold their heads up high this tournament, because even though they qualified, even though they made that miracle run, I don't think there was a lot of expectations, and they've gone over and above that.
Pengu.
Yes.
I want to take a moment here, because a few years ago, you were kind of the young guy, because everybody was young anyways, but you were the young guy. Here, the next generation of esports players, the next generation of Pengus that will make their own names is Spoit, and he is the MVP of our matchup. And you see him on your screen here in the video live as Rogue are kind of getting ready to get off the stage, clear their space. I want to talk about this player and why he is the MVP of this game. Entries, 144. He's got the flexibility. Everybody can play Finka, but nobody does it like he does, and nobody does it better, is the reference.
I fully agree. And honestly, the thing about Spoit is that, sure, he can hit shots, sure, he's a decent aim, but when Spoit came from essentially ranked into Pro League, I was always thinking, what about discipline? What about holding yourself stuck in a corner or knowing that you shouldn't swing this gunfight because there's no reason to risk it? Spoit has that discipline since day one of EVO Stage 2. Absolutely. And that's what impressed me the most, because that is something that some veteran players still have yet to learn. So once again, I just feel like Rogue as a team, they built an environment where the players can thrive, and I'm sure their feedback team is super accurate, saying, this is your weakness, you got to work on that, and then they improve upon it.
And that's the whole Rogue ethos, right? Is that they've not tried to slot him into a system. They've not tried to shoehorn him into a role. They build the team around him.
Yeah.
He's allowed some of that freedom, but he is, you know, I can't think of a better way to express this. He's like a dog on a leash. Leon lets him go, pulls him right back in when he needs to. And that's how that team operates.
Looking back at how Citizen would actually use that reference in, you know, reference to Doki and the photo that G2 posted, we're coming to Berlin, you know, capital of the world and all of that. But, you know, it happens, fair enough. More people on leashes is what Jack likes to talk about. How about we take a look at our bracket and kind of pull this all in, remind you of the matches that have gone through so far. XSET taking down Wolves 2-0. Rogue taking down G2 2-0. Incredible matchup. Highly recommend you go back and watch it if you missed Rogue v G2. That's XSET versus Rogue set in as one of our semifinals for tomorrow. W7M taking down Elevate 2-1. Also excellent series, especially come map 2 and 3. They'll be sitting in the semis, waiting the winner of FURIA versus FaZe Clan. Now, we've said goodbye to a few teams. We're going to say goodbye to G2. So, first up, you want to say something, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of bittersweet, really, because like I said about G2 is that they overachieved. This roster overachieved from a 4% chance. That's the narrative that we've got to talk about, is they were wrote off. They obviously made their changes. This team had to take a lot more responsibility for themselves. They took that responsibility, and that was great.
And on the other side, Pengu, you were on this squad.
Yeah.
There's some changes on the horizon.
There are changes coming. As you guys may or may not know, this was Shaz's last tournament with G2. His contract is not going to get renewed. And frankly, I don't know if he's going to get another team, or if he's going to retire or take a break, etc. So I want to thank you, Shaz, for all you've done for us, because everything for us started with success. And right now, it didn't end that way for you, but you worked your butt off for 7 years, achieving more than any other coach in the esports space in Rainbow Six Siege. You were up all night for every single part of the roster you've been on, making sure that we are the most prepared as possible for every single outcome. So honestly, thank you so much. You had an incredibly fucking amazing career. Thank you for making me a part of that journey. One more time for Shaz, everybody.
There you go. Shaz, one of the most decorated coaches in esports in general, but the most in Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
That's all we got to say about it. And honestly, quarterfinals, given the whole situation, all the context that we've given, that is quite a bit to work with. And as kind of the last few clips roll around, an incredible series that we have had between G2 and Rogue. Now, we still have one more to go, of course, for today. And gentlemen, thank you very much for kind of feeding us all this information. Having both of you here on the desk has been incredibly fun, and we still have one more game to go. Yeah, there you go. That's the spirit that Rogue are very much known for. So now, it's FURIA versus FaZe Clan in a moment. So very quickly, let's tease it before they're all done. How do you expect this?
Oh, we've just had one regional matchup. We're going to have another one that's going to be an absolute war, Milosh. I can't wait.
I mean, we're talking FaZe, who's explosive, against like the #1 most explosive, aggressive team in FURIA, who has Fantasy. It's going to be ridiculous either way.
Yeah.
I want to see Fantasy in-game. Yes. Honestly, the man is the prospect. He is the Spoit of the region. Let's see how that goes. Thanks so much, Penguin Fresh. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's all Brazil, all LATAM. It's FURIA versus FaZe Clan. See you in a moment.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
In the midst of a crossfire, gets one on the diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Are you kidding me? The 1v4!
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again!
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad. Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yable.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm? This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Back to the Rainbow Six Berlin Major. Now, we had a huge crowd to see G2 get eliminated by Rogue. I know that everybody here is having an amazing time. Just for a brief moment, I know a few of you have stepped out because that was an intense 2-map series to go get some refreshments and all that good stuff. And for every single one of you watching at home and everyone in this building, we've still got one amazing quarterfinal to come. Are we ready? Have we got the stamina? Have we got the energy to do this one more time tonight? Those of you in the room are ready. I know that you watching at home are ready too. It is time now to introduce our 2 final teams onto this stage. First, this is their 6th LAN event in a row, looking to win their first ever major. Give it up for FURIA! They are looking to build on their consistency and break into a semi-final at a major for the very first time. And their opponents, the LATAM champs, Sweden major winners last year. You know who they are. Make some noise for FaZe Clan! Could they make history on this stage this weekend and become the first ever 2-time major champions? This will be the first step of that journey if they are to make that happen. The teams are ready. Before they come up onto this stage, let's see them face to face.
FURIA know what we do. We already know what they do too, so it's gonna be a more adaptive game, in my opinion. I think the strategy to play against FURIA is to stop Fantasy. He's playing really good entry frags, and if we stop him, we're gonna win this. The team feels very confident. We are very prepared for this tournament. We practice really hard to get here, and we're not gonna let it go so easy. So we're prepared for everything that's coming for us. Hey Fantasy, we're coming for you. No more entry kills for you.
We are feeling pretty good to face against FaZe Clan. We're gonna smash them. I think their strength is that they are a really fast team. They are pretty aggressive, and their weakness, I think, is that they like to play very splitted, so we just kill them. We are pretty confident in the playoffs because we had a great group stage. We are doing great, you know, we are feeling ourselves in the game, so we're gonna keep doing better in the playoffs too. Se liga aí, galera da FaZe, fica esperto, hein, que vocês vão cair agora nas quartas, vão enfrentar a FURIA, vocês estão lascados, hein.
One final spot in the semi-finals of the Rainbow Six Berlin Major is up for grabs. Which of our 2 teams will take that spot? FURIA or FaZe Clan? Please shake hands. And as they do that and get posted up in their positions, you can feel the energy up here on the stage. I know there's just as much energy down below with Pengu, with Fresh, and Milosh.
Thank you very much, Ian, you beautiful, beautiful man. Thank you so much, and we are back in on the analyst desk to prep you for our final best of 3 in the quarterfinals to just lock it all in. We'll know all 4 teams making it to the semifinals tomorrow and prep ourselves for that grand final come Sunday. Very happy for you to join us here for said matchup. I'm Milosh, the Medicare, your host for the show, at least on the desk. In the hype man on it all. And I got Fresh and Pengu here to guide me, at least on the desk. In the hype man on it all. And I got Fresh and Pengu here to guide me through a classic LATAM BR versus BR matchup. FURIA versus FaZe. We got Fantasy also performing here for FURIA. I cannot wait to get into it because I know it'll be explosive for everybody watching. But we got to get into detail. So let's talk about FaZe Clan first. So Fresh, help me out. The squad that made it through, that carried over into Copa Elite 6, that nobody believed would be here in Berlin.
And you know what? They got Copa Elite 6 on the very final day of BR6 as well, with a
Liquid game.
An incredible game against Liquid. Yeah, so they got through, and then they went on. They won Copa Elite 6 upper bracket all the way through. And then they came into groups. And day 1 and 2 of groups, I was like, holy moly, FaZe are back. They look so good. So good. And then that one little twinge against G2, getting 7-0'd by G2, has just put that one little doubt in the back of my mind. But they look back. They've obviously had a little bit of time off since they won Yavla. They didn't do too well at SI. They had Charlotte off, but they look back.
I mean, you look at Elevate on day 3, and they look not that great in performance. And then today, at the W7M, massive performance, right? So FaZe, they might have ended weak in group stage, but they have a strong start to playoffs here tonight.
Yeah, and then on the other side, it's FURIA. They're young gunners here in the region. There's many young gunners in Brazil. You thought NA was getting a lot of young gunners in there. You thought APAC, you thought EU. No, Brazil is on another level. Talked about Team 1 in previous tournaments in Charlotte. And now it's FURIA that have made it to every single event, but breaking that kind of glass ceiling, making it from group stage into quarterfinals has been the most difficult trajectory, but they're here.
Yeah, there's something to be said about because they kind of disrupted the establishment in LATAM, right? They were the team that keep forcing one of these big teams not to be going to the events. This time, FURIA's got to replace one of these big teams that we're used to always seeing, FaZe, NiP, Liquid, yada yada. But the one thing about FURIA is, like you say, there's that glass ceiling for them in terms of getting through. They can get through, they can get out of groups. But they still seem a little bit fragile, especially once it hits that best of 3 stage, where a team can start figuring out, a team can start punishing Fantasy. That's my kind of, if I had a concern for FURIA, that's it.
I agree, and also FURIA as a team is not known to be super consistent.
Yeah.
In a best of 1, you have one banger map, you're good to go. In a best of 3 or best of 5 scenario, you gotta do good 3 times or 2 times of those 3 times to make it further. And of course, there are star performers like Fantasy. It's kind of like sport scenario where we talk about this person a lot because Fantasy is an incredible player statistically, but you need more than one player to make it at this level of Rainbow Six Siege. You need everyone to show up, otherwise it's not good enough.
And that's that inconsistency that we saw with FURIA. 2-0 after day 1, 2-2 after day 2, and then 4-2 after day 3. It was really a group stage of ups and downs with them.
And one thing I want to highlight is maybe the fact that they're able to break through here into playoffs is due to the fact that they got now one of the most decorated and well-known players in the history of Rainbow Six as Julio on their coaching staff, showing that his experience, even when not in-game, can guide this team through into quarterfinals. It's already an impressive feat for them to make it here. It's impressive to make it to the major, let alone break it into the top 8.
And he will be guiding them and making them feel more comfortable, even in the things outside of the server. And this is a little bit anecdotal, but I saw them in the hotel last night. They were sat in the lobby, just chilling out. And one of the players had lost his key card, right? Which, if you don't speak any English or German, obviously they won't speak German, but Julio just being able to actually speak a decent amount of English and just be like, look, it's chill. Don't make a big thing out of this. That's everything. He will guide them through, and he's the one that they're looking to help them kind of push through, to push through that glass ceiling. He's the difference that we've not seen yet.
I agree. And it's nice just having a person to kind of lean on, right? Whether it's a player who's a captain on the team or a coach or maybe a manager or a staff member. One team was louder than the other there.
FURIA's definitely won the chant off there.
They're young. That's
they got more spirit in them still.
Yeah, they're not thrown on thermite duty just yet. And we have that ourselves in our talent manager, King, of course, that makes it all happen. Same thing for the players. So a bit of a quick shout out on there. But let's have a chat about our maps for the series. We're still on through with best of 3s until we hit the BO5 Grand Final on what are our 3 maps. 9-map pool that's been changed over the past 6 months, just in case you did not know that. We'll just keep you updated. Ban is how it all goes. It's not a Flintstones reference, I bet you that. FaZe Clan going for Skyscraper. All right, I'm seeing some variety in here. And then Chalet, picked up by FURIA, as Kafe is our decider. Jack, how do you see this overall, from the macro?
With LATAM, the one reason, when you talk about LATAM's reign of terror, one of the contributing factors is the fact that these teams are running 8 or 9 map pools, every single one of them. So the thing of the map preferences is it's quite hard to pick preference. It's about how the teams are feeling, how they've performed inside of the map. Each team basically banned their permabans. Each team has picked a map that they're comfortable with, and the decider is a map that both teams are comfortable with in the middle preference, as if it was a best of one.
Yeah, it's not like a clear defined line necessarily, but knowing FaZe, I feel like they have the upper hand on Skyscraper, knowing like how they play the game. I see FaZe as like a European team in strategy, but then with that Latin explosiveness.
Yeah.
And I feel like on a map like Skyscraper, you can't just run around because it's all about getting those safe objectives, play around an area that's fortified, and then play off that.
Let's talk Skyscraper for just a moment here, because our lobby is not far away from being set up. How do we see this going through between FaZe and FURIA? Because Skyscraper just kind of jumbles everything up in the air on top of this being BRBR internationally.
Skyscraper is a really polarizing map for me because I believe it should be very attacker-sided. However, a lot of teams and the way it plays out is very defender-sided. FaZe themselves, 70% win rate on the defense. They love defending that map. And for me, it comes down to that karaoke T primary site. And it's if you can, it's not if you can defend it, it's if you can attack it. If you can attack it, and we've seen the European way of playing it a lot of the time has been to take them top back stairs and go into karaoke using the Osa, using the Monty. Either of those to then get a plant off. If a team can execute that attack flawlessly, it shifts Skyscraper all the way into an attacker-sided map.
I agree. It's all about, I don't want to say the word like gimmicks because it's such a negative word to use, but you really need to have some sort of way in through the map. And as you said, the OSA, the Monty, etc., smoke grenades, the Ying. And so when it comes down to the operator band phase, I think that's going to kind of set the tone. And then we got to see what the teams have in their pocket available.
When it comes down to Skyscraper, usually it's the team on the attack that's most decisive. When Skyscraper looks really defender-sided is when the teams get hung up around that kind of middle of the map at the top, the kind of drum area, the shrine, the split, the dragon, that area, is teams will normally do a clear from one side to the other when it's the top floor sites. If they waste a load of time taking that and then making an ingress into site, that's where it can be very defender-sided.
You really have to see that as Villa, where you're trying to take from the opposite side of the map when you're going on to, for example, in that marble statuary area that you're trying to defend. But also, it makes sense. It's, to borrow a StarCraft term for any nerds that are there, it's the natural. It's the natural expansion. You always expand into those power positions because they set you up for success. And success for defenders is at least burning time. So can that be used effectively when two teams are known for being so active? Do you think so?
No, I think absolutely like hit the nail on the head, so to speak, Miloš. And these teams, they can both do it, but it comes down to, again, execution.
Who takes map one? Quickly. Lobby's ready.
I'm going to go to FaZe.
I agree, FaZe. I think they will, obviously they know their opponent really well. They beat them in Copa Elite 6 by winning Copa Elite 6, and I think they'll be able to target Fantasy off the board.
All right, let's see how that goes. Thank you very much, Pengu and Fresh. Our game is ready. It's OBR, and it's FURIA versus FaZe Clan. Our casters, well, they're Flap. It's Fluke and Half on the other side. Enjoy.
Thank you, Fresh Losh. I don't know what their one is. Hi, welcome back. We're here with the last game of the day, one more, and well, it's a best of three between two teams that know each other pretty well.
They know each other pretty well. They play each other at least like 2 times a stage. Copa Elite, and of course, the Brasileiro 6, something like that. I really don't know how to pronounce it. But either way, these two teams, they know each other through and through. They play each other so often, and every now and then they meet each other as well in these best of 3 scenarios. So, with that said, it is going to be for a spot in the all-Brazilian semifinals.
Yeah, I think now we're getting, obviously we know their opponents, we know who they're going to be up against. We're starting to get the shape of the face of tomorrow, and either way, they're aware of their opponents.
We'll
let the music kick through.
Look at that. FURIA, heavily favored over FaZe. 86%. 68. 68? 68. Honestly, I keep on getting these numbers mixed up.
Maths is hard.
Maths is hard.
Skyscraper, an interesting pickup for the day. Obviously, we've had a lot of, not the same maps, but same maps, same stuff that we've seen quite a few times. Skyscraper, we had it a couple times throughout groups. It's not the biggest unknown for these two teams, and in fact, we saw it from FaZe's group, a 7-5 against Sandbox.
Yeah, both these teams have played it in these last 3 months. FURIA played it 3 times, won it a total of 2. Overall, their Skyscraper record is going to be 67% defense, 55 attack. FaZe doing a little bit better there with the nice little 83% on the defense. So with that, it is going to be a very, very tight matchup between these two, at least for this very first map. So Let's preface this, or preface this a little bit more. These teams know each other through and through. You right now have FURIA, who managed to make it out of groups for probably the first time in a while. Because they're always here, but they're never really breaking through. Unlike FaZe, who have won a major already.
Well, FURIA are the only team that's consistently been at pretty much every single showdown. Obviously, we've just had a little tech thing, so we'll be back in as soon as we can. As you can see, there's only one player posted there across the board. Usually, when these two teams meet themselves in a best of 3, FaZe has generally come out the sort of winners, the victors, across, obviously, the same region games, across the board.
Some FURIA, some push hands going around. But yes, FaZe usually is favored, and of course they do have that experience, but this FURIA looks a lot more different compared to what we are used to be seeing from them. some waves, some Fs from the FaZe clan coming through as well.
Some FaZe ups.
They have a nice little view over the crowd, nicely elevated.
They do.
Can look up to the balconies easily, can look down onto the ground floor as well. Now, I was wondering if there was some signs. I saw some already, so I just want to see what signs.
There was a LaserGate sign.
There was a LaserGate sign.
There was a LaserGate sign.
I think that one was meant to be signed by Ace as well. I'm not sure if he did.
You know as well as I.
He knows. Now, players are slowly starting to join, so don't worry, we are about to get underway.
It's happened to us twice.
It happens to us twice.
It happens.
Last time we managed to actually get people to cheer with us, so...
No, I think that was because they could see the lobby.
Yeah.
We'll be in very shortly. We are closer and closer to starting this off. If you missed the map selection, Skyscraper, Chalet, and ending on a potential Kafe. Now, both these two teams, based on recent data, have, well, actually pretty much every single map pulled. Skyscraper itself is 3 of 3 of FaZe over the past roughly 3 months, 2 of 3 for FURIA, so it's not entirely unknown by them.
No, definitely not. There is a lot of VODs that they could have gone off of and try and get yourself some information. But you know what? The match has begun. Shall we just get into it?
I would like
Everybody
to.
ready to go to Skyscraper?
There you go.
Let's get into Skyscraper, shall we?
Take 2, Skyscraper. And we'll find our way through the showdown. Now, although they've both played it a bit, and although they both play each other quite a lot, they haven't played each other on this. Generally, we swing around a couple of themes, clubs, and banks. So this sort of competition between the two of them, it is not entirely unknown territory, but it's going to be a bit creative territory.
Thatcher, the first to be removed, is not a strange band to see come through. Nomad to come out is going to be making sure some flanks are more viable. Maybe we see a gridlock to come in place, for example. Cade, okay. Logical, with a Thatcher to be removed.
People cheering the band.
Oh, we're cheering for the bands. We're getting a bit of a wave going.
It's like, oh.
We definitely are. And it's the Oryx to be removed. No hatch jumping, no ramadashing around the corner. And with that, our bands are set for the very first map between FURIA and FaZe. Round 1, and it is going to be FURIA on the defense, FaZe on the attack. Now, what will these two teams be looking for?
Skyscraper itself is still trying to find its face. It has a few different sort of swing statistics based on whether it's something that people prefer to take themselves on the attack to. I think generally it's still... I mean, you're the man with the numbers. You can give me the actual straight-up numbers here.
I'll just pull up those numbers very quickly for you there. I'll just go for the Berlin Major, sure?
Yeah, sure.
Just
treat me.
From what we have so far on Skyscraper throughout the tournament, we have a 57% defensive win rate overall, with the Office and Exhibition being the best side, 73%. T-Karaoke comes up next with 60, though.
Those are some numbers.
Some numbers.
Generally, it swings its way into the side of defense. Now, that's FURIA's lead in here. They're going to hope that they can try and put a bit of distance in. As I said before, they haven't really had much success in this roster, this recent iteration, versus FaZe's sort of current swing. In best of 3s, it's usually a 2-0, and it's down to FaZe to see if they can get themselves up to that similar sort of lead on their first map. Or maybe we'll have a bit of a break of pace, go back to how it was at the beginning of the day, and go to all 3 maps. But it starts with a bit of an attempt to jump out there. Not going to try and dabble on that a second time. Skyscraper can be vicious on those outside window approaches.
It's a dangerous skyscraper. There's a lot of rappelling going on. There's limited balconies you can go from, and these balconies, if they are there, are basically like a meter or two wide. So you're always really tunneled in. It's going to be quite difficult to find yourself some depth. And that means you try and get into that building as soon as you possibly can. Now, with that, Claymore just covering themselves for a bit of a jump out for the office side. Of course, not going to be the direct bomb side, as the majority of FaZe is actually looking to straight go in from the top, and as Monty on Astro is definitely given that opportunity to do so.
I mean, the fact that the Monty can sort of push all the way in aggressively is because that side wall there is locked onto Karaoke. It gives them a little bit more breathing room. Usually you'll sometimes have a player with a shield and a rotate and a Wamai buying as much time as possible, but here, suddenly that Monty is just a bulletproof camera down on the rest of the floor, able to sort of cause problems, ping the players and give the caution of, well, we're going to swing you sooner rather than later. The one benefit of obviously that wall being locked is, well, they can't swing around the back. They can't just try and get the plant down onto the default without getting in and doing some textual work. Here, FURIA, they're just keeping a little bit of an arm's length, but look at that Astro, he's sticking the kit down in the meantime. They found their way through the door, a bit of an explosion on the far side, but Astro, he's just tucked in. Got himself right on the side of the door. FURIA weren't really in a position. They didn't really need the straight drive through, and here, suddenly, they've got to try and retake everything. There's a Monty in the room, a smoke canister's forcing it. Souls takes care of Miracle, flashes round. On the opposite side, a little bit of a back and forth across the board. Souls retakes Geisha, and then Handy takes it right back. It's a cameraman to put them into a 1 versus 2. And it's a Monty versus a smoke that's out of canisters, and with a player on the window, with only a couple of seconds left, FaZe start as they mean to go on. It's a first round.
It's the first round on the way. Of course, the Monty still being out there was almost going to be impossible to win, with the last little bonk to come in as well. A nice little end to that round. FaZe taking that first. Quickly. A lot of pace. So the Monty offered, and with the lack of the rotation towards the black stairs, it is quite difficult to find yourself to fight against the Monty like that, because there's only really one angle you can fight from, and well, it so happens to be an extendable shield. So if there's only one angle, there's not really going to be any threat. And as long as the Astro stayed alive on that Monty, there was also no danger of that post plant falling back into the hands of FURIA. So towards the ground floor we go. Barbecue and Kitchen is going to be up next, as FaZe will have to go for yet another attack. It's the Azami to come in. One of the newest operators, of course, we have added to our competitive map pool, and she basically creates either mazes, that's what we see, for example, on border near the CCTV area, where suddenly like so many keeper barriers pop up that it's kind of a maze you need to navigate through if you want to go for a gunfight. But also patches up these holes.
Well, the thing about Azami is she's had a huge amount of play. When she was introduced, there was a bit of fear. There was a bit of, uh-oh, she's very powerful. She can add a huge amount. And, you know, since obviously we've had Sens and we have our new operator on the way, but they were sort of introduced at exactly the same time. The close down was removed, and since then we have seen a lot of Azami and what bring instantly reinforcing drum. You give yourself a little bit more wiggle room on the approach on Terror Store. You can lock them in. There's the pulse, though. The E1D tried to get a bit of an early catch. You're looking at what kind of worries you is another quick line up the Lion, the Candelas, the Nook as well, to sneak up round on the backside and has a bullet. This might be a quick second phase.
Now, quick reload before the action does come through. 2 minutes 10. E1D comes off. That means that they want to go for a push at least somewhere, or try and act upon information that they had before, but no kills come through. Makes you wonder what is going to go on as Cyber takes quite a lot of damage. It's the free fire with the 417. The kill to come through as Smoke Canister dealing a lot of damage, but actually down.
Cameraman, a bit of an up and down inside the smoke canister there. There was not really anything that you can do because, as you'll recall, the nanobots actually make you suffer that a lot quicker. Here, a steady second hold. They've been able to take a little bit of the ground back and make sure that FaZe cannot just swing their way around with gunfire. A drop on SDK isn't the end of the world. The cams will just be cams. Can there be focus on the follow-up? There's the Azami doing a bit of troublemaking over on the split, and even a bit more souls removed from the board.
They're finding the headshot. Keyboards are still being deployed left, right, and center. It is FURIA that wants to make sure it's going to be difficult for the rest of FaZe to move in. This Fantasy finds two. It's only up to Astro now on that Ying. He finds himself in, and the Nitro flies in from underneath. Miracle with the final kill. And we have an equal scoreline.
An important retake there over the side of Black Stars. Just made sure FaZe, as I said, could not sort of force their strength in and take that bit of control. It's hastened, I suppose, the sort of recollection of ideas. There was the Azami that was in a bit of a lockdown on side Geisha, the back and forth with the Hibana. FaZe seemed a little bit more locked out, a little bit more what we've seen from FURIA.
Now, of course, the majority of the public at home also favored FURIA for this matchup here. So we want to see that in this game. They managed to get that first defensive round, looking for their second, third, maybe even fourth. Start with 2. Now, as we're heading towards Exhibition in Office, lately we've been seeing quite a lot of clash out here, especially around the balcony that is directly on, I believe that is the south of the site. Stopping people from using that breach. Now, what we've also seen is the clash being out there and then making that soft so they can actually go for a bit of a run out.
But she's not here.
But she's not here. I know, but I was just...
It's a great point, though.
I was just debating it. It's like...
If she shows up in a round...
That is what you need to pay attention to. I know she wasn't there. I was just trying to go towards the fact that...
But what is...
It's a different site.
Here, which you don't see too much, is the Mirror Rare playing themselves a little bit further away. It seems like they want to lock in the bottom of Dragon, and rather than look out from inside the site, it seems like they want to look in towards it, the single hard wall and the soft line all the way along the quad wall itself. They've sort of said, come on, if you want to challenge it, what would usually be locked in and held by a clash, this time isn't even locked at all by the look of it. So instead they have to sort of force and funnel their way across what becomes a bit of a dead man's fight. It starts with potentially some play on the player underneath. Fantasy's playing it a lot closer towards the cubby, and they're trying to just force a FURIA player to slip into an engagement.
Golden 6 coming through will at least take care of any piece of utility on the other side of that flooring. Fantasy looks to go aggressive, hoping to stop any of these FaZe members on the other side of things, but can't quite find anything yet. Pushing coming in from the other side. LMG spraying through. They're just trying to put some pressure down upon the FURIA members wherever they can. Twitch drone also going around, I believe, and want to get rid of that mirror window.
Yeah, there it is. The attention's paid to it. As I said, there was a soft line, and they've turned it into a breach that you can actually move through, utilizing the Selmas, but the mirror is still locked in, tucked on a corner, and they've got to try and force them out, which means taking control of Drum, which means taking control of Terrace. And that is a minute 20. It's a bit of a tough, big ask and a big rotate. Oh, there's a take. Soul swings around the corner, takes the head off of Fantasy at the top of the stairs. Rare on the slow creep underneath is about to get caught by a drone. Cyber more than ready and able to swing round with that finger. Do they know the location of Rare? This could be a huge, easy pick up against Cyber as another drone rolls past. Oh no, they saw him. Cyber gone.
Bringing it through a 3v5. Grenades now coming in from below, hoping to find any remaining of the defenders, but not quite hitting them as of yet. The Romans are starting to come back towards the side as FaZe is looking to take full control of it. Cyber takes up one, doesn't know about the second as of yet, but is going to be able to connect to him as well. It's only up to SDK. It's going to be able to find Bullet. Needs to find 3 more if he wants to clutch this in favor of FURIA. Soon the diffuser could go down, but Souls just holds the angle, finds the head, and locks up the round for FaZe.
They knew exactly where it was going to come from, and they knew exactly how to stop it getting any further there. FaZe, as soon as they started to get a read on just the play, pull apart some of those looser players underneath. Don't go for the flat engagement on the second story where they've got the angles, and from that point onwards, it seemed like an easier close down that as well. The beat and the read on the pulse itself. As I said, Cyber took that one, and he was on his way to a second one.
Round 4. Coming in. Headed towards the office again, I believe. No, it's going to be the bedroom instead. So we're headed towards a different side. It is going to be on the first floor. We're headed to the 4th different one that FURIA is looking to show. And we are definitely going to be seeing a bit of an extension towards that top floor. So how much is Exhibition going to be of importance of this side? Now, there is going to be a lot of verticality to be gained there, so you can almost guarantee that the attackers would like to go there, especially in the bedroom. But if you look at the lineup of FaZe currently, there is quite of a lack of soft breach. There is no Slash, there is no Buck. You basically have Zofia with 3 breaching charges. That is going to be all you have. Now, that could be enough, but if Souls dies early on, that plan is out of the window.
And with the site now being down in bedroom, we'll start to see this. The extension over towards the barbecue and kitchen area. They're playing again this single loose player, but they've sent a single player to go for a hunt there right inside barbecue. Do they know how close they are to each other? Astro came in so fast to try and take this engagement. They're having doors knocked ahead of them to sort of keep the surprise factor. There's the surprise. Astro takes the head off of Fantasy, has cut his way down and right in the middle of the hold itself. Souls has come around to offer some support on the double, but in the meantime, Miracle's desperately looking for any support onto site. Cameraman gets rare across the board, and this is the pace. There's a great take. Red right into it. Handy can't quite hold on the opposite side of the stock supply line. SDK is removed 2.
And there was a very quick round we saw there. As they were down in the bedroom, didn't really matter. The fight didn't take place in the side. It took place all around it. FaZe more than happy to take it to them, to just go in aggressively. They had the information, they knew where they were going to be, and they just made sure that they could isolate these players and shut them down before they did any damage. Karaoke T back up. Second floor, FURIA on that defense still. There's 2 more attempts of trying to make this into a 3-3. And that's what they kind of need to do. We said it before. Currently, Sky, during the major so far, has been a relatively defense-sided map. If you cannot win these defenses now, then you really need to come in strong in the second half.
Again, with the double lock at the top of Black Stairs, instead of having that rotate, trying to force them to play a game against it. And instead, we have, obviously, no Monty. This time, they've opted for something slightly different, and it's concerning in the pockets of Astro.
10 seconds to insertion.
It is. But the Ying is going to be coming out as we have the 6 invitational probabilities. Now, if FURIA will be to win this game, this best of 3, they would be finding themselves on a 99.99% chance of making it through, but it could be turning into 100, and the loss is 98. So they are basically fine. FaZe, however, really need to push through because they're currently on a 34 and could be pushing up to a 41. And if they win the whole thing, they might be finding themselves secured. Of course, not this match, the whole tournament, that is.
I'm not sure if that was just a prepped angle or a chance at a hop out, but very quickly they're going to try and make close friends with nobody, actually. Malusi moves away from the engagement. Cameraman also opts not to take it. They just want to get the space open and cause some problems slightly later on. Fantasy's going to wait in bated breath to see if he can be the death of anybody that wants that as an entrance, but FaZe aren't really playing that sort of game. They're either droning a very small window and absolutely smashing their way through it, or this, a slightly slower, slightly steadier breach and approach. The grenade almost removes Handy off the board. The spray on the loose player onto the side of the pantry is pushed further and further away from underneath there, looking to try and put a little bit more grenade pressure as Astro makes his way towards Karaoke window.
Slowly but steadily, FaZe are starting to get themselves around where they need to be, but they want to take care of these roamers on that bottom floor first. Of course, do have a couple of grenades in their pockets. Bullet has 2, Cyber has 1 left, and you want to use this to the best of your ability. And, you know, from below, currently, is one of the best opportunities to use. There you go, one of them, but doesn't do any damage. Might have just bounced back a little bit too early. Still 1 grenade left, though.
Astro doesn't want to go for the flat entrance there, the change of the hand of the kit. Maybe he does, and he's sort of saying, listen, there's 1 on the site, and I've got a pocket full of blinds. Let me see if I can try and just push my way in, tuck a plant once again, or try and pull some attention. They've rotated off, though. They've moved away from the site, back towards the top of the mid-stairs. Miracle's the first to suffer those. Souls is able to get that opening engagement. They've got a player under the double window, waiting for the hop-in. They've still got 1 tucked onto gold, and with just under a minute left, it's the Candelas And the call and the cacophony of that noise is the sort of waiting mark. They're holding down on the corridor. There's the push of the flashes. There's the long-range smoke. There's the pop of the candelas. They're trying to find a kill behind it. It's Cameraman that gets the man crossing across the other end of the corridor. Tucked behind the shield, SDK. He's buying as much time as possible. There's the breach on the wall we talked about a couple of times before. They have the concern of Bullet who's going to lock it in. It's Cyber that locks off one more, going for the cover of the plant inside the blind. Cyber goes down. The Nitro goes off. Rare is able to stop the kick going down. 20 seconds. They have the breach onto goal, the creep round now. They're well aware of the players, well aware of that one behind the shield. Do you know the last on the main stairs? Seemingly so.
He had the ping there. All he needed to do was press that button, shut him down and stay alive. But it was denied in the end. Good lockout from FaZe. They had someone engaged here, they had someone from the other side. Both of them able, of course, to hold these long angles, stop them from truly moving in. And now a tactical timeout had been called by FURIA. They think it is time after that 1-4 current trailing scoreline to have a bit of a check. What can we change? What is going wrong? Or is it just FaZe currently muscling themselves through the side? Making a difference that way.
I mean, it's that tricky sort of thing here because apart from the one round, FaZe have seemed pretty much cruise control. FURIA, they were sometimes described as being a little bit of a top-heavy team. They've done very, very well at having obviously new structure behind the scenes, bringing them the idea of sort of droning ahead their pushes. Their takes have been phenomenal in their attack, which is what we'll get to see on the second half of this game, but it's still worth sort of highlighting that this game on this map, regardless of whether it's against your For You as your choice, it's generally gifted itself towards defense. Having a little bit more 5-1 here would be pretty dangerous. A 4-2 against you. I mean, it's still not easy, but it's at least a little bit of breathing room.
There's a bit of breathing room indeed, and a little bit of room for error. But both these teams are better on their defense than they were on their attack over the 3 times either of these two teams have played it. Both FaZe and FURIA vastly outscoring themselves compared to their own attacks. So with that said, FaZe definitely is having the better papers right now as they're headed into that second half in just a moment, because they still need to play that last round. Round 6, where it can either be 5-1 or FURIA is going to be able to at least put an extra round on the board. And as you just mentioned it yourself, give themselves the extra breathing space. It could be so important, especially after you just had your tactical timeout. This is when momentum needs to start to shift.
I think it's turned into a little bit of a game of, obviously all of them are superstars, but superstars aren't quite showing up to the level that they'd probably want. On the side of FaZe, it's not the biggest problem. CyberZera is an animal, but he's playing a little bit more of a tepid game. At the same time, Cameraman and Souls are picking up that mantle. Fantasy and Miracle, similar position to CyberZera. They can usually entirely control the momentum, but here it's sort of being bipped and bopped around them. The pressure on towards Karaoke. They're still droning and looking for those loose players that they've done very well over the previous rounds.
Handy swinging around near Dragon. Just looking to be partially on that roam. Hope to find an early entry, but FaZe not really having it. This bullet's coming around the corner. Gets taken out by Miracle. Are going to be well aware now of a player inside of the pantry. E1D goes off. Hopefully they can try and respond to it. At least that's the usual case for it. FaZe looking to bite back after they have just lost the entry. Soul's opening up onto Geisha is definitely going to be starting to help that, at least to take that top floor control. Esther has some good information down there on Miracle, actually.
Miracle, is he tempted by another bit of pressure? Is he going to see if he can hold on to his life and the advantage and maybe the pocket of the C4 as long as possible? They still have that vertical control. Cyber is just going to actually try and scream his way through into the side. Looking for a loose player. There's nobody. Astro might go for a hop in on the window at the same time. There's a free one. Around on the back of the barbecue bar, and FURIA at this point, they're trying to find their way through back into the site that was theirs. That to the top of the stairs. Nobody's holding the angle, but they still need to try and find some little pockets of space of safety.
And Cyber just saw that jump down from Rare, but he instantly went back up. Astro, in the meantime, is getting that diffuser down. 45 seconds on the clock for FaZe. FURIA are unable to do anything about it, and they're all outside as well. Cyber still going a bit more aggressive, but FaZe has set themselves up perfectly. It looks very unlikely like FURIA can bring this back, but they do find Cyber, so it's a good start. And as Astro takes damage as well on the upside down rappel, suddenly FURIA are into this post plant here. They can actually retake this against Cameraman and Souls.
Cameraman tucked around in the corner, gets into a big engagement, but Fantasy's able to slip and slide his way through. There's one. There's almost two. He's just pulled back. Cannot quite get the spray. 13 seconds. They've got to take the fight. There's one more. He's on the kit. Did they know he's on the kit? He can't get up. And he's just going to hold on. And SDK clutches it off.
The Maestro going outside, and if you need to send one operator outside and try and suppress that one player on the rappel, what better operator to do it with than the Maestro carrying the Elder, making sure there was the opportunity to deny the man onto the counter defuse, and thus FURIA find themselves with 2 rounds against the 4 of FaZe. Again, the defense side is favored. FaZe definitely do have a leg up in this current quarterfinal for this first map. But, as per usual, there's always 2 sides to a game of Siege, and we have just had the swap. Who knows, maybe FURIA, their attack against FaZe is going to be even better than what we've just seen from FaZe.
I mean, obviously, you want to trust that this player will do this. It's still a risk based on the intel.
Yeah.
If the player on the kit then goes down to just a lucky posture, it doesn't matter what you do outside of that point. You're not going to be making it back to the kit in time. The gamble pays off. Sometimes you've got to try and make those rolls at the die. FaZe do. It's the reason that they're able to sort of go, well, the site's clear. Okay, you've got the kit. Hop in the window. They did a little bit of work just after, just ensuring that there was nobody so decidedly close towards it, and then held it, put it down in a 8 people still alive situation.
Yeah, and that often, you know, does come down quite scrappy. It could be either the attackers completely lock you off, there's nothing you can do about it, or suddenly you start fighting back, suddenly you start finding that aggression, the effectiveness, the kills that come through. And that's what was the case with FURIA. But they're on the attack now. They need to plan these executes. They need to focus on getting that kit down. Again, we will be in Barbecue and Kitchen. We'll be starting right where we left off. FaZe thinking they can also get the defensive round win around here. So they do have a Frost. Cameraman playing close on the actual window near the pantry.
FURIA, are they attempting something quick here? There's the burn, there's the pop through, there come the Candelas, and here we go. Now over the top, finding their way through. They're inside the site itself. They can't quite get the full connection, but they're trying to find the connection with the kit on the floor. There it is, holding off everyone on bay. There's Astro from the top rope. Cannot get the second body. Swung round and blowed up all over the shop, but a 3 versus 1. At this point, Rare, suddenly all that is left. Blinked and you missed it, apart from the one person wearing the goggles that could protect them. They know very much where Rare has decided to put themselves, and FaZe, they're sort of making the statement of, okay, you're next.
Tony up to Rare now. The diffuser almost went down. They almost found themselves on a post plant if it wasn't for Astro. Candelas to come in. Oh, there it is. Valkyrie camera. He's been given away the entire time. They know exactly where he's going to be coming from. And as the first Candela pops, he's rotating all the way around, headed towards the black stairs, hoping to find a bit of an entry there. There's still plenty of time on the clock. 75 seconds to find 3 players on FaZe. The first one in Barbecue, prone on the other side of the wall. One on the back of the kitchen, but his bullet that is just a little bit sharper here right now finds the headshot and locks in the round for FaZe.
Well, they set themselves up for that little bit of pace, but FaZe just had the wherewithal to be able to rebuff it. The positions came through, and obviously Astro slipping his way down from the hatch, stopping the plant on the kit itself, not caught by the player that was outside.
Quickly going for the replays here. I want to see Astro come down. Like, this was perfect timing. Look at that. 1.5 seconds left. If he was just a little bit held up by Rare, who was apparently out there.
It was just trade for trade.
It was trade for trade coming through, but the plan was denied. That's the most important part, because then you don't have that time pressure against you as the defenders. Now, it is 5-2 for FaZe. They need 2 more rounds to get this first map under their belt. And they are kind of like, if you look at the statistics, if you look at previous meetings between these two teams, FaZe, they win the best of threes. That's what they normally do. But FURIA has been on a different kind of rhythm throughout this tournament. They have been doing quite well. They've been finally making it out of the groups here, now in quarters. And they really want to push it further than that. But FaZe, of course, they are that experienced team. They have won a major already. And are looking to go aggressive right now as Bullet, I believe, is just sitting in the opening of Geisha, hoping to find a bit of a rappel they can instantly shut down. And I think Rare is going to be giving him that.
That's it. They're waiting for the call. There comes the motion up to the top. And where are they going to go from here? There's a hop drone just ahead of them. And there's Fantasy taking the feet in the head off of the player cut in half. The reveal of the throw out outside. Problems caused by Cyber. Astro is trying to find a refrag on the end of it. They've obviously lost out on Bullet and the heavy hitting rifle, but you assume at least the Arena's been able to put all the pocket gadgets down. It's Souls, but CKE instantly responds with one of their own.
They're really trying to take control now off that western side of the building. Cyber will be able to find Rare, and we're stuck in that 3-on-3 situation again with FaZe having 2 minutes left to defend, but they do have complete side control. You look over towards the left, and there is 3 Selmas, there is a bunch of concussions and impacts and adrenaline surges. So if you look at purely utility, FURIA have plenty left to work with here against FaZe. So FaZe, they really need to try and disturb them here. They need to shut them down before they are getting to work. And as SDK is headed down from below, he has that one grenade that could be coming in from below and suddenly turn the tide in favor of FURIA.
I mean, that's it. You're looking at, mainly on the side of FaZe, big guns, but in the hands of big gunners, what can they do? Sometimes everything, especially throughout how scrappy some of these fights have ended up. SDK just going to hold at the bottom of the stair set, wait for somebody that might try and descend in a fashion that might turn into disorderly very quick. There is still a bit of a steady drone, and maybe the all clear to potentially start pushing a bit closer. There is the side and a sliver of Souls. Tucks in, Miracle with the pre-fire. Takes out the camera. It's this drone game. Again, something we talked about with FURIA before. It's massively improved from their positions before. Is it enough to force this win?
The Salvation Station, though, will be able to get Souls back up to nearly full HP, which allows them to continue fighting. But a grenade from below is going to be taking him out there. So he healed himself back up, but now got taken out. VIP opened up by Handy soon as well with these Selmas. As it is Cyber that strikes back, we continue trading on as the push from the VIP stairs is unbound.
They're throwing themselves up now. They know they're running out of time. VIP and holding onto the angle. Where are the 2 lost players? There's one much closer than I think they think, and it's a bit of a scrappy fight. But against an LMG, it's tough to pull out Cyber. All that's left right now to see if FaZe can put themselves onto map point. The 2 players are stacked up a little and deciding to rotate and hot-foot it elsewhere. See if they can stick the plant itself. Oh. They don't need to.
I was afraid for a second there because Cyber was actually watching this window, but he stepped back at the wrong moment there. Timing didn't really treat him well there. I think there's one FURIA fan currently in the crowd.
I think it's Alamau.
It's Alamau. Oh, I see him. I see the FURIA fan. All right, let's go. They won a round. Let's go. They can still get back into it. Don't worry. 3-5. FaZe only need a round to find themselves at that map point. FURIA still have a lot to close, though.
I think that's it now. It's one, but one more and one of many. Seemed to be a little bit more attuned to how FaZe were setting themselves up before. They obviously fell apart a little on that rush attempt, but that seemed to have some of more FURIA's playstyle that got them into this position. Obviously, FaZe ended up losing their first seed.
Yeah, due to a 7-0 by G2 being handed to them. Of course, earlier the loss as well, where they could have locked it in. But that puts us in this position where FaZe suddenly had to face one of the other LATAM teams, and FURIA will be the one that they're going up against. 3-5, still the scoreline. 1 round for FaZe, and they don't get a point, but at least they put the pressure on to FURIA. FURIA can no longer afford mistakes at that point. And that's what they will be aiming for. Now, FURIA looks to go a bit quicker here, take control of Exhibition, take control of the office, and after that, get Geisha, get Gong. Make sure that you can start opening onto the back of gold so you can truly displace these defenders around Karaoke and T.
Cyber holding onto the window with the last round ended. It might be the first frag that we have across this board. Tucked itself just a little around the corner. And expected maybe some more attention to be paid. But FURIA, as we said, they've started to peel themselves a little bit more aware of it. There's the first bullet. Removed the cover and Cyber bites back. Finds the trade out. Who needs his support when he is the support structure for himself? SDK wants to make sure nobody else can get into a position to give him a way out. Cyber's on the other side. Does he know? Apparently so. The kit goes cold outside the terrace door.
That means that needs to be recovered now. It's quite of a difficult position to actually get in as the attackers. And FURIA will be deciding to go for a bit of a rotate. You saw him there walk away from Rare's POV. He's still holding on to the staircase there, to the living room staircase. He doesn't want to have anybody come down and, you know, spread through different parts of the map to go for that roam. Luckily, though, if FaZe really want to, there's multiple ways out. You can also go out from the Gong mezzanines and just drop down into the restaurant area. But they don't decide to do that now. They want to stay around that side. They want to turtle it down now to have that man advantage and let FURIA work for their round. The fuser still needs to be recovered. It's going to be taking another 10, 20, maybe 30 seconds if they're not quick enough with these drones, because there's only one currently doing all the work.
And it's a quick rotate inside the building, but a very long one out. And that's the sort of idea that they're playing right now. Get clarity onto terrace, see where they've pulled themselves back to, and now we can start to have a bit of an approach here. FaZe, they realize that they didn't need to keep such a tight grasp on the other half of the map. The site itself has still the support of, as you said, Drum and Gold, and what falls behind it, it's all electrified, and they don't really have anything to fry their way through apart from just gunning it out. And there's an easy combination at this point. No more calls from the side of the pocket of Rare, but they do at least have one more E1D.
It's going to be 2 DMRs on the side of FURIA here and an LMG. Of course, they all hit hard. You only need 2 shots, but rate of fire is definitely something you'd like to have right now in these last 20 seconds. As the push starts to come in, smoke canisters will slow them down, so that means these last 10 seconds are crucial.
There's the C4 pop, and the excitement starts to happen onto Gold. SDK finds the back of the Bandit, but only a pocket full of seconds left and no kit in it. SDK's going for the round route towards it, but by the time they get to it, this is one more FaZe round.
And that means they only need one more if they want to be locking off this very first map in their favor. FURIA can no longer afford any of these mistakes they have been making. They need to be quicker with the drones, especially after you lose one of those members. It took them up about 20, 30 seconds before they even started working towards recovering that diffuser, and even then, only had one drone truly working towards that goal. That is something you cannot have, you cannot afford. And that puts FaZe up onto map point. Just map point, because we are, of course, in that best of 3. This is map 1. FURIA have plenty of time to get back into it, but really want to come out swinging, and that's currently what FaZe is doing onto their defense. If we look over to the attack, we see Ying coming out instead of the Dokkaebi. Still see the A, Sophia, Finka, the Nuck as well. But if that Ying is on the board, do they want to go for another sneaky push, like a plant that they tried to go for before, if it wasn't for Astro jumping down from the top ropes, stopping it from happening, denying the post plans of FURIA, and allowing FaZe to pick up an extra round?
FURIA are a team that plays like it's no-no. It's something that's always excited about, and they never know when a game's over. So for them, this one is far from it. To be fair, it's not that far away. It's down to them to see if they can break through FaZe, who would much rather have it, and sooner rather than later, and give themselves a quicker, more controlling drive into Chalet. Some fair awareness of the loop round, and there's SDK removed off the board almost instantly. The Finker gone, 2 grenades. Fantasy suffers in a scrap elsewhere as well, and they're seemingly starting to lose all the bodies right underneath before they even begin their approach.
FaZe feel really confident right here. They're just bringing a fight to the outside. Cyber goes for a bit of a run out, goes for a bit of an adventure, actually gets punished for it. Unable to find a FURIA player, and instead gets picked up as Miracle finds Bullet as well. Suddenly FURIA have that man count advantage, but still, they need to work towards getting that plan. They need to work towards getting that top floor under control, because that is what they lacked before.
Astro making his way across, just catches the drone out, and the player was about to zip their way up to try and catch them too. They still technically have vertical control. They still have themselves a little bit to work with, but a man disadvantage. Astro has the hatch soft. I'm not sure if he's pinging it. There it is, because he's used his impact, so he needs the help and support and safety of a friend to get out of there. The breach starts to come against the wall. Nook, a steady clear from VIP clearance, but no one to be found.
Not as of yet. Still 100 seconds left on the board. It's plenty of time. Not even past the halfway mark yet. FURIA have so much time to try and clear out these last remaining defenders as they do start to fall back. Handy now wants to take control of Geisha, and FaZe are all down onto the ground floor. No roamers out there anymore. Still the opportunity to go for one though, as Astro is slowly sneaking around. He's trying to put himself up into VIP, so maybe he can strike them as they enter through Gong.
Miracle. He takes a bit of a bite there, but Rare is there to quickly offer some support. Astro's got to hot-foot it back towards the site in the 2 versus 4. Can he do something massive here on the vertical retake? He just misses one, though. Rare turns to the right direction at the right time, leaves Souls well and truly alone. The C4 got nobody. FURIA have 50 seconds to try and close themselves down onto the site. They're steadily trying to find the location of the player. And they're about to here. They just need to send 2 in at once. There he is. There's the grand reveal. There's a hold on towards the stair set that's about to probably find somebody, but no. They're still happy to weigh up, and the first gets scrapped and scraped. The second gets dropped. He tucks into a corner. He's just missed them. Crouch walk past there behind the chassis, going for the plant. The swing onto the Nook. Can't quite connect all the way. They're buying time, and he's out of bullets. Everybody's spraying everything at this engagement, but now to post plant, and they don't need to take the fight. They just had to buy distraction. FURIA.
I was going to say, it's almost impossible for FURIA to lose that round. 50 seconds, 4v1, still drones on the board. All you need to do is locate him, hold the exits, make sure he cannot leave, and then slowly start to collapse on him. And yes, he got one as you move down the stairs, but after that you saw 2 members just continuously pushing bullets down range, making sure that if he moves out, he would be taken through. That was a really good shot, by the way, reinforcing from the other side, wall banked into Pantry. And now, FURIA 2 rounds away from bringing us to OT. 4-6. As the exhibition is called upon here by FaZe. Reinforcements this time to come around rather than slide openings on the bottom side. However, just one side though. So the other one is going to be left soft. So they cannot really go for an opening. They cannot really go for hard breach because you're kind of exposed if you do so.
FaZe just need to connect one more dot. Barbecue, okay. It was theirs the first time, and the second not so much. It's been a little bit of a back and forth between Exhibition and Karaoke. But still, 2 more chances to send this game over to Chalet. 2 more they're more than happy to take. Obviously, FURIA have taken their tech timeout. FaZe still have that option if they think that there's something to talk about, potentially if this round goes away from them before they find themselves hurtling into OT.
So I'm thinking as well, if they lose this one, it's going to be a tech timeout. But at the same time, you also give FURIA the opportunity to talk. So FaZe, they might be thinking about just leaving it as is. 4-6, E1D goes off. Opening will be made onto the VIP wall. They want to get this done quickly. FURIA want to have as much time left as they possibly can. There's a bit of a worry due to that Alibi Prisma being out there. It's always going to be on your screen. Enemy outside. You need to deal with it at some point. But it's kind of a waste of time if you do so. I mean, it's annoying, but if you put time and attention towards it, you're basically walking right into the trap that FaZe has set for you.
Well, there's a trap. Handy, the man who got the kit down, and the last kill in the last round is the first off this time. Astro is able to get that early lead in. Another entry statistic goes into the way of FaZe Clan here. Fantasy with a pop. He wants to get closer and closer to this engagement and find it. He's not quite able to get the lock in, but Cyber sure does. Offers some support, and the breach needs to start to come behind it. Rare with the Candelas. Throwing them in towards Exhibition in the back line. The grenade comes over the back. The pre-fire spray on the one player that got slipped loose. SDK wasn't given anything onto the Dragon Swing and misses when he actually is. Cannot quite connect the dots here, FURIA. A lot of missed calls and missed moments. Miracle on the back line. Trying to dig his way through onto Terrace. Rare is going for a big rotate underneath. The 3 players have themselves set up in a 3-point push, but is there anyone that they can pull away from it? Tucked around on the short box, blinded by his own player. It's blind sprays. SDK, you got to offer some support here. They're suffering, and so are you. Cameraman gets one. It's Souls with one more. All left a Miracle. There's a body down. There's a scrappy one, but it's FaZe Clan to take the first map.
They take the first, and now they'll head to Chalet in a couple of minutes to try and lock it up at a 2-0. To yet again beat FURIA in a best of 3 like they always have. And they'll be more than happy with this one. Well locked off. The stats slightly favored them, especially after that first half. A 4-2 split on the attack is something to be truly happy about here.
We will be throwing to a quick break before we're back with our analysts to break it down.
To leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Thinker, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.
Welcome back, friends. After our Nighthaven, I guess, ad that was just being shown, and that'll be more to Sunday. So make sure you're tuning in for the reveal of the next kind of chapter of Rainbow Six. Welcome you back on the analyst desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and Pengu, and FaZe Clan were just able to bring out their first victory here in the first map, 7-4 on Skyscraper, a map that I'm very happy that we got to see. But we want to talk strategy because we talked about the map and how difficult it can be and natural expansions. You know, the normal thing nerds do. So, Pengu, can you please help me out here? What did you see strategically?
So honestly, when we look at Skyscraper in this matchup with FaZe and FURIA, naturally I'm already thinking FaZe is going to win. Why? Because Skyscraper is not like a huge open map where you can just run around like crazy, which is what FURIA's playstyle is all about. And sure, when FURIA was on the attack, they got the armor on Fantasy, they got in quickly, and they got a couple of kills, but they couldn't really get a foothold anywhere on the map because FaZe, they hold onto the ground so well, they do that natural expansion to one area, they hold on super, super hard, and they chill out. And then FURIA, they can't quite problem solve it. The trades from FaZe are way too good. And when FaZe was on their attack, they had all the gimmicks, as I said, right? Yeah. A Monty round, an Amara round, a Ying round, and those couple of things, those pocket strats, they just got them those couple of rounds that they needed to get that round advantage.
And that's what the big thing was, that round advantage. As soon as they were 4-2 on the attack, you start thinking this is a team that actually loves defending out Skyscraper, and it only took, you know, 3 or 4 more rounds before they'd confirm the game. And I think ultimately, in a way, FURIA are probably a little bit upset with G2. Because they should have been the #1 seed going out of that group, and FURIA could have had a much easier time of things, but they probably picked one of the best second seed team coming in.
I want to ask you a question that, you know, some people kind of struggle with when they see operator bans. They're like, oh, why did they ban this operator over the other one? Thatcher, you know, everybody sees Thatcher gets banned in Pro League, so of course they ban it in the ranked games because that's how it's supposed to go, right? But what happens here with the Oryx ban from FURIA against FaZe? Is this targeted? What is it supposed to act for on Skyscraper?
Honestly, I can't tell you exactly the reason what's for it, because I feel like if you're FURIA and you're up against FaZe, I feel like you'd want more firepower on your side, if anything. obviously banning the Oryx going to limit how aggressive FaZe can play.
Yeah.
But even with that limitation, FaZe still out-aggressed FURIA, I would say, because they won their 1v1s. They got more opening kills. They had better trades. And overall, it seemed like FaZe just had a better play on Skyscraper as an individual map overall.
Jack?
I agree. I agree. Like the Oryx ban is something that unless it's blatantly obvious, it's one of them is you don't know if it's comfort. Oryx is you know, if you see it against Leon Gage, you get it, right? But when it's just a kind of comfort thing, he is the fastest operator. It does allow a lot of mobility, so maybe there was that.
I feel like you could have banned the Monty. You know FaZe loves to play. They played on Clubhouse, they played on Bank, they played on
And it cost them
Skyscraper.
straight away, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
First round, it's a Monty carry T attack, and we spoke about this in prep. They walk in, they get diffuser down, round success, post-ban is good. But they banned the Oryx. On defense, that is. Of course, it's not an attacker, but it just speaks to you can target ban FaZe in other areas that might have been more impactful, if you will.
Yeah, and those reverse repels, you know, depending on it, this is bread and butter of EU for looking back 3 years ago, but, you know, times have kind of revolved around many different changes. But let's talk about our scoreboard and the players' performance in said matchup. Put it up on the screen for you, our match summary. And looks like Souls is still having a banger of a time. Honestly, the man's been competing since pretty much your days, Pengu, and he's still doing pretty darn well.
He is, but he hasn't gotten that much recognition until the last like 6 to 9 months, right? Because that's when he started making those international debuts, and his performance is. When he first kind of got international, people said it's like the Bride of Latam, right? He's a squad player.
I was waiting for somebody to say Can we let him be his own man at some point?
No, I mean, okay, so I hate comparing players to players because like apples are apples, but Souls is like a support player who gets frags, clutches, etc. Massive impact for his team, but he is Souls. He is an individual who's made a name for himself.
So Pengu is like the Fabian of NA.
No, no. Fabian and I are nothing alike in any way.
I mean, you're a nice guy.
I'm a nice guy for starters. No, Milosh, no.
In terms of they retired in their talent now, so
and
it's PTSD.
Yeah.
Well, we got our highlights playing here, and you see a lot of that window play, and seems like a lot of teams are just comfortable with getting picks on windows because of the amount of open space you can abuse on Skyscraper before you even get to the Drum Dragon area.
I think that's the thing, Milosh, is that, you know, we talked about that. I talked about how teams can stagnate up in the kind of Drum Dragon area. When you play the Ying, when you play the Monty, when you play the Amara, when you play anything that, you know, Nick called gimmick operators, it actually allows you to skip steps. That's why it's a gimmick, right? Because you don't have to go through a default attack. So when FaZe are doing that, what that allows them to do is so much more time to actually set up these executes because they rely on these gimmicks to do so. It works perfectly.
Yeah. And I think it's also it shows FaZe's both experience as a roster and as a team, but also they understand that while you can't just be the better shot, you can be the better shot and have these pocket strats or gimmick strats, and you just get the best of both worlds, really. And it's hard to play against a prep 4 because there are so many different factors that you got to consider each and every single round.
That's the difficulty when you're going up against teams that are so decorated. Reminder, FaZe won, you know, Sweden Major. Of course, this is a squad that has seen a lot of success, but they've also been to so many events that only really kind of breaks you in for it. Plus, most of the time you're playing against the top teams in the world inside of Brazil, especially now they're playing on LAN, etc., etc. All of these factors, you know, give FaZe that advantage. That FURIA, obviously, they can go wide and get really aggressive in the meantime, but that's an extra thing to consider. We have a moment. I'm just going to annoy production for just a moment and talk about our next. I can do that, but you know,
that's cool.
This is me. Yeah, that's not a cool thing when we're done after. But Chalet, really quick. What would you like to see in that map from FURIA, maybe to take it to map 3?
I think naturally it's going to favor FURIA more because on Chalet you can run around more, you can take those fights and confrontations, but I still think FURIA needs to, first of all, operator bans, try and target ban FaZe Clan, trying to hurt them somewhere because this is a domestic matchup, they play each other every single week and scrim each other every single week in the LATAM. You need to bring something out that they haven't seen before, right? Or do a little bit of a wow factor move. So I think because you're down a map already, just go all in.
Just go all in. I think this is, in terms of preference, I have this as FaZe's 8th preference map. I have FaZe playing an 8-map pool. They have one permaban, which is, if you let me scroll, is Border, right? And then they play 8 maps. But they've not played FURIA on Chalet before. But this is definitely should be FURIA's map pick. They're much more comfortable playing it. Even though And I will say this, they don't actually have a good round win percentage on it, Milosh.
Okay. So do you see this going to map 3? Just that's it. I've annoyed them enough.
No. I think FaZe have got way too much quality. I think, honestly, the worst opponent FURIA could have got was FaZe, because FaZe just have a really good read on this team. They're better than them in best of 1s. They're better than them in a best of 3. I can't see FaZe losing it.
You agree?
A 7-5 for FaZe.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
It'll be close.
It'll be close. FURIA might just, backs against the wall, and that might be something of a different that they can use. So thank you, Pengu. And Fresh, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be potential on to FURIA. Maybe a take in map 3, survive here in the quarterfinals of the Berlin Major, or will it be FaZe to take it through 2-0 and join us in the semifinals? We'll see you in a few minutes, and that'll be Hap and Fluke to take you through the whole story in a moment. Enjoy.
I'm going to keep it in English this time. Welcome back, Berlin. We are about to get underway with our second match, or second map of this quarterfinal. My name is Hap. With me is still Emmy, and in the back we have the crowd waving at you who are back at home watching, of course, to find out which of your Latam teams is going to be making it through.
That's it. Obviously, they're going to be up against another Latin American team who have already found their way through. This is finding out our last semi-finalist before we roll into the games tomorrow. If you missed the first map, FaZe 1 map up, it was theirs. Now we're going to be heading to the Icy Cool, which I think everybody here is going to be quite happy about, of Chalet, to see if FURIA can try and push themselves onto a third map.
Bit of snow, bit of...
I would love that.
Cool ski resort to go through.
Appreciate that.
Nice little holiday ID coming through right here.
Throw a snowball at Dez.
Not just one. Just get like one of those automatic snowball launchers. And then either way, what is at stake? Well, The semi-finals are at stake, and we're headed towards Chalet. If FaZe manage to win this one, no matter what the score is, it is going to be them headed towards the semi-finals. If it will be FURIA, we will see a map number 3. Loud music, it's hard to talk over.
Yeah, you just gotta let it play out now.
Yeah, you're gonna play out.
Before in groups, when you didn't have it echoing around the whole room, the sound is really cool in this room.
It definitely is.
It's a theater.
Is it now?
Yes. All right, Chalet and the side of, well, these two teams, to be honest, neither of them has massively hidden it. I think that's the sort of split of things. 50% win rate for the side of FURIA over the past rough 3 months, and actually a 66% win rate for the side of FaZe. They played it 1 time less.
We're getting the waves going on again.
Yeah.
40 bands. Let's just play it out. Ying's sledge removed. First defender now in the waves. Well, I doubt it's going to be a Cade. A Valkyrie could be on the board. Mira maybe even. Let it play out. Hey!
Zami. We'll talk about these after.
Yeah, let the crowd have that
We'll let
moment.
the crowd have their moment.
For sure.
They deserve it.
They deserve it.
It's better than when Parker got.
They're actually doing a wave now as well, go from front to back. Very nice.
I'm so excited to see that grow over the weekend. It's like we went to Charlotte and Parker got the crowd booing at the screen. And then here the crowd is just, I think it's the sports crowd in Europe.
Yeah.
They were booing at Parker. Medics has just said it,
okay.
which is fair enough.
It wasn't about not having the right
No,
cards.
It was about something else. All right. Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage. The removal of the Ying. It was causing a couple of problems, I think, before. It was a bit of a tip to the spear that FURIA doesn't want to sort of risk running around and behind. Sure, they bought it themselves for some of the approaches. It didn't quite have the same effect. We saw it used once or twice by FaZe on the most recent map, but it's something FaZe can use well.
Now, FaZe is pretty 50-50 on this map, even though, of course, they haven't won all of it. But if you look at their percentage of win rates on the rounds itself, pretty evenly spread out. If you actually look at FURIA, slightly lower than that, 45% on the defense, 55% on the attack. And one FURIA fan, again, is giving them all they need. Give them the energy.
FURIA! There we go.
Now there's more joining in. All right. Round 1 on the way. We are in the basement. We are in Snowmobile and Y. And let's see how it plays out. FURIA on that defense. Are they going to be able to make the difference here from the get-go? Or is FaZe going to lead in with the same amount of pressure and momentum as they had in that previous map?
FURIA, forever the bridesmaid, never quite progressing deeper enough to be the bride. They haven't really had the best time at majors, but they've been so consistent at getting to them, and this, throughout their groups, was their best performance throughout the groups before. Sort of started to hit a bit of a head here against FaZe. Obviously, there was no inter-region matchups inside, so this is their first true taste of somebody that knows them truly inside and out. The breach comes through pretty quickly onto the side of Snowmobile. Just going to make it uncomfortable. Bullet finds a fight, trying to creep his way right round onto the side, and the approach here from the bottom of West Main. Cyberzera, he's going to see if he can get control of Fireplace in the second story. You need to lock down Dining in that hatch if you want to try and slip a plant, but you've still got Rare on the top ropes with Fantasy stacked up on the stairs.
So Thermic, I believe, just went off. They are starting to open up onto the side on many different of these angles. You mentioned it, Rare, before. He's on that top floor. He's about to receive a bit of a present, though, from Cyber. Doesn't spot him around the corner somehow, Rare, with the first kill.
Tucked himself in right up against it. Knew the pressure was going to start to explode and decided, well, let's try and pop them before it becomes a problem. Souls just misses out on an engagement, and Handy takes Bullet. Now he's looking back to see what he missed, and he's missing everything. There's the kit off on the far end, the Narnia. And Souls is left on West Main. They still seem to have a bit of an awareness that a player's here. There's 2 of them ready. If one goes down, the next is going to swing into it. There it is, the first. And Souls and Cameraman both get 1 apiece at the same time. SDK, an important moment here. He's got to try and win this out. It's technically a 1 versus 1, but look how separated the FURIA players are. At the same time, FaZe, there's just a hatch technically that separates the 2 of them.
As long as they have control of that hatch, it is going to be Cameraman in a position, but the hatch is gone. Souls gets taken out. It's only up to him now. In a 1v3 situation, no diffuser inside either for him to use and plant. So he needs to sneak around. Heads into blue. Quickly checking his corners. Is going to be checking the staircase as well. Spots out the player. Detonates the Vulcan. Gonna be keeping him at bay there, but you know, his position has been known and know exactly where he's gonna be coming from. Gets swung on from below. Fantasy with the kill. He's allowing FURIA to pick up the first round here on Chalet.
Opened up FURIA with the first. And to be honest, it was a little bit back and forth the last game before it started to entirely slink and slip away from them. At this point, it I guess becomes more of a conversation of can they keep this roller going? With things going how they are, we saw a lot of control by FaZe for a big portion of the opening half of the map. FURIA, they sort of struggled getting everything thread together, but here, off to a better start.
Definitely are off to a better start. And they want to continue that. They want to push this to a map number 3. They want to make sure they have the opportunity to fight for their semi-final. And it starts here on Chalet, after they've just lost out on that very first map, to see if they can hold on to whatever it is they are looking for. Now, with that first one going that way, that is the start of potential momentum that can be built upon as they set themselves up this time around for the kitchen and dining area. Rare, the man with the magical glasses, is on a bit of a roam. He's down below. Not going to be too helpful at the very first couple of seconds if he stays here and the side gets attacked directly. His SDK finds Souls with a bit of a spawn peek. Rare wasn't trying to as well. He wanted to give a bit of support, but now we'll head back towards the side.
Another very early take, a very quick breakthrough there. Souls gone. They lose an important player on the previous map, and they lose the Twitch. It's going to be a huge plethora of utilities still put apart and across proxies, bulletproofs, and of course, all the gadgetry, ADSs, and discs. So how are you going to have to try and fight your way through without so much support on those very important pressure points of burn? Obviously, you've got the main stairs. You've got SDK as well, just an upside-down rappel across the bow.
Rappel incoming. Bullet trying to put up that pressure onto the library. It's crucial in your conquest to take that top floor. It is the way in directly. E1D pops and hopefully someone to follow up behind it, but instead it's just going to be information. They know exactly where Fantasy is going to be located now. Our Reterrans are coming around the corner as well, pushing back into the bathroom area. Still has the opportunity to push out, of course, but slowly but steadily the FaZe members are starting to surround him there, and you already have them up on the double window on the back here near Solarium, so Fantasy's kind of stuck in the bathroom.
Waiting patiently for the burn game that happens. He can't do it alone, so he's hoping that Cyber's Era can put a little bit of distance in and try and pressure the players out, but there's one talk, as you said, inside bathroom. That drone, did it see him? I guess that's a question we're going to have answered in a second. Fantasy's going to answer it himself. There's a take, there's a cold kit, there's a second. Doesn't quite get the connection. There it is. Cyber is just able to find the map. They're still trying to push behind the momentum that they built before. They're obviously still a body down. Lost the player onto the windows. And FURIA pull themselves back towards the site.
Needs to be used, but will be caught off by an ADS that literally just activated again. So no damage done. Of course, there was no players out there. No need to worry. As Astro gets quite close, receives a return fire from Miracle with the 9mm. Leaves it only up to Cyber now in a 1v3 situation. If he wants FaZe to win, he needs to clutch this out. 40 seconds, it's plenty of time.
That's it, all the time in the world now, but unfortunately none of the friends to try and achieve it with. An attempt on a catch on the loose player, nothing, at least has the kit in pocket, but I don't believe they've been able to do any construction and destruction onto the site before they can actually make it. So you've still got locked box and the angles that they want to go through. There's a big rotation coming from underneath, one on the far end of the table. It's going to be your first engagement. They don't need to swing until it becomes an ask. Again, more peppers and 3 fires. They know where you are. Gets one out the door, but no more.
No more than that. It's FURIA now, 2-0. Starting off. Oh, he has binoculars with him.
Truly has gone to the theater.
Let's bring the binocs.
If only he had them on the end of a stick.
There's room for improvement over the next 3 days then. Now, beautiful shot, by the way, from Miracle. Figured out he was being pressured. Able to lock off a couple of kills. Lock it around as well. FURIA find themselves a 2-0. FaZe again on the attack. This time it's going to be the billiard or bar and games area. but so far they haven't really been able to be in true control yet. The rounds, they have been scrappy, yes, but it's always been FURIA that still had 2 or 3 members left at the end of that round to make sure they were there to lock it in. Because FaZe kind of struggled. So they need to figure out a way to get these rounds in on the attack. Aim for a 3-3, it's still possible. I mean, it requires you to step up the game a little bit compared to what you've shown so far on Chalet. But they are capable of doing that. They're an experienced lineup.
5 seconds remaining.
So we sort of highlighted statistics on the previous map and how generally it starts to fall. This is one that does play well to attackers, and last game was generally swinging into the same favor of stats, but here it's opening against the curve. Oh, goodbye. That's just one of them moments.
And Cyber taking up a beautiful headshot from STK. Wasn't even putting up a pressure yet. He was just sitting there. Just like Rara sitting there right now. He's not receiving a bullet, luckily. A beautiful pickup.
Yeah, he's waiting for the chance to go for a bit of a pop and a run out here. They actually stacked themselves close to a couple of different windows, and they've played these little angles before and caused a bit of drama. Here, the smoke and the movement, the goo mine gets stuck in foot. They're covered. They don't quite have it. There it is. The attempt at the plant stuck around the corner. Are you going to go for the swing, Handy? He's tempted, but he's not actually going to make the motion. They're going to find a plant, and the cover above. Fantasy goes down. The run out does get 1, can't get 2. And Rare's been able to tuck himself into Pantry. They're over the side. The smoke comes down. They're looking for the angle above the hatch as well. It's the 2 players with 4. Lost vertical, lost control of the window. The Adrenal, no more grenades from the Thinker at least, just to deliver and drop. There's a long-range class. There's the man behind the smoke. Handy gets at least 1 out the door, but a sliver of health and a pre-fire stating the knowledge. We know where you are.
And FaZe will lock it off. Find their first round, and we just mentioned it before, there is still plenty of time for them to turn Chalet around. They've only lost 2 rounds so far, and if they manage to bring this to a 3-3 or maybe even a 4-2 for themselves, they're finding themselves in that good spot. Is that Krine's brother out there?
Krine's brother?
Yeah?
With the flexing?
With the flexing?
Maybe. It's like a flex cam, we need that.
The flex cam. Also need the sign cam to come up. But I don't see any signs around now. I saw them earlier today.
Cyber, come on.
Lock off from cameraman now. We are headed back towards the snowmobile and wine cellar area, where of course FaZe have lost out a round before. FURIA hoping that now it has been unlocked again after 2 extra rounds of play, since they have won it, can take another victory here. They can put themselves on the 3-1 here. Something might have been learned about it, though. They might have figured out what went wrong last time around, so they can change things in the bases,
5 seconds left.
which allows them to continue on.
Red Light came through with a little bit of intel there.
I didn't hear what he said, though. Something with the bandit, but that's about it.
He said they want to... They were hiding the pick.
Oh, they were hiding the pick. All right.
Yes.
So the drones came through, couldn't find it.
They're playing against the Thatcher, obviously. The Thatcher is on the board.
Yes.
They have the chance to roll against it, but they're going to see if they can try and trick at least the first. And when you're looking at what they've got, well, it's only really both of them. They have more than enough to have a bit of a cost here. The Bandit's already up. They're waiting for the approach here. Fantasy, you might try and cause some problems. I'm concerned. Droning out all of the mute jammers, stop any drones getting themselves through. There's the first. This grenade is going to go when the mute jammers are off to take care of all of that. But there's an ADS, and there's Fantasy pulling away.
They might have wanted to hide it there, but a double Selma is going to be a bit too much to trick, so Fantasy has to pull off. There's no way for him to try and still go for that trick, so instead goes a bit more aggressive, opens up that window, sees if he can actually find a pick upon one of the FaZe players out there on the main breach, but they've already rotated out. They're here near the trench. They want to open up towards the wine cellar wall so they can actually dig in deep and go for that plant. However, the hatch still not under control of the attackers.
And that's it. If they're going to go for this sort of breach and plant, obviously last time we were on this site, cameraman, he tried to dig his way through. Rare suffers some scrapes, and Fantasy suffers even more. Most of a grenade catches him in the face. There's a little pocket left. I think there's a drone at the bottom of the snowmobile stairs that's probably calling out most of his motions. SDK blinded on his approach, and Cyber takes care of Handy. Now SDK, he doesn't want to get isolated here. He's concerned about somebody slipping their way down from the west main stairs as everything seems to be firing its way through. It's just a bit of a hole. There's a rotation coming from Garage. Oh, he pops out of nowhere. Pre-fires, hoping for a second phase to appear, but instead moves deeper away. He's a problem that needs to be dealt with.
Especially if you want to go for the execute that FaZe is currently eyeing up. They want to plant near the wine cellar area. They need to dig in deep as a result, but if you have someone out there near the actual big garage, as Cyber just comes in, takes down Rare, they can always strike back in the back of you, and that's not something you want. However, you can put up a bit of flank watch now. If you manage to get yet another kill down on the direct side, you could be going for a plant.
Miracle's trying to take a fight on the door. He wanted to offer some support. Souls is keeping that lockdown, saying, we know where you are, so they just pop the fire. Buy themselves 15 seconds and hope they can loop it in a huge rotation round towards Garage. The kit is currently making its way to a brand new home. And you can see they've got the stack up and support. They're hoping all the attention comes through. There's Cyberzera. There's Cyberzera! Gets the drop through the side, gets his 4K. Is he on for the ace? He's trying to make it in time for the fight. Souls is putting a bit of bait with the knife. Cyber pre-fires, and he's going to keep going and going. He wants the big pop-up, and he gets it!
It is comes through, the right call made. They realize someone was in the big garage. He pushes through, gets 2 kills. The plant can go down behind the bins. And SDK still stuck inside of the big garage. These are the Hatman.
The Hatman. The Hat Folk.
The Hat Folk.
Good hats.
Good
Great
hats. Love to see them.
So we've seen binoculars in the audience. We've got hats.
Yes, we do. What else can we find?
There's someone in a banana costume.
Yeah, but I think...
How?
Oh, there's the banana. I can see. Yeah.
There's
can
the
we get
banana.
the camera on?
Great banana.
Maybe soon. Start being signed as well by other telemembers.
Well, what else are you supposed to do with it?
Of course, get the banana signed. One more bite.
In the last map, it was one of the things I sort of said around the halfway point, closer towards the end, that some of the bigger names that we're used to grabbing a game and zooming with the pressure, Cyber being one of them, weren't quite hitting the same sort of pace. Obviously, FaZe still won it out and found that grab and momentum here with the ace, with the kills that he'd already got as a calm and cool nest before then. From that point onwards, we'll see if he has a little bit, I guess, more of that caliber and quality.
2-2 FaZe have managed to bring it back. They stopped the momentum of FURIA. Now they find themselves on equal levels. Back towards the kitchen and dining we go. FaZe going to be able to get a 3rd round in a row here, put themselves in the lead, not just in maps, but also in round score here in Chalet. Cyber holding very long. He knows someone is out there looking for a bit of a spawn peek, but he can't quite find it yet.
Rare takes a little bit of damage. Fantasy's trying to find a fight with Cyber from a very long range. Oh! Well, that's Fantasy for you. And that's one of the problems you got to deal with. Sense might be the next. First time we've seen them picked up in this showdown. They're looking for some attention over onto Solarium's side. But it's the slow creep of Bullet. He's potentially gone undetected and wants to keep it that way for now.
Now the thing is, with Sense, I think they are a really good operator, especially if you do manage to open up the wall onto the fireplace side. However, it's now Heartbreach. So that's not going to be working out. So they need to find a different ways to use their gadget, the light screen, to block off lines of sight.
Well, not that way, but at least Cameraman can try and take one back. Sends and Bullet on the back line. Suddenly it's 3 versus 3. Gets dropped from the cover coming through from main. SDK and Bullet now scrape next. Miracle had the lockdown. They're keeping each other's backs locked in. There it is. The end of Souls and Bullet with a sliver of health and no diffuser for his trouble is buried inside the site. They have the vertical control. They've rotated up. Players rotated down as well.
It's the ITA-12S. Just a slither of HP that needed to be taken care of. That's, well, as far as the shotgun really reaches. So, it's FURIA that do retake the lead after just shortly have lost it against FaZe. 3-2. Aiming for a 4-2 split.
I mean, that would be fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Your defense on Chalet, if you're able to push yourself into a 4-2 before heading onto your attack, as I said, it's one of the things that FURIA have been fantastic at throughout this tournament. That puts you in a really good position to push this game onto that 3rd map, onto that 3rd location to butt heads of Kafe, which is intrinsically a very coordinated, a very sometimes claustrophobic and sometimes terrifyingly open map in terms of the takes that you do. A great bite back from FURIA here. They cut the momentum of FaZe off. As you said, can they get their fourth? FaZe still don't think it's worth taking the timeout for now. This is still par for their course. And to be fair, they put a great defensive performance on this map, generally throughout this tournament so far, and in general.
Yes. But 50% is the average win rate so far off this map in this tournament. So with that, FURIA managed to lock this up with a 4-2. They're doing better than average. Then definitely the attack could be decisive. But FaZe, there's nothing to be lost yet. They can still bring this to a 3-3, and after that find themselves with what is basically an average split.
Okay, FaZe, what can you do here on your last attack? Well, apparently not a lot. Cyber's removed. Fantasy, 2 for 2 over the past 2 rounds and taking his head off when he's far from the building. That gives them, once again, a huge boon and a bit of intel here for just them to sort of have the confidence. The push and the pressure comes through. Souls is steadily removing it. The Twitch drone active and alive. Probably not for very long. They're popping and peppering every bit of intel and utility. Just slips by the mute jam, and with the hot pings, comes through.
Kill comes in for Astra. Takes the body count back to even. Removing the Melusi off the board. SDK. To be able to have any further impact. Fantasy, 4 reinforced walls right behind him. Allows him to be a bit more safe. Rotates back as the E1D pops off. Doesn't want to be the first target of a potential push right through the library. That's going to be some information. Some good information on the pantry. They need to deal with Miracle somehow. Now, as he steps out, it seems like he's aware of the fact that there is a drone, and we'll find it as well. Takes it out. Now needs to relocate, though, before they act upon the outdated information.
That's it. They know that that player is a backline, but to be fair, you've always generally expected it's the other loose ones. Noticeably Fantasy around at the top, playing just shy of the fireplace hold spot, hoping it goes out unchecked, tucked behind the bookcase itself. Obviously, he's a big reveal. If anyone put pressure onto the double window, but seemingly nobody directly is. Cameraman's making a steady approach, though, across from the bedroom side. He might be the first to find that fight. He's just keeping some of the cool coordination. It's still just down to Fantasy, because if he takes a fight and then goes for a hop out over the balcony, he still might get caught. Waiting patiently and with bated breath. As I said, he is in a place that could get audio called and picked apart. Miracle finds Bullet. They're trying to push themselves, force it to the side. There's the strike. There it is. FURIA, a 4-2 split.
With that, they put themselves in a really good position for the second half. They want to push this towards the map number 3 to decide whoever is going to those semifinals. 4-2. A moment of breath. Wine Cellar and Snowmobile will be coming up next for this side of FaZe now on the defense. As the timer ticks down, we're getting underway. Just to figure out what is going to be next.
All right, at this point, what are we going to start to get here from the side of FaZe? They were not entirely convincing on their defenses. It was when the game started to find a bit of a back and forth, and it might have continued if they hadn't been able to have such a sturdy attack when they were on the other map. But here, well, they've got to try and find a way to step it up, bring a little bit more of that energy, bring them a little bit more of what we've seen from them. There it is. FURIA is trying to bring their energy.
Definitely want to. They want to push this towards map number 3. They want to make sure that they can fight for their spot in semis. You said it before, they never really got this far. They want to make sure that finally they push themselves into a situation where they have the opportunity to fight, where they have the opportunity to compete, maybe even for a grand final spot. And I know that is getting ahead of myself here. We're still in quarters. But if they do manage to push this to a map number 3, then it could be possible that they pick it up all together as we head to Kafe for a decider. Now, it is the second half, and Siege is a game off 2 halves, and with that FaZe onto the defense now. They might be outdoing FURIA. We do not know that yet. But as Fancy gets the very first, it's Astro taking off the board. It's a good start for FURIA on their first attacking round. Cyber drops this well right now. Not a single point of damage done yet towards the side of FURIA. As Rare does go down, Cameraman chases for the kill. He's quite low on HP. Souls drops as well. SDK somehow wins out on that gunfight. Only Cameraman and Bullet remain. In a 2v4 situation now, FaZe. Can they bring this back? Can they clutch this up in a 2v4? No, it doesn't seem to be the case as Bullet drops. Cameraman goes aggressive, he's chasing with the SMG, but he runs out of ammo as it's being taken out from above. SDK locks him off, and it's FURIA now 5-2 in the lead.
Well, this is sort of what we expected a little bit more from on the first map. We didn't quite have that energy, that warmed up, and on the back of that, FaZe are taking their time out to talk. Try and slow things back down, but you can see the smiles on the sides of FURIA. They want to keep this one going. They're more than happy to see how much further they can push this. Obviously, as we said before, Dostoyevsky is going to be our third map if FURIA can keep up this trend. But 5-2. Hey, do you know when we were last here?
When were we last here?
This exact time in the previous map. FaZe were up 5-2 after their first round on the split of the half. So there is pretty good history here for FURIA to be able to lock it down.
All right, FURIA, just 2 more rounds and you find yourselves headed towards map number 3. Pretty good attack coming down just now. You isolated the players of FaZe. There was not really anything they could do against it. They're trying to fight back, they're trying to go aggressive, but instead you fall back as well. At the same time they go for that push, they run out of breath. You take them out as they do. Do not allow them to get back into cover.
Protect your bombs from being defused by them.
And we're headed towards the dining. Kitchen area. This is where we would have liked to see Sense come into play in combination with a Heart Breach earlier on.
Attackers have located
Again, no true Heart Breach. This time in the hands of FURIA though. Might still be repicked in. Of course, is a mechanic that is currently on the board. And otherwise, we will see some Heart Breach gadgets instead on maybe the hands of Handy to make sure that there is at least some capability of opening up the wall and create some angles for the long-range attacking guns to be used.
All right, FaZe. What was in the half-time oranges? Where was that conversation and where is it going to take you? One more round and FURIA find themselves guaranteed OT, but it really feels like they're going to take more than just one more round at this current rate. A pretty standard hold and setup here. They've got pretty much everything to break through it. Oh wait, apart from hard destruction. They're going for something a little bit more built around the openings that they have ahead of them. It's a quick bout of explosives here.
They want to just brute force themselves through. There's not even Heart Breach gadgets that we would have discussed earlier on. Bullet drops back. He knows the pressure is coming up, so decides to fall back behind the stairs, going down towards the snowmobile area so he can still strike back. Nobody would do that though as soon as the Heart Breach decides to go off, but since there is none, not quite sure how this is going to be working out. Looks like FURIA just want to go for a bit of aggression, just want to lead in with these entries and then do not stop until they're back on the site. Make the defenders go for a bit of a retake strategy here.
Drop the diffuser.
FURIA very quick to find their way in towards the top floor, but this is where things might get a little bit tricky because the Gap is going to try and brute force their way through. We've already seen FaZe have a pretty quick reaction. They handed over Library. They weren't going to play the game that FURIA wanted to play. But still, Cameraman, how long is he going to try and stick this out? Has the shield for support. Obviously, it's smoke. Fantasy goes maybe for the swing round. There's the pop on anything that might stop this. The drop onto the shield. There it is. The grenade. Oh. Perfectly played. The C4 a little bit too late, but they'd already got the drop onto the player. Fantasy's just going to move along, and all that ground is taken away. But Astro, he wanted to have one more taste before he slips back. There goes Miracle as well onto the swing of the stairs. Picked back up. But are they going to escape? Ooh, just sings to the top of the stairs with a sliver of health.
They know though, someone is coming down from below them. Someone is chasing them. And his Handy has gone down. He's looking towards blue, hoping to find Bullet, of course, who did go for that chase before. Seems like he's going on the flank again. This might be to his detriment as he does get picked up, potentially, by the flank watch. Drones out there. Bullet just holding as well. Knows someone could be coming down these blue stairs. Will they, though? is a big question. Handy deciding to give up on actually watching that flank, putting up some pressure, opening up these hatches, seeing if he can find alternate angles.
I was going to say, it sounded like he popped the camera just at the very end there, so I think they were waiting for it to potentially become active and hope that he slipped through, thinking nobody was there. FURIA, 30 seconds. They've still got to try and pace and focus towards the site, seeing if they can force some of the players out of position around the door itself, keep moving. You know, they've got C4s, and they used one almost perfectly just before. A little bit more health, a little bit more for Miracle, just to try and work it on the final 20 seconds. SDK takes the drop, takes the rotation. Miracle, slow creep down the stairs. There's a break, there's Cyber. Able to find the mark. There's just 2 players left. There's no kit, there's one. There's only Handy. He is in between every single which way FaZe. 3 rounds.
3 rounds, and I'm kind of worried, though. Worrying. Where was the Heartbreach? There was not even a single attempt at bringing it. You could have brought Heartbreach gadgets. You could have brought a Heartbreach operator. I mean, you knew what site you were going to. Yet again, FURIA didn't want to play it. And if they do continue going down that road, we might see FaZe go for a bit of a comeback. And of course you can brute force. Of course you can try and push through like they wanted to do. But if you limit yourselves to just a couple of doorways, then it is going to be easier for these defenders to shut you down as well. You need to open up these multiple different angles. And if you look at them right now, no sign of a Heartbreach yet either. I mean, Handy is going down onto the buck. Again, could bring Heartbreach gadgets, but you kind of want more than that. You kind of want the Hibana that indeed comes down from Rare right now. Opens up opportunities. That's what you're looking for. If you don't take the Heartbreach, there's nothing you can open up that is currently closed. So you need to give yourself the opportunity to do so if you think it's necessary. And just bringing out the Hibana, that might be a big change that was necessary.
Also, with the IQ, in terms of driving against some of the intel, there's always the concern, there's always the tuck-in. Chalet is such a big intel-driven game at points, just being able to hide away so much utility in and amongst the beams across the top or the tucked-in plant pots on the bottom. It's a consistent problem, and she can make that problem much quicker. FURIA, talking of quick, they're not going just as they were before. They're trying to find out Astro. He's suddenly finding himself between a couple of different drones. How long he decides to stick around on this territory and how many he decides to take out on the way, it's probably sooner rather than later as SDK. He's looking to creep his way up here. The grenade comes as the cook. Fantasy hits the window. Astro's found his way towards Split and slipped past the big double door.
Issue now is that they've given away the complete north side of that building, both top floor and bottom floor. So with that, they can start pushing towards the site. They can start pushing towards the library from inside the building rather than outside on the balcony. And that might be a bit more difficult to deal with as a defender right here, because they have that horizontal width that they can use. They can bring in multiple grenades. They can bring in these different kinds of angles, and you are kind of limited to whatever you can use.
FURIA knocking their heads against this FaZe hold for now. They haven't quite been able to find those wide picks that they did before, whether that was the topic of FaZe's team talk of we just need to try and pull this one a little bit more back to our chests and then lean back into them when they don't quite expect the rest. It's starting to structure something more of a late gunfight rather than early doors being slammed in their face. Hey, STK, they say, with a few bullets fired from the bullet hole and the punch just on the bottom. They're not quite confident enough to go for the swing, but Miracle takes cameraman on the top of blue stairs. Bullet might need to take this drop sooner rather than later. He's hoping to get one loose catch, and there he does. Rare goes off. He's able to find Cyber with the cover of SDK. Handy has to swing round on the far side, finds Cyber, but Astro gets the drop onto Miracle at the same time. One player outside the double window. Handy still trying to get control of the top floor. They really got pulled away from FURIA there.
Ooh, Astro just got caught off there, but the air jab locked off, ran right through two. Wanted to retake that top floor, but unfortunately unable to make it stick. The air jabs doing their jobs, bringing it back to a 2v2. Nitro still in hand for Bullet, waiting for that. Pre-placed, they have a camera, they have information. Of course, Fantasy is still on the board as well. Could be using that electronic scanner to actually find out. As there is tons of utility, and the diffuser has been down.
Yeah, the diffuser was down in the engagement on the top floor. They chased the player instead. They've got it back now, but 15 seconds. One of them's going to have to try and head down. And it's not the man holding the kit. Handy gets locked on the door. FaZe. They bring it back within 1 round's touching distance.
FaZe able to grow into this defense is exactly what they need and need to show if they want to be going for a second major win. You need to be able to win on most maps. You need to be able to show the fortitude. And if you've been down like that, 4-2, 5-2, you need to be able to bring it back. It's FURIA, all right. I was thinking, what's being shouted? It's FURIA.
There was a bit of back and forth.
There's a bit of back and forth between the two fans. Now, as we head towards the basement, it is going to be FaZe needing to extend themselves. Now, are they going to do that with a roam towards the top floor, or are they going to be, you know, getting themselves nicely spread around onto that basement? Make sure they do take trench into their own hands, because there is going to be the Ossa. At least it seems like, in the hands of Rare. An operator, of course, with talent shields, which are perfect to go for a plant which might be contested from a certain angle. Think of the connector, for example. Put the talent shield down, you can plant right behind it. Only a C4 and impact will really be doing damage to you.
Attackers are moving out to locate
FaZe, 1 round separating them from catching up. FURIA still 1 round of being able to try and close this one out. They still obviously have time for their conversation, but they trust that this, the tertiary site, is the one that they might be able to lock down. Cellar was the start and it was theirs. It might be potentially closer to the end as well. Fantasy, a name that you still want to see always more of, because we know what he's capable of. And, well, Cyber is that other response, and he's getting this one early. There it is, Miracle. And there it is, Cameraman! And this is the game that these two teams play, a thread of players littered around the site, more than ready to pull at each other.
But that's how you need to play. You need to have someone ready to go for a refrag at every given time. May it be Cyber going for a jump out, getting caught by Miracle, of course, who was, you know, aware of what was happening, took that space, and Cameraman then going aggressive again. That's kind of what you need. You need that back and forth. You need to play on contact together, because otherwise you're just going to be losing members without any impact whatsoever.
When you lose an Ossa, usually it heralds plan A has gone wrong. SDK is able to at least start to make things go a little bit right. They went for the drop onto the hatch itself to take them by surprise, but SDK was more than ready and willing, and now suddenly it's a 3 versus 3, and there wasn't anybody close enough. Whether they knew he'd been able to crouch his way into that position or not, it doesn't change the fact that now they're trying to get the breach onto the building. The site itself there on snowmobile stairs. Bullet is trying to find an angle, but it seems like he's being revealed on the drone the whole time. They might get the catch on the second, but somebody's behind him, going for the catch themselves. Bullet had an awareness. He tucks himself back round a minute 10. He cannot be caught. It's Souls that swings round to offer that support. A long-range fight puts bullets either side. Fantasy, who can he find? There's one onto the blue. He tucks himself towards the side. Cannot connect. Handy gets 1. Handy gets 2. And now FURIA, with a little bit of a pistol and a little bit of health, takes the second to breathe. Cameraman, no more canisters. He's got to time this play against the plant. Is Handy going to stick it? He feels confident enough. The other player's far enough away. Now he's going for the fight. Oh, he gets Handy!
They were so low on HP. A single pellet from the shotgun would have ended the job right there. But finds a slither of that smoke. A drone potentially giving away the information. He is coming through snowmobile. You need to be ready. And its FaZe was literally a bullet away from bringing it back to 5-5. It's FURIA that find themselves onto map point now. 1 round away from pushing us to map number 3. As the wine cellar hat fallen. Go back towards that middle floor. Again, no hard breach on the side of FURIA yet. That could, of course, still change. And I think it should change as well. Because otherwise they're going to struggle. There it is, Hibana making its way in.
There it is, the swap out. They're bringing the hard destruction this time around. They want to see if they can be a little bit more direct towards the site itself. Obviously, it was a hell of a clutch. Finding the 3K, the plant against the tide of players. They'd lost and suffered quite a lot elsewhere. They'd lost the Ossa, and as I said, that's usually plan A off the board. If you lose an Ossa or a Monty or somebody that's the drive on a push, then things might have to take a bit of a wicked turn elsewhere. Here, though, nothing like that. Something a little bit more traditional, as he said, with the hard breach alongside the slightly rarer scene Ash might be a step in. A couple of frost mats. could be a catch, but to be fair, Furia's drone game has been pretty thorough.
Yeah, for sure. They haven't been really making any of these missteps here, and you kind of can see that from that very last round. Yes, the jump out was not caught, but they did manage to instantly reply too. But after that, they did have the numbers on the FaZe players. They knew exactly where they were going to be coming from. Just lost some of those gunfights, unfortunately. But the last one, for example, the smoke, the 1v1, they knew exactly where smoke was going to be coming from. So they know generally where these FaZe members are located. Their drone game is on point. They have quite a good economy, as I say that. 7 drones still left in pocket, 2 minutes to go. Make that 6.
Well, there's a couple of bodies stacked up on a window, and there's not really anything, I believe, to support the catch on utility that can come through. It didn't look like there were any discs locked in. You hope and maybe expect at least one would get loosed, but there it is. The flashes start to come towards it. The wall will get popped over the top. Here comes a grenade. Here comes a second grenade. Still no catch as Astro pulls himself slightly further away. There's a frost mat. Well, maybe we cursed it. Maybe we didn't. There it is. Bullet and cameraman. Get a couple more on the far end. Rare suddenly has the startling realization that there's a player in that position. Miracle, he's coming here to offer some support, but the grenades already rolled, used, and lost. It just would have taken one to get it.
Would have taken one. Instead, they don't. 2v5. A minute 10 on the clock here. C4 gets used. It's not going to be able to find anything. Rare's downstairs, looking to take Fireplace. Miracle rotating around as well, hoping to maybe go for a bit of a push through the library side, at least put up some pressure there. As he falls back all the way down towards the bottom floor. Excars go off. They open up the wall. In the meantime, going down West Main as well, hopefully pushing in together at some point. They need to support each other here. 50 seconds on that clock. Miracle will be entering in from the games, waiting. Or at least Rare is waiting for him to be in position so they can start striking together.
40 seconds. 5 FaZe players to get through, and once again, most of the aggression happened a little bit further away from the site than they probably would have liked. Sure, the Habana was able to do a little bit of destruction up on the top floor. But at this point now, with everybody else dropped, including now Miracle, Rare gets one on the way out. 4 more players, the full reveal of where they are. FaZe bring back one more, and we'll go to OT.
Round 12 will decide. A tactical timeout will be called by FURIA. 45 seconds for them to discuss what they can do to make sure that map 3 is going to happen. It's the last tactical timeout we have for this map here. FaZe already used theirs way earlier on. And FURIA, they know. They are finding themselves on map point. Just a single round more and they will be headed towards Kafe. Will be headed towards the cider map. And FaZe, they also know if we bring this to OT, we could lock this off in only 2. Allow ourselves that bit of extra rest before our semifinals tomorrow. And as the timer hits 10, the coach and the ability to speak is starting to run low.
You're just doing like a play-by-play on.
I'm doing that, but I was going to say, he's not really been talking much. Just starts now. The last 5 seconds, some last motivational speech towards FURIA. This is when you lock it off, guys. This is when you push us to map 3. And after that, it is all a best of 1 again.
FaZe. They've been able to fight this back on a bit more of a back and forth second half. A single round separates either of these teams from finding themselves in another mental reset position where we have an OT. And that's up to you at this moment in time, FURIA, to be honest. Some of these are looking really sharp, some of these moments. Great attacks, more put together, but unfortunately you're up against FaZe, a team of many, many answers.
And a team of many great gunners as well. The Frostmats, they managed to catch off one of the players of FURIA the last time around. They put down 2 into the big window just to make sure that if Games is going to be approached quickly, it will be shut down in just a matter of seconds. And it is not completely off the board here. The line comes through. The Finca is always there, of course, with the LMG. But FURIA, you know, they might be thinking, what if we put a bit more pace into it?
Pressure over the top. I compliment Furious drone game, and then things started to slip through their pockets a little bit. Maybe that was the timeout to just sort of say, look, heads on, we know that we can take this, and we know that we can take the players. Fantasy putting a bit of quick pressure here. There goes the skeleton key into Frostmat's. Cameraman has the cover, but he gets the player down. Suddenly he's in the site, just slips away from the fight background. Rez trying to offer some support from the fireplace door, but Fantasy is now the back line of sight, gets it. And he's looking for one more. They're moving over to the hatch on the second story. Rez going to drone ahead as more control comes from Handy, and the heal comes through from SDK. Bullet massively injured as well against it. FaZe taken by a little bit of a blind side here. Astro, a slow creep underneath Snowmo. He's going to see if he can try and pull one apart, and he needs to do it sooner rather than later as Bullet gets down through the softs from the man inside the site. Wondering if somebody's on the door.
Drone gets taken out. Souls goes for the revive. That might be quite dangerous. Here it is too. Stuck in a single corner now. Rare is coming around on the rappel. He's elevated here as the shoulder gets shown for the second time around. He gives his position his way. As Souls takes a little bit of damage here. Knee 1D pops in. It's Astro that will get one kill. Brings it back to a 3-on-3. But look at the HP on the FaZe side. Almost all of them are about one shot as SDK misses the opportunity to find a kill. The plank goes down. 45 seconds soon on the board.
They move the plant off. They're not quite happy with where it is, and Bullet proves why. Gets Rare. Handy can't quite get it. There's the spray from the verticality. There's the space! Take it back from the jaws of defeat and throw us into OT.
This side had fallen about a minute or two earlier. Completely cleared out by Fantasy. They could have gone for a plant if they had a little bit more control for that top floor. But now 6-6, 3 more rounds. Who is going to be reaching 8 first? Is it going to be FURIA? Or will it be FaZe? What we do know, though, is that FaZe is on the defense now. They are favored. So far, 8 rounds won on the defense compared to the 4 on the attack. Is this going to be the difference maker? Is FaZe, with this overtime starting side, going to be finding themselves in that position to end this with a 2-0? There's a Brazilian showdown for a semi-final spot. For another Brazilian showdown.
For another Brazilian showdown.
Yes. The road stops, though.
The road to the finals for Brazil is paved by Brazil.
It is. At least one Brazilian team will make it to the finals. What is new? Of course, incredible siege region. With 2 incredible teams playing right here, right now.
So, FaZe continue on their defense here. 2 most recent rounds are the ones that they're able to do it. And as I said before, that one was purely from the jaws of defeat. FURIA took not a risk, but the throwdown and some free territory, which is, again, a game that I think they've played more confidently on other days than they have today. But you probably can't get away with some of the plays that FaZe know and read like a book. SDK on the finger roll, just popping open some long-range windows, trying to find loose FaZe players on Kitchen, the site that has gone away from them twice.
Fantasy pushing himself in and top of the library is taking out some of those utility pieces, but more importantly, gaining a lot of control. He wants to be pushing in towards the office area soon. He's just quickly getting out the scanner to see if there's any cameras, any black eyes out there that will be giving away their positions. Doesn't seem to be the case, even though Souls is playing on that Valkyrie currently. It is the complete south side of the building that has been forfeited towards the side of FURIA. So FaZe, are you happy with this? Is this going to be how you want to lock off this next round? Or will you be finding yourself in an opportunity to fight back against lots of grounds that have been lost to FURIA so far?
Well, Astro's under a bit of pressure here from the balcony and from the window and almost from the door. He somehow survives, slips his way through. They're hot on the heels. Do they know purely where everybody is? Cameraman, he's dancing a bit of a dangerous dance. He's able to slip away too because nobody's currently covering that window. That's the most important part here. 2 players free to get out of there with the rest of the pressure that came through because FURIA didn't quite have that position for FaZe to have to fight their way back through. Now the rotate comes across it. All of that utility still in place on the stairs.
Now there's going to be a fight on the blue stairs here. Miracle has 2 FaZe members pushing up very soon. There's going to be the impact coming in first. It is too many. Shoots in the middle. Is not quite able to get them. The flashbang gets tossed in. He will be healed up and somehow escapes with his life.
But Fantasy takes one of his own. Souls and the pressure onto sight. They're screaming their way down the stairs. There it is. Trophy, and he's starting to create a collection of his own. Pushes and pushes. Frere! There's one against the board. Astro takes it through the soft, but he is now all that's left, and there's not a rotate. And there is a drone revealing the play, and the player a post plant.
Astro with barely any health. They have a full-on awareness of where he is, and they have a player watching his escape either side. Even if he wins this one, there's a lot more to have to go through. He sure does. But 30 seconds. And a hot hop and a drop down from the second story. Bauk is never easy to put together. One on the left. They've retaken the verticality right behind him as well. So one of them's going to push for the fight, but he doesn't need to be there. FURIA 7-6.
Again, find themselves on map point. And FaZe have been able to fight this back before. Can they do it again? Now on the attack, however, slightly unfavored. The claps are starting to come out.
So remember the beginning of the series, you were like,
there's only one FURIA
There's one FURIA person here.
There is.
They have steadily started to convert more people around them. There's a FURIA section now.
There's a section now.
There's a section
for FURIA.
Yeah.
Starting to clap.
As there should be.
They deserve it. A lot of, you said it before, it's like that talent that always get there, always get to the majors, but never really managed to push on further. Now they've made it out of groups, and the semi-final will be their next step, their next goal to be reached. They think they have what it takes to be a major champion, and if you see them play, they definitely do. They just need to put it all together.
Okay, FURIA have taken us to billiards. That's the site that they want to bring, and statistically a little bit puzzling for how their first half went. Kitchen wasn't 100% win rate for them on their defense. They had this once and lost it once, and they only really bought it as their very last swing, and then one cut in the middle. So for my money, statistically, it's a little bit more of a risk, but maybe they're trying to play against that. They've obviously got themselves once again up against the lion, the catch, and the sort of catch-all that it's been in their opening half.
A lot of members of FURIA are currently around in trophy, 2 of them. Others are off site as well. No one directly stopping anybody from jumping in, but Miracle, of course, in the pantry side of things. SDK ready to go for a jump out here. He's watching the camera. There comes the impact. He runs for it. He's not managed to be the Claymore. We'll finish him off. FaZe with the entry kill.
It's the evolution. You do the run out on the door. There's a Claymore. Some people started to do it from the wall. There's a Claymore. Ever since you're allowed 2 in your pocket. Cameraman gets in. And obviously gets that first one against SDK. A good lead in. He's found himself pretty frequently in and amongst that entry statistic. And Cyber, well, he's another name there. The battle between him and Fantasy took over the core in the middle of a fair few of these rounds. He's waiting for another swing round. The pressure is coming onto Piano. He's got to try and find a route out, and he's trying to find it himself. There it is. Another grenade bounces. He's going to push further and further into it, and they pull further and further away. The E1D and the up and down in the prep with the pistol. Pops one bullet, but then pulls himself instantly away as Cameraman is trying a heavy hit with a DMR. Takes the head
shot
off of Handy. More than ready for that swing round. Cyber droning himself in. Rare gets Cameraman. Gets a bit of a stop on this momentum. They are just trying to find Fantasy from every which way, but he's more than happy to bite back.
Fantasy digs himself in deep in the library, right behind these display cabinets. It's hard to see through as an attacker if you're about to be pushing in. Rear now comes in as a bit of support as well. They do not want to give up this top floor control, even though they are a man down currently upon FaZe. They want to fight back to them. They want to make sure the body balance gets back in favor of themselves, but Fantasy loses his life. It's a 2-on-4 situation now. Rare looking to retake the area that was just lost. He goes aggressive, finds the first. Knows there's one onto the balcony, but Bullet comes in and shuts him down. It's only Miracle now. It's only no Miracle now. FaZe bring it to round 15. And now it is match and series points for FaZe, whilst it's map points for FURIA.
In the words of Tim, we're going all the way, Des.
I'm not Des, though.
Oh. He's somewhere saying it.
He's somewhere, probably.
FaZe. 1 round now separates them from being able to move forward, remove everything else, and that's the weight, that's the pressure ahead of them. Kitchen, to be fair, was their most successful defensive site, and that was the first time they actually lost it on the most recent attempt. Will they double down? Will they try it again? Or will they head off elsewhere? Becomes that sort of risk in the gamble.
8 defensive rounds against the 6 attacking rounds we've seen so far.
Bedroom.
FaZe is slightly favored in this round. Paste. Oh. Very nice. Great turn up. Back to the game. Round 15. If FaZe win this one, and they are slightly favored, it is very slight. Then they will be pushing on towards the semifinals. If FURIA manage to get this round, round 15, will push over towards the map number 3. So, with that said, FURIA on the attack once more. They brought Heartbreach this time. Something they did not always like to do, so that is going to be a big step up. Their Heartbreach rounds were more generally successful compared to the non-Heartbreach rounds.
Fantasy almost found the first fight pretty instantly here. Bullets stacked up, waiting, but we're back to this, the droning game of FURIA that I've already said so much about. They're trying to get that steady. And with the far side of Handy, just opening up the door, making a bit of presence known, and then open up the double window over the balk as well. They're isolating the single player. Bullet swings round, though, and finds the head of Fantasy, puts us 1 step closer to FaZe being 1 step closer to a grand final. SDK gets caught out by Cyber's error on the rotate, drops his grenade. Nobody else around to catch it as he tried for a sneaky push. FaZe, they have a 2-body advantage and they are not going to throw it away. Pull a lot of them back over to the site. Cyber is loose, but to be fair, in a 1 versus 1, usually you'd favor him anyway.
Taking SDK out saves Bullet's life. That grenade was headed towards his direction if it was just a second slower there. So, FURIA in that 3v5, there's a lot of work to do. There's still that Roaming you need to take care of. The rest is all anchored back onto the sides. What do you have available to you? What do you have left in the tank to bring this back, to bring this to a map number 3? Cyber slowly starting to creep up. He wants to go for the flank when it is still hot. He could be moving up these backstairs, could be finding FURIA as they would like to go for a breach.
Well, there it is. The attempt on the plant inside. At this point, you're thinking, FaZe, where are you? FaZe, where are you? There it is. Round on the back, gets the drop, but suddenly it's a technical 2 versus 3. FURIA took a gamble and snuck the kid in, and now they've just got to try and hold on with everything they have, and Miracle is one of the things that they have. Puts us into a technical 2 versus 2. The reveal on the drone. The player tucked round on the fight. Miracle with a quad kill. Can he get the ace? 1 more body, FaZe, and it is! Who else but Miracle to take us 1 step closer? Map 3 will be on the cards. A hard-fought victory. And our fight in our race, it's still on.
From a 3v5 on the backbone, Miracle comes in, gets an ace, keeps FURIA alive, keeps them fighting. As the map 3 is now on the board and will head there very soon. And oh man, what a quarterfinal this is shaping up to be.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot for our team down there to discuss. So, Milosh, Hawk down there, take it away.
It is done. We're tied up, and we're going to map number 3. Luke, Hap, you can take a moment to breathe here and get yourself some coffee maybe to survive through the night. We've been here all day. Let's see how it's all going to go. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk as we set you up after map number 2. Going max OT 8-7 on Chalet. And FaZe bottled it in the last round. FURIA outplaying them and tying things up 1-1. Pengu, your thoughts?
I mean, we were watching the final round thinking, FaZe got it.
Yep.
It done like that, 5v3, no issues right there. But then FURIA, they awaken that last moment. They get down the diffuser. They play a beautiful post spot and somehow just steal the round. But also, Miracle ends it with an ace.
Yeah. And there was 2 aces.
There was 2 aces.
Two aces as well. It really was one of them you know, you can look back on one of their maps and you think that's a classic LATAM map where 1 minute it looks like FURIA are going to dominate the map, FaZe do the comeback, then they lose it in overtime, there's 2 aces, it's all gone a bit mental. And it was a very enjoyable match of Siege to watch.
That was. The weird thing is that for both teams in the beginning, it was a very defender-sided Chalet. Both got like a 4-4-2 side, but then in OT, it was all attacking victories, essentially. So it really flipped on its side.
I want to talk to you about the operator bans, because we were talking about this in the background, that actually this is uncommon. So we had FaZe banning out Sledge and Azami. On the other side, FURIA, it's the Ying and the Aruni. Now, Ying ban, not out of the ordinary, but Sledge, Azami, and Aruni. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we loved the Sledge ban.
Yes.
Both me and you loved the Sledge ban, and it was to do with grenade economy on Chalet, right? It's that you take out the Sledge, you don't just take out the nade. What you do is you force the attackers into a choice. Do we bring verticality, or do we bring the grenades on another operator, a Nook, for example? If you bring the verticality, how do you do that? How do you achieve that? Do you have a Sophia? Do you have, you know, breaching charges with an ace? And, you know, it can affect all sorts. It affects your whole composition. Obviously, you know, you can bring your book, but then you lose your nades. So I really liked that operator ban.
Agreed. And the same thing with like Azami and Aruni, it's like, you know, it's deny, right? Grenades gotta focus to keep the barriers. Of course, you gotta flash the Aruni gates. So it makes taking library so much easier because you don't have to deal with as many issues and whatnot. So it really favors the attackers, despite this matchup being a defender side actually.
So between the Azami and the Aruni, it's kind of also the ban, a response to the Sledge ban to kind of equalize the playing field and not make it, hey, Wamai and Jaeger are just going to, you know, absolutely demolish nades.
You take some of the ban away, you take some of the explosives that you actually have to use, you know, things like nades on, you take that away. And, you know, obviously that's helpful when you're on the attack. And then obviously FURIA as well, they banged away the Ying. Which we saw how good FaZe were in using that particular operator on Skyscraper. Get it away, get it gone from FaZe. There's no need to ban Thatcher away from FaZe, because not that they're not going to play it, of course they're going to play it, but it has far less impact on Chalet.
All right, so those are operator bans, of course, ones that are different, fit very well with Chalet, and that's what we wanted to see. But it got super close. I want to talk about that before I move on to map number 3 is how did it get this close? Because by all intents and purposes, I mean, you said it before we came in, 7-5 victory for FaZe Clan. Didn't come out this way, but it got pretty close too, which is, again, what was predicted.
I mean, it did. It comes down to that FaZe really struggled on their attacking side to open up the rounds. And then I feel like FaZe, about round 3, they would change their pace, right? They started really fast, really aggressive. It wasn't working. Then they started playing very slow. Let FURIA come to you, get some opening kills. They start winning rounds. And I will say the reason why this went to OT was because FaZe played good Siege. But it only got, you know, that close because FURIA was just stomping the first 6 rounds, essentially. So FURIA on Chalet, as we expected, it's their map.
And I want to pull up the match summary for just a moment here to maybe put in some more context on the players and maybe help out with your points. Jack, please.
Well, 2 players got aces, 2 players at the top of the leaderboard. It's simple as that. In, you know, FURIA, it was a much better game from them, a much more team-rounded, well-rounded performance. Fancy actually had a very good game. And STK is a player that has had a pretty rough group stage. He'd had a pretty rough, you know, stage in terms of Copa Elite BR6 generally as well. Maybe not hit the heights that people expected him to hit. There was a lot of hype around him when he came on this roster. He's actually having a very consistent playoff so far as well.
Yeah, and then you got FaZe, you got Cyber doing Cyber things, like
Cyber doing Cyber things
of what he did in the group stage, etc., and of course in LATAM itself, where he just kind of finds himself at the top of the kill board pretty much almost every single round. It happens.
There you go. That's their top performance on here. Fantasy keeping up with the entry, 4-2 in total, helping out, getting that, you know, I guess. Entry again, you know, getting that opener, it opens up the entire round. We know when you get entry kills, most of the time, what is it, 60-70% of the time, you'll be taking that entire round. So that's something to kind of weigh on your mind. Moving on, though, from Chalet, I want to talk about Kafe Dostoyevsky, our 3rd map in the series that maybe people were not expecting for us to go to. That'll extend our night a bit more. But you know what? Ending the night with a bit of good Siege and good friends all around, that's exactly what we look for. So, Kafe, what do you expect to see, Pongo?
I feel like Kafe is a beautiful story in this best of 3 because it's the perfect middle ground between Skyscraper and Chalet, where you got problem solving and execution, but also gunplay is a massive factor. Opening kills, getting man advantage, etc. You can jump out windows or stay inside the building. It comes down to how you want to approach it individually between these 2 teams.
It's not as expressive as Chalet. You've got a lot less freedom, particularly when you're attacking it. You know, you've still got to get through your set objectives. But the one thing that I do like about Kafe is there's multiple ways of attacking it for every single bomb site. It makes it a lot more fun. There's also multiple ways of defending it for every single bomb site. What I want to see from these two teams is just pure aggression. I want to see that decider map where it's just so aggressive. You want to, get out of the windows. I want to see, if you're talking cocktail, the top red hold, the real shop hold with the Azami, the castle, the Rooney, the Jaeger, the Wamai. Make it really oppressive and make it complete like gunslinging.
I want to see what essentially W7M did in their opening on against Elevate, where you just rush with Amaru, Ying, Gridlock the first round, set the tone, the pace, and surprise your opponent.
FaZe are starting off on the attacking side for this, and it'll be important in the game itself, but it'll be also important in terms of operator bans, who gets to start first to go through them. We saw how Chalet, you talk, both of you, about verticality and how that impacts Chalet. It's probably even more, at least equal, in Kafe Dostoyevsky. No matter if you're attacking up or attacking down, vertical play cannot be ignored.
That's true. I mean, speaking of operator bans, just like off the bat, I feel like we should expect the Ying ban from FURIA because that can be a huge tool on Kafe. I kind of want to say, FaZe, ban the finger. Is that something that you'd consider in this position, Jack?
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. It's kind of hard.
It is hard.
You would leave up so many other good operators. That's the problem with banning a Ying and a finger, right? Is you leave up so many other good operators.